Star Odyssey Chapter 2862 to Chapter 2912. Luin suppressed his urge to attack and stared coldly outside the void imperfection realm. If the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with you, you can return to the origin space for questioning. I will not make things difficult for you, but if you insist on not returning to the origin space, I will assume that you have a part in the Lu family's exile. What awaits you is betrayal. He then stared at Ancestor Gue Yuan. Wang Fan, I will make sure you die without a burial place. No matter how big the Six Direction Society is, it won't be able to protect you. Ancestor Gue Yuan did not speak, but his eyes flickered. He saw that Wang Jian was also riding on the caged Wyrm, and the four-way balance was gone. Bai Xing and Xianxia exchanged glances. The Lu family's exile had nothing to do with them. They had not returned to help defend against the Six Direction Society, but also because they were unsure of the Lu family's attitude. No one wanted to die, and they were the same. The Lu family was overbearing, and it would be tragic if they killed them and then appointed a new leader. Xiaozhen was dissatisfied with the Xia family, but she did not want to risk her own life by returning. She was not clear about the relationship between Xiaoxinji and Luin. Now that Luin had made his stance clear, they should consider it. Big Sis snorted. Let me deal with them. Luin whispered, Sis, this is not a good place. He wanted to deal with them all as well. The Grand Empyreans had shielded Ancestor Lu Yuan, the traitor Madman Lu, by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. He wanted to collect his debts one by one. Now, he had the confidence to say that even the Grand Empyreans would have to pay the price. But now was not the time. Bao Sage was afraid that Luin and the others would attack Bai Xing and the others, so he quickly sent someone to bring the road sign to the Forest Orchid spacetime. The road sign was a woman who had originally been in the Void God spacetime. Her mission was to bring people from the Void God spacetime to the Forest Orchid spacetime, but she had been temporarily brought to the Void Imperfection realm. Coincidentally, Su Xiangyin was among the people heading to the Forest Orchid spacetime. Because of Lu Yin's interference, Su Xiangyin's group had been delayed. This lowly one is the road sign of the Forest Orchid spacetime. Greetings, Master Lu. The woman was very nervous. Her voice trembled in front of so many big shots, especially the caged Wyrm. Take us to the Forest Orchid spacetime. Yes, sir. Soon, Lu Yin's group was brought to the Forest Orchid spacetime in the endless battlefield. After they left, Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. There were many Extreme Realm experts in this Heaven sect, and 4 of them had come out at random. Including Master Lu and Prison Dragon, there were 6 Extreme Realm experts. Moreover, there were even more Extreme Realm experts in the origin space. The sky of the Six Directions Society had truly changed. The Forest Orchid spacetime is separated from the Rotting God spacetime by 4 parallel spacetimes. Luin didn't want to be targeted by the Eternals. They would know that they had gone to reinforce the Rotting God dimension, so he had no choice but to go to the Forest Orchid dimension. Limitless, Bodhi Saint received the news from Bao Saint and was surprised. Master Lu and his group of 6 powerhouses went to Forest Orchid dimension? What are they doing in the Forest Orchid spacetime? Now that the Grand Empyreans and the other masters of parallel universes were fighting the Eternals, the boundless battlefield had been torn apart. Several parallel universes had collapsed, and Master Lu and the others were leaving. Where were they going? Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Lord Lu's group. Bodhi Sage ordered. Soon, a woman reported, I have found that Master Lu and his party are in Bo Rue spacetime at the moment. Bodhi Saint was shocked. How long had it been? They had already gone. From Forest Orchid dimension to Bo Rue spacetime? In the Bo Rue spacetime of the boundless battlefield, Luin sat on the back of caged Wyrm and looked at the falling stars in front of him. This was Bo Rue spacetime? Back then, Wendy Yushan had been left here by Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. At that time, he had thought that she would come, but Wendy Yushan had escaped by herself. He hadn't expected that she would come now, but it was completely different from that time. At that time, he had been forced by Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin and had no choice but to come. Now, he had come to kill Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Bo Rue spacetime was just an ordinary parallel universe with no powerhouses. At most, there were only half progenitors. The next parallel universe was different. In the boundless battlefield, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. There were almost certainly progenitor powerhouses, such as Deshirkong and the Dark Spacetime. If one wanted to go from Forest Orchid Dimension to Rotting God Dimension, the fastest route was Bo Rue Spacetime, Gourd Spacetime, Lu Spacetime, and finally Rotting God Dimension. Of these 4 parallel universes, the Gourd Spacetime was recognized as the most difficult one to deal with. It was ranked in the top 10 in the entire boundless battlefield. They had to cross the Gourd Spacetime to reach the Rotting God Spacetime. Yixing hoped that Luyin and the others would directly enter the Rotting God Spacetime through the road signs, but Luyin didn't want to be schemed against by the Eternals and would rather spend some effort. No matter how difficult the Gourd Spacetime was to deal with, their group of 6 progenitors was enough to sweep through it. In Limitless, Bodhi Saint stared at the Grand Empyrean's battlefield while keeping an eye on Luyin and the others. They were about to enter the Gourd Spacetime. Information from the Gourd Spacetime. Wendy Yushan looked up. Reporting, there are currently 4 powerhouses clashing in the Gourd Spacetime. Our 6 Direction Association has Peachwood Person and Xianxia. The Eternals have 2 progenitor corpse kings. One of them has been clashing with Peachwood Person for thousands of years, and the other has just joined and can use the red pupil transformation. It is this corpse king who joined later that suppressed Peachwood Person and Xianxia. The situation in the Gourd Spacetime is not good. Bodhi Saint immediately ordered, find a way to send this information to Master Lu and ask him to support Peachwood Person and Xianxia. Yes. The Hellworm traversed through Platinum Sharp Spacetime without encountering any obstacles. On the battlefield, Elder Chan took action and easily cleared out one battlefield after another, causing Platinum Sharp Spacetime to almost turn green. If not for the lack of time, with Lu Yin's tyrannical strength, they would have been able to turn the endless battlefield's many parallel spacetimes green, as long as they did not encounter monsters at the level of the 7 sky gods. After passing through Platinum Sharp Spacetime, the group rushed into the Gourd Spacetime. In an instant, everyone's bodies were covered by a gourd-shaped materialized power, which looked rather strange. Luyin stared blankly. Was this the origin of the Gourd Spacetime? Elder Chan and Big Sis were stunned. What was this? The Hellworm was covered in a huge flat gourd, and his eyes widened as he looked left and right in amazement. Big Sis frowned, as this shape was a little embarrassing. She immediately used netherworld energy to shatter it. The entire Gourd Spacetime trembled and let out a low rumble. Chenlu was shocked. Senior, don't move. Big Sis looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Are you talking about me? Chenli's face paled. Senior, this is the special characteristic of the Gourd Spacetime. Anyone who comes here will be covered in a gourd, and the method of battle is to clash with the gourd. Nonsense, can't I tell? Big Sis was dissatisfied. Chenlu carefully said, Lord Luo once told me that the Void Master wanted to shatter the gourd the first time he came, but it caused a huge change in the Gourd Spacetime. He said that if you don't want the Gourd Spacetime to completely collapse, then don't shatter the gourd. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Big Sis, is this a law? Big Sis snorted and looked up at the sky. I don't know what kind of person has such a bad taste, but he actually forced the law to coexist in the sky. Fortunately, this spacetime is not big, or else he would have been unlucky. I can shatter this gourd, but the result is shattering the Gourd Spacetime. Breaking the gourd is equivalent to breaking that person's law, and it will implicate the entire Gourd Spacetime. How disgusting. Luyin looked at Chenlu. Chenlu said, legend has it that this spacetime is like this because of the gourd spirit. Luyin looked at Big Sis and asked, how strong is this gourd spirit? Big Sis said, about the same as me. Luyin nodded. To be able to coexist with the law of spacetime, such a powerhouse was clearly much stronger than Divinity Shaoyin. Old Monster Mo had completely changed the dark spacetime with the law of darkness, and he was also stronger than Divinity Shaoyin. Regardless of this gourd spirit, this person was already dead. Luyin patted the prison drake. Let's go. The prison drake was uncomfortable with being trapped in a flat gourd, and it looked like an idiot. However, there was nothing it could do, as it could not break the law. At this time, the cloud connection stone vibrated. After entering the Six Direction Association, most people used the cloud connection stone, and Luin also brought it along for easier communication. In the starry sky of the Tree of Stars, wireless goo had replaced the cloud connection stone. Now that the primordial space had become one of the Six Direction Associations, the various parallel spacetimes of the Six Direction Association were also seeking to cooperate with the primordial space. Wireless goo was one of the products they were interested in. It was just that it had not been popularized yet. Is this Master Lu? Luin grunted in acknowledgement. The gourd spacetime is in danger. Please help us, Master Lu. It's at the center of the gourd spacetime. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What danger? Senior Mu Tao and Senior Xianxia of my Six Direction Association are fighting against an eternal corpse king. One of the corpse kings can use Red Eye's transformation to make the gourd extremely hard. The two seniors can only circle around and cannot fight it head-on. They won't be able to hold on for long, and there is no one around to help them. Luin put down the cloud connection stone, found a direction, and had the prison drake rush over. He did not know who Mu Tao was, but he was familiar with Xianxia, who was a good senior. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the Void God Space Dimension, so it was only right for him to help Senior Xianxia. Far away from the prison drake, at the center of the gourd, Mu Tao was panting heavily, her mustache red with blood dripping down. The peachwood sword in her hand was broken, and there were only a few peaches left in the ancestral world. On the other side, Xianxia was also not in a good condition, his mustache also stained with blood. In front of him, the elephant wall was stuck to the gourd. Longbeard, how are you? Mu Tao asked while panting, staring at the corpse king with a sea of blood in front of her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Mustache, we're in trouble this time, we can't hold on. He stared at the red-eyed corpse king in the distance. The gourd on its body was clearly much harder than theirs, and their gourds were already cracking. Once the gourd broke, they would die for sure. Mu Tao was helpless. Wu Li already knew about our situation, but no one came to help. It seems that the other battlefields are not faring well either. During the tea party, the Eternals invaded. The Endless Battlefield, the Six Direction Association, and even the Outer Realms are all experiencing war. The Eternals attacked like crazy, and we're lucky that we didn't face the captain of the True God Guard. Lucky my ass, we'll still die. The two of them didn't say anything about leaving. They would rather die in battle here than flee. This was their responsibility. If not for this, how could the humans have fought the Eternals for so long? It looks like we will also become old friends of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Xianxia bitterly smiled. In front, the corpse king suddenly rushed over. Mu Tao gritted her teeth. No matter what, let's deal with them first. Even if we die, we have to delay them for a while longer. Hopefully, there will be a breakthrough in the battle over there. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked in the same direction. The zombie king that was originally charging towards them also looked over. In the distance, an incomparably huge flat gourd rushed over and crashed straight into the corpse king. If it was just a flat gourd, it would be fine. There was no lack of starry sky behemoths in the gourd spacetime, but they were basically flat gourds. What caught their attention were the several gourds on the flat gourd. One of the gourds made their eyelids twitch. It was a dark purple gourd that was overflowing with light. Mu Tao, who had been fighting in the gourd universe for many years, could see the strength of the gourd at a glance. He had only seen this kind of gourd in the three venerables and the absolute top powerhouses in the parallel universe, such as Muching from the Wood universe, Mr. Daheng, and Su Wuwei from the Nihility God universe. Which expert was this? The flat gourd smashed towards the corpse king as the prison dragon roared. Xianxia and Mu Tao saw who it was. Master Lu? The prison flood dragon slammed into the corpse king, but the corpse king did not retreat and slammed into it as well. There was a loud bang. The void exploded. The collision between the two gourds created a huge force that tore the void apart. Even the Forgotten Ruins god had praised the hellworm's body for its toughness. During the tea party, even though the hellworm had been rather cowardly, it had still collided with the corpse king when Luin had thrown it at the corpse god. If that had been fine, then this corpse king would definitely be fine. Although the prison flood dragon was stupid, it was very sensitive to danger. It definitely didn't dare to get close to the zombie god, but anyone who dared to get close to it was a sign that they weren't afraid. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards the Corpse King once again. The Corpse King's eyes were ferocious as he charged forward as well. Bang bang bang. After several collisions, the prison flood dragon shook its head and continued. Luin frowned, "There's no time to waste." As he spoke, he leaped down and unleashed his boundless inner world. The threads fused into the gourd, and Luin raised a hand and pressed it against the gourd. His palm unleashed imperishable battle force and sealed the gourd with 50 punches. With a loud bang, the Corpse King gourd cracked open. If Luin used all of his power, he would be able to fight the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. Now, he did not need to use all of his power to suppress the Corpse King in front of him. Although this Corpse King had the physical strength of a Red Eyes transformation, it was still too weak compared to a mid-plate and could not stop Luin at all. The prison flood dragon charged out again. The gourd shattered, and the Corpse King tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Luin was just about to intervene when Big Sis stopped him. "There's no need." Half of the Corpse King's body rushed into the tear in the void. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly cracked open. The crack was exactly the same as the crack on the gourd. In the end, half of his body turned into a pool of blood. Only the other half rushed into the tear in the void. That half of his body was as good as dead. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the law that the gourd ogre had set in this dimension. Once the gourd was broken, the creature inside would be broken as well. The rules could be played like this? Prison flood dragon stared at the female Corpse King, who quickly fled. Luin mounted the hellworm and nodded at Xianxia and Mu Tao. He then directed the hellworm to charge out. The hellworm was even faster than the female Corpse King, and with a whistling sound, it crashed into the gourd. The hellworm's gourd was not as strong as the previous Corpse King, and it was instantly shattered. Xianxia and Mu Tao had yet to recover from their shock. "That's it? It's over. We don't have to die. We saw the primordial space's strength at the tea party, and now, we're seeing it again. The Sixth Direction Society is about to change." In Limitless, Bodhi Saint quickly received news that the crisis in the gourd had been resolved. She exhaled. The primordial space had only joined the Sixth Direction Society for a short period of time, and so many things had happened before that it had not been able to integrate with the Sixth Direction Society. Otherwise, once the primordial space's powerhouses joined the battlefield, the situation would not have turned out this way. After the Grand Empyrean battle, she had to let the primordial space send enough powerhouses to participate in the endless battlefield to reduce the pressure. She stared at the gourd space where Luin was. From the forest orchid space to the platinum sharp space, and then to the gourd space, Master Lu's group had definitely advanced with a goal in mind. If the next space was the joy space, then the next would most likely be the rotting god space. Where exactly was his destination? Limitless had not received any information about the showing god space, and the Eternals could not have told it. Yixing also did not want the Sixth Direction Society to interfere. They treated the rotting god space as their own private territory, which was one of the reasons why they did not ask for help from the Sixth Direction Society. Yixing was a Bairong, and he was a powerhouse outside of the Sixth Direction Society. Like the Thunder Lord, they did not need to follow the Sixth Direction Society's arrangements. To a certain extent, they had their own ideas. The hellworm passed through the gourd space and arrived at the joy space. Then, the next one was the rotten god universe. There was a strange parallel space in the endless battlefield called the rotting god. There were no humans or astral beasts in this space. There was only one type of life form, the rotting god. Using the eye as a medium, various rotting gods were born. It was very strange. These rotting gods had spirituality, their own habits, and various innate gifts. Among them, the most noteworthy was the spatial rotting god. Even ordinary progenitors would find it difficult to touch them. The rotting god space was not discovered by the Sixth Direction Society, but by Yixing. Yixing wanted to trade with the Sixth Direction Society. Using the rotting god space as a show of sincerity, Yixing pulled the rotting god space into the endless battlefield and obtained the right to trade with the Sixth Direction Society. Due to the existence of Yixing's branch, the rotting god space was not the most intense space in the endless battlefield. However, it was still coveted by the Eternals from time to time because the various rotting gods were too useful. Even the most basic tentacle rotting god could give birth to progenitors for the Eternals to use. However, because of their fear of Bai Rong, the Eternals did not attack the rotting god space too much. However, in recent years, Bai Rong had been in seclusion and did not come out. There were rumors in the outside world that Bai Rong was dead. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space more and more frequently until the Xiaoying god betrayed them and exposed his identity as a spy. Under his leadership, the Eternals completely let go of their power and directly drove Yixing away to occupy the rotting god space. Because the rotting god space was brought here by Yixing, the Six Direction Society did not establish a place to gather information. Therefore, the Six Direction Society did not know what happened here. In a corner of the rotting god space, there was a Yixing branch. It was a pagoda-shaped building surrounded by many spatial rotting gods, causing the pagoda-shaped building to appear and disappear from time to time. Inside the pagoda, Bidding, Bailan, Madame Nailin, and the others looked outside. They had been here for some time. In the outside world, the Xiaoying god space had taken control of most of the rotting god space, so it was easy for them to leave. Madame Nailin could come and go as she pleased. They had all left traces in this space, but if they were driven away, the rotting god space would become the territory of the Eternals. And these spatial rotting gods had nothing to do with them. When will the people from above heaven arrive? Bidding stood by the window and looked into the distance, frowning. Beside him, Bailan looked at Madame Nailin. Madame Nailin replied, "They're already on the way." Bidding narrowed his eyes. The Eternals are not easy to deal with, but we can only ask for help from above heaven. The Thunder Lord has no time to spare, and the masters of the Six Direction Society's parallel universes are fighting. The Xiaoying god space took advantage of this opportunity to attack us. How hateful. Bailan said, "If Lord Bai Rong comes out of seclusion, he can kill them with a slap." Lord Bidding, why don't we try contacting Lord Bai Rong? Someone suggested. Everyone looked at Bidding expectantly. Yixing's real trump card in Six Direction Society was Bai Rong. Bai Rong was an absolute powerhouse, even facing Grand Empyreans with ease. The Eternals were afraid of Bai Rong, so they did not attack the rotting god space, only appearing occasionally. As long as Bai Rong appeared, the Xiaoying god space would not dare to appear. Bidding said helplessly, "Master is in seclusion, it's hard to contact him, and..." He looked at everyone with a burning gaze. Master has reached the peak of the human race. Once he succeeds in his seclusion, he might be able to take that legendary step and surpass everyone. At that time, the Eternals will not be a threat, but Master must have his reasons for not coming out. The others weren't as passionate as Bai Ting. They had heard such words too many times. At first, they would imagine the future where Yixing would be above everyone, even the Six Direction Union and the Eternals. But as time passed, they lost their passion. The Eternals attacked the rotting god space without restraint. Didn't that mean something was wrong? Perhaps something had really happened to Lord Bai Rong. Madame Nailin had only joined recently, so she did not feel a sense of belonging to Yixing. She was only worried about Luin, as there were many powerful Eternals outside. Outside Yixing's branch was a circle of spatial rotting gods, and even further away were the Eternal Corpse Kings. The Eternal Corpse Kings surrounded Yixing's branch. Xiaoying god space was nearby, and there were 4 progenitors around him. 2 of them were ordinary progenitor realm Corpse Kings. One of them was the captain of the True God Guards, Zhu Ji, the woman who had fought against Mu Xia in the primordial space. The other was wrapped in a black robe that hid his face. How much longer? Xiaoying god space asked. Zhu Ji replied coldly, "Not much longer. The real threat is the spatial rotting god at the top of the tower. I'm trying my best to compress it, but it won't last much longer." Is Bai Rong really dead? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. Xiaoying god space clasped his hands behind his back, "Should be." The black-robed man replied, "Although I've never seen Bai Rong, I've heard of his legends. If he's not dead, then you and I will both die. We can't stop him. Bai Rong can fight against the 7 sky gods. When Yixing first appeared, the corpse god fought against Bai Rong many times, but they were evenly matched, Zhu Ji said. The black-robed man's voice grew even deeper. He's also a monster. Suddenly, they all looked in a certain direction. They felt an extraordinary aura. It was the power of a progenitor. Xiaoying God's face and the others' expressions changed. A progenitor could not have appeared to help them. The only possibility was that Yixing had asked for help, but who could Yixing ask for help? Within the tower, Bidding God's face also looked into the distance and was overjoyed. They're here. Everyone looked in that direction. With a loud roar, the prison flood dragon appeared. The Xiaoying divine sovereign's pupils shrank as he gritted his teeth and growled, Lu. Yin. Zhu Ji and the black-robed man were both staring into the distance. When the hellworm appeared, Lu Yin and the others naturally appeared in their sights. They didn't expect Yixing to ask for help from the Above Heaven sect. What was their relationship with the Above Heaven sect? Behind the hellworm, Lu Yin also saw Sovereign Xiaoying and the others. He raised his head and said, Sis, don't let a single one of them escape. Kill them. Without wasting any time, the prison flood dragon charged towards Divine Venerable Xiaoying and the others and let out a violent roar. Big Sister waved her hand, and the Ming flower bloomed. At the same time, the power of the netherworld formed a shocking hammer that smashed down. It contained sequence particles. This was a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Lung Qing raised her saber and slashed. Chen Le shot out an arrow. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral qi of the three suns, and Xue Wuqing froze the starry sky. Lu Yin unleashed his boundless inner world, and the threads continued to fuse into it. The Akalanatha elephant roared as a terrifying power erupted from it, and it raised its right fist. Xiaoying deity, it's time to settle our grudge. In the distance, divine sovereign Xiaoying was furious. Son of the Lu family, you're courting death. The power of the moon surged around his body, but it was far from the terrifying power of the law at the tea party. His power had been taken away by the Grand Empyrean. Beside him, the two ancestor realm corpse kings simultaneously executed corpse king transformation. The black-robed man's expression was unreadable, but he took a step back. Zhu Ji stepped forward. We can't fight recklessly. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power surged out of his body and turned into a red sun that was pushed towards the prison dragon. The sun formed by the divine power collided with the power of Lu Yin and the others, directly blocking the Big Sis sequence rules. Big Sis was extremely fearful. Be careful, don't go head-on against the divine power. This power is extremely strong. Even without Big Sister's reminder, Prison Flood Dragon was the first to shrink its body. It was keenly aware of the terror of God power. This was not a power that it was willing to touch. Lung Qing, Chen Lu, and Elder Chan avoided him. Lu Yin didn't need to dodge, and he could even absorb the godly power. However, he had no choice but to dodge at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The divine power sun scattered everyone. Zhu Ji pointed his finger, and the divine power sun suddenly turned into a flat surface that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky, and a red light descended. The way she used her god power was different from the people in the Thousand Faces game, and it was even more bizarre. We can't win. Retreat. Zhu Ji growled. Reverend God Xiaoying was unwilling to give up. I want to kill the son of the Lu family. Tachibana Ji stared at him. We're no match for him. There's a top-notch expert on the other side. The black-robed man did not hesitate to tear open the void and escape. They were so focused on Lu Yin and the others that they had forgotten about Yixing. The black-robed man wanted to flee, but the spatial corrosive gods that had enveloped Yixing's branch forcefully filled the hole in the void, making it impossible for the black-robed man to find a way out. It was at this moment that Big Sister descended. A bunch of scoundrels. The heaven-shocking hammer smashed down. Helpless, they all retreated. Only the corpse kings were left behind. The two progenitor realm corpse kings unleashed their red eyes transformation and roared as they charged towards Lung Qing and Elder Chan. Big Sis had set her sights on Zhu Ji, as he was the biggest threat right now. The Xiaoying divinity had been stripped of his power, and his power had dropped too much. He was no match for Lu Yin. Lu Ying wanted to personally deal with him. Chen Le aimed his arrow at the black-robed man. The rotting god dimension had never experienced such a chaotic battle between so many progenitors. Inside the tower, Bai Ting's eyes were filled with fervor. What did Lu Ying do to be able to invite him and so many powerhouses? And this was only a portion of them, not including the two monsters from the Lu family. If the entire primordial space's power was gathered here, even the 7 sky gods would be able to retreat safely. How did this brat do it? The rotting god dimension was filled with all kinds of decaying gods. A strangely shaped decaying god was swept away by the powerful shockwaves of the battle. 2 pairs of eyes stared at each other through the decaying god, one filled with resentment and the other with killing intent. Son of the Lu family, I will kill you. Reverend God Xiaoyin gritted his teeth and growled. Lu Ying sneered. Let me see how you can kill me after being stripped of your power by a Grand Empyrean. Lu Ying took a step forward and struck out with his palm. It was a simple and pure clear void palm that contained both power and speed. Reverend God Xiaoyin was struck by the palm and was sent flying while coughing up blood. Lu Ying stirred up spatial threads and appeared not too far away from Reverend God Xiaoyin. Let me see how you can kill me. Another palm descended, and Reverend God Xiaoyin coughed up blood again. His power of extreme Yin could not resist at all. Having lost his sequence laws, Reverend God Xiaoyin was no different from an ordinary progenitor when facing Lu Ying. In fact, he did not even have the strength of an ordinary progenitor. His progenitor power had been stripped away by a Grand Empyrean. At this moment, he was not even a match for Chu Jian. Just as Lu Yin's palm descended again, a blinding, scorching power erupted from Reverend God Xiaoyin's body. It illuminated the decaying god spacetime and brought with it a powerful progenitor's might. Lu Yin's expression changed. What is this? Reverend God Xiaoyin waved his hand, and a scorching power swept towards Lu Ying. Lu Ying did not understand. This is the power of extreme Yin. You used extreme Yin to nourish extreme Yang power. So why was your extreme Yin power stripped away and your extreme Yang power turned into a progenitor? Reverend God Xiaoyin sneered with blood at the corner of his mouth. If my power was so easily stripped away, why would I be a spy? In the Eternals, my status is no lower than that of the true God Guards captains. What they have, I have, and what they don't have. Son of the Lu family, I'll show you what it means to use good to nourish evil. The scorching power burned the starry sky. Lu Ying opened his heaven's eye and saw sequence particles. It was completely different from Reverend God Xiaoyin's decaying path. How could he cultivate 2 sequence laws? Even Big Sis did not. Impossible. His purpose in coming to the decaying god spacetime was to recultivate the decaying path, so what was with this power? In the distance, Big Sis saw it. Not good. She immediately went to help Lu Ying. Juji pressed down with a single palm, and the red light from his divine power constantly turned into flat surfaces to block Big Sis. However, it was not easy to stop Big Sis. As the Ming flower bloomed, it paved a path towards Lu Ying. At the same time, another path appeared. It was Elder Zen's quiet path. He also saw Lu Ying facing the transformed Reverend God Xiaoyin and wanted to take Lu Ying away. Lu Ying shouted, I'll continue to deal with him. Elder Zen hesitated. Big Sis frowned. There's something wrong with that person. Lu Ying saw it. Although Reverend God Xiaoyin had indeed used extreme Yang power, this sequence law gave him a feeling of a half-finished product. It was far less threatening than the decaying path. It seemed to hover between a sequence law and a non-sequence law. What was going on? The scorching power of the sun swept across the area. Facing such a half-finished sequence law, Lu Ying did not need to use the wordless heavenly book to block it. He could directly resist it. Back when he was undergoing the half-progenitor origin tribulation, he had used his physical body to resist the lightning sequence particles, let alone these half-finished sequence particles. He wanted to see clearly how Reverend God Xiaoyin had clearly been deprived of his power, but he was still using the exact opposite power. Wait, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind as he recalled the scenes he had seen in the Taiyin realm. Taiyin, extreme Yang, underground, surface, Yin sure. He had resisted the sun's power while attacking Reverend God Xiaoyin. Reverend God Xiaoyin had been hit several times by him. Even if Luyin could not withstand the sun's sequence particles, Reverend God Xiaoyin would collapse sooner than him. Both of them were resisting each other's power, but Reverend God Xiaoyin was clearly unable to withstand it. I understand now. Luyin stared at Reverend God Xiaoyin. On the surface, your extreme yin power is fake. In reality, you cultivate both extreme yin and extreme yang, but you use extreme yin power as your main source. The Grand Empyrean gave you the strength of 3 sovereigns, which is also based on extreme yin power. You don't need to worry about being deprived of extreme yin power. With extreme yang power, you can cultivate extreme yin power again, fusing yin and yang to complete the true sequence law. In the distance, Big Sis heard this and was surprised. Fusing yin and yang? That's one way. Juji's expression was solemn. He did not know when she had been injured, but the woman in front of him was very terrifying. She had used her godly power from the very beginning. If not for it, he would have died by now. Reverend God Xiaoyin praised, as expected of a son of the Lu family. In such a short time, you have cultivated again and reached a height that everyone can only look up to. Since you have guessed it, I might as well tell you. My talent is positive and negative. Positive is extreme yin, and negative is extreme yang. In the 6 Directions Society, I used negative to nourish the positive and extreme yang to nourish the extreme yin. Everyone thinks that this is a cultivation method and also a way for me to train my disciples. However, they do not know that what I really cultivate is using positive to nourish negative, and extreme yin to nourish extreme yang. So what if my extreme yin power has been deprived? I can cultivate extreme yin power again in the shortest time possible and step into the great Tao of the intersection of yin and yang. I can comprehend the strongest laws of positive and negative. When that time comes, even the Grand Empyrean dual victor will not be my match. Son of the Lu family, so what if you know? Can you keep me here? With that, a surge of godly power surged out of his body like Juji's, fusing with Juji's godly power to form a terrifying power that covered the entire rotting god dimension. Bai Tang and the others looked up at the red light with fear in their eyes. This was the power of the one true God. In the face of this power, everyone was like an ant. Big Sister's face was pale. The one true God was an existence that even she could not see clearly. The threat brought by his power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. If you want this rotting god dimension, I will give it to you. Son of the Lu family, remember, the next time we meet, it will be the time when you and I fight to the death, Reverend God Xiaoyin shouted. In the starry sky, the red light suddenly descended and covered Big Sister, Lu Yin, and the others. No one could ignore godly power, not even the masters of sequence laws. Godly power was the strongest. Reverend God Xiaoyin and the others wanted to escape under the cover of the godly power. Even Big Sister could not stop them. Big Sister was the strongest present. If she could not stop them, the others could not. However, there was one exception, and that was Lu Yin. So what if the godly power descended? As long as he did not absorb it, he did not need to answer to anyone. Even Mr. Mu could not see through the power that he cultivated. Just as Reverend God Xiaoyin was about to tear open the void and leave, a flowing light appeared beside Lu Yin. Go. The flowing light was space, and it could also chase after time. At the tea party, Lu Yin had transformed the inner world of the flowing light with the help of the die's 4 pips. He had shown everyone that the flowing light could reverse time by 1 second. Reverend God Xiaoyin naturally knew about this. It was not easy to escape from Lu Yin. However, he was not escaping by himself, but by relying on his godly power. How could Lu Yin attack under the suppression of his godly power? Even that woman of sequence laws could not do it. No matter how Reverend God Xiaoyin thought about it, he could not figure it out. The light pulled him back, but Juji, the black-robed man, and the 2 progenitor corpse kings fled. Xiaoyin looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. You can actually attack? Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. Is my strength something you can understand? With that, he disappeared, and the light chased after him as time reversed. Xiaoyin watched Lu Yin disappear and hurriedly fled, but it was too late. When Lu Yin could resist the sun sequence particle alone, this battle was destined to be one-sided. Lu Yin took out the 7-star Eternal Darkness card and directly sucked Xiaoyin in. Only then would there be no accidents. Xiaoyin was not Xiaxinji, and he knew what would happen the moment Luin took out the card. Once he was sucked into the card, he would be finished. In a frenzy, blue lines appeared on his body and spread out continuously. A new force appeared and pushed Luin back. Luin stared blankly at the blue lines that appeared on Xiaoyin's back. Was this Sapphire's power? In the distance, Big Sis also saw it and blurted out, Sapphire's power? They had never imagined that Xiaoyin would actually use Sapphire's power. Sapphire's power belonged to the 6th mainland Sapphire clan and was passed down through a single bloodline. The previous Sapphire had to draw Sapphire's power onto the next Sapphire. It was precisely because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance that the Sapphire clan lost their inheritance. Gradually, the name of Sapphire was rarely heard in history. The Sapphire clan was the clan at the helm of the 6th mainland, just like the Lu family at the helm of the 5th mainland. A single bloodline was their weakness, but similarly, the Sapphire's power that was passed down was incomparably powerful. Luin had noticed it during his battle with Sky Sapphire and the other Taoists. What truly allowed the Sapphire clan to control the 6th mainland was their 8-star innate gift. Xiaoyin panted heavily as he glared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? The eternal strength and foundation are not something you can imagine. Luin, it's your turn to die. With that, the blue lines on his back suddenly extinguished, and a drop of gem-shaped blue liquid appeared in front of him. Xiaoyin opened his mouth and swallowed it. This drop of liquid was the Sapphire clan's pride and their famous supreme innate gift, 8 stars. Sapphire's 8 stars appeared once again. Luin stared at Xiaoyin. Are you from the Sapphire clan? Reverend God Xiaoyin swallowed the 8 stars and sneered, die with your ignorance. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that he was extremely familiar with, it was his emptiness palm. An 8-star talent was a type of spatial memory. It could reproduce the attacks that had appeared within a certain range of space. Back then, Sky Jialan had reproduced Chu Yuan's time talent as an 8-star talent, causing countless people to be dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be such an ability. At that moment, Divine Exalt Xiaoyin unleashed his 8-star talent once again. Luin raised a hand, dispersing Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's hollow palm with a single palm. She then waved her hand, causing numerous flowers to bloom and cover the sky as they flew towards Luin. This is Big Sis's power. As the flowers bloom, a ray of light is hidden behind them. Little 7, don't let the light touch you. It will turn you flat. Big Sister reminded. Luin dodged the beam of light and shot towards the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Reverend Xiaoyin looked up, and a similar stream of light appeared beside him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, he could even borrow the power of his inner world? 8-star talent Rhonda the Blue clan's position as the master of the 6th mainland had only just begun to be revealed. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign didn't want to use this power, but Lu Yin's coercion left him with no choice. Big Sis, Elder Chan, Chen Lu, Lung Qing, Zhu Ji, and the others all displayed their progenitor powers. Luin was dazzled, and his own power was included as well. Regardless of whether it was his limitless inner world or the stream of light, they all made it difficult for him to get close to the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign. Luin didn't believe that his power could be used without restriction. His divine power was about to disappear, and Big Sis and the others needed time to recover. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could kill Luin with his 8-star talent. He was just trying to buy time. Luin was wary, and the others were restrained by his divine power. He tore open a spatial tear and looked back at Luin. I told you that you can't stop me. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Luin raised his brows. You won't have that chance. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign suddenly felt uneasy. From the side, a bone spike whizzed towards him, carrying boundless void god power. An 8-star talent could reproduce an attack within a certain space, but it couldn't reproduce an attack that hadn't appeared before. The bone spike was one of them. It had come from Wu Tian, and it was a weapon that he had left behind for his descendants. Even the Void Master had said that the bone spike could ignore all defenses and was a progenitor treasure. Luin hadn't used it yet. The only opponents that could cause him trouble were sequence law powerhouses. The bone spike couldn't break through the defenses of such powerhouses. It wasn't a slipper, but it was just right for the moment. The bone spike's purpose wasn't to kill the showing divine sovereign, but to prevent him from leaving. When the bone spike pierced through, the torn void distorted. The showing divine sovereign couldn't leave for the second time. Luin took out the slipper. Let's see how long you can last. The slipper slammed out, scattering all of the showing divine sovereign's attacks. Luin pressed forward, and the showing divine sovereign grew anxious. His divine power was about to disappear, and an 8-star talent couldn't last for too long. Luin had no way of dealing with him. He had all sorts of powers that he hadn't used before to stop him from leaving. The showing divine sovereign was surrounded by flowing light as he retreated. Luin, do you really want to fight to the death with me? You think you're worthy? Luin mocked. The showing divine sovereign gritted his teeth. The Eternals aren't as simple as you think. Humans can't win. Otherwise, why would we join the Eternals? So what if your Lu family returns? The Grand Empyrean is a crazy woman. If she can attack your Lu family once, she can do it a second time. Lu Yin's slipper slapped away the flowers and avoided Zhu Ji's power. He raised his right arm and clenched it into a fist. Near his heart, the withered tree that hadn't completely turned into a star swayed. Time imprisonment, 100 punches. Die, Xiaoyin. As soon as he finished speaking, Luin punched out. With his current strength, the might of 100 punches was enough for him to fight against the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. Zhong Pan's physical strength was second only to the corpse gods, and he definitely surpassed the current divinity Xiaoyin. None of the powers that Luin had used before could resist the 100 punches. Big Sis hadn't used any power that surpassed the 100 punches in her battle with Zhu Ji. This punch could shatter everything. It was just like facing the reincarnation tribulation. Luin wanted to shatter it with this punch. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign's face paled as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. If his power hadn't been taken away by the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been afraid. The power of Extreme Yin was enough to block Lu Yin's attack. That was a power that had undergone a qualitative change. However, his current power was only half complete. When Luin punched out, the Xiaoyin divine sovereign let out a breath and displayed all the attacks that had appeared in the surrounding space. When he said one punch, he meant one punch. This punch shattered all the attacks that had appeared and continued to approach the Xiaoyin divine sovereign. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign's face paled as he gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that this kid could kill him with one punch. Sapphire's power wasn't that easy to deal with. Behind him, half of the blue stripes were extinguished once more. This time, all of them were extinguished. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign expanded his 8 stars to affect not only the surrounding space, but also the I Ching branch's location. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, and shock filled his face. However, he also laughed maniacally. Kid of the Lu family, it's time for you to die. A formless power descended from the void and headed straight for Luin. Lu Yin's mind went on alert as an absolute power appeared. He couldn't block this power, and it definitely wasn't the Xiaoyin divine sovereign's power. It had been guided by an 8-star innate gift and was a power that had appeared in this space before. To be able to make Luin feel such danger, it had to be a powerhouse with a sequence law. Luin moved to the side and used flowing light to reverse time. His punch shattered the countless attacks in less than a second, forcing him to forcefully withdraw his punch. However, Luin had only reversed his own time and had a limited range. He couldn't reverse time for the Xiaoyin divine sovereign. The power that the Xiaoyin divine sovereign had guided with his 8-star innate gift reappeared. Not only that, but the power that made Luin feel apprehensive and threatened also reappeared. That power came from behind him and directly shattered all of the attacks that the Xiaoyin divine sovereign had guided towards Luin. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign's eyes blazed. He didn't know who this power belonged to, but it could definitely kill this kid. He had to kill him. Luin shook his head. You're interesting. If you want to kill me, you'll have to hit me first. Flowing light spun, and just as the power was about to hit Luin, flowing light reversed time, giving him an extra second. Luin used reverse step to avoid the attack, but the power whizzed past him and shattered the void. It stretched far into the distance and seemed to split the entire rotten god spacetime into two. The Xiaoyin divine sovereign was stunned. He actually avoided it? This wasn't the first time that Luin had done something like this. The final tribulation of a half-progenitor's origin tribulation had tempered his body with spacetime. If not for this method, he would have died long ago. This was the drawback of an 8-star innate gift. Although he could borrow power, he couldn't control it. In the end, it was just a spatial memory, just like how many rune lines there were. The 8-star innate gift could only recreate the destruction caused by that power, but 8-star Jialan didn't possess this power. As long as he could avoid it, what did this power count for? There was no such thing as an invincible innate gift in the universe. Jialan was one of them, and so was the Lu family. The Xiaoying divine sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed as he dodged. Luin took a step forward. At this moment, the Xiaoying divine sovereign no longer had the strength to resist him. He raised a hand and grabbed the Xiaoying divine sovereign, who stared at Luin in a daze. Luin pressed down with his palm, forcing the Xiaoying divine sovereign to his knees. This kneel is for all the sacrifices of my Lu family. He then lifted the Xiaoying divine sovereign up and pressed him down again, causing the Xiaoying divine sovereign's knees to shatter. This kneel is for your sins. You betrayed the human race and joined the Eternals, becoming a spy. He then lifted the Xiaoying divine sovereign up again. The Xiaoying divine sovereign's eyes were filled with madness as he glared at Luin, wanting to say something. Luin pressed his palm down and forced divine venerable Xiaoying to kneel for the third time. This time, you are kneeling for me. I said that I would make you kneel in front of me. I have already beheaded the Yuan sage. You are next. Divine Venerable Xiaoying suddenly looked up, the hatred in his eyes dissipating. He looked at Luin pleadingly. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Luin, Path Master Lu, don't kill me, don't kill me. Luin frowned. Many people are like this before they die because they know that they will really die. Divine Venerable Xiaoying pleaded. I don't want to die. I still want to cultivate. I am a sequence law powerhouse and one of the 3 supremes. Even in the eternal tribe, I am second only to the 7 sky gods. Master Lu, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Divine Venerable Xiaoying's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. Coincidentally, his divine power completely disappeared at this moment. Big Sister and the others regained their freedom. Luin looked at Divine Sovereign Xiaoying, who had collapsed in space, and then turned to look in another direction. There, Venerate Lotus walked out, her eyes still filled with shock. Explain yourself. Luin was indifferent. He did not kill Divine Venerable Xiaoying. Just as he was about to kill him, Venerable Lotus arrived and stopped him. Venerable Lotus took a deep breath and looked at the dying Divine Venerable Xiaoying with a complicated expression. He is still useful. Great Heavenly Venerable knows that he is a spy? Luin was not stupid. Venerable Lotus' appearance proved something. At the same time, he also remembered that by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Shenji had all been thrown into the endless battlefield during the Tea Party, but Divine Venerable Xiaoying had not. Over the years, Divine Venerable Xiaoying had made mistakes in the endless battlefield but had made up for it in various ways. Many things did not make sense. In the past, Venerable Lotus had thought that Great Heavenly Venerable was too arrogant and thought that he could control the 3 supremes and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Therefore, he did not care about Divine Venerable Xiaoying. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Venerable Lotus said, this is a matter of the reincarnation spacetime. Master Lu has already made him kneel 3 times to atone for his sins. Let him go. Luin was amused. Let him go just because you say so? Who do you think you are? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's eyes widened. What did you say? Yo, little girl, you have quite the temper. Big Sister walked towards the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. Lung Qing and Elder Chan stared at her. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable frowned. Master Lu, do you want to start a war with my reincarnation spacetime? Luin retracted his gaze, his expression cold. You asked me to place a spy, and I suspect that you're a spy as well. Kill him, and you won't have to answer to anyone. Big Sister smiled even more brilliantly. Little sister, are you Lotus Venerable? It just so happens that I also know a Lotus battle technique. How about we compete? Ninth grade Lotus Venerable looked at Big Sister. This woman was really going to attack her. That son of the Lu family was really ignoring her. Were all the people in the origin space crazy? She suppressed her anger. Master has already instructed me to keep an eye on Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. There's something wrong with him, but he also said that we can't let him die. Master must have made some arrangements on him. Master Lu, please let Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin go for Master's sake. Luyin was silent for a moment. When did the Great Heavenly Venerable know that there was a problem with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin? The ninth grade Lotus Venerable shook his head. I'm not sure. When did I tell you to keep an eye on the Xiaoyin deity? The ninth grade Lotus Venerable's eyes flashed. Not long ago. Luyin met her gaze. What do you mean, not long ago? What do you want to know, Master Lu? She asked. Luyin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Does not long ago refer to before or after the Lu family was exiled? The ninth grade Lotus Venerable bent her fingers and glanced at Big Sister without answering. Luyin understood and sneered. Great Heavenly Venerable. What a scheme. What a crazy woman. The ninth grade Lotus Venerable shouted, Master Lu, please respect Master. Luyin shouted back, shut up and scram. The ninth grade Lotus Venerable glared at Luyin. You. Luyin stared at the ninth grade Lotus Venerable. Tell that crazy woman that I'll make her pay for what she did to the Lu family. You're too presumptuous. Master is of the same generation as your progenitor. Forget it. Before the ninth grade Lotus Venerable could finish speaking, Big Sister attacked. The ninth grade Lotus Venerable clenched her teeth. Crazy woman. She left. Luyin sighed, his expression gloomy. The Great Heavenly Venerable had long known that there was something wrong with the Xiaoyin divinity, but she had still helped him exile the Lu family. Why? Luyin could only think of two possibilities. Either the Great Heavenly Venerable had taken advantage of the situation and wanted to attack the Lu family from the start, or she had sacrificed the Lu family's lives for her scheme. These were the only two possibilities. It was impossible for Patriarch Lu Yuan to have conspired with the Great Heavenly Venerable. Although Luyin had only met Patriarch Lu Yuan a few times, he definitely wouldn't have sacrificed the Lu family's lives. How many people had died since the four-way Libra had exiled the Lu family? How much had the subsidiary family suffered? Wan Zi, Tu Qiming, the old servant, the crazy people in Red Flower Garden, the 7 heroes, and himself. If Patriarch Lu Yuan had really conspired with the Great Heavenly Venerable, then he was too cold-blooded. In order to deal with the Eternals, so many people had been sacrificed. Many of them were loyal to the Lu family and himself. It might be right in the big picture, but Luyin couldn't accept it. Moreover, how much damage could a single Xiaoyin cause to the Eternals? Luyin could only think of the first two possibilities. No matter which one it was, the Great Heavenly Venerable was a crazy woman. In the distance, Chen Li's heart trembled. He looked at Luyin with even more fear than he did Mr. Daheng. This person was too ruthless and completely different from before. He had cursed the Great Heavenly Venerable time and time again, told the Lotus Venerable to scram, and almost killed Xiaoyin. Was it right for Chen Lu to join the Above Heaven sect? He was an extremely powerful powerhouse, but in front of this person, he was like a subordinate who didn't receive any respect. Chen Lu regretted it, but at the same time, because of Lu Yin's strength, he didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. Big Sis, Elder Chan, and the others had all guessed it, but they didn't know what to say. If the Great Heavenly Venerable's scheme on Xiaoyin could destroy the Eternals, then everything would be worth it. But if it couldn't, or if she wasn't confident in causing much damage, then the price of exiling the Lu family would be too great. In other words, she had always wanted to exile the Lu family. Either way, it was unfair to the Lu family, and it was even more unfair to Luyin. Little 7, what do you want to do? Everyone in the primordial space supports this. Big Sis' words were filled with killing intent. She was not someone who followed the rules. In the era of the Above Heaven, the Netherworld ancestor's name not only represented strength, but also lawlessness. Lu Yin's gaze was gloomy. Chen Lu. Chen Lu was shocked and hurried forward. Pathmaster, I'm here. Throw Xiaoying out. Many things had already happened, and Luyin would make the great heavenly venerable pay the price. But now, no matter what the great heavenly venerable had planned on Xiaoying, Luyin didn't need to destroy it. In the end, the Eternals would be the ones to suffer. Chen Lu was confused. Throw him where? Any spacetime of the endless battlefield. Chen Lu nodded and dragged Xiaoying away. He was very nervous. He had never thought that he would be able to drag Xiaoying away one day. In the past, even Lord Luo had treated Xiaoying with respect. This feeling was indescribable. Elder Chan was worried. If we just let him go, won't he suspect something? Luyin said, it doesn't matter. If he wants to live, he won't tell the Eternals that I let him go. He definitely knows that there's something wrong with me letting him go, but he won't dare to tell anyone. Big Sis said regretfully, it's a pity to let him go just like that. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yes, it's a pity. I wanted to call out some generals. The hellworm flew over. During the battle just now, it had been hiding somewhere ever since the appearance of the divine power. It had only arrived after the battle had ended. Luyin understood this fellow's character, but it didn't matter. It was just a mount, so how much could he expect? After boarding the hellworm, the group headed towards the Yixing branch. Within the tower, Beating's expression was solemn. Open the door and welcome our guests. Under Beating's lead, dozens of people from the Yixing branch walked out to welcome Lu Yin's group. Outside, the spatial rock god had already disappeared. The hellworm arrived, and its huge eyes stared at the top of the tower. It saw a strange creature lazily lying on the top, causing the entire tower to flicker in and out of existence. Yixing's Bidding welcomes Master Lu. Lu Ying grunted an acknowledgement and entered the tower with Bidding leading the way. Yixing's people had seen the battle just now. The Above Heavens sect had completely suppressed the everlasting powerhouses and forced them to retreat. Yixing's people had also seen how Lu Ying had forced the Xiaoying divine sovereign to kneel 3 times. Now, they all looked at Lu Ying with respect and a hint of fear. It wasn't that Yixing didn't fear anyone, but that they didn't fear anyone who couldn't harm them. This included ordinary progenitors, but it definitely didn't include the powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Xiaoying divine sovereign had always been someone they respected, and now, there was one more person, Lu Ying. There was no need for Lu Ying to be courteous with Bidding and the others. After entering the tower, Bidding invited Lu Ying to sit at the head of the table. He didn't waste any time and directly took out a pile of cosmic rings. Thank you for saving us, Master Lu. This is what I promised you. Lu Ying nodded, and Bidding handed over all the cosmic rings to Elder Chan. I'm curious. Did the Eternals say that Bai Rong is dead? Lu Ying asked directly. Bidding was solemn. The Eternals naturally hope that Master Bai Rong is dead, but Master Bai Rong can't be dead. Oh? Lu Ying raised a brow. Bidding frowned slightly. Lu Yin's nonchalant attitude made him uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to show it. Without Bai Rong, Yixing was just a bag of money that couldn't protect itself. If the Eternals could act, then so could the Six Direction Society. This was especially true for Lu Ying, who was greedy for resources. It would be bad if he set his sights on Yixing. Bidding glanced at Bai Lan, who respectfully replied, Master Lu, Master Bai Rong is a powerhouse that even Grand Empyreans have to treat with respect. Although he's been in seclusion for a long time, there shouldn't be any accidents. The Six Direction Society can rest assured. Lu Ying laughed. I don't care if the Six Direction Society can rest assured. I heard that Bai Rong has a good relationship with the Lightning Lord. Why didn't he ask for help? Bidding smiled bitterly. The Lightning Lord can't even take care of himself. I don't know why the Eternals went crazy and mobilized all of their forces during the Tea Party. The Six Direction Society, the Endless Battlefield, and even the powerhouses from outside have all been targeted by the Eternals. If that wasn't the case, we would naturally have asked for help. Big Sis grew bored as she listened to Lu Yin's conversation with Bidding and the others. She had no interest in such matters, and she had only come to ensure Lu Yin's safety. Since the deal had been reached, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay any longer. There was nothing else worth his attention besides the spatial god of decay at the top of the tower. That spatial god of decay was the largest god of decay that Lu Yin had ever seen, and its ability to control space was definitely extraordinary. It might have been the one who had blocked Xiaoyin and the others. Right, I heard that there's a time god of decay in the decaying god universe. Is that true? Luin suddenly asked before leaving. Bidding was stunned. No. Luin stared at him. No? Bidding seriously replied, absolutely not. At least, I've never seen a time god of decay since I obtained the decaying god universe. Luin gave him a deep look and then left. He had not spoken to Madame Naylan at all from start to finish. After Lu Yin's group left, Bidding finally relaxed. Dealing with Master Lu isn't much easier than dealing with the Eternals. I keep having the feeling that he'll attack us at any time. Bylan said, the Genesis space is one of the 6 Direction Societies. We've already reached an agreement with them, so Master Lu shouldn't break it. Bidding's tone was gloomy. That was the 6 Direction Society of the past. Yixing and the others exchanged glances. They felt a lot of pressure when facing Luin. This kind of pressure was rare, and Yixing didn't have it easy either. This Master Lu didn't seem like an easy person to get along with. Lu Fuxue. Bidding looked at Madame Naylan. Her eyes lit up. Prepare a generous gift and deliver it to the Above Heaven sect personally, Bai Ting said. She smiled and nodded. Got it. At the same time, Lu Yin's group returned to the Above the Sky sect. To them, although there had been a battle, it hadn't been a thrilling one. The main reason was that even the most thrilling battlefield rarely involved so many progenitors working together, and there was even a ruthless netherworld ancestor among them. Even the captain of the True God Guard didn't dare to provoke him. With 30 trillion star essence, Lu Yin's next step was to head to the reincarnation spacetime and continuously roll his die to see how many of the 3 venerables and 9 sages he could fuse with. If he fused with any one of them, he would be able to control everything about that person, which was the most terrifying innate gift. How many progenitors were in the 6th direction? As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to know them like the back of his hand. There were too many people he cared about here, such as Elder Chan, Big Sis, Senior Mu Xia, and so on. He did not want to fuse with their bodies, as it would be too disrespectful. Sometimes, benefits were paramount, but benefits were not as important as emotions. This was Lu Yin's way of doing things, and it was also the reason why Elder Chan and the others had always approved of him. He had always stuck to his bottom line. People with deep emotions could use their emotions to comfort themselves, and those who placed self-interest above all else could disregard others. Only people like Luin had such a difficult life. He had just returned to the Above the Sky sect, and after Big Sis and the others had left, another person arrived. Unexpectedly, it was the person who had fought against them with Mr. Daheng. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was called Wu Hen? Sect Master, a man named Wu Hen from Mu Shiyong requests an audience, the second Night King said respectfully. Bring him in. Luin sat in the main hall with a calm expression. Not long after, Traceless entered under the second Night King's lead. Even though he had hidden his position, he could not directly bypass the second Night King. He could only follow the second Night King step by step. This was a show of respect to Above Heaven and Luin. Master Lu. Traceless bowed. Luin sized him up. I remember you. You helped Mr. Daheng fight against us in the Hall of Freedom. Traceless respectfully replied, it was not a fight, but a last resort. You're here because Mr. Daheng is looking for me? I'm the one looking for you, Master Lu. I'm begging you to help me leave the Hall of Freedom. Luin looked at him with interest. Have a seat. Traceless nodded and sat down. With a respectful expression, he said, Mr. Daheng appears scholarly and modest, but he's actually despicable and shameless. He uses underhanded means to achieve his goals. I'm here to ask you to help me. Luin asked, you didn't join the Hall of Freedom willingly? Traceless' expression turned ugly as he recounted how he had joined the Hall of Freedom. Just like Chen Lu, he had been stopped by Mr. Daheng on his path to breaking through to the progenitor realm. If he did not join the Hall of Freedom, he would never be able to break through. He was also tactful enough to tell Luin about the stone painting. Back then, Mr. Daheng controlled me and threatened to break through to the Wood Heavenly Realm in order to get me to help him obtain something. It was a stone with a painting on it, but I don't know what it's used for, Traceless said respectfully. Luin stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall with his hands behind his back. Traceless hurriedly stood up and followed behind him. Luin walked to the entrance and looked into the distant sky. You don't know anything about that stone? Traceless replied, not at first, but after many years of joining the Hall of Freedom, Mr. Daheng loosened his control over me. I used various methods to investigate that stone, and it seems to be related to the legendary Mirage Domain. Does Master Lu know about the Mirage Domain? Luin shook his head. No. Traceless took a deep breath. The Mirage Domain is a strange place, and no one knows where it will appear. It might be right in front of you, or it might never be found. Even powerhouses might not be able to find it. Legend has it that the Mirage Domain has a power that allows one to transcend. What do you mean by transcend? Luin asked. His senior apprentice brother had mentioned this before. Traceless shook his head. I don't know. The stone that Mr. Daheng wanted me to find came from a sect that was old friends with my family. That sect was very small, and with Mr. Daheng's ability, he didn't need my help at all. However, he forced me to break through to the Wood Heavenly Realm to find that stone. I'm guessing that Mr. Daheng has been searching for the Mirage Domain all these years. That stone has a painting on it, and it might be the path to the Mirage Domain. Luin said indifferently, my conflict with Mr. Daheng has already been resolved. What makes you think that I will help you leave the Hall of Freedom? Traceless eyes flashed. It hasn't been resolved. Luin raised a brow. Traceless repeated what Mr. Daheng had said after Luin and the others had left. Mr. Daheng isn't stupid. The Above Heaven sect is like the sun in the sky, and Master Lu can even scold a Grand Empyrean without any repercussions. Mr. Daheng wouldn't dare to threaten Master Lu. He only used the caged Wyrm as a bait to get Master Lu to go to the Hall of Freedom and pay a price in exchange for Chen Lu. However, Master Lu didn't give him a chance to speak. Luin laughed. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood him. No one in the Six Direction gang would dare to threaten me like this. Traceless took a step back and bowed solemnly. Master Lu is unparalleled, and no one in the Six Direction gang dares to disrespect you. I am Traceless, and I sincerely request the Lu family to allow me to join the Above Heaven sect and serve Master Lu. Luin looked at Traceless. Traceless didn't look up and maintained his bow. He was very smart, and after Luin had caused trouble for Mr. Daheng, he had read countless books about the origin space. Mu Shirkong was very familiar with the origin space, and with his status as a progenitor, he could find anything he wanted. Before this, he didn't know much about the origin space because reincarnation spacetime hated it, causing the Six Direction gang to be prejudiced against it. But after reading through the books, his understanding of the origin space changed drastically. He finally understood what it meant to be extremely glorious, what it meant to be the most prosperous era of humanity, and what it meant to be the Above Heaven sect. This information made him yearn for the origin space, and he longed to become a member of that glorious era. He longed to join the Above Heaven sect, and he no longer wanted to get rid of Mr. Daheng. The current Above Heaven sect was definitely not as prosperous as recorded in the books, but in the Six Direction gang, besides Grand Empyrean reincarnation spacetime, who would dare to oppose the Above Heaven sect? Even the Grand Empyrean didn't do anything after being called a crazy woman by Luin. He was forced to join the Hall of Freedom and wanted to leave even in his dreams. Compared to the Hall of Freedom, the Above Heaven sect was more suitable to join. Luin looked deeply at Traceless. Although Mr. Daheng's methods were clumsy, he had nurtured a few obedient progenitors. Chen Lu and Traceless had been controlled when they were half progenitors, and they had been controlled all the way until they broke through to the progenitor realm. Their mentality was different from ordinary progenitors. Ordinary progenitors who broke through to the progenitor realm had a sense of superiority that they couldn't compare to. It wasn't likely that ordinary progenitors would be respectful and call themselves subordinates. Of course, there were some, but it was impossible for them to truly consider themselves subordinates. Half of their mentality was progenitor, while the other half was half progenitor. Based on what you know, how many of those broken stones did Mr. Daheng obtain? Luin asked. Traceless thought for a moment. I know. 5. Luin frowned. Only 5? That shouldn't be the case. After so many years, it was impossible for there to be only 5. However, that might not be the case either, as the origin space already had them. He didn't know how many of those stones there were, but they seemed to be quite large. Perhaps most of them were in one place, such as the Mirage Domain. The Above Heaven sect welcomes anyone, Luin said. Traceless was delighted. However, Luin looked at Traceless. Now is not the time. Traceless looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. His gaze was blank. Please enlighten me. Luin let out a long breath. Although I don't care about Grand Empyreans, I can't break the rules. Previously, I caused trouble for the Repose Palace because Mr. Daheng used the caged WYRM to threaten me, and no one could find fault with me. If I cause trouble for Mr. Daheng because of you, then it'll be difficult to explain myself, and I won't be able to answer to Senior Wood God. You should be aware of the situation in the endless battlefield. Right now, everyone is dealing with the Eternals, and I can't cause internal strife. That would be detrimental to the human race as a whole, and I'll become a laughingstock. Traceless respectfully replied, I understand. I will continue to stay in the Repose Palace. If you have any instructions, please inform me directly, and I will do my best to complete them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was easy to talk to smart people. Alright, you can go back first. Don't worry, I will let you leave the Repose Palace and join the Above Heaven sect. Traceless eyes burned with excitement. Thank you, Master. I will take my leave. Mr. Daheng had originally wanted to use Luo Shan's secret to exchange for Chen Lu, but after Luin had caused trouble for him, Mr. Daheng had kept his mouth shut. Mr. Daheng wanted Luin to be at a disadvantage when facing Luo Shan in the future. However, Mr. Daheng did not know that Luin understood Luo Shan. Luo Shan's disguise was too good. As the space-time master of the 3 monarchs, even the Shaoyin sovereign did not dare to offend him. In fact, his strength was not simple. If not for this, he would have already found trouble with Luo Shan. The Eternals had attacked the Above Heaven sect, Curmudgeon Mo had attacked Lu Bujing, and Luo Shan had opened the passageway to the 3 monarchs. Be it Old Monster Mo or Luo Shan, neither of them were easy to deal with. However, one day, he would crush them with absolute strength. He had killed a Yuan sage, forced Celestial Venerate Shaoyin to kneel, and even Old Freak Mo and Luo Shan were no exception. That was all on the surface, but this Mr. Daheng had to be careful. There was a landscape painting stone at Luo Shan's place, and Mr. Daheng was definitely keeping an eye on him. Previously, when he wanted to exchange information about Luo Shan for Chen Lu, he might have reminded Meng Qi to deal with Luo Shan. He didn't have good intentions at all. He just wanted to let Heaven Above Heaven and Luo Shan go against each other so that he could sit back and reap the benefits. This person was insidious and had to be guarded against. In that case, did Wu Hen really want to leave the Repose Palace and join the Above Heaven sect, or was he sent by Mr. Daheng to get close to him? Luin muttered to himself. Super Spacetime, on the stairs, Bai Qian looked at the cloud stone in a daze. Just now, someone had contacted her and wanted to tell Master Wei something through her. Lu Yun was in the Above Heaven sect. She didn't need to guess to know that the person who contacted her was Luo Shan. When Luo Shan attacked Heaven Above sect and saw Lu Yun, he guessed everything. Xianxia was Luin, and Lu Yun was in the Above Heaven. It was obvious that Luin was the one who had taken Lu Yun away. Luo Shan wanted to use this matter to make Lord Wei face the Heavenly High sect. Right now, he didn't have the ability to make an enemy out of the Heavenly High sect. Even the endless battlefield knew of the Heavenly High sect's strength. Old Zwa was worried. Sir, how should we deal with this matter? Bai Qian put down the cloud communication stone. Let's go to the Above Heaven sect. Luin had just received Traceless when Elder Zwa arrived. The final battle of the endless battlefield had begun, and many people from the Six-Party Society had also become active. Greetings, Master Lu, Elder Zwa said respectfully. Luin smiled. No need for formalities. It's been a while. Elder Zwa smiled and said, it is this one's honor to be remembered by Master Lu. Luin smiled. You came looking for me because of Bai Qian? He recounted everything that had happened to him. Lu Yin's expression didn't change. Got it. You can go back now. Olds were respectfully retreated. Luyin frowned. Was Luo Shan trying to sow discord? Using Xianxi's identity, he had indeed made quite a few acquaintances in the Six Directions Association, but at the same time, he had also offended some people. There were some things that Xianxi couldn't do, but Luyin could. It was a fact that Flowing Cloud had been taken away by him. This matter had violated transdimensional space's interests, and transdimensional space could not tolerate him having designs on Zijing. Once Luo Shan and Master Wei reached an agreement, it would bring trouble to him. Fortunately, Master Wei had joined the Endless Battlefield's final battle, and Luo Shan could not contact him. He could only contact Bai Qian, but Luo Shan did not know that Bai Qian was one of Lu Yin's people. Bai Qian had asked Elder Zhou to inform Lu Yin for a simple reason, to quickly deal with Luo Shan. Master Wei was not weak. During the battle at the tea party, although Master Wei had joined forces with a grade 9 Lotus Venerable to fight against the Forgotten Ruins deity, Lu Yin had not seen his true strength. To be able to become a spacetime master and sit among the top 9 in the tea party, Lu Yin had not been bragging. However, now was not the time to deal with Luo Shan. Luo Shan was not Divinity Shaoyin, and Lu Yin had to invite Patriarch Tanny to deal with him. Otherwise, he would not be competent with just Big Sis. Furthermore, Patriarch Tanny could not be moved. He could only wait for the final battle at the Endless Battlefield to decide. After Eldersville left, Madame Naylan arrived shortly after. She seemed to be especially busy today. Lu Yin did not need to meet her in the main hall. Above the Skysex back mountain, the two drank tea, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Yixing's people are very wary of you, or rather, they are afraid, Madame Naylan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. They don't understand me. Madame Naylan chuckled. They'll be even more afraid if they understand. Is that so? Lu Yin asked. Madame Naylan beamed at Lu Yin. You are very good to your own people, but you are merciless to your enemies. You are also merciless to those who have nothing to do with you and are only interested in your own interests. Lu Yin smiled. Perhaps. Madame Naylan took out a cosmic ring and placed it on the table. She then pushed it towards Lu Yin. Bai Ting asked me to bring this to you. He wants to thank you for helping Yixing. Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring. It's just a transaction. There's nothing to thank me for. Madame Naylan smiled. You're a businessman. When it comes to people who can help you, you always want to exchange benefits for favors. Lu Yin waved the cosmic ring. Is that it? Madame Naylan said, there's an extra 5 trillion star essence inside, as well as a compass. A compass? Lu Yin was puzzled. He opened the cosmic ring and took it out. It was an ancient-looking compass. There was nothing special about it, but it was very sturdy. Lu Yin could not break it even if he used a lot of strength. Madame Naylan said, Bai Ting said that this belonged to Bai Rong and that it was once hung around his waist. When he was in seclusion, he gave this compass to Yixing. Although it is not very useful to Yixing, it is extremely important. This is the favor that Bai Ting wants to exchange for. With this compass, the relationship between you and Yixing will be obvious to outsiders. Lu Yin nodded and put away the compass. Does that mean that if I offend a Grand Empyrean and take out this compass, Yixing will have to share the responsibility with me? Madame Naylan laughed. I knew that you would think that way. Bai Ting and the others don't understand you at all. They would never have thought that you would have such thoughts. If they did, they would never have given you the compass. That would be inviting trouble for themselves. A favor in exchange for the enmity of a Grand Empyrean is not worth it. Lu Yin smiled as well. Yixing did not understand him at all. How could his favor be so easily obtained? Lu Yin had been waiting for news from the Endless Battlefield. Finally, half a month later, Patriarch Lu Yuan returned and met Lu Yin in the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin was shocked when he saw Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch, are you injured? Patriarch Lu Yuan's face was pale, and he looked very weak. He waved his hand. I'm all right. That crazy woman is not much better. The Eternals are the same. After this battle, the Eternals will be much quieter. The only true God and the 7 sky gods will not appear for the time being. We also need to go into seclusion to heal. Little 7, this is a rare opportunity. Louis nodded. I understand. But remember one thing. Patriarch Lu Yuan solemnly said, do not go too deep into the Eternals. No matter how much you want to destroy the Eternals, don't do it. Both sides are injured, and we are far from dying together. Once you go too deep into the Eternals, you will be in danger. Even without Patriarch Lu Yuan's reminder, Luin would not go too deep into the Eternals. That would be suicide. Luin had a rough understanding of the desolate ancestor's strength. He was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even with that kind of strength, Luin was still in such a state. Patriarch, did you get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Luin looked forward to it. Patriarch Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you think the 7 sky gods are cabbages? They are so easy to deal with. Even Guiji is a 7 sky gods. If the battle was in the primordial space, I am confident that I can resolve it. The primordial space repels their strength, but in the endless battlefield, we are about the same. No one can do anything to the other. Then how did you and the only true god get injured? Luin did not understand. Patriarch Lu Yuan said, the human race's many years of accumulation are not for nothing. Also. He suddenly paused and did not continue, as if he had some concerns. Since the patriarch did not say anything, Luin did not mention it. Instead, he said, I went to kill Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Patriarch Lu Yuan did not care about Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin at all. The Grand Emperor already knew that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy before the Lu family was exiled, Luin said. Patriarch Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he cursed angrily, I knew that crazy woman was crazy. Cough, cough. When I recover, I will definitely settle the score with her. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch's attitude proved that he had guessed correctly. This matter was definitely not a conspiracy between the patriarch and the Grand Emperor to sacrifice some of the Lu family's people to scheme against the Eternals. It was the Grand Emperor who had schemed against the Eternals. As for the Lu family, she did not care. Patriarch Lu Yuan was furious. Master said that crazy woman Tai Hong does things without caring about the consequences. She only thinks about herself. Although she cares about the big picture, she is short-sighted. Although she cares about the human race, she can't do much and is even a burden. We all agreed at that time. But I never thought that such a consequence would happen to the Lu family. Crazy woman, cough, cough. Luin comforted him. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will definitely settle the score with her. Patriarch Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Of course we will. We will do it 1,000 times over. That crazy woman doesn't care about the life and death of the Lu family for her own schemes. What can a mere divine sovereign Xiaoyin do? Can she kill the one true god? How laughable. We shouldn't have just wanted to beat her up. We should have just killed her. Cough, cough. Although Patriarch Lu Yuan was speaking out of anger, he could see the patriarch's anger. The Lu family's people who had been sacrificed could not be revived. Wan Zi, Tu Qiming, and the others also could not be revived. All of this was the result of the Grand Emperor's selfishness. She was too high up and did not care about the mortal world. She did not know that such a person was no different from the Eternals. No matter what, the Lu family's debt had to be settled. Patriarch Lu Yuan's anger caused his face to turn even paler. He glared at Luin fiercely. Little 7, do whatever you want. None of us will be able to come out during this time. If that crazy woman dares to play like this, don't hold back. Luin took a deep breath. I know. Don't worry, Patriarch. When you come out, you will see a completely different six-direction association. Patriarch Lu Yuan was stunned. He felt like he had said too much. Was this kid going too far? But when he thought about what the Grand Emperor had done, his anger took over. That's good. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next return of the world is about to begin. Soon, Lu Yuan returned to the starry sky tree. Luin waited for the results of the battle. It seemed like the Six-Direction sect and the Everlasting Tribe would be at peace for a while. Even the battles in the endless battlefield were not as intense as before. Since that was the case, then it was his turn. Luin looked for Wei Rong and once again confirmed the timing of the chess pieces. He then announced that he would go into seclusion and use up all the star essences first. First, it was samsara spacetime. Most importantly, it was samsara spacetime. After Luin announced that he was going into seclusion, he headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. He found an ordinary but secluded location, raised his hand, and brought out his die. He tapped it to begin, hoping for a good result. On the other side, Mu Feng came to the primordial space and found Mu Xia and Qing Ping. Senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. Mu Feng looked at the two of them. Master's eye for disciples is still as sharp as ever. Mu Xia smiled and said, these words are vividly reflected on senior brother. Senior brother is someone who can fight against the 7 sky gods. Mu Feng shook her head. It's only true when it comes to junior brother. There's no need to compare with little junior brother. Maybe even master is shocked by little junior brother's strength. Mu Xia said. The wooden carving looked at Qing Ping. I'm here to bring you to the endless battlefield. Now that the situation in the endless battlefield is stable, it's a good opportunity for you to train and seek a breakthrough to the ancestor realm. Qing Ping said, it's time. Luin had missed the opportunity to reunite with his fellow disciples. He had not expected that Woodcut would go to the Genesis space and bring senior brother Qing Ping to the endless battlefield. In the current battle situation, senior brother Qing Ping's strength could no longer keep up with the first echelon of the above heaven sect. However, as long as he made a breakthrough, with his exceptional talent of being able to fight against ancestors, it would be hard to predict how strong the ancestor realm would be. Regardless of whether it was Mu Feng, Mu Xia, or Qing Ping, all of them possessed talent that made Mr. Mu look askance. This talent could only be fully displayed at the ancestor realm. Luin watched as the die spun and stopped at 4. It was 4 o'clock the first time. After entering the time-stop space, Luin extended the time to a year and decided to properly train here. His heart strength and the various types of energy that were gathered in his body consumed the most time. Luin was looking forward to seeing how his strength would change once his heart's strength transformed. The power in his heart was the same as the death aura and the power of fate. It was a different kind of power from the astral origin. Although there might not be an origin tribulation, there could be unpredictable tribulations. The scene in front of him changed, and he left the time-stop space to continue rolling his die. Luin really wanted to repair the books of destiny, but each one required at least 6 trillion star essence to repair. 3 books would cost him 18 trillion star essence, which would consume more than half of his resources in one go, which would not do. Luin resisted the temptation and decided to roll the die first. Since Ancestor Lu Yuan had encouraged him to do something while the Grand Empyreans were in closed-door cultivation, he might as well do it. He continued to roll his die, and on his 3rd try, he rolled enhance. Luin was filled with anticipation as his consciousness entered the dark space. He looked at the gloomy balls of light, which only had the strength of a half-martial ancestor. They were completely useless. He kept searching, but he couldn't find the bright ball of light. Progenitor realm experts were very rare. In every parallel spacetime, there were countless cultivators, but there were only a few progenitor realm experts. It was indeed not easy to find one. Helplessly, he withdrew from the dark space. He had used up some resources, but he still hadn't succeeded. Let's continue. The 4th time he rolled a point, a useless item fell out, and he rested for 10 minutes. 10 days later, he continued to roll the die. 10 days later, 1 pip, 3 pips, 5 pips, 4 pips, 1 year in the time-stop space. He waited for another 10 days before continuing. 3 pips, 5 pips, 6 pips. Luin didn't even have time to react before he appeared in the dark space. Entering the dark space did not mean that he would definitely be able to merge into a progenitor's body. It all depended on luck and searching. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good this time, as he saw a bright ball of light. It was very bright, so it should be a progenitor. Even if it wasn't, it was still in existence that could fight against a progenitor. There was more than one powerhouse in the reincarnation spacetime that could challenge progenitors. First Xianxia, Yaolon, and even Baixianer were all such powerhouses. Compared to progenitors, Luin wanted to merge into their bodies more, as their potential was much higher than that of ordinary progenitors. This was especially true for Xianxia, as Luin couldn't see through her. This was the only way. His consciousness approached the ball of light and rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Was this the void imperfection realm? Lu Yin saw Baixing, Xiaozhen, and ancestor Gui Yuan, but none of them made a move. They merely stood on the wall and looked into the distance. Then, who was he? Bao Saint? Lu Yin had merged into Bao Saint's body. His goal had been to merge into the bodies of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but now that he had done so, he was actually a little surprised. But since he had done so, he might as well use this person to understand the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin, no, Bao Saint, stood there quietly, looking into the distance like Baixing and the others. However, his gaze was unfocused as he continued to read Bao Saint's memories. The most important thing was naturally the memories of Bao Saint being bestowed power by a Grand Empyrean. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been bestowed by a Grand Empyrean. A Grand Empyrean could allow anyone to reach the progenitor realm, but they could also deprive any progenitor of their power. At first, Lu Yin did not believe it, as the progenitor realm was the peak of human cultivation. Why would it be bestowed? But as he came into contact with the 6 Paths Society, he began to believe it more and more. Everyone said that the 3 venerables and 9 sages' power had come from a Grand Empyrean, including Void Master and the others. Lu Yin was very curious. How had a Grand Empyrean bestowed power? Now, he could finally see it. In front of him, Baixing retracted his gaze and looked at Xiaozhen. They retreated. Xiaozhen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The endless battlefield sent news that the war situation is slowing down. It seems to be true. The Grand Empyrean and the other parallel spacetime masters attacked the Eternals and fought a decisive battle with the one true God and the 7 sky gods. I heard that there were also foreign powerhouses joining in, which was why both sides suffered heavy losses. Now, the 6 Paths Society and the endless battlefield should be able to stabilize for a while, Ancestor Gui Yuan said. Baixing looked back at Bao Saint. The war is slowing down. I want to return to the reincarnation spacetime to rest. That should be fine, right? This did not mean that Baixing had to listen to Bao Saint's orders. They were now like stray dogs that needed the protection of the reincarnation spacetime. Before they lost their confidence, they were still inferior to the 3 venerables and 9 sages. After all, he was not by Wang Yuan. Bao Saint did not answer. Baixing frowned. Bao Saint? Bao Saint still did not answer. Xiaozhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan looked back and shouted. Bao Saint's eyes regained clarity, and he glared at the 3. Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to stay here, then stay here. Xiaozhen was furious. Bao Saint, I respect the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but we are also progenitors. Don't be so rude. Bao Saint sneered. Are you worthy of my respect? You're just stray dogs. Shut up. Baixing was furious, and he clenched the heaven-vanquishing staff. Bao Saint raised his head. What, you still want to fight? Now that the Eternals have retreated, you dare to be disrespectful to the reincarnation spacetime? Do you really think you can defeat the Eternals? Get out of the reincarnation spacetime if you have the ability. You are not welcome here. Ancestor Gui Yuan's voice was cold. Bao Saint, you are trying to sow discord between us and the reincarnation spacetime. Senior Grand Empyrean will not let you go if he knows. Bao Saint did not care. Then you have to see Grand Empyrean first. Not to mention you, even by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, those 2 stray dogs, can't see him. Baixing's face flushed red. How could this person be so rude? The Eternals had retreated, and they were no longer needed. The 6 sects would have a chance to breathe. Was he trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Or? He suddenly thought of a possibility. The origin space was now one of the 6 sects. Bao Saint's attitude suddenly became so strange. Could it be that the reincarnation spacetime was abandoning them? When he thought of this, he hurriedly told Xiaozhen about this possibility. He could not tell Ancestor Gui Yuan, as he was Wang Fan. Wang Fan's relationship with the reincarnation spacetime was different from theirs. Xiaojun felt that Bai Xing's words made sense. Bao Saint had gotten along well with them before, and although he seemed cold, he treated them kindly. Now that his attitude had changed so drastically, there was definitely a problem. Luyin watched as Bai Xing and Xiaojun's expressions changed. He had achieved his goal, so he withdrew from the fusion. Somewhere in the reincarnation spacetime, Luyin opened his eyes and frowned. He had seen Bao Saint being bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. To be honest, he did not understand, but he felt something. It was a mysterious feeling that he could not describe, but it felt familiar. When he had undergone the half-progenitor origin tribulation and used the sky-turning palm to transform his inner world, he had felt it. When Bao Saint had been bestowed power, it had felt as if the entire reincarnation spacetime had been helping him. It had been a strange feeling. Luyin took a deep breath. Although he did not understand where Bao Saint's power had come from, he was now certain that the 3 saints and 9 sages had indeed been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean. However, being bestowed power to the 3 saints and 9 sages did not mean that they were not progenitors. Before Divine Sovereign Shaoyin had been bestowed power by the Grand Empyrean, he had already possessed the power of a progenitor. The Grand Empyrean had used the power of Extreme Yin to allow Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to step into the progenitor realm. This had allowed Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to reach the heavens in a single step and touch upon the laws of the sequence. It would be a lie to say that Luyin was not envious. If he had such a method to bestow power to others, would restoring the celestial sex glory be so far away? Casually bestowing power to the 3 saints and 9 sages would be enough to create many progenitors. However, Luyin still felt that something was wrong with this method. Aside from that, the unexpected gain from fusing with Bao Saint's body was that he had reprimanded Bai Xing and the others. He did not know what the outcome would be, but at the very least, it had been enough to discuss the 4 cardinal scales. Did they really think that they would be fine after leaving the origin space and joining the reincarnation spacetime? How could Luyin let them go? Luyin checked the consumption, and his expression changed to become somewhat ugly. 3 trillion star essence was an exaggerated number. Previously, the highest amount of star essence that Luyin had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises had only been around 200 billion star essence. At that time, he had fused with the eternal race's 12 marquises. How many times had he fused with them now? This was the price of fusing with a progenitor, and it was an enormous price to pay. The difference between a progenitor and a half-progenitor was just 1 realm, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Return to the Universe scroll is now officially open. Suifeng was currently on his way to the capital to further his studies at the Lusun Literary Academy, so he was rather busy. Thank you for your support, brothers. Luyin had originally thought that 30 trillion star essence would be enough for him to squander as he pleased, but it seemed that it still wasn't enough. Stepping into a certain realm would naturally consume a certain amount of resources. However, it didn't matter, as progenitors were already at the peak. There weren't that many in the entire 6 Directions Society, and there were even fewer who could fuse with it. Luyin continued to roll his die. 1 pip, 3 pips, 5 pips, 4 pips, 1 year in the time-stop space, and he continued after 10 days. 4 pips, another year, and another 4 pips. He had already rolled 4 pips 3 times in a row. So far, Luyin had been in the time-stop space for 3 years. If he continued, it would be the 4th year, and the power in his heart should be about ready. Luyin began his 4th year of seclusion with anticipation. From the perspective of humans, the universe was boundless, and every star was incomparably huge. There could be many countries where billions or even billions of people and even more creatures lived. In this universe, there was a race of giants, and the most powerful giant was Progenitor Chen. His body was so huge that he could play with planets as if they were marbles. Then, were there even larger creatures that could swallow stars and form a sea of stars with a single breath? Were they capable of annihilating all life with a wave of their hands? To ants, were humans like giants? To the tiny creatures that parasitized humans, were humans like those giant creatures that could swallow stars? To Lu Yin's heart, he was like a giant creature. At this moment, there were 380,000 stars revolving in the boundless starry sky in his heart. Among these stars, there were several strange stars. One star was gray and looked like a withered tree. It was connected to the continent formed by Xianxia, and it was like a tornado. Another star had a tricolored luster. It seemed deathly still, but it was also brightly colored. It was also connected to the continent, and 3 colors circulated around it. Another star was green and looked like a plant. It was connected to the continent like a giant tree that reached the heavens. Another star was formed from water and connected to the continent, forming a river that reached the heavens. There was also a giant star that was connected to the astral origin sea above the continent, and the connection seemed to raise the sea into the sky. Far away from these stars, there was a red star that was dotted with stars. It wasn't obvious, but it wasn't dim at all. It used a weak red glow to illuminate all of the stars. The starry sky was surrounded by a black and white fog. Below it, the land formed by the Xianxia was illuminated by the stars. If it were not for this land, the starry sky would not be the starry sky. As time passed, the gray tornado rose from the ground and landed on the gray star. As the star swayed, it finally rotated slowly. It rotated exactly the same as the 380,000 stars. The only difference was that it looked different. Immediately after, the 3-colored light disappeared from the land. Green vegetation, heaven-reaching rivers, and stellar source oceans all disappeared from the continent, forming stars that hung in the sky. At that moment, Luin suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed. Time was up, and he had returned to the reincarnation spacetime. Within a second, an earth-shattering change had taken place in his body. Luin didn't know what this change meant, but he knew that the starry sky in his heart was a power that no one could see through. This power gave him even more confidence than his inner world. Although he hadn't tried it out, he could feel it. So what if he cultivated a lot of different things? He would fuse them all together. If his body couldn't withstand it, he would create a starry sky to withstand the boundless power. Now, it was time to experience the power of its own starry sky after the transformation. Luin took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. Z. There was a soft sound, and a black crack appeared in front of him. It was the void world. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The void world followed him like a shadow, forming a black circle around his body. Outside the circle was the reincarnation spacetime, and inside the circle was the spacetime in his heart. The 380,000 stars around him, as well as a few strange stars, could not break through the black circle. His own starry sky was completely isolated from the reincarnation spacetime by tearing through the void and creating the void world. Luin looked in front of him. Just releasing his own starry sky had isolated the reincarnation spacetime? It felt like 2 parallel spacetimes had collided, and a crack had appeared in the middle. The void world did not cover a large area, and from a distance, it looked like Luin was wrapped in a black circle that moved with him. Luin retracted the power in his heart, and the void returned to normal. He released it again, and just like before, the void world formed a circle that isolated the reincarnation spacetime from his own starry sky. After trying it several times, Luin gradually understood what was going on. In the past, his starry sky had been superimposed on the current spacetime, and it had not been enough to affect the current spacetime. But now, his spacetime could no longer be superimposed and had formed a rejection. This meant that he had truly created his own spacetime. If a parallel spacetime was compared to a person, then Luin had been a child in the past who could be picked up by adults and accepted by them. But now, he had suddenly grown up and could be considered an adult. Adults naturally could no longer pick him up and accept him. Instead, they treated him as an existence on par with them. If 2 people were too close to each other, they would reject each other. Luin did not know if his understanding was correct, but if it was, then his power was somewhat terrifying. It should be known that an ancestral world was a world created by a progenitor, and it had the power to change the heavens and the earth. But so far, no matter how powerful an ancestral world was, it could be superimposed on the current spacetime. Perhaps the Grand Empyreans were different, as Luin had never truly seen their power. But this also showed that he was extraordinary, as he could actually fight against a Grand Empyrean as a half-ancestor. Luin returned to the above-the-sky sect. No matter how he guessed, it was impossible, so he still needed to ask someone to verify it. For example, Big Sis had come from the Above the Sky sect and had personally seen the 3 realms and 6 daos. She should have felt their power, and perhaps she could explain to him her understanding of the different levels of power. However, Luin did not hold out much hope. Mr. Mu's vision far surpassed Big Sis, and if he could not see how far the power in his heart had progressed, then Big Sis should not be able to either. At this moment, Big Sis was drinking in Leon's armada. Regardless of whether she had recovered her memories or not, Big Sis was still the same. She was forthright, capable, and always stood up for her brothers. She seemed impulsive, but she was actually very meticulous. Lu Yin's arrival caused Leon's armada to erupt in cheers. The newcomers here were very reserved. After all, this was the primordial space, and it was impossible for strangers to not feel nervous when facing Luin. However, the older members of Leon's armada were very relaxed, as they all knew that this was Lu Yin's home. Heizage Leon was very happy, as neither Luin nor Big Sis had forgotten about him. On this day, Leon's armada was celebrating, and the entire cosmic sea was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The next day, Luin and Big Sis stood on an island. Repulsion? Let me see if you can use it. Big Sis was very interested. Luin displayed the starry sky in his heart, and just like in the reincarnation spacetime, his starry sky and the primordial space had formed a repulsion, and a void world had appeared that wrapped around his star in a circular shape. Big Sis' eyes widened. What the? You can do that? Luin was confused. What's wrong, Big Sis? Big Sis looked at Luin in shock. Little 7, you've become one of the 3 realms and 6 daos? Luin was even more confused. What do you mean? Big Sis looked at Luin as if he was a monster. The progenitor realm can be divided into ordinary progenitors, sequence progenitors, and the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. You should know about this, right? Luin nodded. He had heard forefather Lu Yuan mention it before, but he had not paid much attention to it. Progenitors were progenitors, and no one had given them a clear division. Forefather Lu Yuan had said that one could divide the progenitor realm into different levels to confirm one's existence. Is this your division of the progenitor realm? Big Sis said, you can say that, but it's the self-perception of most progenitors. You should know about ordinary progenitors. Those like Xianxia are ordinary progenitors since they have not touched upon the sequence laws. Above them are progenitors who have touched upon the sequence laws. I am such an existence, and so is Reverend Xiaoyin. You can see for yourself how strong or weak you are. This is just a rough division. The main point is the ultimate progenitor realm that destroys the laws. According to your understanding, such existences can be considered at the level of the 3 realms and 6 daos. Luin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis' expression turned solemn. When we touch upon the sequence laws, we use our own strength to search for and conform to the laws that originally existed in this spacetime. At the level of the 3 realms and 6 daos, they are not limited to searching for laws. If they want a law that does not exist, they will find a way to make it exist. Creation? Luin was surprised. Big Sis rolled her eyes. Don't interrupt. Luin pursed his lips. The word creation is too big. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't understand, but in my opinion, only the progenitors are qualified to use this word. I don't think that the possibility of the 3 realms and 6 daos being able to create laws is high, but the laws that they possess are indeed not something that ordinary people can understand. My netherworld energy and Reverend Xiaoyin's extreme energy belong to the dark type of laws. There are too many celestial bodies in the universe, and we can only name certain celestial bodies as netherworld energy or extreme energy. But the laws of the 3 realms and 6 daos are very difficult to find in the current universe, such as fate or death energy. Where can you find them? Luin nodded. That was right, as these were clearly not laws that normally existed in the universe. Creation is not very likely. I'm more inclined to believe that they have destroyed certain laws in order to obtain the laws that they need. For example, they destroyed the sun and created a black hole in order to obtain the laws that they need. Or they destroyed glaciers and melted them in order to obtain the laws of water that they need. Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. For existences like them, once they use their full strength, the laws that they control will not be compatible with the current spacetime, or they will directly destroy certain laws in the current spacetime. As a result, when they attack, a realmless will appear, and the realmless will wrap around their bodies. It's as if the realmless will be drawn onto their attacks, adding a black halo to their strength. It's very similar to your current situation. Luin blinked. So you think I've reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos? Big Sis snorted in disdain. Dream on, I was just shocked by you. If you want to reach the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos, you have to at least break through to the progenitor realm. Of course, it's impossible now. Anyone from the 3 realms 6 Daos can instantly kill you. Luin pursed his lips. Then what about me? Big Sister was puzzled. Who knows? I can't understand your cultivation. Based on this deduction, maybe your cultivation path is really the same as the 3 realms and 6 paths little 7. If that's really the case, then you've taken a detour. Luin was speechless. Overtaking them? Definitely not, or rather, it wasn't just that. If his cultivation path was the same as the 3 realms 6 Daos, it was impossible for Mr. Mu not to see it. If even Mr. Mu was surprised, then the starry sky in his heart must be even more strange. Back then, I helped the third mainland bury 7 sky gods. In order to thank me, that old man Guiji gave me some advice. Do you want to hear it? Big Sis tempted. Luin was tempted. Yes, I want to hear it. Big Sis thought for a moment. It's easy for you to stab someone, but it's not so easy to get someone to stab you. Luin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis looked at him. The two looked at each other speechlessly. That's it? That's it. Just one sentence? How much do you want? Then, Big Sis, do you understand? Nonsense, do you think I have the time to understand? Not long after that, I was tricked by that bastard Su Wangtian and almost died in the river of time. When I opened my eyes and recovered my memories, I saw you. Luin was embarrassed. Why don't I ask Ancestor Lu Yuan? Big Sis was tempted. That's your ancestor, not mine, go ask him yourself. Luin smiled. Okay, I'll tell you when I'm done. Big Sis was satisfied and looked at Luin with admiration. By the way, Big Sis, have you heard of the realm above the progenitor realm? Luin asked. Big Sis' eyes flashed. Yes. Luin stared at her. Progenitor is the realm above the progenitor realm, Big Sis said. Luin asked again, what's the name of the realm? Big Sis raised a finger. Beginning. Luin blurted out, the primordial realm? Big Sis replied, that should be the case. Ancestor Mavis told me that back then. I'm from the second continent, and although I don't really have a good relationship with Mavis, I've occasionally heard about it. Luin muttered to himself. Primordial realm? He thought of the Mirage domain and the 9 words, ascend to the primordial realm, overcome the tribulation, and obtain eternal life. Were those 9 words related to the primordial realm? Release that power of yours again. I have a conjecture that I want to test, Big Sister suddenly said. Luin released the power from his heart. It had to be said that even though the primordial space was repelled by his own starry sky, the black world of nothingness was still very beautiful. It covered Luin with a layer of absolute darkness. Big Sis raised a hand and released her netherworld force. Luin opened his heaven's eye and could clearly see that this netherworld force was composed of orderly particles. Netherworld energy blasted towards Luin. Luin kept a close eye on him. If he wanted to hit him, he would have to break through the outer layer of space, and beyond that was the black layer of nothingness. When Netherworld's power touched the void world, Lu Yin's expression changed. He could clearly see Netherworld with his celestial eye. The sequence particles of Netherworld energy had been devoured by the layer of nothingness. Big Sis lowered her hand and sighed. As expected. Luin was shocked. Sis, what's this? Big Sis looked at Luin enviously. The void world helped you cut off the sequence laws. Congratulations, little 7. From now on, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be minimal. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and then he was overjoyed. Really? Big Sis let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to reach the sequence laws level? Out of 100 half-ancestors, at most one can become an ancestor, and out of 10 progenitors, at most one can reach the sequence laws level. There are strong and weak sequence laws, and I belong to the stronger category. As for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, he belongs to the weaker category. Even if a Grand Empyrean hasn't taken away his power, the damage that the sequence laws can cause to you will be greatly reduced. I heard that you went through the half-ancestor origin tribulation and resisted the lightning sequence laws. Even if the sequence laws can break through the void world and descend on you, the damage they can cause to you will be minimal. Amazing. Luin had never thought of such a move. The void world cut off the sequence laws, and even if there were still sequence particles that passed through the void world to attack him, he could take out the wordless heavenly book and weaken them again. What use would the remaining sequence particles be? The first time he had encountered Old Freak Mo, the dark sequence laws had made Luin speechless. He had been worried about how he would deal with such a powerhouse again. But now, he could finally relax. Big Sis saw Luin relax and reminded him, don't underestimate the sequence laws. Those who can cultivate the sequence laws are not simple. Even if they don't use the laws, they are not weak. If I go all out, I can pass through the void world and heavily injure you, or even kill you. The 7 sky gods, the 3 realms, and the 6 daos. Even if their laws can pass through just a little, you might not be able to resist. Little 7, don't be careless. Luin nodded. Don't worry, sis. I won't be careless. He would never forget the scene when the god of Forgotten Ruins had attacked him at the tea party. Just a very small sequence particle was enough to make him forget how to resist. Later on, he did not even see the sequence particle, but he still forgot to resist. Such a powerhouse was the absolute pinnacle. Against the 7 sky gods, he was still very weak. But he was still climbing up step by step. How old was he? How long had he been cultivating? In a few more years, when he broke through to the progenitor realm and grasped the law sequence, it would be time for him to truly fight against the 7 sky gods. He wondered what kind of law sequence he would be able to grasp at that time. Big Sis reminded Luin not to be careless. There were too many strange powers in the universe, and the void world was not omnipotent. Luin also promised that he would not be careless. Of course, the void world was not omnipotent. Luo Shan had walked out of the void world, and this was not fake. Chen Le thought that it was fake, and many people thought that Luo Shan was faking it. However, Luin truly understood from Mu Jun that Luo Shan had really walked out of the void world. If Luo Shan could walk out of the void world, then the void world was naturally not omnipotent. However, Luin was satisfied. With the void world and the wordless heavenly book, he would be able to cancel out both of them. If he met Old Freak Mo again, he would not be afraid of a one-on-one battle. If Old Freak Mo underestimated him, then he would definitely give him a huge surprise. Luin headed to the reincarnation spacetime and continued rolling his die. Half a month later, Luin rolled 6 pips. He searched the dark space for a long time but could not find any bright orbs. Helpless, he could only leave the dark space and continue rolling his die. Another 20 days passed, and he rolled 6 pips again. This time, he was determined to continue searching no matter how long it took. Although it would consume a lot of star essence, it was still better than relying on luck. The results did not disappoint him. After searching for a while, he finally found a bright orb and fused with it. When he opened his eyes, why was it the void imperfection realm again? It made sense. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages were either in the endless battlefield or the void imperfection realm. The only ones overseeing the reincarnation spacetime might be a Grand Empyrean and Xixing, who had never taken action. Luin wanted to fuse with Xixing's body and see what this person was doing. Then, was he fusing with Bai Xing? He took a deep breath and looked back. Luin saw Gong Xing. He had fused with Gong Xing's body to look at Bai Xing, but now, he was fusing with Bai Xing's body to look at Gong Xing. Luin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since he had fused with Gong Xing, he would look at his memories. Bai Xing's memories were not very valuable. This person had been extremely talented since young and had cultivated in the Frigid Immortal sect. His path had been very smooth, and the only thing that Lu Yin cared about was that Bai Xing's memories allowed him to see the Lu family, Lu Yin himself, and the scene of his parents' wedding. Lu Yin had not talked to Lu Qi about his mother, but he knew that his mother had passed away due to illness and that she had no enemies. Back when he had ascended stargazing deck, he had seen his father hug him while his mother stood behind him. Now, Bai Xing's memories were even clearer. Lu Qi was a direct descendant of the Lu family, and his wedding was a grand occasion in the cosmic tree realm. On that day, the entire cosmic tree realm was in a celebratory mood, and many people had ascended Lu Tianjing to congratulate him. Even Bai Yuan and the others had come with fake smiles. At that time, Bai Xing had already become an ancestor, and his memories of Lu Qi were that he was arrogant, disrespectful, and tyrannical. At that time, everyone had said that his father had stolen his mother, but Lu Yin's eyes reddened when he saw Bai Xing's memories. At that moment, his mother had been very happy from the bottom of her heart. However, his mother had not been good at cultivation, which was why she had died of illness. Bai Xing only had these memories of his parents. He did not pay attention to the Lu family and instead focused on cultivation, guarding the outer realm against the Eternals. To him, the Lu family was worthy of respect, and he had never thought of harming them. Lu Yin also saw the scene of the Lu family's exile through Bai Xing's memories. A rain of red flowers fell from the sky, and Bai Xianer was as beautiful as a painting. She looked up and saw the ancestral mane flip over and throw the entire Lu Tianjing out of the cosmic tree realm. At that moment, Bai Xing's emotions were complicated. He regretted the fate of the Lu family, but he also did not dare to offend Bai Yuan. It was not just him. Xia Zhen, Wang Jian, Nong Yi, and the Lu family's patriarch felt the same way. That day was a joyous occasion for the four cardinal scales, but not everyone was happy. After that, Bai Xing remained in the outer realm, not planning to return to the frigid immortal sect. Even if he did, he would stay in sky beyond heaven. Lu Yin had ascended to sky beyond heaven when Bai Xing had returned, and the two had coincidentally met there. Lu Yin gripped the sky-vanquishing staff tightly, his thoughts complicated. Although Bai Xing had no intention of harming the Lu family, he had a feeling that he could not resist Bai Yuan. This feeling made him obey Bai Yuan's orders. Similarly, Bai Qi had no intention of harming the Lu family. However, the Lu family had already been exiled. In her mind, it was better to be completely exiled. On the other hand, Bai Xing's thoughts were affected by Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's high status had been suppressing his own thoughts. This lofty feeling came from sky beyond heaven. The immortal frost sect's heaven beyond heavens was originally a method that Bai Yuan used to rule over all living beings. Now that it had been destroyed by the Lu clan, this thought was deeply rooted in Bai Xing's mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Therefore, Bai Xing wanted to return to the origin space, but at the same time, he did not want to return. Bai Xing had not been able to break through that kind of suppression, but Lu Yin could. Slowly, he began to recite the progenitor scripture. The war in the unsullied realm was slowing down. For the time being, Bai Xing and the others did not need to take action. Neither Xia Zhen nor ancestor Gui Yuan paid any attention to Bai Xing. Soon, as Bai Xing's eyes regained clarity, he looked around in confusion. What was going on? He felt that something had changed. In a certain corner of the reincarnation spacetime, Lu Yin opened his eyes and hurriedly checked his resources. A bitter smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He knew that he would consume a lot of energy, but he did not expect it to be so much. 8 trillion star essence was a total of 8 trillion star essence, which was 5 trillion more than what had been absorbed into Bao Sage's body. The reason why there were so many was mainly because he had memorized the primogenitor's scripture, which was equivalent to using his power. Otherwise, even if he had spent more time fusing with the scripture, he would only have 4 to 5 trillion at most. Lu Yin sighed. There just wasn't enough money. Yixing was already a super rich person, but it was definitely not easy to give him so many crystal essences at once. It would be difficult for him to get more money. Bai Xing's reverence for Bai Yuan had already disappeared. It was up to him whether he would return to the origin space or not. If Bai Xing returned, Lu Yin would not refuse. Even though Bai Xing had done many things for the frigid immortal sect and had been Lu Yin's enemy during that time, it had not affected him in any way. The same was true for Xianxia. Other than that, Luyin also saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name in Bai Xing's memories, Yibo. Back at the Grand Emperor's tea party, Bai Yuan and the others had used the name Yebwa to accuse him of being a spy for the Eternals. They had once said that whenever he went into seclusion, Yibo would appear. Whenever he appeared, Yibo would disappear. At the time, Luyin had thought that Bai Yuan and the others had fabricated this story. In any case, there was 9 luminaries as proof, and they also had Xianxia as proof. There was no need for any direct evidence. And now, in Bai Xing's memories, there really was a spy called Yibo, and this spy was not simple. Yibo was an extremely secretive spy in the starry sky of trees. He was also a great threat to Bai Yuan and the others. This spy had existed before the Lu family was exiled, and he had caused great damage to the starry sky of trees. Bai Yuan and the others had indeed framed Luyin for Yibo, but Yibo was also a spy. In the 6 directions, there was Kong. In the primordial space, there was Yibo. This was the consensus of Bai Yuan and the others. Bai Xing had also started to understand the 6 direction society when the Yuan sage had appeared in the starry sky tree and taken lunatic Lu away. The more he understood the 6 direction society, the more he would associate Yibo with Kong. The most similar thing was that Yibo had also killed an ancestor realm expert. An ancestor realm expert from the divine martial plane had died at Yibo's hands. The reason why Luyin had never heard of him before was because after the Lu family had been exiled, Yibo's activities had lessened. The last time he had been discovered was when Luyin had disguised himself as Long 7. At that time, Luyin had not even had the qualifications to come into contact with progenitors. Yibo was a spy sent by the humble school to track him down. Mu Xia was personally in charge of tracking him down along with the 4 direction scales. Long Qi was not in charge. Trying to frame Luyin with Night Mores might seem foolish, but if Night Mores were a codename for a team, then things would be different. The Night Mores had existed for a long time, but its members might not be. Bai Xing knew that the Night Mores were a team, which was what Bai Yuan and the others knew. It was a pity that this team had never been exposed, as those who had been exposed had all died. The ancestor realm expert from the divine martial plane had been crazily killed by the members of the team, and they had all perished together under the ancestor's origin calamity. It was already not easy to find out that they were a team. Nightmores? Luyin suppressed this name in his heart and decided to ask his senior when he returned. For now, he continued to roll his die. He still had 22 trillion star essence left, which was enough. In a flash, 2 months passed, and Luyin finally rolled possession once more. Possession was becoming harder and harder to roll. No matter how long it took, Luyin had to find a bright ball of light in this dark space. This time, it took him even longer than when he had fused with Bai Xing's body. Fortunately, he had still found one. Luyin fused with Xianxing's body, and his memories flooded out. He could clearly see that he had fused with Xianxing's body. Of the 3 venerables and 9 sages, 2 had already fused with him, and there were only 6 left. 3 had died, and Luyin did not know when the reincarnation spacetime would fill in the gaps. Luyin was lucky to have fused with Xianxing's body, as Xianxing had just returned from the endless battlefield. Otherwise, Luyin did not know how long it would have taken him to find a progenitor to fuse with. After fusing with Xianxing's body, Luyin once again experienced the feeling of being bestowed with power by a Grand Emperor. He did not reject any power now, and he wished that he could gather the power of all the progenitors of the 6 Directions Society into his body so that he could enrich his own universe. Among them, the Grand Emperor's power was quite attractive. Half a year passed, and Luyin was still in seclusion. Not only did he roll his die, but he also spent most of his time cultivating his 4 inner worlds and the universe in his heart. He had also fused with powerhouses, but they were not progenitors. The reincarnation spacetime did not have that many progenitors. After fusing with Jiangxing's body, Luyin realized that the reincarnation spacetime did not only contain the 3 venerables and 9 sages, but also the so-called 36 immortals. These 36 immortals referred to the cultivators who had been bestowed with power by a Grand Emperor. A half-ancestor should not be worthy of a Grand Emperor's power, but there were indeed 36 immortals in the reincarnation spacetime. These 36 immortals made up nearly half of the cultivators who had become immortals in the reincarnation spacetime, and they could be considered a very powerful force. If Luin fused with these 36 immortals, he would still be able to comprehend the power bestowed by a Grand Empyrean. During this half a year, something major had happened in the reincarnation spacetime. The 9 sages had all been replenished, and they were Yao Lan, Bai Wang Yuan, and Wang Fan. In addition to Madman Lu and the still empty Shaoying Divine Sovereign position, it meant that nearly half of the 3 venerables and 9 sages had been replaced in recent years. All of this was related to the Origin Space's contact with the Hexagon Society. Some people were like this. Even if they stood there and did not say a word, they would still be the most dazzling. Among all the parallel timelines, the Origin Space was the most dazzling one. Even if it had declined, once it came into contact with the Hexagon Society, it would instantly change the situation of the Hexagon Society, not to mention a variable like Luin. Half a year was not a long time for cultivators. Xianxia rested for half a year and then left for the Void Imperfection realm after informing Jiang Xiaodao. No matter what Luin thought of the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables, 9 sages, and even the Grand Empyrean had done their best to resist the Eternals. Luin had not expected that after half a year, the progenitor he had fused with after Jiangxing was still Jiangxing. He looked at the Void Imperfection realm in front of him and saw Bao Saint, Bai Xing, and the others. He was speechless. He had been here many times before. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, he heard a scream. Luin looked over and saw Bao Saint. In the distance, Bao Saint was bathed in blood. A long blade had cut into his neck, and the blade tore through the void to form a crack that split the universe in 2. Luin was confused. What had happened? Suddenly, colorful bubbles appeared in front of him. Was this illusionary illusion bubbles? Not good, it's an illusion. Chung Kong. His mind was filled with thoughts of Chung Kong, but his body could not move. The moment Luin was distracted by Bao Saint's scream, Chung Kong took advantage of the situation and took control of Jiangxing's body. At that moment, the scene in front of him changed completely. Bao Saint was not injured, and there was nothing. Only Jiangxing's body suddenly went out of control. I'm in charge of your body. A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. No matter what he did, he could not move. This was Jiangxing's body. If it were Luin, Chung Kong definitely would not have been able to control it. However, the difference between him and Jiangxing was too great. With a bang, the illusion burst, and Jiangxing's body spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down. The commotion attracted Bao Saint's attention, and he looked back. When he saw Jiangxing's pale face, he was shocked. Brother Jiang. He quickly approached Jiangxing, raised his hand, and formed an arrow with his fingers as he searched for an enemy. However, Chung Kong was not someone he could easily find. Luin had experienced the death of Jiangxing's body. Chung Kong had found this opportunity when everyone thought that there would be a truce. He had taken advantage of the moment when Jiangxing had approached the Void Imperfection realm and saw that it was calm. When Jiangxing saw that Bao Saint and the others had relaxed, he had launched a surprise attack. This was the moment when Jiangxing was the most relaxed. Chung Kong was the Six Direction Society's greatest threat. Even though many people in the Six Direction Society viewed the 7 sky gods as inferior to Chung Kong, this was because Chung Kong was too adept at sneak attacks. The number of progenitors who had died at his hands surpassed the number of progenitors who had died at the hands of any of the 7 sky gods. Chung Kong had relied on sneak attacks to kill many progenitors. Jiangxing was not the first, and he would not be the last. Luin had seen Bao Saint's shout and the stunned gazes of Bai Xing and the others, but there was nothing he could do. Jiangxing had been controlled, and the moment the dreamy illusion bubble had entered his body, his death had been sealed. Chung Kong had been very certain, which was why he had attacked. However, what he did not know was that this Jiangxing was not the pure Jiangxing. The result that he had thought of had been changed. Lu Yin's vision turned black. This was the moment when a person was about to die. Only the colorful bubbles would replace everything. Chung Kong's power would control him until he died. However, would it be so easy? He was Luin, not Jiangxing. Even if he died, he would not let Chung Kong succeed so easily. Jiangxing's body had its own uses. Lu Yin had been in seclusion for more than half a year and had merged with many people, constantly comprehending the power that the Grand Empyrean had bestowed upon him. Eventually, he had managed to sort out some ideas, and by relying on Jiangxing's body, he could temporarily come into contact with the Grand Empyrean's grand path of reincarnation. The grand path of reincarnation was the power of the Grand Empyrean. By relying on the grand path of reincarnation, the Grand Empyrean had bestowed 3 venerables, 9 sages, and 36 immortals. He was invincible in the 6 Directions Guild and was the master of humanity. Lu Yin had used his comprehension of the grand path of reincarnation to barely make a move before Jiangxing's body died, but he could only make one move. With a wave of his hand, the samsara spacetime changed. An invisible force swept through the void, startling Bao Saint and causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. In an instant, a very small, colorful gas fell from the boundless void. It was almost invisible. This gas was also the last color that Lu Yin had seen in Jiangxing's body. In the depths of reincarnation spacetime, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The gaze was pure and seemed ancient, but it was very simple. These eyes belonged to Xixing. Someone touched Master's path of reincarnation? It's a pity that Master is in seclusion. Otherwise, this person would definitely become one of the 3 sovereigns. What a pity. In the void imperfection realm, Jiangxing's body crashed to the ground, completely dead. At the moment of Jiangxing's death, Lu Yin broke away from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger and killing intent. Chun Kong, it was Chun Kong again. Chun Kong had killed one progenitor after another, and he had almost killed Lu Yin in the endless battlefield. Now, he had killed Jiangxing as well. He had witnessed Jiangxing's death, but he had been powerless. This made Lu Yin feel guilty. If he had not merged with Jiangxing's body, perhaps Jiangxing would not have been controlled by Chun Kong? Perhaps Jiangxing could have broken free? There were all sorts of possibilities, but in the end, Jiangxing had suffered the most tragic end. Lu Yin stood up and clenched his fists. He had to kill Chun Kong. Right, that thing. Lu Yin walked out of seclusion and headed towards the void imperfection realm. In the void imperfection realm, Bao Saint stood on a barren land and looked down at the giant crater below. Jiangxing's corpse was facing upwards. Although deaths were inevitable in war, it was not easy to see extreme powerhouses die. In the Battle of the Tea Party, the sole true god, the 7 sky gods, and the true god guard had all died. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gue Yuan stood not far from Bao Saint and looked at Jiangxing's corpse. Is it Chun Kong? Xia Zhen was apprehensive. Bao Saint sighed. It's him. Ancestor Gue Yuan's tone was gloomy. This Chun Kong is too big of a threat. His existence means that everyone has to be vigilant at all times. Even we can't bear such an attitude. Unless there's a powerhouse who can completely ignore Chun Kong, the destruction he brings is even greater than the 7 sky gods, Bai Xing said. Bao Saint exhaled. Many people in the 6 Direction Association wanted to kill Chun Kong but could not. Several extreme powerhouses wanted to chase after Chun Kong, but they could not even find his shadow. Jiangxing's death is a loss to reincarnation spacetime. The 3 of you, although the situation is slowing down, Chun Kong's threat is still great. Please be careful. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and ancestor Gue Yuan all looked at Bao Sage strangely. This person's attitude had changed so much that they thought it was fake. This person couldn't be controlled by Chun Kong, right? Jiangxing's corpse was collected and brought to be buried in the reincarnation spacetime. This news quickly spread throughout the 6 Paths Guild. Chun Kong's name was mentioned again, and so was Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been ambushed in the endless battlefield, but he had miraculously survived and had almost been killed instead. This was something that had shocked even Bodhi Sage. In comparison, Lu Yin's prowess was even more apparent. This was the 3rd time Lu Yin had come to the Unsullied Realm. His arrival was immediately noticed by Bao Saint and the others. Lu Yin had no intention of keeping a low profile, and his powerful aura swept through the entire void imperfection realm. The Bao Saint's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yin. The current Lu Yin gave off a completely different impression from Xianxia. Xianxia was humble, while Luyin was overbearing. As for Bai Xing and the other two, they simply left the void imperfection realm. They understood Luyin too well, and they knew that he could easily take action without even saying a single word. Luyin arrived at the unsullied realm with a solemn expression. Jiangxing was ambushed and killed by Qin Kong? The Bao Saint stepped forward. Master Lu, you've heard? Luyin frowned. I pay attention to any news related to Qin Kong. Besides, Jiangxing died in battle for humanity. Since I'm here, I should send him off. The Bao Saint looked deeply at Luyin and bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Although Luyin had come for the multicolored bubble left behind by Qin Kong, he really did want to send Jiangxing off. Anyone who died in battle for humanity was worthy of his respect. Luyin stood quietly outside the hole where Jiangxing's corpse had fallen. Master Lu, Brother Jiang fell here, the Bao Saint said. Jiangxing's corpse had already been transported to his residence. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he watched quietly. The Bao Saint spoke in a low voice. Actually, Qin Kong must have been lying in ambush in the unsullied realm. If not for Brother Jiang, he might have ambushed me instead. Brother Jiang might have died in my place. Luyin said indifferently. Qin Kong ambushed him at the right time. It has nothing to do with you. Let me be alone. The Bao Saint nodded and left. Outside the unsullied realm, Bai Xing looked at Luyin from afar. Although this person was ruthless and unscrupulous in his vengeance, his reputation in the starry sky of trees was excellent. He had taken the initiative to invade the new continent on the backside of the battlefield and expel the Eternals, stopping the war in the starry sky of trees. He had made a great contribution to the Genesis space. This person had made great contributions to humanity. His feelings for Jiangxing's death were not faked. Perhaps he should return to the Genesis space? That was his home, after all. Xiaozhen's gaze was also complicated. Unlike Bai Xing, she could return at any time. She already knew that the Xiaoxinji ancestor had helped Luyin for some reason, which meant that Shenwu Plain did not receive much punishment. She herself had not done anything to the Lu family, so she would not be implicated by the four-way scales. It didn't take long for him to find the multicolored bubble. Because the bubble was very small and was buried under Jiangxing's corpse, there was nothing strange about it. Thus, it did not attract the attention of the Bao Saint and the others. Luyin looked at the rice-sized bubble in his hand. He had used Jiangxing's body to touch the path of reincarnation, leaving it behind when he attacked Qin Kong. Only someone like Jiangxing, who had been bestowed power by a Grand Emperor, could use it. If it had been Luyin himself, he would not have been able to touch it even if he had comprehended the path of reincarnation several times. Qin Kong should have been injured, but why had he left behind this small bubble? This bubble had clearly been formed by his battle technique, dreamlike bubbles. Could it be that this battle technique could materialize? Just like the demonic scripture? Luyin frowned. Where did all these strange battle techniques come from? If they were not battle techniques, then could they be part of his body? No one had ever seen Qin Kong's true appearance. Perhaps he did not want to be seen because of his identity, or perhaps he simply could not be seen. Was he really human? Most of the Eternals were corpse kings, but there were also astral beasts, so there might be strange life forms among them. Could Qin Kong be one of these strange life forms? Luyin pondered. Not long after, he put away the bubble and turned to look at the void imperfection realm. Bao Saint was watching him from afar. When he saw Luyin look over, Bao Saint's eyes moved, and he slowly bowed. This was his way of sending Luyin off. However, Luyin did not plan on leaving just like that. Bai Xing and Xiaozhen could be ignored, but Ancestor Gue Yuan could not be left behind. Ancestor Gue Yuan was clearly Wang Fan's life shadow, but Wang Fan had gone to the endless battlefield and left him behind in the void imperfection realm. Something was wrong, and Wang Fan definitely had his own plans. According to Lu Yin's original conjecture, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was a spy, and Wang Fan had joined forces with him to exile the Lu family. It was not impossible for Wang Fan to be a spy as well. However, Lu Yin did not have any evidence, and with his relationship with Wang Fan, even if he revealed his conjecture, others would think that he was being framed. It did not matter if Lu Yin was being framed or not. Right now, Lu Yin could use a different method of doing things, a more domineering method. Luine stirred a spatial thread and disappeared. Bao Saint relaxed, as he had thought that Luine had left. Although he was surprised that he had not been able to detect Lu Yin's departure, this person was still someone who could fight with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, so he was not surprised. Suddenly, there was a scream. Bao Saint's expression changed, and he turned to look outside the void imperfection realm. At the same time, Bai Xing and Xiaozhen both looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan. At this moment, Ancestor Gui Yuan was in an extremely miserable state. He had just been struck by a fierce and peerless palm, and his heart had been pierced. His entire body kept retreating as he screamed. Luine stood in front of Ancestor Gui Yuan and took a step forward. Wang Fan, there are some debts that need to be repaid. Ancestor Gui Yuan's face was deathly pale. Lu Xiaoxian, I'm helping to defend the reincarnation spacetime. Bao Saint instinctively attacked, and a seven-god arrow shot out in an attempt to stop Luine. Bai Xing and Xiaozhen stared blankly. This Lu Xiaoxian was too arrogant, he had actually attacked. This was the border battlefield of the reincarnation spacetime. If he attacked Ancestor Gui Yuan, was he not afraid that he would be accused of ignoring the bigger picture and neglecting the safety of humanity? Previously, he had been apprehensive because this was the void imperfection realm, but now he had actually attacked. Luine sneered and flicked his finger, shattering the arrow. Take care of one, and I'll compensate the void imperfection realm. My above heavens has plenty of progenitors. Attacking alone was different from attacking with so many progenitors, and the significance was different. When he had gone to the Rotten God domain, he had not attacked because Big Sis, Elder Chan, and the others had followed him. This was to prevent the reincarnation spacetime from mistakenly thinking that the Genesis space wanted to start a war with them. But now, he was alone. The void imperfection realm had its uniqueness, and the people here were worthy of respect, but it was not enough for Luine to ignore his enemies. Ancestor Gui Yuan hurriedly fled. He had no intention of fighting Luine head-on. Luine had been difficult to deal with in the past, and now that he had broken through to half-ancestor, he could fight powerhouses like the Xiaoyin divinity. He was far from being a match for Ancestor Gui Yuan. Bao Saint, delay Lu Xiaoxian. Bao Saint shot out another seven-god arrow. Master Lu, please reconsider. Luine stared at Bao Saint. It's none of your business. He waved his hand and shattered another arrow. Bao Saint only wanted to delay Lu Yin's attack, not fight him. Naturally, he did not use his full strength, and the seven-god arrow was easily shattered. However, even if he used his full strength, he knew that he would not be able to stop Luine. Ancestor Gui Yuan continued to flee, wanting to tear through the void to leave. However, Luine easily stirred up space, and the void he had torn closed. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really want to fight to the death? You think you're worthy? Since you cultivate the death god's power, I'll use it to clean up the sect. Death energy surged around Lu Yin's body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire void imperfection realm. The humans and Eternals looked up in shock, and black replaced everything. Luine took out the death god's left arm and held the death god's Go Lian. He pointed at Ancestor Gui Yuan, and the Go Lian slashed diagonally. Scatter. Ancestor Gui Yuan's pupils shrank. He was not unfamiliar with this scene. Back in the astral tree realm, Madman Lu had been severely injured by the slash. At that time, Gui Yuan's death energy had been drawn out. Although no death energy had been drawn out, Lu Xiaoxuan's own death energy was definitely extraordinary. This death energy was unfamiliar to him, as if it was not just death energy. Death god Go Lian slashed diagonally, drawing out the power of the black and white fog from his heart. This was both death energy and not death energy. The ghost abyss ancestor had nowhere to run. His eyes were bloodshot. Boiling death energy poured out from his body, turning into a black forest that spread throughout the void imperfection realm. He wore the giant beast skeleton, the Shi family's broken bone strengthening body, which was modified by death energy to withstand the attacks of progenitors. In the sky, the death energy formed a guillotine, the sky as the guillotine, and the death energy as the blade. The two slashes collided fiercely, and Bao Saint and the others were forced to retreat. The void imperfection realm was a border battlefield, filled with blood-red killing intent. Under the black death energy, it was like hell. The two slashes formed by death energy crashed into each other, turning into a shockwave that swept out. The guillotine was torn apart, and Lu Yin's Go Lian slashed diagonally, splitting the black forest and cutting into the Ghost Abyss Ancestor's body. The Ghost Abyss Ancestor was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible, Lu Xiaoxian, you. Lu Yin took a step forward and grabbed at the Ghost Abyss Ancestor. The Ghost Abyss Ancestor looked up at Lu Yin's palm and screamed, Lu Xiaoxian, I will make you pay. The Ghost Abyss Ancestor's entire body shattered along with the giant beast's skeleton. Lu Yin's palm missed, and the surrounding death energy swirled, finally sweeping up the Ghost Abyss Ancestor's death energy to form a huge black tornado that connected heaven and earth. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the tornado gradually shrank as he absorbed it. At his heart, the black and white fog grew stronger. The Ghost Abyss Ancestor's death energy came from the Ghost Abyss, and it was as pure as the death energy in Kuan Swamp. Lu Yin didn't know how many fields the Grim Reaper had left behind, but he estimated that there wouldn't be many. He didn't know if the Six Direction Association had won. As the death energy dissipated, the Void Imperfection realm regained. It's calm. The Eternals stared at them with their scarlet eyes, but no one dared to move. Lu Yin's attack was earth-shattering, and without a true God Guard captain, ordinary progenitor corpse kings didn't dare to approach. In the distance, Bao Saint gulped. It was over just like that. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch was not weak, at least not weaker than him, but he had dealt with him so easily. It seemed that he had not even used his inner world, which was too ruthless. Bai Xing and Xia Zhen exchanged glances, and the two of them moved closer to each other. This Lu Yin was becoming more and more insolent. The Lu family had returned, and the celestial sect had continuously increased the number of progenitors. Lu Yin was becoming more and more tyrannical, and there was no guarantee that he would attack them at any moment. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look at Bai Xing and Xia Zhen. The two of them immediately became nervous. Bao Saint was shocked and hurried forward, Master Lu, Ancestor Gui Yuan is dead. He's not dead. He's just Wang Fan's shadow, Lu Yin corrected. The Bao Saint's expression was unsightly. No matter what, the Void Imperfection realm is missing a supreme expert. Send someone to the Above Heavens sect and have Chen Lu assist in defending the Void Imperfection realm. The Bao Saint didn't know what to say. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xing and Xia Zhen. Do you plan to stay with Bai Wan Yuan in the reincarnation spacetime as stray dogs or return to the origin space? Xia Qin was fearful. I will go back. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. Bai Xing frowned. I'll only give you one chance. If you don't want to go back, then don't ever go back. Lu Yin snapped. My Above Heavens sect doesn't lack a progenitor. Even if you go back, you'll have to explain whether you've done anything to harm the Lu family. Bai Xing said, the Lu family's exile has nothing to do with me. I've never harmed the Lu family or any of its vassal families. An investigation is needed. If it's discovered that you've harmed them, you'll have to pay the price even if you hide in the reincarnation spacetime. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan will pay the price. None of them will be able to escape. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. The Bao Saint's expression turned even uglier. Master Lu, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are now the 9 sages. What happens to them will be decided by the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin looked at him. I can also decide. The Bao Saint narrowed his eyes. This was a provocation and disregard for the reincarnation spacetime. This person was too arrogant. If it was in the past, the Bao Saint would have shot an arrow at Bai Xing. No matter who this person was, the reincarnation spacetime was the master of the Six Paths Society. Even a supreme expert couldn't defend a Grand Empyrean. But now, the Bao Saint didn't have the courage to do anything. This person was difficult to deal with, but there was an even more tyrannical ancestor behind him. Bai Xing was clearly exiled, but he could still return. Lu Yin left. He gave Bai Xing a chance. Whether he returned or not depended on himself. The news of Lu Yin defeating the Ghost Abyss ancestor in the Void Imperfection world quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Society. His tyrannical disregard for the reincarnation spacetime opened the eyes of countless people in the Six Paths Society. He didn't care about the reincarnation spacetime at all. At the same time, something related to Lu Yin happened in the endless battlefield. Qing Ping, as Lu Yin's senior brother, had made a name for himself in the endless battlefield. He killed a progenitor realm corpse king and lit up 2 parallel universes. In the 3rd parallel universe, he was unlucky enough to meet the captain of the True Divinity Guard and was rescued by the wooden carving. Although Qing Ping was rescued, his battle achievement still shocked the Six Paths Society. It was already not easy for a half-ancestor to fight against a progenitor. Killing a progenitor was even harder to describe. How many people in the Six Paths Society could do it? They could count with their fingers. Yao Lan was known as someone who could fight against progenitors, but she had never killed a progenitor realm corpse king before. Qing Ping was one of the few existences in the history of the Six Paths Society who could kill a progenitor realm corpse king. Furthermore, his talent was also spread out. It was so miraculous that it attracted the attention of various powerhouses. Many people confirmed that once he broke through to the progenitor realm, he would definitely become one of the strongest existences. If not for the fact that he already had a master, many progenitors would have wanted to take him in as a disciple. Lu Yin and Qing Ping were both half-ancestors and could kill progenitors. Above them were Mu Xia and the wooden carving, who had already become progenitors. When the relationship between these 4 senior brothers was exposed, countless people in the Six Paths Society were speechless. How were they supposed to continue? Lu Yin already had the support of a bunch of progenitors from the Above Heaven sect. When he returned to the Lu family, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a Grand Empyrean, an unfathomable Lu Tianyi, and a progenitor as a father. Now, he even had several senior brothers who were so ruthless, not to mention that he also had an even more mysterious master. When countless people figured out Lu Yin's background, they only had one thought: who would dare to provoke him? This was no longer a question of whether others would provoke him, but whether he was arrogant or not. The more arrogant he was, the more people would take him for granted. With such a background, why wouldn't he be arrogant? There was a place in the reincarnation spacetime that was filled with strange rocks. Not only did the rocks here look strange, but their functions were also extraordinary. Some of the rocks were so hard that even half-ancestors couldn't move them. Some of the rocks would turn into water upon contact, and there were also some rocks that constantly emitted vibrations. The strange sounds coming from them were very strange. This was the Stone Realm, the place where the Great Stone Saints resided. The Great Stone Saints' name was similar to the Great Stone Void of the Endless Battlefield, but the two were not related. The Great Stone Void was because everyone had to carry rocks on their backs to prevent being obliterated by calamities. As for the Great Stone Saint, it was because of his cultivation technique, the Heavenly Stone Method, which required all kinds of rocks to cultivate, making one's chi channels as hard as stone and incomparably sturdy. He also cultivated the Stone Truncheon and the Stone Gate's 8 hands, which were accompanied by rocks. After the previous Great Stone Saint died, Madman Lu took over. At this moment, Madman Lu had already returned from the endless battlefield. He didn't participate in the tea party, not because he didn't want to, but because showing divinity was worried that his appearance would affect the plan, so he thought of a way to transfer him to the endless battlefield. During the battle at the tea party, a great battle had also occurred in the endless battlefield. Madman Lu had brazenly killed 3 progenitor corpse kings in that great battle and established himself as a meritorious service. This was why he was able to return from the endless battlefield in advance. He had already been back in the Stone Realm for 3 months. When he heard that Lu Yin had defeated ancestor Gui Yuan in the Unsullied Realm, he flung the wine bottle away and burped loudly. Although I hate the Lu family, this is how the Lu family is domineering. They kill everyone they don't like, ha 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 ha. So what if the Lu family is back? Let's see what you can do to me. When I completely control the sequence laws, I'll kill everyone from that old bastard Lu Yuan to that brat Lu. I'll be the head of the Lu family. Ha 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 ha. Men, bring me the wine. At the foot of the mountain, a man looked terrified. He took a jar of wine from a pile of rocks and climbed up the mountain. My lord. Madman Lu grabbed the jar and drank from it. A tyrannical aura spread along with the wine's fragrance, and the person holding the wine almost lost his footing and fell. This person stood respectfully behind Madman Lu with a gloomy gaze. He was Zhou Zizai. As the fourth base commander of the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, he was also a redback. He had always performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, and the Eternals had used this method to throw many redback spies into the astral tree realm. It was very difficult to suspect someone like him in the astral tree realm, and because he had performed meritorious deeds, his treatment was not bad. He could directly join the four-way scales, which was very useful to the Eternals. Following Lu Yin's rise, the Eternals had wanted him to join Lu Yin. Thus, when Lu Yin had been at the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, Jiao Zizai had taken the initiative to join Lu Yin and successfully joined the Fifth Mainland's Heaven's sect. Some time ago, Wei Rong had suddenly come looking for him and asked him to carry out a mission. He had to head to the reincarnation spacetime and find a way to join Madman Lu. This mission had left Jiao Zizai dumbfounded. What did Madman Lu have to do with him? Why was he being asked to join Madman Lu? Wei Rong's explanation was that he needed someone to get close to Madman Lu. He had sent several groups of people, but all of them had either died or failed to even see Madman Lu's face. The reason why Wei Rong had come looking for Jiao Zizai was because he had experience fighting on the battlefield behind the astral tree realm, and his temperament was very similar to Madman Lu's. Jiao Zizai had wanted to curse at that time. Their temperaments were very similar? Was that even a reason? However, Jiao Zizai had no room to refuse, as he was just a minor character in the Heaven's sect. Wei Rong was someone who could give Lu Yin advice, and the entire Heaven's sect knew how sinister that person was. Jiao Zizai, if he offended him. Jiao Zizai had no choice but to head to the reincarnation spacetime. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to get close to Madman Lu, so he could only contact the Eternals and see if they had any ideas. Surprisingly, the Eternals actually allowed him to successfully join Madman Lu. He was one of the closest people to Madman Lu. This was something that Jiao Zizai had never even dreamed of. Jiao Zizai had witnessed the Eternals' methods, and he was even more determined to join them. Even though the Above Heaven sect was very strong now, the Lu family had returned, and the origin space was getting stronger and stronger, so what? Didn't the golden age of the celestial sect still get destroyed? Humans would never be a match for the Eternals. He had already successfully approached Madman Lu, and the next step would depend on Wei Rong's arrangements. The Eternals were also waiting for Wei Rong's next move. What Jiao Zizai didn't know was that Madman Lu was also a redback. Just like him, it was naturally easy for one redback to approach another. Although he didn't know why Wei Rong had asked Jiao Zizai to approach Madman Lu, he could guess that Lu Yin wanted to deal with Madman Lu. This was interesting. It seemed as if Lu Yin was the one who had set up this situation, but in reality, everything was in the hands of the Eternals. But whether it was the Eternals, Jiao Zizai, or Madman Lu, none of them knew that they were redbacks. Lu Yin was even more aware of the fact that they were redbacks, and he had specifically arranged for Jiao Zizai to join them. After so many years, Jiao Zizai had remained in the Above the Sky sect, and now, he was finally useful. There were times when setting up a trap could not be rushed. If Lu Yin had arranged for Jiao Zizai to do this when he had first joined the Above Heaven sect, the Eternals were not stupid, and they would have easily guessed that Lu Yin knew that Jiao Zizai was a redback. However, Jiao Zizai had been in the Above Heaven sect for many years, and the Eternals believed that Lu Yin had forgotten about him. This was just the beginning of a trap. Lu Yin returned to his seclusion grounds and continued to roll his die. He hoped that he would be able to merge into Madman Lu's body, which would be the best outcome. He would not have to do anything other than directly commit suicide. However, after being in seclusion for so long, the possibility of rolling a 6 was not high. Sometimes, it wasn't that he didn't want to go into seclusion for a long time, but that it was meaningless. But this time, he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin took out the bubble. He had thought about it before. If Chung Kong wasn't a human, but a strange life form, would there be another Chung Kong like the sapling after it evolved? Chung Kong was the greatest threat to the Hexagon sect. He could launch sneak attacks at any moment, and the mental pressure he brought was immense. If Xianxia could deal with him, he would be willing to pay any price. With that in mind, he tried to raise it. Anyway, it was very difficult to get 6 pips. The next time he went to the wood spacetime dimension to roll the die, he would upgrade this bubble first. He placed the bubble on top of it and then tossed in some star essence. It was useful, as not only could the bubble be upgraded, but the star essence from the reincarnation spacetime could also be used to upgrade items. Following that, he began to continuously toss star essence onto the screen. He watched as the bubbles continued to fall, and then he picked them up and tossed them onto the screen again. The bubbles continued to rise, and then they would fall again, and so on and so forth. It was an endless cycle, and as long as it could rise, he would continue. It didn't take long for the bubble to reach over 100 billion star essence. This was not a simple matter, as it should be known that the sapling's evolution from the astral source pill had only cost 7.2 billion star essence. Of course, this didn't mean that this thing was more valuable than the sapling. It could only be said that the possibility of nurturing life was not as high as the astral source elixir. Therefore, the astral source elixir required billions of crystal essences to nurture the sapling, but this thing required hundreds of billions of crystal essences. There was nothing that could compare to the mother tree. It would be strange if Xianxia's value was comparable to the mother tree. Opening his celestial eye, he could clearly see that the colorful bubble seemed to be giving birth to life. It was both alive and not at the same time. In that case, let's continue to improve. Luin continued to toss in star essence. 200 billion, 500 billion, and soon, it had reached 1 trillion. It should be known that only the progenitor's sword, the Book of Destiny, and the slippers were worth trillions of crystal essences. Aside from them, there was no need to spend trillions of crystal essences to upgrade anything else. Luin didn't upgrade the sapling, but if he did, the cost would be incomparable. As for this thing, he had already spent so much. If he could upgrade it, then he would continue to try. In the end, after spending 3 trillion star essence, the bubble could no longer be upgraded. Luin checked his cosmic ring. Previously, when he had fused it with Xianxia's body, he had used the great path of reincarnation to attack Xianxia, which had cost him 12 trillion star essence. This was a terrifying amount of star essence, and the main reason was that he had used up too much when he had used the great path of reincarnation. Now, he had used another 3 trillion star essence to upgrade the bubble, and Yixing had only given him 7 trillion star essence left. To anyone else, 7 trillion star essence was a huge number, and Yixing had only given him 5 trillion star essence as a gift. However, for Lu Yan's current self, a single attempt to fuse with a progenitor would probably consume almost all of it. Luin had 3 books of destiny, and repairing one would also consume all of it. Aside from the remaining 7 trillion star essence that Yixing had given him, Luin still had 5 trillion star essence left, 300 million ultra crystals, and 8 trillion luminosity crystals. This was all of his assets. It was not enough. It was definitely not enough. Luin sighed deeply and returned to the above the sky sect to look for Big Sis again. When the bubble's upgrade ended, he already knew how to use it, and he needed Big Sis to test it out. When Big Sis saw that Luin had come to look for her again, she was very excited. "Who are you going to deal with now? Just tell me." Luin smiled. "Let me show you something." As he spoke, he placed the bubble on his face, and it quickly dissolved into a thin layer of air that changed his appearance, turning him into Big Sis. Big Sis blinked. "Is this a disguise? Can you see through it?" Luin asked. Big Sis stared at Luin for a long time before frowning. "I can't see through it." "What is it?" She was now interested. After all, what level of disguise was something that even she could not see through? Perhaps only those at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos would be able to see through it, or perhaps even those at the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos would not be able to see through it. Luin explained his past to her. Big Sis muttered, "There are many strange life forms in the universe, but no matter how strange they are, it is impossible for them to drop something that can disguise you to the point that even I can't see through it." Luin was pleased. "I can improve the performance of external objects." Big Sis nodded and did not ask any more questions. Her eyes burned with passion. "Can you let me use this thing?" Luin was curious. "What are you planning to do?" Big Sis rolled her eyes. "That's my business." Luin said, "Not now, I have a use for it. I'll give it to you when I'm done with it." Or I can find Xianxia and give it to him to upgrade one for you. That's a promise. You have to give me one. Hee, one day I'll be able to enter Immemorial City and find that bastard Xianxia. Big Sis's lips curled up dangerously. She was constantly thinking about how to repay that debt to Xianxia. Just you wait, I'll definitely pay you back, bastard. Even if Big Sis couldn't see through it, it still wouldn't be safe. Lu Yin went to Lu Tianjing and found Lu Tianyi to have him take a look. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Can't see through it? What is it? Lu Yin felt better. This was interesting. This was good stuff. Lu Yin asked about Ancestor Ku's situation. Lu Tianyi replied, the ancestor is in seclusion and has no time to care about him. We'll talk about it when he comes out. After leaving Lu Tianjing, Lu Yin found Senior Mu Xia and asked about Jibo's situation. Xianxia had brought so much danger to the Six Directions. He did not want Jibo to bring so much danger to the primordial space. Jibo? Why are you suddenly asking about it? Senior Mu Xia was surprised. Lu Yin told him about what happened at the tea party. Everyone knew that Bai Wang Yuan and the others had framed Lu Yin, but the primordial space did not know the details. This was because it was a joke that Lu Yin had framed himself. Everyone treated it as a joke and did not ask too much. Mu Xia laughed. I see. Yibo? If Xianxia was not you, they might have succeeded in framing you. After all, this Yibo does exist. It's not important whether it existed at the same time as you. Lu Yin continued, the important thing is that it exists. The Grand Empyrean believes it. Mu Xia nodded. That's right. As long as the Grand Empyrean believes it, the truth is not important. Lu Yin said, Senior brother, you should know a lot about this Yibo. Mu Xia was helpless. I know, but I can't find it. It has existed since the era before your Lu family was exiled. Senior Tianyi has looked for it, and so have many people in the four-direction scale, but they could not find it. After a long time, they stopped looking for it. After all, it appeared less and less often, and the damage it caused also decreased. Lu Yin was puzzled. That shouldn't be. As a spy of the eternal race, if it reduced the damage it caused to humans, it could only mean that it has a greater purpose. Mu Xia said, what if it's not a spy? Lu Yin was surprised. Not a spy? He knew from Bai Xing's memories that Yibo was a spy of the Starry Sky Tree. It was similar to Xianxia's role in the Six Directions Society. How could it not be a spy? Follow me. Mu Xia brought Lu Yin to a certain place. It was a branch of the Mother Tree. It was located below the top realm and above the middle realm. Lu Yin silently followed behind. Not long after, Mu Xia brought Lu Yin to a strange scene. Lu Yin saw a demonic Saraira hidden in a branch of the Mother Tree. It emitted faint ripples that blurred the surroundings. Is this your demonic Saraira? Lu Yin was surprised. Mu Xia said seriously, you know that one demonic Saraira is born when one is destroyed. However, this demonic Saraira is only a derivative of the main demonic Saraira. It is not a real demonic Saraira. What you see is the real one, it is your senior brother's ancestral world. Lu Yin was shocked and looked at Mu Xia blankly. You mean, senior brother has never used his full strength after so many times? Mu Xia was melancholy. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Junior brother, master has two techniques. The first is 9-yang cauldron transformation, and you are the only one who has mastered it. The second is tracing back to the past. Do you know what tracing back to the past is? Lu Yin thought about it. Senior brother, you said that to deny something that happened in a certain period of time is tracing back to the past. Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back, yes, and no. He looked at Lu Yin, and seeing Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he calmly explained, denying something that happened in a certain period of time is the result of tracing back to the past. Tracing that period of time is the beginning of tracing back to the past. The true meaning of tracing back to the past is not the current battle, but the reversal. Lu Yin's gaze changed, reversal? These two words had a special meaning. Mu Xia solemnly said, tracing the past means searching for a period of time. Tracing the past means denying what has already happened. Only by connecting the dots can it be called tracing the past. This is an unfathomable battle technique. According to my understanding, once it is completely mastered, it can reverse the past and change the future. If junior brother can master it, even denying that Ming Yan was injured by Xiaji back then is not impossible. Luyin was excited. Changing the river of time? Mu Xia said, it's to create a branch in the river of time. Luyin was shocked. There was such a battle technique? There were people who could traverse the river of time and change the past. This was already the most terrifying power of time that Luyin knew of. This tracing of the ancients was not a power of time, but it was a power that surpassed time itself. If what his senior brother had said was true, then what could the tracing of the ancients not do? Was Mr. Mu's ultimate technique really that terrifying? Then have you mastered it? Luyin asked. Mu Xia shook his head. I can only deny what has happened, especially in battle. I can't find the past. I asked Senior Mu Xia, and he couldn't do it either. Perhaps only Master can do it. Luyin was disappointed. Couldn't do it? He suddenly wanted to learn tracing the past, but Mr. Mu had said that he could only learn one of the two ultimate techniques. Even though tracing the past was extremely powerful, and it would be easier for him to cultivate with the power of time, he did not want to give up on the 9-yang cauldron transformation. He had already guessed the true power of this ultimate technique, but he was far from being able to use it. Luyin now understood Mr. Mu. He was from the same generation as the primogenitor, so it was no wonder that he was so powerful. It was no wonder that the gifts and opportunities that Luyin was so proud of were so laughable in Mr. Mu's eyes. Mr. Mu did not even bat an eyelid. To Mr. Mu, what could possibly interest him in this universe? Only the Eternals. My evil Saraira has been cultivating tracing the past, and its target is Yibo, Mu Xia said. Luyin did not understand. Yibo is your target? Mu Xia said, tracing the past is to find a certain period of time. With Yibo as my target, I can cultivate tracing the past and also find him. Why not? Then, Senior Mu, when will you be able to cultivate tracing the past? Luyin looked forward to it. Mu Xia said helplessly, why don't you ask Senior Mu Xia? He started cultivating much earlier than me. What about Yibo? Why do you say that Yebwe isn't a spy? Mu Xia led Luyin away. I've been cultivating for so many years, and even though I haven't succeeded, I've still managed to gain some benefits. I've managed to capture Nightmare's time. It's not a spy, but rather, it's working with the Eternals to heavily injure the humans. It's also not a living creature, so no one has been able to capture it. It's more like a consciousness. Thinking? Like Ancestor Hui? Luyin immediately thought of Ancestor Hui. Mu Xia muttered, it's possible. Other than you, who else knows? I don't think so. None of the time fragments I've seen have come into contact with Yibo. They've tried to rope him in, but I don't think they've succeeded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, then, do they know what a nightmare is? Mu Xia said, if I knew, I wouldn't have tried to rope him in. According to my conjecture, Yibo hasn't done much in the past few years, probably because his mind is weakening. Everyone will age one day, and the mind is even more so. It can't exist forever, and it might have even disappeared. That's why the humble class didn't look for it too much. Mind? Luyin pondered. Mu Xia didn't disturb him. This junior apprentice brother of his always had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Other people's problems might not be difficult for him. Perhaps he really did have a way to find Yibo, senior apprentice brother. Do you think his mind is a ball? Mu Xia stared at Luyin blankly, his face blank. Luyin didn't stay with Mu Xia for long. After leaving, he went to the Central Plain Sea, where his father, Lu Qi, was stationed. Lu Yin's arrival made Lu Qi very happy. Lu Qi occupied an entire island, and besides fishing and drinking every day, he didn't have much fun. Son, let's see how big a fish I've caught for you, Lu Qi said excitedly. Luyin looked around at the simple wooden house with sunlight and a beach. Although it looked refreshing, it was rather simple. The only bright spot was the large flower bed behind the wooden house. Has anyone been here before? Luyin asked. Lu Qi smiled, many of them. They visit every day. It's so annoying. Louis nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He had lost his memories, and although he felt connected to Lu Qi by blood, it was still rather uncomfortable to interact with him. This time, he had come to learn more about Lu Xiaoxian. When Lu Xiaoxian was brought up, Lu Qi blamed himself and drank a mouthful of wine. I'm useless. Such a large family actually has to rely on a single child like you. You made so many friends back then, and your reputation as one of the 7 heroes spread throughout the universe. Countless people envied you, and many women wanted to get close to you. When the Lu family met with disaster, your memories were sealed, and you lost your cultivation. You were thrown to the 5th mainland, and you started out as an ordinary person. If I hadn't fooled around back then, I would have broken through to the progenitor realm long ago. My Lu family wouldn't have ended up like that, and you wouldn't have had to suffer such hardships. Luin sat down and enjoyed the gentle sea breeze. The ancestor was shielded by a Grand Empyrean, so why wasn't Ancestor Tianyi able to suppress the 4 cardinal scales? Luin didn't ask Lu Tianyi this question, as it would seem like he was blaming him. In fact, many people were wondering the same thing. What kind of cultivation did Lu Tianyi have? He was definitely one of the most unfathomable powerhouses since the era of the above heavens. Although Lu Tianyi rarely showed himself after Ancestor Lu Yuan woke up, that didn't mean that he was weak, but rather that Ancestor Lu Yuan felt guilty towards his family. Lu Tianyi had ascended to the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he had faced the 7 sky gods alone in the astral tree realm. He had dared to fight against the only true god, and although the 5th mainland had rejected the Eternals, his strength had to be terrifying. Luin couldn't see through him at all. No one knew the bottom line of Lu Tianyi's strength. How could such a powerhouse be exiled by someone like Bai Wang Yuan? Could the Yellow Springs and the Ancestral Main deal with Lu Tianyi? Impossible. Lu Qi put down the wine jug. You didn't ask Ancestor Tianyi? Luin shook his head. Lu Qi's gaze deepened. That day happened to be the day you married that bitch, Bai Xian'er. The food paradise was connected to Lu Tianjing's side, and everyone was celebrating in the astral tree realm. Everyone was giving you their blessings. On that day, the Yellow Springs killed most of the family, and even the progenitors were greatly weakened. The Grand Empyreans shielded the ancestor, and the ancestral Meng overturned the situation and pushed Lu Tianjing out. Lu Qi was silent for a moment. I saw the 7 heroes die with my own eyes. Little Xian, they died because of you. Luin trembled, but he didn't say anything and just listened calmly. Xian'er and little Mo are both dead. Qi's eyes were ferocious. Bang! He crushed the flagon and said, he was your big sister and second brother. The others were my sworn brothers. I treated them as my sons and daughters. But they all died. One by one, they all died. It's a good thing that you lost your memories. I don't want you to experience that kind of pain again. Your brothers and sisters died one by one in front of you, and that kind of despair made you faint. The murderer who killed them is directly related to the Lu family's eventual exile. Luin looked at Lu Qi. Who? Lu Qi shook his head. I don't know. It was a power that had never appeared before. It first suppressed Ancestor Tianyi's laws and then moved towards you. Little Qian was the first to block you, but she was pierced by that power. Then, Dai, Xingxing, little Mo, little Stone, little Ling Dang, and the others all died in front of you. They were all pierced by that power, and aside from you, the rest of the 7 heroes died in the food paradise. After we were exiled, we discussed it with Ancestor Tianyi, but he didn't know where that power came from. He had never felt it before, but it definitely didn't belong to the Eternals or the 4-way scales. It also didn't belong to a Grand Empyrean. The strangest thing was that that power could fight against Ancestor Tianyi, but it actually attacked you. Lu Qi looked at Luin. That's what we don't understand the most. Why did it attack you? Luin clenched his fists tightly. As Lu Qi recounted the events, some images flashed through his mind. He saw the blood-stained food paradise and heard the cries of Little Seven and Run. Blurry faces appeared in front of him. His eldest sister Lu Qian, his second brother Lu Mo, his third brother Nong Yi, his fourth sister Long Xing, his fifth brother Lu Shi, and his sixth sister Wan Lingdang were all standing in front of him, blocking the incoming force. That power could clearly fight against Ancestor Tianyi and kill him easily. However, it was as if it was toying with him. It killed his brothers and sisters one by one, but in the end, it didn't kill him. Who was it? Lu Yin's eyes turned red. The old ancestor told me not to tell you about this matter. They want to wait until they find the culprit, but I'm more worried about when that power will attack you. A power that can fight against old ancestor Chani, once it attacks, who can stop it? Lu Qi was helpless. Lu Yin slowly let go. Don't worry. I've experienced a lot over the years. I won't be rash because of this. Lu Qi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the broken wine bottle. He waved his hand and took out another bottle. Where's Xianxia? What did she do that day? Xianxia? I didn't pay much attention. Lu Yin looked up and sighed. She asked me to move the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. Lu Qi paused. You mean? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but the whole thing was strange. It seemed that the Lu family's exile was clear, but how did Xianxia know about the seal behind him? Since she knew, with her strength, why didn't she go to the Fifth Mainland and kill him before he grew? She was the one who moved the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. Otherwise, that power might not have been able to kill its way to the distant food paradise because of ancestor Chani. In the end, it was also her red flower rain that brought about the end of the Lu family. Lu Yin wouldn't believe that Xianxia was just a flower vase from the beginning to the end. This woman was the only one who could ignore the power in his heart at almost the same level of strength. She wasn't as simple as she looked. She was too mysterious, and even now, he couldn't see through her. The more he couldn't see through her, the more uneasy he felt. After that, Lu Qi told Lu Yin many things about Lu Xiaoxian, which lightened up the silent atmosphere considerably. Lu Xiaoxian was an optimist, and Lu Yin's impression of him was that of a perfect fairy tale. He had been born with everything: a powerful family, a childhood sweetheart, a maid, friends who shared the same interests. He was doted on and envied by countless people, and he led a carefree life without a care in the world. This experience was enough to make anyone envious. The more carefree Lu Xiaoxian was, the more the Lu family pitted Lu Yin. They were two complete opposites. Many people wanted to be like Lu Xiaoxian, but in reality, most were Lu Yin. Perhaps it was because Lu Xiaoxian was living too well that all the disasters and suffering were left to Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. He didn't resent or hate him, he was himself. So what if he had a good life? If he didn't want to be himself, how could he live? The corpse kings of the Eternals had long since become another creature. They were no longer themselves. Lu Yin was very clear about this. He didn't envy others, he wanted to live the life of his dreams and fight for it himself. Standing and walking was more tiring than lying down, but it was also more comfortable. Of course, if the Lu family could solve all his problems, he wouldn't mind reliving Lu Xiaoxuan's life. Father, tell me about Big Sis and the others, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi grunted. Your eldest sister, Lu Qian, was born in a side branch of the Lu family. She was talented in both literature and martial arts, and she was humble and polite. Although she was sometimes impulsive, most of the time it was because of you. Little Mo was also born in a side branch, and he was called a peerless genius. Lu Yin had learned about the 7 heroes from Master Shan and the 4-way scales. He was no stranger to the 7 heroes, and he was just borrowing Lu Qi's words to reminisce about them. When the 7 heroes became sworn brothers, it was the most perfect testimony of an era. Everyone was certain that the 7 heroes would replace the 9 mountains and 8 seas as the strongest of an era. Tu Qiming's talent is extremely high, and outsiders think that he's incomparable, but he's still lacking compared to the 7 heroes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Our talent? Lu Qi said, you don't have to say anything. The God Sealing Catalog and the General Appointment Stage are the standard of our Lu family direct descendants. They are invincible talents. The other 7 heroes aren't bad either, although sometimes even we don't know what their talents are. Take your eldest sister for example. She loves money a lot, but she can always come up with some strange but powerful foreign objects. Even though our Lu family consumes a lot of resources for cultivation, we don't use them like she does. She's a complete miser. Don't you know that? What's your innate gift? Lu Yin suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Qi. Lu Qi said, Xiaoqian didn't say. She was so secretive. Only the 7 of you know about it. She didn't tell anyone. What about second brother? Where are the others? Luin suddenly had a guess, one that caused his heart to ache. He couldn't believe it, but he hoped that it wasn't the case. Lu Qi was suspicious of Lu Yin's attitude, but he still said, "Your second brother is known for being peerless. Even you can't compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. Xianxia is from the white dragon race, and her lifespan is longer than humans. When she first became sworn brothers with you, her lifespan was converted to a human's lifespan. Actually, she cultivated the longest, but she still can't compare to your second brother. No matter what your second brother cultivates, he is extremely fast. The deepest impression is that his seclusion time is too short. Every time he goes into seclusion, he will only come out after 10 days or half a year at most. He is as impatient as me." Lu Yin's breathing became hurried, and the pain in his heart grew stronger. Third brother is known Yi from the farmer's school. This kid has the ability to predict the future. There are many things that others don't know, but he knows. Back then, he was pestered by the humble class, who kept trying to invite him to join them. Xia personally went to the seed garden a few times. Needless to say, this kid is definitely an expert at catching spies. Longxing is known as the Starry Dragon, and she has an unchanging innate gift. Even now, no one knows what her ultimate innate gift is. It's very strange. Little Shirtu from the Lu family is known as the Midas Touch. Everyone knows that his innate gift is decomposition. He can decompose all kinds of substances, and even a half-ancestor can't. He can decompose. It's very strange, but it's also a very useful innate gift. It matches his name very well. Sixth brother, Wanling Dang, is known as the Star-Seizing Hand. We don't know why, but only you 7 know. Luin stood up at Lu Qi's words. I'll leave first. Little Xian, you. Lu Qi wanted to ask something, but Luin had already left. He could only see his back. Luin lowered his head on the Zhongping Sea, his entire body trembling. With a splash, he suddenly jumped into the sea, wanting to use the ice-cold water to wash away something. The Dai had 6 pips, and 6 innate gifts. They were his 6 siblings. It was them, it really was them. How could this be? How could their innate gifts all enter his body? Even Ancestor Lu Yuan couldn't transfer their innate gifts, let alone them. This was a power that surpassed his understanding. How could the 7 heroes do it? Luin couldn't bear the pain. His 6 siblings had died for him, and after their deaths, they had given their innate gifts to him. How could he repay this kindness? How could he repay it? Eldest sister. Second brother. Third brother. Fourth sister. Fifth brother. Sixth sister. How could he repay this kindness? Lu Yin's eyes reddened. It had been too long since he had felt this way. Even when he had been suppressed by the Grand Empyreans, even when the Lu family had returned, and even when he had reunited with his family, he had never felt this way. The silent pain was suppressed in his heart. All those smiling faces were shouting, "Little 7. We'll live and die together. Little 7. Run. Little 7. With a low roar, Lu Ying soared into the sky and charged out of the sea, causing the water to surge as he panted heavily. He closed his eyes and allowed the seawater to wash over him. His lips trembled as he slowly exhaled. It turned out that he had always been protected. The Lu family seal had protected him, the Dai had protected him, and the pairs of eyes had never left him. He hadn't reached this point alone. He had never been alone. Luin looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Lu Xiaoxian had his own carefreeness, and Luin had his own life. Although time did not overlap, the feelings they had for each other had never diminished. As the seawater poured into the sea, Lu Yin's eyes widened. He raised his hand, and the Dai slowly rotated. He wanted to reverse the river of time and rescue his siblings. He wanted to bring them back. A year passed by quickly. During this time, Luin quietly stayed in the above-the-sky sect, occasionally looking at the Dai as he truly rested. At most, he would occasionally absorb the Hui crystals and fuse them with the tricolored planet near his heart. The Hui crystals contained more than 800 billion cubic meters of the Luo Jun's power, and now, they belonged to him as well. Lu Yin had originally wanted to use the crystal essences that I Ching had given him to fuse with most of the progenitors of the Six Paths Association, but he was disappointed. It wasn't that easy. The Book of Destiny hadn't been repaired. He had to think of a way to obtain more resources. His eldest sister, Lu Qian, was a money grubber because her innate gift was the Dai's enhance. This could no longer be described as a money grubber. Pathmaster, Wei Rong's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked at the lake. Speak. I've already contacted them. Should we act now, or should we wait a little longer? Let's wait. I just dealt with Ancestor Gui Yuan a year ago, and the Grand Empyreans and the others will be in seclusion for a long time. We can't be too hasty. Wei Rong bowed. Understood. Another year passed and Wei Rong arrived. Pathmaster. Lu Yin put away his fishing rod. Let's go. Reincarnation Spacetime, Stone Realm. Jiao Zizai stood next to a pile of rocks, restlessly looking at the sky from time to time. With a bang, a wine flask shattered. Bring me some wine. Jiao Zizai's heart trembled, and she hugged the wine flask as she walked towards Madman Lu. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and a powerful aura spread out before crashing down. Madman Lu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide. You're courting death. As he spoke, a tyrannical aura swept out. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to barge into his territory was courting death. In Madman Lu's mind, he had never considered what it meant to retreat. However, the tyrannical aura that Madman Lu was so proud of was easily dispelled. A cold and austere voice descended. Senior Madman, it's time to return. Madman Lu looked at the sky, his pupils constricting. Lu Tianyi? Not only Lu Tianyi, but Lu Yin, Mu Xia, and Leng Qing had also arrived. 3 progenitors, plus Lu Yin, who was comparable to a progenitor, were equivalent to 4 progenitors descending upon the stone realm. At that moment, within the reincarnation spacetime, Venerable Lotus suddenly looked over and took a step forward. Not good. At the same time, 2 other figures headed towards the stone realm. One was Zhao Lan, one of the newly ascended 9 sages, and the other was Chu Jian. Chu Jian had comprehended the great reincarnation path in the past year. Although he was not a progenitor, he could borrow the great reincarnation path to unleash even greater strength. The auras of progenitors spread out, breaking the peace of the reincarnation spacetime. In the stone realm, Madman Lu laughed wildly. Brat, I thought that you wouldn't dare to come. I've been waiting impatiently, ha ha ha. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu. As a member of the Lu family, you rely on the protection of the reincarnation spacetime. You're really a disgrace to the Lu family. Madman Lu sneered. F***ck the Lu family. I'm the Lu family. Since you're back, just wait. I'll take Lu Tianyi away sooner or later. I'm the real master of the Lu family. Lu Tianyi sighed. It's been so many years, but you still haven't let it go. I really don't understand how you came to this point. With your state of mind, how did you break through the progenitor realm? Madman Lu disdainfully said, what's so difficult about breaking through the progenitor realm? I just want to destroy the Lu family. That's enough. Hatred blinding the mind is just an excuse of those stupid and useless people. Brat Lu, are you planning to completely fall out with the reincarnation spacetime this time? Lu Tianyi did not speak. Lu Yin did not speak either. They were waiting for Venerable Lotus and the others to arrive. Madman Lu grabbed the wine jug and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Soon, Venerable Lotus arrived and stared at Lu Yin and the others vigilantly. Master Lu, you're too arrogant. Do you want to start a war with the reincarnation spacetime? Lu Yin looked at her. If we start a war, can you afford it? The grade 9 Lotus Monarch was furious. When had the Samsara spacetime ever suffered such humiliation? When the 3 venerables and 9 saints came out, no one in the universe dared to disobey them. Now, they had come out of the origin space and continued to climb. The number of Ancestor Realm experts had already surpassed the number of Samsara spacetime. They had powerhouses comparable to Grand Empyreans and more than one sequence law powerhouse. In countless years, other than facing the Eternals, this was the first time she had been so aggrieved. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Reincarnation time and space took in many traitors in my initial space. I didn't start a war with you because of the big picture. Don't be so shameless. What right do you have to start a war in front of me? The ninth grade Lotus Venerable's eyes were cold, and he could not help but want to attack. On the other side, Chu Jian and Yao Lan arrived at the same time. Master Lu, what are you here for? The battle at the tea party had changed him. He no longer pursued perfection. His state of mind had become completely stable, and he had seen many things clearly. In fact, after the Lu family had returned, the reincarnation spacetime had been on high alert. He had been worried that the Lu family would not care about anything else and start a war with Bai Wan Yuan and the others for the sake of Madman Lu. Fortunately, the Lu family was still rational and did not do such a thing. There was also another reason that the reincarnation spacetime did not know if Luin was aware of, and that was that outsiders had interfered, so the reincarnation spacetime hoped that both sides would not start a war. It was understandable that the primordial space wanted to punish those traitors, but they had to wait until they had the advantage over the eternal race. This had also led to the decisive battle between the Grand Empyreans and the eternal race in the endless battlefield. The battle at the tea party was also a catalyst. This was also the reason why Lu Yuan had joined the endless battlefield. The Lu family could not attack the traitors unless they were certain of their advantage over the Eternals. Unfortunately, neither side was able to determine the advantage in the end. Now that the Grand Empyrean and Lu Yuan were in seclusion, Lu Yin had come out, which made Chu Jian uneasy. Lu Yin wasn't Lu Yuan, and if he didn't know about the agreement between the two sides and rashly started a war, the reincarnation spacetime would have no choice but to accept it. No matter what, even without the Lu family, the progenitors that Lu Yin could influence were enough to fight against the current reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Since you're here, then. He looked at Xianxia, Jiao Zizai, speak. Everyone looked at Jiao Zizai. Especially Madman Lu, his tyrannical aura suddenly pressed down. With a wave of Lu Tiany's hand, the rule of destruction forcefully dispersed the tyrannical aura, causing the expressions of the ninth grade Lotus Lord and Madman Lu to change. Lu Tiany's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Jiao Zizai had never been stared at by so many big shots before. Hearing Lu Yin's words, he swallowed his saliva and bowed deeply to Lu. Yin, Pathmaster, I have been close to the Great Stone Saint for several years. I am absolutely sure. Everyone stared at him. Jiao Zizai continued, I am absolutely sure that the Great Stone Saint is not a spy. You asked me to frame the Great Stone Saint as a spy. I can't bear to do that. The Great Stone Saint fought with the Eternals in the endless battlefield and barely survived. Such a person who fought for the greater good of humanity shouldn't die under a conspiracy. Sect Master, please spare the Great Stone Saint. The surroundings were silent. There was a moment of silence. Madman Lu laughed heartily and glared at Lu Yin. Little brat, you actually want to frame me? Ridiculous. Stupid. A venerated lotus cultivator. This was their first meeting. Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. This scene was extremely familiar. During the tea party, Sovereign Xiaoyin and the others had used this exact method to frame Lu Yin. They had found that person called Nine Glories and had even gotten Xianxia to testify against him. What was laughable was that Xianxia was actually Lu Yin, and that incident had become the Six Direction Society's biggest joke in recent years. Now, the joke was repeated, but the one being mocked was Lu Yin. He had planted someone to get close to Madman Lu and wanted to capture him in the name of a spy. What was laughable was that his people didn't frame Madman Lu and instead revealed this matter. No one was stupid. They knew that Jiao Zizai would never help Madman Lu for the greater good of humanity. The only possibility was that Madman Lu had used some unknown method to bribe this person to make a false accusation. This was a method, and Madman Lu's methods were obviously higher than Lu Yin's. A venerated lotus cultivator sneered. Madman Lu mocked. Jiao Zizai had a sincere expression. All eyes were on Lu Yin's face. He was the joke, the biggest joke. Lu Yin was calm. Jiao Zizai, what are you talking about? Jiao Zizai bowed deeply. Sect Master, please spare the great stone saint on the account that we are both fighting for the greater good. Madman Lu sneered, what, little brat from the Lu family, you still want to threaten me? A venerated lotus cultivator sneered, enough, this matter ends here. Sect Master Lu, if there is nothing else, please return. We will not speak of today's matter. Chu Jian said, Sect Master Lu, please return. Lu Yin looked at the venerated lotus cultivator, are you mistaken? I came here to prove that Jiao Zizai and Madman Lu are both spies. The venerated lotus cultivator's expression changed. Jiao Zizai's expression changed even more. What? Madman Lu was stunned and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down, Jiao Zizai, you were already a spy for the Eternals when you were at the 4th base on the back of the battlefield. I let you join the Above Heaven sect just to keep an eye on you. After that, I let you get close to Madman Lu and deliberately let you frame him as a spy. Now, you are helping him. The two of you work well together. Jiao Zizai was shocked. Pathmaster, it's my fault for not following your orders, but you shouldn't accuse me unjustly. I'm definitely not a spy. I've fought against the Eternals on the back of the battlefield for many years. I'm the commander of the 4th formation base who has contributed the most. Pathmaster, you can't disappoint me. Lu Yin sneered. The first time he had known that Jiao Zizai was a spy was because 6 pips had fused into his body and learned of his actions. However, there was no evidence unless 6 pips fused into his body and he admitted it himself. Furthermore, this person was not very valuable. But after so many years, he had been monitored in the Above Heaven sect, and it was not that he had not contacted the Eternals. Over time, evidence had been gathered. The evidence was simple. It was a video and a conversation between Jiao Zizai and the Eternals. As the evidence appeared, Jiao Zizai was stunned. How was this possible? He had been monitored for so many years? When? He stared at Lu Yin blankly. This person knew that he was a spy from the beginning? How? How did he know? It was a lie to have him join the Above Heaven sect, and it was also a lie to have him frame Madman Lu. From the beginning, he was just a pawn used by Lu Yin. The venerated lotus cultivator's expressions darkened. He really was a spy. If Jiao Zizai was a spy, then why was he helping Madman Lu? Everyone stared at Madman Lu. Madman Lu did not care. So you're a spy. Lu family brat, you're quite capable. But just because he's a spy doesn't mean that I'm a spy too. Lu Yin shook his head. If you still won't admit it, then I'll make you give up. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and aimed it at a corner of the stone realm. With a palm strike, the mountain shattered, revealing a scarlet stone slab with a vertical eye. Stargate? The venerated lotus cultivators and Yao Lan exclaimed. They were not the only ones. Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. He had come because Lu Yin had told him that he had a reason to bring Madman Lu back. He had come because he trusted Lu Yin unconditionally. Jiao Zizai's performance had made him think that he had failed, but there had been a reversal. It was not a reversal of words, but actual evidence. It was the eternal Stargate. Madman Lu stared blankly into the distance. He naturally recognized the Stargate, but why was it here? Aside from Lu Yin, everyone else was at a loss. Lu Yin had naturally placed the Stargate here. Since he knew that Jiao Zizai was a spy, how could he let one spy accuse another? Even an idiot would not do such a thing. His true goal had been to expose Jiao Zizai in the stone realm. As for the Stargate, it had been an accident. It had inadvertently raised Qin Kong's bubble, giving Lu Yin a disguise that even Lu Tianyi could not see through. Naturally, he had to use it. Otherwise, his original plan would not have had such substantial evidence, and he would have had to think of other methods. The Stargate had come from the Six-Fingered Tribe. The Six-Fingered Tribe was the ruler of Lars Weave. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin and Wei Rong had fought over the Outerverse, and Wei Rong had almost exterminated the Six-Fingered Tribe. Fortunately, the Six-Fingered Tribe had joined Lu Yin's forces, which had allowed them to protect themselves. The Stargate belonged to the Six-Fingered Tribe. In the past, Lu Yin had not known that it was a Stargate, but now that he knew, he had conveniently left it in the Stone Realm to deal with Madman Lu. Lu Yin knew that Madman Lu was a spy, but he could not testify against him. Madman Lu was also not stupid enough to expose himself. Since he could not deal with Luin openly, he had to use other methods. When dealing with evil people, one had to be smarter than them or even more evil than them. The Stargate was in the Stone Realm, and with Jiao Zizai's status as a spy and his actions of protecting Madman Lu, it was impossible for anyone not to believe that Madman Lu was a spy. Mu Xia barked, "Madman Lu, what other explanation do you have?" Madman Lu glared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. "Brat, it was you?" Luin looked down from above. "I told you to give up. Ancestor Tianyi, I'll leave this traitor of the human race and our family to you." Lu Tianyi's gaze turned cold. "You won't be able to escape." Madman Lu was so angry that he started laughing. "Good. After so many years, the Lu family finally has a decent one. Brat, you've wronged me based on your abilities, and I accept it. But if you want to deal with me, dream on." Above his head, the Divine Seal catalog flew and emitted a golden light. Beside him, the commander appointment platform rotated, and a tyrannical aura spread out. "With my blood, I summon the generals." Figures walked out one after another. There were dozens of them, and most of them were half-ancestor powerhouses. Leading them were 3 ancestor realm corpse kings. Luin was shocked. He had never summoned any ancestor realm corpse kings. The Lu family's ancestral teachings forbade him from doing so. But now, Madman Lu had directly summoned 3 ancestor realm corpse kings, ignoring the Lu family's ancestral teachings. Lu Tianyi made his move. With the point of his finger, the law of destruction shook the void. In front of Madman Lu, the 3 ancestor realm corpse kings and dozens of summoned figures rushed out to meet Lu Tianyi's attack. In an instant, all the figures were wiped out by a single point of his finger. This scene caused Venerate Lotus and the others to feel their scalps go numb. Although Venerate Lotus had the ability to defeat 3 ordinary ancestor realm corpse kings, he could not do it with a single point of his finger. This Lu Tianyi's strength was somewhat terrifying. Madman Lu's pupils shrank. He was also shocked by Lu Tianyi's strength. For many years, he had been imprisoned in Lu Tianjing. He only had a vague understanding of the Lu family's situation. The moment the Lu family was exiled, he had also attacked Lu Tianyi. But at that time, Lu Tianyi had not displayed such terrifying strength. To destroy 3 ancestor realm corpse kings with a single point of his finger, what kind of strength was this? What kind of terrifying law power was this? Lu Tianyi's finger had opened up the 6 Directions Society's understanding of him. He was 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the 5th Mainland's Daosaur sect, and he had been publicly acknowledged as the strongest in his era. He had fought against the 7 sky gods and the only true god to protect the 5th mainland. He was extremely powerful, and no matter how resplendent Lu Yuan was, it could not overshadow his brilliance. If Lu Yuan had created the Lu family's glory, then Lu Tianyi had continued it. Lu Tianyi descended. "Ancestor, it's time to end this." Lu Tianyi was a direct descendant, and Madman Lu was even more so. Lu Tianyi was both Lu Yuan's descendant and Madman Lu's descendant, as Madman Lu was the 3rd-generation ancestor of the direct line. After Madman Lu, the Lu family had started to branch out. No matter which branch it was, there would always be someone who could awaken the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform, which was also the symbol of the direct line. Madman Lu clenched his fists as the Divine Seal catalog above his head shone with a blinding golden light. A dark red current surged around his body, and a dark purple substance covered his body. This was the Palm Indestructible Realm. "Junior, I've been trapped for many years and delayed my cultivation. Even so, I'm not someone you can easily surpass. Do you really think you're invincible? Die." He leaped up and threw a punch at Lu Tianyi. In the distance, Venerate Lotus frowned. Although there was evidence, even if Madman Lu was a spy, he should be dealt with by the reincarnation spacetime, not by the primordial space. She said to Chu Jian, reporting to the exalted Empyrean. Chu Jian nodded and turned to leave. At some point, a figure had quietly appeared not too far away from them. Chu Jian's expression changed. "Who is it?" Venerate Lotus turned around and saw the person quietly floating in the air. She was shocked. "Who are you?" They had not even noticed when this person had appeared. Luin heard the voice and looked over as well. He was shocked. Who was this person? When had he appeared? Muxia and Lingqing also looked over. From start to finish, no one had noticed that there was another person in the distance, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. I didn't want to disturb you all, but please do not disturb Taihong's seclusion. I can decide this matter. The Lu family was a very unique family. The founding ancestor of the family, Lu Yuan, was extremely domineering. Most of his descendants inherited the character of their ancestor and had the spirit to rule over a region. Even though Madman Lu was a traitor, his tyrannical aura was the most manic that everyone had ever seen. His strength and determination for revenge were incomparable. Compared to him, Lu Tianyi was too calm. However, this calmness was not like water, but like a volcano, a silent volcano. When Madman Lu punched at Lu Tianyi with his undying palm battle chi, Lu Tianyi erupted like a volcano. An incomparably domineering punch landed on one of Lu Tian's fingers, producing a strange soft sound, as if it had hit rubber. Lu Tian forcibly caught Madman Lu's punch with one finger. He looked up, and there was a terrifying coldness in the depths of his eyes. Uncle, this battle is not only to eliminate the traitors for the human race, but also to clean up the traitors for the Lu family. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Boom! Madman Lu's body smashed into the ground, shattering the stone world. Luin looked at Lu Tianyi in shock, not daring to believe his eyes. He knew that Lu Tianyi was very strong and definitely surpassed Madman Lu. If the few of them had ganged up on Madman Lu, they might have succeeded, but they had never thought that they would succeed against Lu Tianyi. This was the difference between them. However, he had not expected the difference to be so great. Madman Lu's punch carried undying palm battle chi. This was an ancient inheritance that believed that the human race should walk on the right path. Regardless of whether his thoughts were correct or not, the power of undying palm battle chi had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts with Lu Yin's use of it. Luin was very clear that with undying palm battle chi, Madman Lu was already strong enough. It was difficult for anyone to compete with him in terms of physical strength. However, Lu Tianyi had actually defeated undying palm battle chi with just one finger. This finger had not only defeated Madman Lu's strength, but also Lu Yin's confidence. How was this possible? What did old ancestor Tianyi do? Luin had not seen any laws, as old ancestor Tianyi had not used any laws. This finger was just one finger. Everyone was shocked. Madman Lu was definitely strong, and even a venerated lotus could sense it. Among the 9 sages, Madman Lu was the only one besides Xixing who had come into contact with the laws of the sequence. Even though he had not used any of them yet, his tyrannical aura had been generated from coming into contact with some sort of law. She could see it, but this power in addition to his incomparably strong physical strength had actually been suppressed twice. She looked deeply at Lu Tianyi. Was someone from the Genesis space really this strong? Muxia exhaled. This was Senior Tianyi, who had faced the Eternals on the back of the battlefield and had become a god. His strength was far from being completely exposed. The ground shattered as Madman Lu walked out and looked at Lu Tianyi in disbelief. His fist was distorted, and the strength that he was so proud of had been defeated. How had this kid done it? Suddenly, Muxia recalled the first time he had met Lu Tianyi. Back then, Lu Tianyi had still been a child, and it had been Lu Yuan who had brought this child to see Muxia. He had proudly announced that the Lu family had given birth to a genius. Back then, Muxia had not cared about that child at all and had told Old Ghost to take him away. However, that child had not been afraid when he saw Muxia, and had even wanted to get close to him. What a joke. If Old Ghost had not stopped him, Muxia would have already slapped him to death. As time passed, Muxia met Lu Tianyi for the second time. This child had just become an adult, and he had politely requested to see Muxia. Muxia's disgust for the child had been ignored, and the child had continued to talk about many things that had happened. Once, Muxia had spoken to the child, and the child had been happy for a long time. However, the conversation had not been harmonious. Muxia had asked the child what he would do if the Lu family could no longer trap him. The child's answer had been firm, and he had even smiled. If I can't trap you, then I'll kill you. At that time, Muxia had been certain that the child was telling the truth, and he had been very serious. Although he had been very polite, his smile had been bone-chilling. After that, the child had become stronger and stronger, and Xianxia had watched him reach the progenitor realm. The primordial space had collapsed, an old ghost had led the Lu family to protect the fifth mainland. This child had become the most dazzling existence there, and even old ghost had been in seclusion. However, Xianxia had never tried to test this child's limits. This child was the most dazzling existence in the Lu family, and when the Daosor sect had still existed and before the cosmic tree domain had split apart, this child had reached the pinnacle of glory. Xianxia had never thought of fighting this child, as Xianxia had known that he was not his opponent. However, ever since he had come to the reincarnation spacetime and left the fifth mainland, the feeling of powerlessness that he had felt in the fifth mainland had dissipated. He had received guidance from an exalted Empyrean, and he had touched upon the sequence laws. His strength had soared, and he should not have been defeated so easily by this child. The ancient Tao Master's strength should not have been defeated. Madman Lu's gaze became more and more sinister, and an uneasy feeling spread out. Outside the stone realm, the space was distorted, and this uneasy feeling made it difficult for Yao Lan and Xianxia to breathe. They could not see anything, but Madman Lu gave off an uncomfortable feeling of confusion. Everything was in chaos, and there was no order at all. How could he have such a feeling? Luin stared at Madman Lu with a solemn expression. These were sequence particles. Madman Lu had indeed touched upon the sequence laws, but what were his laws? Brat Lu, you're here to fulfill your promise with me, right? You want to kill me? Try it. Madman Lu spread open his arms and sent palm strikes at Lu Tianyi. The sequence particles followed his attacks and shot towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi sighed. Ancestor, if only you hadn't betrayed the Lu family. Our Lu family would have been invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger again. This time, he used the rules. If the universe was compared to a curtain, this finger pressed the curtain into a cone shape, and Madman Lu's sequence particles were directly scattered by the curtain. Even if they touched Lu Tianyi's sequence rules, they were also forcefully scattered. Madman Lu was far from being able to comprehend the sequence laws. If he was given time, he might be able to catch up, but he did not have that time. Lu Tianyi's finger descended, breaking through the restraints of space and directly arriving in front of Madman Lu. Madman Lu was stunned, and the Divine Seal catalog instinctively blocked in front of him. However, Lu Tianyi's finger pierced right through Madman Lu's heart. There was a thump, and Madman Lu's body was pierced through. The aftershock struck the general appointment platform and also pierced through it. With a loud bang, the platform split into two, and the Divine Seal catalog turned into a golden light that slowly dissipated. Everyone watched in a daze. This was absolute suppression, and no matter how Madman Lu attacked, it was useless. Lu Yin's finger bent, this was too strong. Forefather Tianyi had only used 3 fingers from start to finish, and those 3 fingers had suppressed Madman Lu. Lotus Sovereign felt an unprecedented fear. When the Lu family returned, everyone's attention was focused on Forefather Lu Yuan, and they had ignored Lu Tianyi. In reality, this person was extremely powerful and was not weaker than any parallel spacetime master. He might even be stronger. In the entire reincarnation spacetime, aside from a Grand Empyrean, only victorious Battle Celestial could fight against him. In the stone realm, Madman Lu lowered his head and looked at his blood-stained body. He coughed up blood and retreated. Lu Tianyi retracted his hand. Forefather, it's time to return. Madman Lu's body swayed, and his face paled. He bitterly said, I never thought that I would be defeated by a child like you. If I had known earlier, I would have slapped you to death. Lu Tianyi smiled faintly at Madman Lu as if this was the first time they had met. If anyone can redeem their past mistakes, then the universe will be in chaos. With that, he stepped forward and brushed past Madman Lu. Madman Lu's body trembled, and he slowly collapsed. Luin frowned. Madman Lu had not used his corpse keen transformation. Did he know that it would be useless, or did he have other plans? At that moment, Lu Tianyi turned around and looked into the distance. A middle-aged man was already there. Lotus Sovereigns did not know when this person had appeared, but he did. Facing the man, Lu Tianyi took a deep breath and bowed. Master, long time no see. Luin and the others were stunned as they stared at the middle-aged man. Master? No one had expected this man to be Lu Tiany's master. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. It was not convenient for me to write while I was studying outside, and I had hesitated on whether or not I should take a leave of absence. But then I remembered my promise to never stop updating. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Lu Tiany was a direct descendant of the Lu family and had already been a daozi when he was young. How could he have a master? Even if he did, it should be ancestor Lu Yuan. Who was this person? Everyone looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sighed. Tiany, you've grown a lot. It's a pity that you didn't go to Immemorial City. Luin was shocked. This person was from Immemorial City? He suddenly remembered what ancestor Lu Yuan had said. Back then, it was because someone from Immemorial City had come that he had stopped ancestor Lu Yuan from asking for Madman Lu, which might have led to a battle with the Grand Empyrean. Ancestor Lu Yuan had said that he owed this person a favor. You're from Immemorial City? Venerate Lotus blurted out. Mu Xia, Lung Qing, Yao Lan, and the others were shocked. Immemorial City was a strange yet familiar name. Since ancient times, countless people had wanted to go to Immemorial City, and many famous and powerful people were also in Immemorial City. However, Immemorial City was illusory, and no one had ever come out of it. So, this person was actually from Immemorial City? They were not surprised at first, as they had seen the Grand Empyrean, ancestor Lu Yuan, and this person before. Lu Tiany respectfully said, there are too many things to take care of. Once everything is settled, this disciple will definitely go to Immemorial City. The middle-aged man nodded. We'll be waiting for you. He then turned to Luin. We'll also be waiting for you. Luin was shocked. Senior knows me? The middle-aged man laughed. Of course. You're a descendant of the Lu family and also Mr. Mu's disciple. Luin, right? Luin was excited, as he had finally heard his master's name from someone else's mouth. All this time, aside from his senior brothers, he had never heard the words Mr. Mu from anyone else. The closest he had gotten was the Undying God, and Luin had also been the one who had asked Luin about Mr. Mu's origins. The words Mr. Mu were especially unfamiliar to this region of space. Luin bowed to the middle-aged man. May I know Senior's name? The middle-aged man did not answer and instead scanned the crowd. It's not that Immemorial City doesn't accept outsiders, but that place is too early for all of you. You're all geniuses, and if you don't die, there will be a day when we meet in Immemorial City. At that time, we won't judge a hero by cultivation, and we'll fight to the death in Immemorial City. With that, the middle-aged man slowly disappeared. Everyone looked at the empty sky with complicated feelings. The immemorial ancient city was unfamiliar even to the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. With her cultivation, she could actually go there, but she couldn't. Would they really be able to meet in the immemorial ancient city one day? Heroes were not judged by their cultivation. They would fight to the death in front of Primeval City. This was Immemorial City? How many human heroes had gone to the Immemorial City? Everyone wanted to know. Retracting his gaze, Lu Tiany grabbed Madman Lu and was about to leave. Lotus Venerable 9 hurriedly stopped him. Lu Tiany, whether he is a spy or not, it should be decided by my samsara time and space. Lu Tiany frowned and looked at the 9th grade Lotus Venerable Master. If he can withstand a finger from me, he'll stay. These words caused Luin to choke on his words. Ever since he had returned from the Lu family, Patriarch Lu Yuan's domineering aura had been unparalleled. Lu Tiany, on the other hand, had kept a low profile and was gentle and refined. Even when he had broken the four-way scale, he had not displayed much power. However, at this moment, when he was facing a grade 9 Venerate Lotus, he was incomparably powerful. He was Lu Tiany, the master of the Daosource sect in the primordial space, and he had been sealed as a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How could anyone possibly stop him? Luin smiled, as this was Patriarch Tiany. Mu Xia laughed, as these people did not know how powerful Patriarch Tiany was. He was strong and gentle to his own people, but he was more decisive than anyone else when it came to outsiders. Lotus Venerable Nine's expression changed, and she stared at Lu Tianyi. Withstand a finger from him? To be honest, she was not confident. If she had dared to challenge Lu Tianyi before Madman Lu had been defeated, then one finger would have been too arrogant. But now, Lu Tianyi had defeated Madman Lu with just 3 fingers. His strength was unfathomable, and even if she could withstand a finger from him, she would definitely be severely injured. It was not worth it. Little Xian, let's go. Lu Tianyi called out, and Lu Yin, Mu Xia, and Leng Qing all left together. Lotus Venerable Nine's face was ashen, and she wanted to stop them, but she could not open her mouth. Chu Jian's tone was gloomy. That senior made the decision on behalf of Master. So be it. Lotus Venerable Nine was furious. Those from the primordial space are too arrogant. They will suffer a loss one day. Yao Lan was helpless, as they had already suffered a loss. An exalted celestial had acted, and the samsara time and space had joined forces with the primordial space to banish the Lu family. In the end, they had still been brought back by Lu Yin alone. How could they deal with such a family? Even if the Lu family had not returned, that Lu Yin was not easy to deal with. Madman Lu was once again locked up in Lu Tianyi's realm. Although Lu Tianyi had said that he would kill Madman Lu, he could not bring himself to do it. Madman Lu could only be dealt with by Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin listened to the sound of the chains clanging against each other. This is where he's been imprisoned all this time. He's finally returned home. Lu Tianyi rarely joked. Lu Yin asked, can you trap him? Don't worry. The family has a type of chain that can trap sequence law realm powerhouses. Ku Jia was also dragged back by this kind of chain. Otherwise, we might not have been able to drag him back, Lu Tianyi said. There are such chains? Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Tianyi nodded and looked at the place where Madman Lu was imprisoned. His thoughts were complicated. Patriarch, Madman Lu can transform into a corpse king, Lu Yin suddenly said. Lu Tianyi was surprised. He can transform into a corpse king? Lu Yin replied, if it wasn't for the corpse king transformation, I would have killed him. Lu Tianyi frowned. No wonder you were so sure that he was a spy. Lu Yin smiled. Before this, did you trust me unconditionally? Lu Tianyi smiled. Not just us, but the entire family. Lu Yin was not good at expressing himself, and Lu Tianyi did not do it on purpose. He was just speaking the truth, which warmed Lu Yin's heart. Do you want to know my master's identity? Lu Tianyi led Lu Yin to a mountain peak in Lu Tianyi's realm. Many Lu family members bowed as they passed by, looking at Lu Yin with eyes full of admiration. Many women stared at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes, making him feel uncomfortable. The women who could live in Lu Tianyi were all members of the Lu family. Some were collateral relatives, and some were descendants of servants. These women might not be eye-catching in the Lu family, but in the outside world, they were worthy of being called geniuses. The Lu family had too many such geniuses. Lu Yin looked into the distance. That senior must be someone from the Genesis Space's realm of Heaven's realm. Lu Tianyi slowly said, my master is called Chu Yi, the Tao Lord of Heaven's realm, one of the 3 realms' 6 paths. Lu Yin blinked in confusion. That senior is one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms? Lu Tianyi smiled and said, what? Do you think the Tao Lord of the first continent of the 3 realms and 6 paths is the primogenitor? Isn't that the case? Ever since Lu Bujing and the others returned, they had brought with them. The information was that the primogenitor was the Tao Lord of the first mainland. They were used to calling him the 3 realms 6 Tao, but in reality, the primogenitor was not one of the 3 realms 6 Tao. Lu Yin didn't ask any further, as he assumed that the people of the above heaven sect were used to addressing him that way. The founding ancestor is only the temporary Tao Lord of the first mainland. The true Tao Lord of the first mainland is my master, Chu Yi. His name was given by the founding ancestor, and he is also the oldest person in the 3 realms and 6 Taos. He is the true eldest apprentice brother. When above heaven was established, it was divided into 6 continents. My master oversaw the first continent. You know the others. Grim Reaper, Fate, and Martial Heaven didn't oversee the continent. They were more inclined to be independent cultivators. After that, my master went to the immemorial ancient city. There were very few rumors about my master in the era of the above heaven sect. Everyone regarded the primogenitor as the Tao master of the first continent. Luin listened quietly. First year? This was a rather casual name, but it strangely matched the founding ancestor's mood when naming him. From Lu Tianyi, Luin learned a few things about Chu Yi. Luin had been accepted as Chu Yi's disciple at ancestor Lu Yuan's request, so the ancestor owed Chu Yi a favor. And this favor should have been used by Chu Yi to stop ancestor Lu Yuan from fighting with the Grand Empyreans. Back then, Luin had often sought out ancestor Lu Yuan to chat about the above heaven sect's era. However, that was an era, and there were too many people and matters. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to remember everything in a short 100 years, let alone an entire era. In the reincarnation space-time, news that Madman Lu had been confirmed as a spy and had been captured by the Lu family quickly reached by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan's ears. For the sake of the reincarnation spacetime's reputation, Venerable Lotus had forbidden this news from spreading to the Sixth Direction Society. However, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were already part of the 9 sages, so they naturally knew about it. After learning about this, Wang Fan immediately headed to the endless battlefield without hesitation. Even the reincarnation spacetime was no longer safe. Even the reincarnation spacetime couldn't protect them, so they could only protect themselves. To them, the slaughter in the endless battlefield was a form of protection. Bai Wang Yuan also wanted to head to the endless battlefield, but before that, he first went to the Void Imperfection realm to look for Bai Xing. Ancestor, take care. I want to return to the origin space. Bai Xing made his decision to Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan's expression sank. You want to return to the origin space to seek refuge with the Lu family? Bai Xing and Bai Wang Yuan looked at each other without any fear. Bai Wang Yuan's eyelids twitched. What was going on? He had clearly imprinted an invincible mark in Bai Xing's heart, and Bai Xing couldn't reject him at all. This was achieved before Bai Xing reached the progenitor realm, but it was ineffective now? The frozen immortal sect Sky Beyond Sky had been destroyed by the Lu family, but it wouldn't affect Bai Xing. Thinking about this, he approached Bai Xing. Bai Xing narrowed his eyes. Ancestor, are you going to make a move? He wasn't a direct descendant of the Bai family, but a distant branch. He didn't have any feelings for Bai Wang Yuan. A family could be divided. Bai Wang Yuan had his Bai family, and Bai Xing could have another Bai family in the origin space. In the past, he couldn't resist Bai Wang Yuan, but it was different now. He didn't know why, but he knew that Bai Wang Yuan wasn't invincible. Bao Saint blocked in front of Bai Wang Yuan. Brother Bai, are you going to make a move? This is the Void Imperfection realm. Brother Bai, please reconsider. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Get out of the way. This is my Bai family's matter. Bao Saint's expression turned ugly when he heard this. People from the Lu family keep coming to cause trouble. The Great Stone Saint was also captured by the Lu family to clean up the family. Now, Brother Bai wants to do the same? You want to clean up the family for your Bai family? You'll have to see if the reincarnation spacetime agrees. Bao Xing was afraid of Luin, but he was not afraid of Bai Wang Yuan because Bai Wang Yuan relied on the reincarnation spacetime. Furthermore, he did not believe that Bai Wang Yuan was that powerful. He had heard that Bai Wang Yuan was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the origin space and had once been as famous as Lu Tianyi. So what? Were the powerhouses in the origin space definitely stronger than them? Bao Xing believed that he could tolerate Luin, but he could not tolerate Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze turned cold, and a surging aura suddenly pressed down. Bao Xing was caught off guard and was pushed back by the aura. He angrily attacked and aimed his bow at Bai Wang Yuan. Suddenly, a sharp blade intent appeared and slashed between Bao Xing and Bai Wang Yuan, splitting the ground and attracting everyone's attention. Brother Bai, you should restrain yourself. There is no 4 cardinal scales here. Bai Wang Yuan stared at the newcomer with a cold gaze. Xianxia. In the distance, Xiaozhen was shocked. Ancestor Xinji? Bai Xing and Bao Xing both looked into the distance. Xianxia? The newcomer was indeed Xianxia. During the tea party, he had been punished by the Grand Empyrean to the endless battlefield and had coincidentally avoided the tea party battle. After the Tea Party battle, he had not immediately left because he had been punished by the Grand Empyrean to the endless battlefield. If he left, who knew if the reincarnation spacetime would cause trouble for him? He wanted to make sure that Luin could protect him. Now, he was sure that the Above Heaven sect could protect him. The Grand Empyrean and the others were in seclusion, and Luin and the others had forcefully captured Madman Lu from the reincarnation spacetime. They had also destroyed Wang Fan's shadow in the Void Imperfection realm. All of these actions had provoked the Grand Empyrean and the entire reincarnation spacetime. However, Luin was still safe and sound, and the reincarnation spacetime could not do anything to him. Since that was the case, he could return. The only problem was that he might face the Lu family's censure when he returned. After all, the prison lock technique had been used by his clone, and it was not something that could be dismissed with just a simple sentence. However, he had indeed been forced. He had performed such a great service before, so nothing would happen to him. Furthermore, he did not want to stay in the endless battlefield like Bai Wanyuan and the others. Joining Luin meant parting ways with Bai Wanyuan and the others. And the reincarnation spacetime might not accept him, and the Grand Empyrean would hate him. His only choice was to go to the origin space or the endless battlefield. It was impossible to go to the endless battlefield. Who knew when he would be so unlucky as to encounter a sneak attack from the Seven Sky Gods or Chun Kong? No matter what, he had to go back. It was best to make a contribution before returning. He thought of Xiaxin. If he brought Xiaxin back and added 2 progenitors at once, he did not believe that the celestial sect would not be moved. The Lu family had always dreamed of restoring the glory of the celestial sect, and Luin was even more ambitious. The allure of the progenitor realm was enough to offset some of his sins. He hadn't expected to encounter Bai Wanyuan attacking Bai Xing as soon as he arrived at the undefiled realm. Naturally, he had to intervene. It would be perfect if he could bring Bai Xing to the Above Heaven sect as well. Bai Wanyuan stared at Xiaxinji coldly. Xiaxinji looked at him. "Brother Bai, how does it feel to live under someone else's roof?" Bai Wanyuan's tone was cold. "You are not Xiaxinji. You are his clone." Xiaxinji laughed. "That's right, I am Xiaxinji's clone." "You didn't expect this, did you, Bai Wanyuan? Back then, you used me to perform the prison lock secret technique and wanted to kill me after using it. Fortunately, my real body secretly kept me here, otherwise I would have died. Speaking of which, you, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor did me a favor by forcing me to kill you." Bai Wanyuan's tone grew deeper. "We should have thought of this. After the dragon ancestor died, Xiaxinji was the easiest to deal with among the 3 of us. He had long since set up a trap for you to escape from the Shenwu sky. He was the one who helped you escape." Bai Wanyuan's guess was wrong. Xiaxinji's clone's escape was purely a coincidence. However, the clone did not intend to explain. "Brother Bai, this is the undefiled realm. You really have the guts to attack Bai Xing here. Let's not talk about whether you can succeed. Even if you can take Bai Xing away, do you think the reincarnation spacetime will let you go? Do you think the Six Direction Society will let you go? The undefiled realm is the border battlefield of the Six Paths Association. As one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, you actually attacked an extremely strong powerhouse who is helping to defend the border. This is a great taboo. Have you thought this through?" Bao Saint snorted. "Xiaxinji, you have no right to interfere in the Six Paths Association's matters." Xiaxinji did not care about Bao Saint. He just did not want to fight to the death with Bai Wanyuan. Bao Saint might not understand, but how could he not? Bai Wanyuan was truly powerful, but he had never shown it. After all, he had once fought with Xia Shang and Ku Jia in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. No matter what, he could not be compared to the 9 sages, who had been bestowed power by the exalted Empyreans. Bai Wanyuan looked deeply at Xiaxinji. With Lu Xiaoshuan's personality, he will not pretend that nothing happened. Do you really think that he will let bygones be bygones just because you joined him? Just wait. Once he brings the Above Heaven sect to its peak, it will be your time of death. Xiaxinji's smile did not change, but he felt a chill in his heart. Lu Yan's various methods flashed through his mind, and Bai Wanyuan's words made him hesitate. Lu. Yin was not a kind person. He treated those who were loyal to him well, but those who had once dealt with the Lu family, or those who were not completely loyal to him, might not be so. Was joining him really a way out? Xiaozhen's voice rang out. Why should we join Lu Xiaoxian? Xiaoxinji's expression changed, and he looked at Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen stared at Bai Wangyuan. We just want to go back. No matter how high our cultivation is, we are still humans. Our home will always be our home. We do not want to be abandoned by our home. That's right. Bai Xing spoke up. If we have to join the Above Heaven sect to return home, I will. However, the Above Heaven sect does not belong to Luyin alone. It represents the fifth mainland. Bai Wangyuan's expression darkened. The Above Heaven sect belongs to that son of the Lu family. He can decide the life and death of anyone in the Above Heaven sect. That's still better than being a wanderer. Bai Xing shouted. Bai Wangyuan was furious. Bai Xing stared at him. The frigid immortal sect is still in the fifth mainland. Ancestor Bai, have you completely given up on them? Bai Wangyuan's body shook, and many figures flashed through his mind, especially Bai Qi. His daughters were all in the fifth mainland, and their lives were controlled by the Lu family. Give up on them? His gaze was complicated. Xiaoxinji shook his head and sighed. Brother Bai, you can't go back. Bai Wangyuan clenched his fists and turned to leave, heading towards the endless battlefield. If he could not go back, then so be it. He would think of a way to chase the Lu family away. The Lu family could not be invincible, and there was no such thing as invincibility in the universe. Watching Bai Wangyuan leave, Bao Saint's gaze landed on Xiaoxinji. What's your goal? Xiaoxinji looked at Xiaozhen. Let's go to the Above Heaven sect. Xiaozhen nodded silently. Xiaoxinji looked at Bai Xing. Together? Bao Saint angrily rebuked Xiaoxinji. They are helping to defend the Void Imperfection realm. They can't go with you. Xiaoxinji mocked. Bao Saint, I think you don't understand the situation. They are going to the Above Heaven sect. Are you sure you want to stop them? Bao Saint disdainfully replied. Xiaoxinji. Gee, you used to wag your tail and beg for pity in the reincarnation spacetime. You were even willing to kneel in front of the Grand Empyrean, throwing away your dignity just to be praised by the Grand Empyrean. Now that you've been replaced by a clone, you're going to hug the Above Heaven sect's thighs and beg for pity in front of Luyin. You're both despicable. Xiaoxinji glared at Bao Saint, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bao Saint stared at him coldly. Although his strength came from the Grand Empyrean, he would not act as lowly as Xiaoxinji. He was clearly an extreme powerhouse, so why would he need to beg for pity? This person was too shameless. Xiaoxinji was not Luyin, and Bai Wangyuan was not Luyin either. No matter how much they wanted to act in the Void Imperfection realm, they could not. In the end, Xiaoxinji left with Xiaozhen and Bai Xing. Firstly, Bao Saint could not stop them. Secondly, the Grand Empyrean had ordered half of the Primordial Space's powerhouses to defend the Six Direction Society. The Primordial Space was now one of the Six Direction Societies. Bai Xing and the rest could choose to defend the Void Imperfection realm or the other side of the battlefield. Bao Saint could not refute Xiaoxinji's reasoning. Of course, deep down, he also did not want to attract Lu Yin's attention. Fortunately, the war with the Eternals had slowed down, and he could hold the fort alone. The greatest threat was still Chun Kong, and defending against Chun Kong's sneak attacks was too taxing. On Earth, beside Lu Yin's statue, a giant screen attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone stopped to look at the screen. There were tens of thousands of screens like this on Earth, and most of the people in the primordial space were watching this scene. This was a notice from the Above the Sky sect. On this day, the Above the Sky sect would officially accept a group of powerhouses. The sound of drums resounded through the heavens as figures stepped onto the sky stairway and ascended it. They respectfully faced the primogenitor's statue. Lu Yin's figure appeared and looked down from above. Below him were Big Sis, Mu Xia, the Blood Ancestor, Elder Chan, Xiao Chen, Lung Qing, and Master Shan. These progenitors stood in unison. Below them were Kuei Luo, the Supreme Sage Heavenly Master, and the other half-progenitors. At the bottom of the sky stairway, beside the cauldron, He Ran looked up. When she had first arrived here, there had not been that many extreme powerhouses, but now, there were too many of them. This did not even include the Lu family in the Astral Tree Galaxy or those who were about to officially join the Above the Sky sect. Just how many extreme powerhouses were there in the Above Sky sect? The caged Wyrm roared, and the ancestral tortoise trembled. These were two progenitors, and they were definitely giants. Our Above the Sky sect was born in a desperate situation. Since the day of our birth, the number of powerhouses has increased day by day. However, our enemies have also grown stronger. Today, we officially accept progenitors. Where is Lord Taibai Jinxing? A figure walked out from the starry sky. His expression seemed calm, but how could he remain calm in the face of so many progenitors from the Above the Sky sect? She had never seen so many extreme powerhouses appear. Even though the reincarnation spacetime had 39 sages, they had not appeared at the same time. Lord Taibai Jinxing stepped into the Above the Sky sect's plaza and came to the side of the cauldron. He looked up at the sky stairway and saw Luin standing high above. A half-progenitor was looking down on progenitors, but no one could object. Where are you from? Luin asked. Progenitors had officially joined the Above Sky sect, and he had to ask them personally to show his respect. At this moment, countless people in the primordial space were excited. Progenitors were the pinnacle of human cultivation. How many progenitors had there been in this universe a few decades ago? When Xianxia had made his first move, the entire Fifth Mainland had done its best to resist, and all cultivators had gathered together. Now, it was not difficult to see progenitors. This was the Heavenly Sect, the sect that protected all of them, Lu Yin's Heavenly Sect. It was Luin who gathered these powerhouses and gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Everyone looked at the screen with fanaticism and worship. They looked at Luin and shouted, "The Tao Lord is invincible! The Tao Lord is invincible! The Tao Lord is invincible!" No one took the lead. This was the passion that everyone wanted to release at this moment. It was their support for Luin. People from the Six Paths Guild also came and watched in shock. Any extreme powerhouse was very rare in the Six Paths Guild, but it was not difficult to see them in the Heavenly Sect. Why were there so many of them? People from the hyperspace, Void God Universe, Wood Universe, Lost Clan, and Reincarnation Universe came to the Genesis space to watch the ceremony. They were speechless when they saw the Heavenly Sect. He stood beside the cauldron openly. Luin did not care if others saw her. He was so confident now. He could attack in Reincarnation Universe time and time again. He did not need to hide from anyone now. He was Luin, the Tao Master of the Heavenly Sect, the Master of the Genesis space. At the bottom of the stairway, Taixing Jun bowed slowly. "I'm from the Three Sovereigns universe." "Why did you join the Heavenly Sect?" Luin asked again. Taixing Jun was silent for a moment. "To protect my family." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Are you willing to accompany the Heavenly Sect to protect humanity?" Taixing Jun took a deep breath. "Yes." Luin nodded. "Yes." As soon as he said this, an invisible wind blew past. Taixing Jun was puzzled. After Luin said this, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with this starry sky. What was going on? Without thinking too much, she walked up the stairway step by step and walked in front of Kue Luo. Further up was where the progenitors were. The current progenitors did not stand in order. Those who came first stood in front. She naturally stood at the back of the progenitors. Even if they were ranked first, she would definitely be at the back. "Where's Qianlu?" Qianlu walked out of the starry sky and took a deep breath. This day had finally come. Although he had joined the Heavenly Sect before, it was more to do with Luin and had nothing to do with the Heavenly Sect. From today onwards, he officially joined the Colossus known as the Sect Above the Heavens. This sect above the heavens that ignored the reincarnation spacetime and dared to capture the 9 saints in the reincarnation spacetime. This sect above the heavens would definitely be the most glorious place for mankind in the future. It was as if he could see the future. He could see himself standing in the celestial sect of heaven, becoming one of the legends of the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Luin looked at Qianlu coldly. If it weren't for the sake of creating momentum, He would not have wanted Chen Lu to join the Above Heavens sect. He would have even locked her up like Mu Jun. This person had a rebellious nature. However, it didn't matter. Joining the Above Heavens sect didn't mean that he would be recognized. He was completely different from Star Monarch. Chen Lu walked to the bottom of the sky stairway and bowed respectfully. His attitude was much better than Star Lord's, as if he was completely following Lu Yin's lead. "Greetings, Pathmaster." Lu Yin sternly asked, "Where are you from?" "Sect Master, it's from the Three Monarchs universe." "Why did you join the Above Heaven sect?" "Die for the Tao Master." "Be loyal to the Tao Master." "Be loyal to the Above Heaven sect." Chen Lu shouted. He had thought about these words for a long time and finally shouted them out. The Blood Ancestor and the others looked at him strangely. This guy was a bit different. Countless people who saw this scene shouted fanatically again. So what if he was a progenitor? They had to be loyal to the Tao Master. Progenitors had to die for Lord Lu Yin. This was what they wanted to do the most. For a moment, even more fanatical shouts resounded through the starry sky. The entire universe felt like it was about to be overturned. On Earth, Zhou Shan smiled bitterly but also sighed in admiration. These people's fanaticism for Lu Yin showed how much Lu Yin had done for humanity. He deserved everyone's worship. How many years had it been? Lu Yin had actually reached this step. Would he still return to Earth? Did he still remember this old friend of his? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. This Chen Li's loyalty was not bad. "Are you willing to accompany the Above Heavens sect to protect humanity and swear to die with humanity?" Chen Li's voice became louder. "I'm willing to live and die with the Origin Space. I'm willing to live and die with the Tao Master." "Yes. Thank you, Pathmaster." Chen Lu was excited. He looked up at the sky stairway and walked up step by step until he was behind Star Monarch. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. The Eternals are the Above Heavens sect's great enemy. Once, the Above Heavens sect had a great enemy called the Four Cardinal Scales. Lu Yin slowly explained his grudge with the Four Cardinal Scales. The Above Heavens sect fell silent. Everyone listened to Lu Yin's story, and their hatred for the Four Cardinal Scales grew. Countless people shouted that they wanted to destroy the Four Cardinal Scales to take revenge for Lu Yin. Today, the Four Cardinal Scales have been destroyed, and they will no longer be known as the Four Cardinal Scales. However, the Above Heavens sect upholds humanity's will to fight against the everlasting race. Even if the Four Cardinal Scales are my enemies, as long as they let go of their hatred, I am still willing to accept them into the Above Heavens sect and fight against the everlasting race together with humanity. Where is Xianxia? Xianxia walked out from the starry sky. This day had finally come. Previously, he had brought Bai Xing and the others to the Above Heavens sect to express his intentions to Lu Yin and return to the Origin Space. At that time, Lu Yin had told them to wait until the day they officially joined the Above Heavens sect. This wait had lasted for more than 2 months. During these 2 months, he had thought about many things. Bai Wang Yuan's words had indeed made him hesitate, but so what? Just as he had thought before, if he did not want to live under someone else's roof or be hunted down by the Above Heavens sect, he had to return and join the Above Heavens sect. He was just a clone that had cooperated with Lu Yin before. He was not the main body, so no matter how severe the punishment was, he would not die. As he thought about this, Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the stairway and looked up at Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin, the statue of the primogenitor gave off a grand and dignified aura. This person represented the primogenitor, a junior that Xianxia had once praised. Now, he was looking down at Xianxia, bringing him the judgment of fate. Xianxia is here. As the master of the Four Cardinal Scales, Shenwu Plain, do you have anything to say about the Four Cardinal Scales harming the Lu family and causing humanity to be at a disadvantage in the war against the everlasting race? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Yes. He knew what Lu Yin wanted him to say, so he had to say something. Speak. 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 Countless voices resounded in Xianxia's ears, and the boundless pressure was unbearable. Was this pressure coming from the entire Above Heavens sect? No, Xianxia did not understand. The progenitors of the above heavens sect were not pressuring him, so where was this pressure coming from? He clenched his fists. The four cardinal scales are at fault. What fault? Luyin shouted. What fault? What fault? Xiaxinji's tone was solemn. We should not have acted against the Lu family. This is the first fault. We should not have welcomed the reincarnation spacetime and suppressed the primordial space. This is the second fault. We should not have tried to harm the headmaster even after discovering his peerless talent. This is the third fault. The four cardinal scales are at fault for opposing the everlasting race. The Xinwu plane is at fault. I, Xiaxinji, am at fault. Please punish me, headmaster. Xiaxinji's posture was extremely humble, and after he finished speaking, he even knelt on one knee. Everyone was shocked, and even Luyin was stunned. A progenitor who had dared to fight against the 9 mountains and 8 seas had actually knelt on one knee before a junior. This scene would definitely be recorded in the annals of history, and countless future generations would comment on it. One could imagine how many people would mock Xiaxinji in the future. At this moment, he was no longer the master of Xinwu Plain, because Xinwu Plain would never accept someone who had knelt before Luyin as their ancestor. Xiaxinji had once knelt before the Grand Empyrean, but the Grand Empyrean was fundamentally different from Luyin. In terms of seniority, the Grand Empyrean far surpassed Xiaxinji. After all, Luyin was just a junior. This kneeling had humiliated Xinwu Plain and the Xia family. It had humiliated the entire four cardinal scales. Xiaxinji had completely adjusted his position, and he had lowered himself even more than Qianlu. He had completely thrown away his dignity as a progenitor. However, it had to be said that this kneeling action made Lu Yin's original punishment vanish into thin air. There was no need for that, as there was nothing more severe than kneeling to the four cardinal scales. He stared deeply at Xiaxinji. This person was far more resilient than he had imagined. Xiaxinji's name would be nailed to the pillar of shame from now on. Big Sis was disdainful, and Leng Qing was indifferent. This person was not worthy of using a blade. Elder Chan's gaze was deep as everyone's gaze landed on Xiaxinji, including the countless ordinary people. If Qianlu had lowered himself so that everyone could see Lu Yin's ability to lead the masses, then Xiaxinji's kneeling was equivalent to Lu Yin becoming a god. A progenitor had willingly knelt before a progenitor. How ridiculous was that? This scene would forever be imprinted in the history of humanity. Outside the stairway, Wang Wen and Wei Rong exchanged glances. This fellow is smarter than we thought. He's not kneeling to the current Dao Master, but rather to the future Dao Master. Wei Rong's eyes flickered. Progenitors can live for a long time. After many years, who will remember that Xiaxinji knelt before Dao Master Lu? They will only remember that Xiaxinji knelt before the master of the primordial space. That person is destined to reach the peak of humanity. What's wrong with kneeling before a progenitor? His kneeling might have tarnished his reputation for now, but he'll be bound to the Dao Master's side. When the Dao Master becomes invincible, who will mock him then? Most people will only praise him for his foresight, and the punishment that he should have received now has been eliminated. Most people will always look at the present, but Xiaxinji has placed his hopes in the future. He'd rather become the Dao Master's dog. He doesn't know that when a person attains the Dao, even his dog will have to look at its master. He's someone who can endure. It's no wonder that a clone was able to devour the main body. Xiaxinji's main body is far inferior to this clone. At the bottom of the stairway, Xiaxinji quietly waited for Lu Yin's reaction. He didn't care what others thought of him. Lu Yin was destined to become the ruler of humanity. If ordinary people could kneel before him, why couldn't he? To Lu Yin, who had become a progenitor, what difference was there between a progenitor and an ordinary person? He was looking at the future. Lu Yin looked at Xiaxinji. This kneeling signified that Xiaxinji would never betray him, as no one would want him. Perhaps not even the Eternals would want him. Xiaxinji. Here. Xiaxinji lowered his head. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust finished. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Book friend 544322203. MOC me AO Brothers tip, I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Luin looked at him and said, "If the 4 cardinal scales were in the wrong, my heavens above heaven sect will pursue the matter. However, you have helped me. It was you who helped me expose the 4 cardinal scales scheme at the tea party, and it was you who numbed Bai Wang Yuan and the others. You have made mistakes, but you have also made contributions. Since you are truly remorseful and have knelt down to repent, I will pardon you." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your forgiveness. I will definitely fight for humanity. Stand up and step forward." Xianxia stood up and looked at the stairway. He faced the disdainful gazes and walked up step by step. Even Kui Luo looked down on him, but so what? After a few years, these gazes would change. He consciously stood at the very back of the progenitors. This was also the reason why Luin had asked them to come out after Starlord and Chenlu. After all, they were from the 4 cardinal scales. Chenlu and the others were neither enemies nor friends with the celestial sect, but they were once enemies and could only stand at the back. "Where is Bai Xing?" Bai Xing walked out from the starry sky and looked at Xianxia on the stairway. To be honest, he had not expected this to happen. Xianxia had actually done such a thing, which made him feel awkward. Bai Xing came to the bottom of the stairway and bowed slowly. "Bai Xing is here. As a former 4 cardinal scales Xianxia sect progenitor, do you have anything to say?" Bai Xing hesitated. "Yes. Speak. Speak." Bai Xing took a deep breath. "The Xianxia sect is in the wrong." "What wrong? What wrong?" Bai Xing looked up. "The fault lies with Bai Wang Yuan alone. It was Bai Wang Yuan who exiled the Lu family. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Xianxia sect. Bai Wang Yuan is the sect master of the Xianxia sect. No one dares to go against his words." Luin looked at Bai Xing. "As a progenitor, have you never harmed the Lu family?" "No. I, Bai Xing, swear on my life," Bai Xing said loudly. Luin nodded. "I will not wrong anyone. Bai Xing, the celestial sect has investigated your matter and allowed you to join. Are you willing to live and die with humanity and fight the Eternals?" Bai Xing sighed. He had been afraid that Luin would force him to kneel. There was nothing he could do. Not everyone could be as unrestrained as Xianxia. Furthermore, that wasn't Xianxia himself, but a clone. This clone was completely shameless. "I'm willing." "Yes," Luin said. There was no need to make things difficult for Bai Xing. This person had indeed not done anything to the Lu family, and he could not be accused of not helping the Lu family. That would be too ridiculous. Bai Xing walked up the sky stairway step by step. There were 2 rows on the sky stairway. Xianxia stood behind Chenlu while Bai Xing stood behind the other row of star sovereigns. He was unwilling to stand behind Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. "Where is Xiaozhen?" Countless people looked at the starry sky. There were still progenitors? In the starry sky, Xiaozhen walked out with an ugly expression. Xianxia had completely embarrassed the Xia clan. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, she would have killed Xianxia. This ancestor's clone was simply shameless. When they reached the bottom of the stairway, Xiaozhen stared at Xianxia. He wouldn't treat him as the real patriarch Xinji at all. Although great ancestor Xinji was ruthless and merciless, he was much stronger than this clone. "Xiaozhen is here. As the 4-way balance, do you have anything to say?" Luin asked. Xiaozhen gritted his teeth. "Yes. Speak. Speak." Xiaozhen looked up. "Shenwu Plain is at fault, and it's all Xiaoxinji's fault." Xiaoxinji's expression changed slightly. Many people looked over with interest. Xiaozhen coldly criticized, "It was Xiaoxinji who joined forces with Bai Wang Yuan to banish the Lu clan. It has nothing to do with anyone else in Shenwu Plain. Anyone who harmed the Lu clan has already been punished by the above sky sect. Since we're here, we've investigated this on behalf of the headmaster." "Headmaster, you shouldn't have allowed Xiaoxinji to join the above sky sect so easily. He's the main culprit." Big Sis almost laughed as she looked at Luin. Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and the others laughed. This was revenge on Xiaoxinji. Xiaoxinji had humiliated the Xia clan, and now the Xia clan was here to take revenge. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stared coldly at Xiaozhen. This Xianxia isn't the same Xianxia. Xiaozhen, as a divine martial ancestor, you should know about the 9 clones. He's a clone, not the main body that banished the Lu clan. Xiaozhen was unwilling to accept this. But the prison lock that banished the Lu clan came from him. Xianxia barked, Xiaozhen, I've already atoned for my sins. Are you done yet? Xiaozhen coldly glared at Xianxia. The 2 ancestors of the Xia clan had fallen out with each other in the sky. Luyin coldly said, enough. Xianxia was startled, but he quickly retracted his gaze and bowed to Luyin. Please calm down, Pathmaster. Xiaozhen reluctantly looked away. Luyin looked down at Xiaozhen, his eyes growing colder. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Xiaozhen felt an enormous pressure, and a strange feeling surrounded her that made it difficult for her to breathe. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she knew that it definitely had something to do with Luyin. This person hadn't even made a move, but she was still feeling this way. How did he do it? Xiaozhen looked at Luyin again, and when she met his cold gaze, she felt that he was even more unfathomable. Please calm down, Pathmaster. Lu Yin's gaze softened. Are you done with what you wanted to say? Yes, Xiaozhen replied. Let me ask you, are you willing to live and die with the humans against the Eternals? Are you not willing to take even half a step back? Xiaozhen temporarily set aside her hatred for Xianxia and loudly replied, I am. Yes. Xiaozhen heaved a sigh of relief, looked up, and walked up the stairway step by step until she was behind by Sheng. Xianxia coldly glanced at Xiaozhen. Now, 5 progenitors had joined the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect was in an uproar, and countless people cheered. The ghost monkey shouted crazily, thinking that he should learn from Ling Ke and form a cheerleading squad to cheer for Luyin. The entire primordial space cheered, and countless people shouted that the Pathmaster was invincible. The 6 Paths Association spectators smiled bitterly. With the addition of 5 progenitors, the Above Heaven sect now had a terrifying 19 progenitors. Excluding the crippled blood progenitor, there were 18 progenitors under Lu Yin's command. A total of 18 progenitors was a terrifying number, and this number was bound to increase. 1 or 2 of those progenitors should break through to the progenitor realm. Could it be that the Above Heaven sect was really going to restore its glory? Luyin stood on the stairway with his back against the progenitor's statue. He looked at the primordial space, and an unparalleled sense of control made him want to roar. At this moment, who among the humans could rival him? So what if they were Grand Empyreans? With Ancestor Lu Yuan, the remaining people were nothing to fear. The 6 Paths Association was the strongest in the primordial space. But was it enough? No, it was still not enough. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. The progenitors bowed, and so did the countless people in the primordial space. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with an even greater desire. He really wanted to rebuild the Above Heaven sect. Glory. In the past, the Above Heaven sect had the 3 realms and 6 daos. He wanted that too. In the past, the Above Heaven sect had the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He wanted that too. Who said that the people of today could not compare to the people of the past? Luyin wanted to truly restore the Above Heaven sect's glory and even surpass the past. The Above Heaven sect had many progenitors, and they were now one of the 6 Paths Association. They naturally had to shoulder the responsibilities of the 6 Paths Association and resist the everlasting race. Luyin ordered Chen Lu, Lu Yun, Bai Xing, Xiaoxinji, and Xiaozhen to help defend against the 6 Direction Society. In addition to Nong Yi and Mistress Shi Wei, who had been fighting in the 6 Direction Society, there were now 7 progenitors in the primordial space, which was quite a number. Although the number of progenitors in the primordial space was not even half, who would dare to say anything? Luyin had his own plans. The 6 Paths Association and the everlasting race had fought for many years, and they had reached a balance. He wanted to use the Above Heaven sect's advantage to become the last straw that would crush the everlasting race. The everlasting race was definitely thinking of ways to deal with the Above Heaven sect. From now on, the primordial space would not be peaceful. News of what had happened in the Above Heaven sect quickly spread throughout the Six Paths Association, causing countless people to gasp in shock. They had never heard of so many progenitors gathered together. The reincarnation spacetime had the most progenitors, but there were only 3 venerables and 9 sages. The Above Heaven sect had surpassed the reincarnation spacetime in such a short time. Luin had achieved his goal. He had used the opportunity of accepting Xianxia and the others to create momentum for the Above Heaven sect. He had shown the entire Six Paths Association how powerful the Above Heaven sect was. In the wood spacetime, Mr. Daheng's expression turned gloomy. He had received news that there were close to 20 progenitors, which was terrifying. How could there be so many in the primordial space? With so many powerhouses present, Luo Shan would not dare to take revenge on Luin even if he wanted to. Traceless, think of a way to find Luo Shan in the endless battlefield, Mr. Daheng instructed. Traceless frowned. It's not time for me to go to the endless battlefield yet. Mr. Daheng said, the war between the Eternals and the Six Paths Association has slowed down. As long as you don't go to the most dangerous spacetime zones, you will be fine. Traceless looked at him. Luo Shan might be hiding in the 3 sovereign spacetime zone. That place is also very dangerous. Mr. Daheng suddenly stared at him. I did not discuss this with you. Traceless looked at Mr. Daheng, and after a moment, he gave in. I will try my best. Mr. Daheng retracted his gaze. It was not difficult to deal with this person. Even if he was an extreme powerhouse, this person did not have the heart of an extreme powerhouse. However, that Luin was troublesome. With him around, Qianlu could not be touched at all. Traceless left with his back facing Mr. Daheng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Being targeted by Master Lu, you will not be able to survive. Just wait. In the endless battlefield's dark spacetime zone, Curmudgeon Mo had returned. He had already received news about the Above Heaven sect. There were so many progenitors, and although most of them were not his match, there were still experts among them, especially the Lu family. Now that the Lu family had returned, it would be difficult for him to make a move against Luin. However, he had to get the Heaven's Eye back. He also had to deal with that bastard Lu Bujing. Somewhere in the beyond spacetime zone, a group of people wearing blue and white research uniforms looked forward with anticipation and apprehension. There was a strange-looking machine there. In front of them was the head of the energy research team, the somewhat crazy old man. Beside the old man was Zijing. Not far from the 2 of them stood 2 extreme powerhouses who used black energy sources. One of them was Wen Shi, who was responsible for the safety of the beyond spacetime zone, and the other was responsible for the safety of the energy research team's laboratory. His name was Tsong Si. Further away, which was outside the group of people, was Bai Qian. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Desert Dust is finished. Brother's reward, I will give it to you. Staying up late to write. Bai Qian stared at the strange machine. It was a cultivation technique specially used to study the sequence particles. It included the energy source and the feed technique. It was the greatest cultivation technique since the creation of Transdimensional. This was what Master Dimensional brought her here and told her. It was the first time she saw everyone in the energy research team. These people all had one thing in common. They were very focused. Even if she was standing here, no one greeted her or even looked at her. Everyone was attracted by the strange cultivation technique. On this day, Bai Qian knew that the time flow of the energy research team had disappeared from a different spacetime. They could only return to transdimensional from that parallel spacetime. On this day, she learned that the research of the sequence particles had made a breakthrough. Too beautiful, too beautiful. Zijing, look, this is the result of your efforts. It will bring about a metamorphosis to the universe, a metamorphosis to humanity. The crazy old man danced with joy. He was extremely excited. Zijing also stared at the cultivation technique. She saw the existence of spots. Those were the sequence particles. Relying on the research foundation she left behind before escaping from transdimensional, coupled with a different spacetime flow, they were finally able to materialize the sequence particles. This time, the materialization was different from before. At that time, they could only see the existence of the sequence particles. Master Dimensional told them about the existence of this power. The energy research team studied it day and night. Zijing let them see this power. This time, it was a real materialization. It was not as simple as seeing it. The crazy old man suddenly raised his head and stared at Xianxia with fanaticism. "You, come here." Xianxia was a user of the black energy source. He had a very high status in transdimensional, but in the face of the old man's orders, he did not dare to resist. Only those who knew him knew that this old man had a high status in transdimensional. Even he ran and Bai Qian could not compare. He was the real number 2 in transdimensional. Xianxia walked to the two of them. "Leader, what are your orders?" The crazy old man pointed to the front. "Touch it." Xianxia was surprised. He looked at the sequence particles that had been materialized in the strange machine. To be honest, he did not know what this was. His task was to protect the energy research team. As for what the energy research team was researching, he never asked. This was also the reason why Master Dimensional trusted him. After all, the energy research team was researching Transdimensional's biggest secret. They needed someone who could keep the secret. Although he did not know what the research was, he knew the importance of this research. For this research, Master Dimensional destroyed the hidden parallel spacetime. These particles that appeared today were the results of the research. Touch? He was fearful. The crazy old man was displeased. "Hurry up, I'll let you touch it." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a moment. "Team leader, may I ask what this is?" The crazy old man was furious. "Impudent. Is this something you can ask? Are you courting death? Do you believe that I will immediately make you lose everything and turn you into a test subject?" Xianxia's face paled, and he hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate is presumptuous, please forgive this subordinate will touch it now." The crazy old man snorted coldly, and his gaze became fanatical once again. Xianxia also raised his hand and slowly approached the particle. As Xianxia's finger got closer and closer to the particle, the old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter, almost popping out of their sockets. Zijing was also staring at this scene. Everyone was staring at this scene. Slowly, as if he had accepted his fate, his fingers touched the particle. For a moment, he felt nothing. His eyelids twitched as he stared at his fingers and bent them. He really didn't feel anything, except for the change in color. Yes. His fingers were yellow, but the moment he touched the particles, his fingers suddenly changed color. One moment it was white, the next it was black, the next it was red, and the next it was blue. It was as if there was an invisible force changing the color of his fingers. It was not smearing, but changing. Xianxia was sure that no one touched him except for these particles. "Are these particles paint?" The others stared with their eyes wide open, and their eyes were full of surprise. No one knew what they were thinking. Bai Qian didn't understand, but she didn't need to understand. She just stared at Zijing and the old man. Seeing that the fanaticism in their eyes had not diminished at all, with indescribable ecstasy, she knew that it seemed that they might have succeeded. "Take back your hand," Zijing said. Xianxia looked at the old man. The old man nodded. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly withdrew his fingers, and looked at them. His fingers had returned to their original color. How could this be? He was very sure that his fingers had not been smeared with color, but had completely changed color from the inside out, as if his fingers should be that color. What were those particles? The energy research team spent a huge amount of resources in the hyperspace, and even lost parallel universes with different flow rates. Could it be that this was the result of their research? Xianxia didn't dare to say more and slowly retreated. Zijing exhaled. Color is the law. That was the color sequence particles just now. The old man's eyes were burning. We can't control it now, and it can randomly materialize the law. But since we can already materialize the law, it means that we will succeed one day. He looked at Zijing. Once this research is successful, I guarantee that you will be second only to the dimensional master in hyperspace. What he ran, what Bai Qian, and even I will have to step back. Zijing, you will be able to look down on the Sixth Direction Society. Zijing hurriedly said respectfully, "Teacher, you are too serious. This research mainly depends on you, Zijing is just an assistant." The old man shook his head. "I'm old. You should be the one to shoulder the burden of hyperspace. I will talk to the Dimensional Master." After that, he looked around. "My hyperspace will change the situation of the Six Direction Society, soon. What divinity Xiaoyin, what three monarch universes, who dares to scheme against my hyperspace, will bow down?" Wenshi, Song Si, and Bai Qian in the distance had strange expressions. Divinity Xiaoyin? Three monarch universes? All of them had been dealt with by one person. These people had been researching cultivation techniques and were not aware of what was happening in the outside world. The Six Direction Society had completely changed, and there was now a behemoth that was even more terrifying than the reincarnation spacetime. Not long after, the crazy old man, Zijing, and the others were brought to another place by the Dimensional Master, a place that Bai Qian did not know about. Earth, the same sunny beach. This time, Lu Yin arrived earlier than Bai Qian. Bai Qian had informed him that they would meet here. By the time Bai Qian arrived, Lu Yin had already drunk a drink. There were many people on the beach. In the past, there had been no one here, but now, it was difficult to find a deserted place on Earth. However, no matter how many people there were, they would not be able to recognize Lu Yin. Anyone who saw him would forget what he looked like. "Aren't you afraid that the Dimensional Master will keep an eye on you?" Lu Yin smiled as he watched Bai Qian lie down and pass her a drink. Bai Qian smiled, but her smile was cold. Although she was beautiful, she was difficult to approach, just like he ran. With a powerful backer like Master Lu, there's no need to be afraid. Lu Yin laughed. He is the Dimensional Master, after all. No matter what, the above heaven sect cannot interfere with the matters of other parallel universes. Is that so? Bai Qian smiled at Lu Yin. Has Master Lu achieved his goal? What goal? I should be the one asking that question. What goal does Master Lu have? That's too grand. Destroy the Eternals. What about before that? Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. What are you trying to say? Bai Qian swirled her drink. 100 undisciplined people will never be able to defeat an army of 50 people. The six forces will fight their own battles, and that is the main reason why it is difficult to suppress the Eternals. Sometimes, Master Lu clearly knows who is a spy, but you have to take the risk of offending certain people to do unnecessary things. Doesn't Master Lu find it tiring? Lu Yin put down his drink. What do you want from me? Just say it. He knew what Bai Qian wanted to say, but to be honest, the current Bai Qian was not qualified to discuss this with him. Although Bai Qian seemed to be in charge of the transdimensional master, what could she do? When the dimensional master appeared, Bai Qian's only use was to provide information, and that was all. The dimensional master could cripple her with a single word, just like how Lu Yin had crippled He Ran. Some people were just pawns. Of course, if she could do more, it was not impossible to negotiate. Everyone was climbing up, and if they did not want to become someone else's pawn, they had to climb faster and higher. Bai Qian did not linger on the previous topic. I saw Zijing. Lu Yin guessed. How is she? Very good. She also succeeded in the particle cultivation technique. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian met Lu Yin's gaze. It's only a temporary success. I don't understand the technique, but from Zijing's eyes, I know there's hope. They are not in a parallel universe right now, but in a different one. If you want to find Zijing, you can only go through the Dimensional Master. No one else can. Lu Yin looked at the sea. Dimensional Master? He had tried to find him a few times, but the Dimensional Master had avoided him. He could not see through this person. It was impossible for the Dimensional Master to not know that Lu Yin had schemed against him. Lu Yin did not believe that the Dimensional Master did not know about Lu Yun and He Ran, but he had not said anything. He had also saved Lu Yin at the tea party. What was this person thinking? I don't know what the Dimensional Master is thinking either. You should talk to him, Bai Qian said. Lu Yin was helpless. I can't do anything about it. I can't force him to meet me. Although we are both masters of a parallel universe, we have to respect each other. Bai Qian's lips curled up. Respect? Ever since the rise of the Above Heaven sect, Master Lu has not respected anyone, not even the Grand Empyreans. Lu Yin did not speak. Since Bai Qian had called him over, he must have thought of a solution. Otherwise, it would be too stupid. The parallel universe with a different time flow has been destroyed. I don't know how long they have been studying it, but one thing is certain, they don't have enough materials, Bai Qian said calmly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The materials for the particle cultivation technique came partly from the primordial space and partly from the void god space. They had to rely on me to obtain them. Bai Qian took a sip of his drink and left. Lu Yin looked at the sea in a daze and fell into deep thought. The astral tree, Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin returned and decided to search for Yebwa. According to Xia, Yebwa might be a type of consciousness. The only way Lu Yin could think of to search for a consciousness was to roll 6 pips on his die. This was the only way he could try. If he could find it, then he would. If he could not, then he could only rely on Xia's ancient tracing. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. In Lu Tianjing, he didn't have to worry about anyone spying on him, and it had been a long time since he'd felt such a sense of security. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun. It hadn't been that long since he'd last gone into seclusion, so it wasn't easy to roll enhance. However, Lu Yin wasn't in a rush, and he continued to roll the die while waiting for someone from the hyperspace dimension to arrive. A month quickly passed, and Lu Yin finally rolled enhance. He'd rolled it 12 times, and it hadn't been easy at all. His consciousness entered the dark space, and he began his search. If Nightbolt was a consciousness, then the sphere of light it represented might be different from the others, so Lu Yin could only try to find it this way. He looked at the light. Spheres around him, but there wasn't anything special. He quickly left and continued his search, but there was still nothing special. He continued to search, but he didn't know which domain he was looking for. Perhaps the consciousness was no longer in the cosmic tree realm, but he still had to keep going. He had never stayed in the dark space for so long in search of a consciousness, and he didn't know how much star essence he'd used up. He was a little apprehensive, mainly because it was too expensive. Suddenly, he stared in a certain direction and felt as if he was being watched by something. How was this possible? This should be a space of pure consciousness, but he felt as if he was being watched. Who could it be? Lu Yin headed in that direction. From what he knew, the Hui ancestor was the only one who'd cultivated consciousness. No, the Hui ancestor had cultivated thought, and consciousness was different from thought. There was a more accurate description, the person from the Thousand Faces game. That person was the only one Lu Yin was absolutely certain had cultivated consciousness. Back in the dark spacetime, the person from the Thousand Faces game had tried to control him with his consciousness, but he'd managed to break free. Compared to how many times he'd merged his consciousness into this dark space, the person from the Thousand Faces game couldn't control him at all. Lu Yin didn't know if his consciousness was strong or weak, but he was certain that the person from the Thousand Faces game was no match for him in terms of consciousness. However, he couldn't use the power of his consciousness in the real world either. Lu Yin's consciousness rushed over, and he saw a very small sphere of light hiding behind another one. If he hadn't felt like he was being watched, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. He didn't care, he just rushed over and merged with it. The small ball of light was unable to dodge, and it was viciously struck by Lu Yin's consciousness and fused into it. At that moment, countless images flashed through his mind. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and all sorts of memories flooded into his mind. His expression changed, as he saw 2 memories. One belonged to the person he had merged with, but this person was just an explorer who was considered weak in the cosmic tree realm. This person had lived in a very ordinary region in the middle realm, and his entire life had been very ordinary. The other consciousness belonged to Yibo. Lu Yin really did merge into Yibo's consciousness. What surprised Lu Yin was that his consciousness could exist freely, and the only thing it needed to do was find a host. Regardless of whether it was a human or a creature, as long as it had a consciousness, it could merge with it, just like how Lu Yin had rolled enhance. The only difference was that Lu Yin had to consume resources, while Yibo consumed innate gifts. Once upon a time, there was a person on the fifth continent by the name of Yebwa. His innate talent was extraordinary, but his personality was extreme, and he believed himself to be invincible among his peers. After being provoked by others, he took the initiative to challenge the successors of the frigid immortal sect, the Xia clan, and even the Lu clan. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He believed that those people relied on the resources of their clans, and that their true strength was inferior to his. As a result, he made a mistake and died. His death was not a big deal, and no one cared. At most, it was treated as a joke. However, no one knew that Yebwa had an innate gift, and his consciousness used resentment and hatred as a medium. After his death, his consciousness devoured the person who had been inciting him, as well as many people he was familiar with. Along with his resentment towards the disciples of the major powers, his consciousness continued to merge into the bodies of others, harming them. Yebwa's innate gift was strange, and his consciousness could remain after merging into someone's body, continuing to influence that person. That person would not know that they were being influenced, and they would only subconsciously do as Yebwa wished. Thus, no matter how hard the Lu clan and the frigid immortal sect searched, they could not find Yebwa, and they all believed that he was part of a team. They killed many people who had been influenced by Yebwa, but none of them were the real Yebwa. Over time, Yebwa became a spy for the starry sky trees. However, there would always be a time when one's talent would disappear. Even after Yibo died, his consciousness relied on the remnant resentment and hatred of his talent to gradually deplete. Without Yibo using his talent, it would not be able to grow stronger. It was just like how a Yuan sage would use his talent to transfer all his essence, energy, and spirit to Chu Jian before he died. Yebwa's consciousness was on the verge of disappearing, and he could not do anything to harm humanity. At most, he could influence a small dog to bite an ordinary person. That was all he could do. These memories flashed by, and Yebwa was no longer a threat. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened as he saw a familiar figure. Bai Xianer? Lu Yin saw Bai Xianer in Yebwa's memories. Was this the food paradise? This was. Lu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to recall. Through Yebwa's memories, he saw Bai Xianer lying in the wooden house that she and Lu Xiaoxian had painstakingly built. She felt Lu Tianjing tremble, and an incomparably huge tail soared into the sky. That was the ancestral Meng flip. Lu Yin heard Patriarch Lu Tianyi's roar and heard countless people calling out Patriarch Lu Yuan's name. He wanted to see, but these were only Yebwa's memories. That day, Yebwa had been in the food paradise. No, this was not Yebwa, but a servant of the Lu family. Yebwa's consciousness had unintentionally entered the servant's memories, leaving behind a remnant. The earth trembled as Lu Tianjing's golden light flickered. Bai Xianer was like a sleeping beauty, quietly lying on the bed in the wooden house. A blurry figure overlapped with Bai Xianer's body and stood up. Lu Yin saw it. Was that Mr. Wei? Mr. Wei walked out of the wooden house, looked up, and leaped up, transforming into a strange force that charged towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin recalled what Lu Qi had said. So the unknown force that had been pestering Patriarch Tianyi that day was Mr. Wei. Yebwa's memories were panicking, which meant that the servant was panicking. Suddenly, another blurry figure overlapped with Bai Xianer's body and walked out. This woman was 70% similar to Bai Xianer, and she carried an insufferably arrogant and murderous aura. She transformed into a force that headed in a certain direction. It was a strange force that was similar to Mr. Wei's. The servant looked over and saw the 7 heroes. "Little 7, be careful." A shrill scream rang out. Through Yebwa's memories, Lu Yin saw the force pierce through his eldest sister's body. Although she had lost her memories, Lu Yin knew that it was his eldest sister, the eldest sister of the Lu family, Lu Qian. The force from Bai Xianer's body pierced through Lu Qian's body and continued towards Lu Yin. Nong Yi pushed Wan Lingdang aside, and the force tore through his body as well. Long Xing leaped out. Even with his innate gift, he couldn't stop the force at all, and his body was pierced through. The next one was his 5th brother, Lu Shi. Through Yebwa's memories, Lu Yin could clearly see how helpless he was as Lu Xiaoxian. He wanted to charge forward to fight, but Wan Lingdang pushed him aside. "Little 7, run. Little 7, run. Go, little 7. Little 7." Cries after cries of death caused Lu Xiaoxian to collapse. Lu Yin, who was watching these memories, also thought of many things. He thought of how his eldest sister and the others had doted on him, how they had become sworn brothers, and all sorts of things that had happened with the 7 heroes. They were all dead. At this moment, they were all dead. The force ruthlessly rushed towards Lu Xiaoxian, and just as it was about to pierce through his body, a platform suddenly appeared. The force collided with the platform, shattering it and knocking Lu Xiaoxian unconscious. Lu Qi's roar came from afar, and the force changed direction towards him. Yebwa's memories didn't follow the force, but instead focused on the scene where the 7 heroes had been killed. He saw his eldest sister, covered in blood, crawling towards Lu Xiaoxian. The others struggled to say something, but she crawled to the unconscious Lu Yin's side and took out a die from his cosmic ring. She smiled happily and said something, then smeared her own blood on the die and passed it to Lu Mo, Long Xing, Lu Shi, Nong Yi, and Wan Lingdang. When Wan Lingdang smeared her blood all over the die, it floated up and emitted a faint light. Points appeared on each side of the die, and it finally turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Xiaoxuan's body. Lu Qian watched the die disappear into Lu Xiaoxuan's body, then closed her eyes and slowly collapsed. Yebwa's memories ended there, as his servant had died and been shattered by the shockwaves of the battle. Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly withdrew, passing through the dark space and returning to his own body. He slowly opened his eyes, which were red. He had clearly seen what had happened that day. The 7 heroes had all died to save him, and now he remembered. The die wasn't his innate gift, but it could also be considered his innate gift. The die had come from the day he had created the overturning sky palm. His memories hadn't recovered, but rather, they had been brought back to him by certain events. That day, Lu Xiaoxian had created the overturning sky palm, which had drawn out Patriarch Lu Yuan. Not long after that, the die had also been drawn out. For some reason, the die had followed Lu Xiaoxian wherever he went. It could be placed in a cosmic ring or carried on his body, but it couldn't stray too far from him. If he strayed too far away, the die would automatically come over. Lu Xiaoxian didn't keep any secrets from the 7 heroes, so he told them about it. After countless experiments, they were surprised to find that their innate gifts could be fixed through the die. Through the die, Lu Xiaoxian could use each of their innate gifts. This was also the reason why the die had 6 points. Before they died, they had given everything they had to Lu Xiaoxian, allowing him to succeed. They didn't know if Lu Xiaoxian would die, but even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would still do it. By Xianer, it was by Xianer. Who had walked out of her body? Lu Yin walked out of Lu Tianjing and headed towards Xian Academy. The power that had been pestering Forefather Tianni had been Mr. Wei. Lu Yin was afraid that Mr. Wei could pester Forefather Tianni, so he had notified Forefather Tianni. Lu Tianni was surprised and followed Lu Yin to Xian Academy. However, when they arrived, they received news that Mr. Wei had already left. Mr. Wei left? When? Lu Yin asked solemnly. President Wen replied, "It's been a while." "President, take us to Mr. Wei's residence." President Wen hesitated for a moment, but he still led the way. Mr. Wei was a woman dressed as a man, and she hadn't officially resigned. She'd only left for a while, and it wasn't appropriate to bring Lu Yin and the other men there. However, judging from their expressions, President Wen knew that something had happened. Even Senior Lu Tianni had come. They quickly climbed up the stone pillar and arrived at Mr. Wei's residence. Lu Yin had been here many times before, and he'd always used Yu Hao's identity to chat with Mr. Wei about the past and present. He'd had a good impression of Mr. Wei back then, but he'd never imagined that Mr. Wei would be involved in the banishment of the Lu family, and that it was related to Bai Xianer. They opened the door to a simple room with nothing special. There wasn't even anything for a woman to use. It had clearly been cleaned up, but there was one thing that caught their attention, a paper cut. There was a white paper cut into the word Wei on the table. "There's nothing here. Mr. Wei is a very clean person. This paper cut might be a gift she left for the academy." "She likes paper cuts," President Wen sighed. Lu Yin looked around and saw that Lu Tianni's expression wasn't right. "Ancestor?" Lu Tianni picked up the paper. "Let's go." The two quickly left Xian Academy and returned to Lu Tianjing. Along the way, Lu Tianyi stared at the paper in a daze. When they returned, Luyin asked, "Ancestor, is there a problem with this paper cut?" Lu Tianyi took a deep breath. "When I was young, someone gave me a paper cut that looked exactly like this one." Lu Yin's expression changed. When he was young? That was an exaggeration. That meant that it was during the above heaven era. "Ancestor, are you saying that you saw this paper cut during the above heaven era?" Lu Tianyi glanced at Luyin. "Did Mr. Wei really come out of Baixianer's body?" Luyin nodded. "Definitely." Lu Tianyi's expression turned serious. "You asked if the seal had anything to do with Baixianer, but I can't answer you now. If Mr. Wei attacked me that day, then it's not impossible that she interfered with the seal. Xian, go look for Baixianer." The two of them did not hesitate and immediately went to the reincarnation spacetime to find Baixianer. Chu Jian felt a headache coming on when he saw the two of them again. "Where's Baixianer?" Chu Jian was alarmed. "Master Lu, Senior Tianyi, why are you looking for my senior sister?" "There's something I want to ask her." Luyin replied, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. If I do, I'll look for Bai Wang Yuan and the others, not Baixianer." Chu Jian thought about it and agreed. If the Lu clan wanted to eliminate the traitors, they should look for Bai Wang Yuan first. If they looked for Baixianer to vent their anger, they would only become a laughingstock. "My senior sister went to the endless battlefield. She was the one who volunteered to go." "Which parallel universe?" "I don't know about that. It's already pretty good that she told me to go to the endless battlefield. It's impossible for her to tell me where to go." "You don't have to ask anyone else. No one knows." "When did you go?" "He just left." The two left the reincarnation spacetime. "She shouldn't be avoiding us on purpose. She can't possibly know that I've discovered the truth, but she just left. It's too much of a coincidence." Lu Tianyi frowned. "I was too careless." Luyin was puzzled and then shocked. He smiled bitterly. "Yes, I was too careless." Baixianer indeed couldn't have known that Luyin had seen the truth from Yu Bo's memories, but she could have warned him. Mr. Wei had walked out of Baixianer's body, and she had purposely left a paper cut in Xian Academy. Perhaps it was some kind of warning that Baixianer would know the moment someone touched it. She might even know who had touched it. They had been too focused on Mr. Wei and hadn't expected such a move. They had been too careless. If that's really the case, then it's basically impossible to find Baixianer. She might have told Chu Jian that she was going to the endless battlefield. Chu Jian himself didn't expect her to tell him. Luyin was helpless. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. "Don't worry about her for now. She'll appear one day. Let's guard the starter space well and deal with them one by one." Luyin grunted in agreement. There were too many things that needed to be dealt with, and they couldn't be rushed. They were getting closer to the truth step by step. Once they understood everything, they would be able to deal with these matters. Lu Tianyi returned to Lu Tianjing while Luyin went to the central realm. He arrived at a very ordinary city near the sea. The last person that Yu Bo had fused with was here, and it was also the person that Luyin had fused with. Within an ordinary house in the city, a middle-aged man was holding a scroll and reading happily. There were several people standing in front of the desk, waiting nervously. After a while, the middle-aged man put down the scroll. "All right, you can go back now. I'll take your child." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir." They hurriedly thanked him. The middle-aged man was satisfied and took a sip from his teacup. "Will the students you teach be as extreme as you?" A voice suddenly came from behind him. The middle-aged man was startled and turned around. Luyin sized him up with interest. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man barked. Luyin looked at him. "Yu Bo, I found you." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously attacked, but Luyin easily restrained him. He looked up and stared at Luyin, his consciousness blasting out in an attempt to enter Luyin's body. However, Luyin forcefully pushed him back. "You?" Luyin casually pressed the middle-aged man to the ground and looked down at him. "I sympathize with you. You clearly have great talent, but you were used by others. Your extreme personality won't allow you to die peacefully. Yibo, rest in peace. The middle-aged man struggled. I just want to pass this time peacefully. Who are you? How did you find me? Let me go. Lu Yin sighed. If Yibo hadn't shown him the memories of the Lu family's exile, he would have killed him without a word. You can say one last thing, Lu Yin said indifferently. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and looked at the scroll that had fallen to the ground. He shouted. There are too many injustices in this world. I want fairness. Is that wrong? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Your so-called fairness is unfair to those who work hard. With that, he vanished. The middle-aged man's consciousness dissipated, and Yibo's consciousness that had entered his body vanished. Lu Yin could have left Yibo to his own devices since his consciousness wouldn't exist for long, but he had still come to destroy him. Yibo's identity was very useful because he had interacted with Qin Kong before. Senior Mu Xia had tried to trace Yibo's history back to the Eternals. Although the Eternals had always wanted to rope Yibo in, they had never really interacted with him. Qin Kong had interacted with Yibo in the form of a bubble, and Yibo had also entered someone's body. Qin Kong was sure that this Yibo wasn't the real Yibo, but he couldn't find the real one. It was hard to imagine that Yibo's consciousness was a vessel of resentment and hatred. Yibo didn't know what kind of person Qin Kong was either. He didn't have any thoughts of his own, and his only purpose was to deal with humans. Thus, he couldn't have joined the Eternals, and cooperating with them was just an act of the Eternals relying on him. Since Qin Kong had interacted with Yibo, it meant that he had been to the Genesis space before. Qin Kong's threat wasn't just limited to the Sixth Direction Society. Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect and issued a secret order to all the progenitors that were helping to defend against the Sixth Direction Society. They were to immediately report any traces of Baixianer. A few days later, a person came to the Above the Sky sect and requested to see Lu Yin. It was Elder Zhua. Elder Zhua had come from a different spacetime. He wanted to buy materials. Lu Yin didn't even meet him and made a request. He wanted to buy materials from the Genesis space and the Void God spacetime and had Master Wei talk to him personally. Elder Zhua couldn't meet Lu Yin and could only return. He then went to the Void Yang and Void Yin clans in the Void God spacetime to buy materials, but he received the same reply. Lu Yin's influence in the Sixth Direction Society was too great, to the point that he could sometimes overshadow Master Wei's face. Master Wei, Su Heng, and Su Ling hadn't interacted with him before, and they only recognized Lu Yin. Helpless, Elders were returned to a different spacetime and brought Lu Yin's message. Lu Yin quickly received news that Master Wei had come out of seclusion and wanted to meet him. Lu Yin walked out of the Above the Sky sect and entered a different spacetime. They were finally going to meet. Master Wei, he wanted to see what this person was thinking. In a different spacetime, Lu Yin and Master Wei met on an ordinary planet. The only unusual thing about this planet was that there was a giant carrier of the Art of Bestowment in the distance. They were located outside the warfront and could watch the border battles at any time. Lu Yin saw Master Wei. Her appearance was completely different from when she had been at the tea party. She was now a woman. Master Lu, I heard that you wanted to meet me. Master Wei's voice was clear and ethereal. It was very pleasant to the ears. However, Lu Yin felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard it. It was hard to imagine that a man would meet others as a woman. Although this woman's body was indeed that of a woman's, Lu Yin still felt an indescribable disgust. Master Wei, your appearance at the tea party was not bad. Why did you change? Lu Yin asked calmly. Although he felt disgust, he would not show it. Master Wei smiled faintly. I'm neither a man nor a woman. Master Lu should know that. There's no need to care so much about my appearance. She then sized Lu Yin up. Why does Master Lu insist on meeting me? Lu Yin asked back, as the Master of the Sixth Direction Society, do I need a special reason to meet with the Master of Spacetime? Yes. The one managing the spacetime is Bai Qian, and it used to be he ran. Everything is decided by them. I haven't met Master Wei and the others in a long time. I didn't even appear at the last tea party. Master Wei's current appearance was very beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Yiran, she had the aura of a superior that didn't need to pretend. This aura was different from the domineering aura of a man. Luin apologized. I see. I thought that Master Wei was purposely not meeting me. Master Wei looked at Luin and smiled faintly. Luin said, I have a problem. The more others don't want to meet me, the more I want to meet them. I apologize for disturbing you. Master Wei waved his hand. It doesn't matter. So what does Master Lu want to see me for? Luin replied seriously, thank you, Master Wei, for what happened at the tea party. Master Wei smiled. There's no need to thank me for fighting against the Eternals. The greater the threat Master Lu poses to the Eternals, the greater the benefit you provide to us humans. Luin had heard such words too many times, and Master Wei's words were not sincere either. Yes, he was not sincere. Luin felt that way. The current Master Wei was different from when he had reminded Luin not to look at the Grand Empyrean during the tea party. Luin could not pinpoint the difference, but the only difference was that he was sincere. Was it an illusion caused by the change in identity from a man to a woman? Luin could not tell. Master Lu, in the endless battlefield, the Grand Empyrean led us to fight against the Eternals. I was injured in that battle and will need to continue my seclusion. Do you want to buy materials? Of course. I thought that Master Wei would have a problem with me. How could that be? Master Lu is already the master of the Genesis space at such a young age. You will be the main force against the Eternals in the future. Why would I have a problem with you? Luin stared at Master Wei. I used the name Xianxia and took Lu Yun away. Does Master Wei not mind? Master Wei smiled. It's just Lu Yun. At your level, do you need to care about him? I only captured him because he was too rude to me and I wanted to teach him a lesson. Since Master Lu needs him, I'll give him to you. Luin wanted to mention he ran, but decided against it. He did not want to go against Master Wei. He only wanted to test Master Wei's attitude. Unfortunately, the results did not go his way. Master Wei's attitude towards Luin was unfamiliar, which made Luin think that the reminder and plea at the tea party were an illusion. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if Master Wei can help me? Luin asked. Master Wei gestured for Luin to go ahead. It was very strange. His gestures were very bold and completely masculine. Since he was acting as a woman, there was an inexplicable sense of disharmony. I want to take Zijing away, Luin said. Master Wei was stunned and stared at Luin. The two looked at each other. Just like that, Luin and Wei Wei looked at each other. After a while, Master Wei said, Master Lu, why did you suddenly mention Zijing? Luin was helpless. How can I not mention my sweetheart? Master Wei was surprised, Zijing and you? Luin repeated what he had said when he was pretending to be Xianxia. Xianxi's identity was fake, but his relationship with Zijing, who could say that it was fake? Zijing came out from the origin space, and Xianxia was brought out by Zijing. Along the way, he had mentioned Zijing to He Ran many times, so it was impossible for Master Wei to not know. The only thing that bothered Vader was the timing. Zijing had just emerged from a parallel timeline with a different flow of time when Luin had come looking for her. It was too much of a coincidence, and he suspected that someone beside him had told Luin about it. This is also the reason why I've always wanted to meet you, Master Wei. Back then, I had no choice but to disguise myself as Xianxia and Zijing to enter the Six Directions Society through hyperspace. Now that I'm able to protect myself, I wish to bring Zijing back with me. I hope that Master Wei can grant my wish. Master Vader looked at Luin deeply. Is this the main reason why you wanted to meet me so many times? Luin nodded. If not for this transdimensional quest, I really can't find a chance to meet Master Wei when I'm shopping for materials. It's even more impossible for me to meet Zijing. Master Wei's gaze relaxed. So that was the case. He had thought too much. The only reason this kid was able to meet him was because Transdimensional Quest had taken the initiative to purchase materials from him. Dao Zijing came out. Master Lu, the cultivation technique that Zijing is currently researching is very important to Transdimensional Quest, so she can't go with you for the time being. However, I guarantee that once the cultivation technique is Completed, I will send her safely to the origin space. Not only that, I will also make the decision to give her a black energy source as a reward. A black energy source was equivalent to a progenitor's power level, so the reward was not light. Transdimensional Quest only had 5 on the surface, but in reality, there were only 10 of them. Luin frowned. Then please allow me to meet her. Just once will do. Master Wei shook his head. Master Lu should know that secret research cannot be casually contacted with the outside world. Please forgive me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. We can meet under Master Wei's supervision. He had also asked Master Wei to allow me to meet Zijing once. Master Wei frowned. Master Lu, the cultivation technique has reached an important juncture. Zijing cannot meet anyone at this time. Zijing is still alive, right? Luin suddenly asked. Master Wei lowered his voice. I guarantee that she is alive and well. I will also send her to the origin space in one piece. Master Lu, this is already the greatest guarantee I can give you. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Luin exhaled. He knew that he had reached his limit. He had only asked to confirm Master Wei's attitude. Master Wei's current attitude told Luin that the sequence particle was just as Bai Qian had said, close to success. After bidding farewell to Master Wei, Luin returned to the above heaven on the surface, but secretly went to the Yu family. This trip to the Yu family was very secretive. Yu Feng was fixing something when Lu Yin's sudden arrival gave him a fright. Master Lu? Yu Feng was shocked. Luin looked at Yu Feng. You seem to be quite relaxed. Yu Feng felt uneasy and hurriedly tidied his clothes. May I know why Master Lu is suddenly here? Luin said indifferently, I won't talk nonsense with you. Help me find Zijing. Yu Feng's expression changed. Master Lu, Zijing is in a parallel universe. Even Ran doesn't know about that place. We can't find her at all. She came out. Luin said. Yu Feng was stunned. She came out? The sequence particle research was successful? Luin laughed. You're still concerned about the sequence particle research? Yu Feng bitterly replied, I'm just curious. With the Yu family's ability, we can't participate. Master Lu, I can't help you with whatever you want to do. Please let the Yu family go. Luin pressed a hand on Yu Feng's shoulder, and Yu Feng immediately felt the pressure increase. His black energy source had been taken away by Master Wei, and there was not a single progenitor in the entire Yu family. However, this did not mean that the Yu family was useless. Never forget what you said back then. There are some things that the Yu family could not do in the past, but the Yu family can do now. Luin reminded him. Yu Feng wanted to slap himself to death. How could he have said such a thing back then? If he had known that Xianxia was Luin, he would never have cooperated. Master Lu, I find Zijing, and I'll make you all second only to me in the hyperspace dimension. You won't be able to find her. Luin exerted force and pressed Yu Feng down. Yu Feng's face was pale, and the pain in his shoulder made it difficult for him to breathe. Luin looked down at him. If you can't find her, I'll destroy your Yu family. Let's see if Celestial Champion Duel can protect you. With that, Luin left, but before he left a clue for Yu Feng. It was Little Hai. Little Hai was a member of the energy research team and a spy for the Everlasting Race. He had sold information in exchange for resources so that the Everlasting Race could help him obtain a body that allowed him to control progenitor power. Although Little Hai was not important to the energy research team, he had a good relationship with the team's leader, and it was very likely that he knew of the team's secret research location. Little Hai had died long ago, around the same time as Ran's disappearance. Master Wei must have investigated, but a dead person was not that important. If he told the Yu family, they would definitely investigate everything about Little Hai, and they might even find something. Luin disappeared. Yu Feng sighed heavily and sat down. This was troublesome. Luin was completely targeting the Yu family. He blamed himself for telling Luin so much back then. He should have exposed Lu Yin's secrets the moment he found out about them. Even if they became enemies, it would have been better than being used. Yu Feng was filled with regret, but he could not change anything now. He could not sell Lu Yin's information to Master Wei, and Master Wei would not trust the Yu family. The only thing he could do now was follow Lu Yin's instructions. Celestial Victor's trump card could protect them once, but not twice. Furthermore, the starter space did not fear Celestial Victor at all. If he used it, Master Wei would be able to destroy the Yu family. The dark red land stretched endlessly into the distance, and there was no end in sight. Behind him was the giant mother tree. When he looked up, he saw that its branches covered the sky, and stars occasionally twinkled. This was the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm. Ever since the 5 array bases had attacked the New World and Lu Yin had destroyed the astral gate, the everlasting race had been expelled from the battlefield and had not appeared since. From time to time, something huge would twist and roll on the ground. It was greed. Lu Yin had used his die's 3 pips to increase greed stats, and he had left some of it in the New World. Once the everlasting race set foot on this land, they would become greed's nutrients. Greed had brought disaster to the 4th mainland a long time ago, and it was a terrifying creature. On this day, pairs of scarlet eyes stepped onto the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm. After so many years, the everlasting race had arrived once again. An alarm sounded throughout the astral tree realm. The 5 array bases were on high alert. Lu Tianyi walked out of Lu Tianjing. Strange. The war on the endless battlefield had slowed down, so why had the everlasting race come to the battlefield on the other side? Countless cultivators gathered and headed to the battlefield on the other side. The battlefield on the other side had not stopped for countless years. Although it had been quiet for a while, the fighting spirit engraved in the bones of the cultivators in the astral tree realm had never faded. When the alarm sounded, the 5 array bases prepared themselves. On the New World, the cultivators who had been monitoring the situation all retreated. Lu Tianyi personally arrived at the battlefield on the other side to welcome the everlasting race. In the above sky sect, Lu Yin had also received the news and immediately headed to the battlefield on the other side. Now that the war on the border had slowed down, the Genesis space had welcomed the everlasting race's invasion. Something was wrong. Could the everlasting race have moved the battlefield to the Genesis space? This made Lu Yin uneasy. Fortunately, Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others had fought a decisive battle with the everlasting race before, so the powerhouses of the 7 sky gods were unlikely to appear. North of the Central Plains was the Central Plains Sea. On an island, Lu Qi stared blankly at the bottom of the sea. Where was the fish? There was clearly a fish, so why was there a bubble? It was colorful. More and more bubbles appeared, and they slowly floated up and approached Lu Qi along the fishing rod. Lu Qi wanted to touch it, but he realized that his body could not move. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your son. A low voice sounded in Lu Qi's ears. Aside from his eyes, Lu Qi could not move any part of his body. He had been completely controlled. With a bang, a bubble popped, and Lu Qi's body turned red. The powerful pressure instantly turned into a scorching heat that spread and evaporated the entire Zhongping Sea, causing it to boil. Countless dead fish floated to the surface as they were cooked. Shockwaves surged, and the air was distorted by the high temperature. Countless cracks formed, and the topmost realm shook. The pressure whizzed out from below, blasting the sky. Not far away, Chen Kong was shocked. This? What kind of power was this? Lu Qi's clothes were incinerated, revealing his wounded body. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. The terrifying pressure shocked even Chen Kong, but it did not crush him. Where did this rat come from? How dare you ambush me? Don't you know that I'm called the Undying Lu Qi? Lu Qi looked for Chen Kong, but the latter had already disappeared. Since his attack had failed, he naturally had to leave. Chen Kong felt that this was absurd. He had failed, and this was not the first time. All along, his ambushes had always failed when the other party was on guard and unable to control them. Once the other party was controlled, he would most likely be able to deal with them. However, first it was Lu Yin, then it was Lu Qi. Both father and son had failed. What was going on? This Lu Qi was clearly not that strong. Lu Qi did not know that Chen Kong had left and was still searching. At that moment, figures rushed out from under the Zhongping Sea. Scalded. Who is it? How can they be so uncultured? I was almost cooked. Who is it? Come out. Shoo, keep your voice down. It might be someone we can't afford to offend. Lu Qi stared blankly at the many figures that appeared on the sea. He was familiar with all of them. Other than the cultivator from the square scale who had just been punished with the 100,000 waterways, the others were the ones he had been in charge of guarding the 100,000 waterways. They had all come out. The 100,000 waterways had been destroyed. The Eternals. Above the sea, mist rose and obscured one's vision. Lu Qi waved his hand, and the mist dispersed. He looked at the crowd, and they looked at him. Someone immediately shouted, Lu Qi, you lied to us. Where are the resources? The others also glared at Lu Qi. They were all in a sorry state, and some were even skinny. It was obvious that they had been hungry for a long time. In order to prevent the Eternals from finding the 100,000 waterways, the Lu family had hidden them. If the Eternals could not find them, they would not be able to leave. Originally, the Lu clan would send them resources for cultivation every once in a while. However, the Lu clan was suddenly exiled, and they had not received any resources for many years. Lu Qi had come to Zhongping Sea with the intention of delivering resources to them, but he had not gone yet. He was thinking about what to say. The Lu clan was exiled? It was too embarrassing, and he couldn't say it out loud. Then what should he say? Before he could make up his mind, the Eternals destroyed the 100,000 waterways and released them. The Lu family's watered-down concealment could fool ordinary cultivators, but it couldn't fool the eternal progenitors. The eternal progenitors hadn't dared to enter when the Lu family had been around, but now they were charging in like crazy. On the surface of the sea, everyone stared at Lu Qi. There should have been at least 100,000 enlighters in the 100,000 water paths, but there were still more than half of them left. Including the four-way scales, there were less than 100,000 cultivators. Even so, this number still shocked a considerable number of people. For example, Lu Yin and the others had sensed that something was amiss in the central realm while they were at the back of the battlefield, and they had immediately rushed over. They saw tens of thousands of cultivators at or above the enlighter realm surrounding Lu Qi, and they all looked as if they had been starving for many years. It was a spectacular sight. Everyone was waiting for Lu Qi's explanation. Lu Qi's face twitched. All of you, shut up. Everyone's hearts trembled. Only now did they realize that Lu Qi had changed. Was he a progenitor? On the surface of the sea, everyone slowly descended. The progenitor realm was the peak of human cultivation. That bastard Lu Qi had actually broken through? In front of a progenitor, no one dared to be impudent, and their gazes became much more restrained. Lu Qi pointed at Bai Qi. You, explain it to them. Bai Qi's expression changed. She was about to speak when Lu Qi waved his hand. Go away. Don't let me see their faces. Not long after, the people guarding the 100,000 water paths all left. Once they heard the explanation, they would continue to guard the water paths, and some of them would be able to return when their time was up. Lu Yin arrived at the island. Father, what happened? Lu Qi was annoyed, and he recounted what had happened. Lu Yin was shocked. Chen Kong ambushed you? So he's called Chen Kong. I'll remember this. Lu Qi snorted. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. It was all empty, and it was all empty again. The threat that this person posed was infinitely greater than before. Xianxia is dead. The Great Stone Saint also died at Chen Kong's hands, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Lu Qi's expression was solemn. It's a pity that I couldn't find him. He's just a rat, or else I would have burned him to death. Lu Yin was curious. Father, how did you break free from Chen Kong's control? Lu Qi blinked. I didn't. He can't hurt me. Lu Yin was confused. Lu Qi was definitely weaker than him. Lu Yin was certain that Lu Qi had not grasped the sequence laws with his heaven's eye. Those who had not grasped the sequence laws were not Lu Yin's match. This was Lu Yin's confidence, but even he himself might not be able to break free from Chen Kong's control. Or rather, he might not be injured by Chen Kong. Lu Qi gestured for Lu Yin to sit down and thought for a moment. I have a nickname. It's called the Undying Lu Qi. Luyin was confused. How should I put it? When I was young, I accidentally came into contact with progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace, and the pressure entered my body. Fortunately, progenitor Chen discovered it in time and stabilized the furnace's pressure. He then joined forces with forefather Tianyi to save me. However, after so many years, there has always been a pressure in my body. This pressure causes me pain, but it also allows me to escape death many times in battle. If not for this pressure, my family would have been exiled, and I would have died along with the forefather and the others. Luyin was surprised. Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace? Lu Qi grinned. You haven't seen progenitor Chen, so you don't know how terrifying the furnace is. It's an innate gift of one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones, and it crushed a progenitor to death in the 6th mainland. Think about it, how terrifying was that power that could crush a progenitor to death? Father was able to withstand it. Luyin was impressed. Amazing. Of course, he knew about the furnace. When he had faced the emissary's origin tribulation, he had drawn out progenitor Chen. 8 of progenitor Chen's clones had fought against him, and one of them had been the furnace. If not for Lu Yin's many methods and the fact that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, he would have been crushed to death. His father's words were simple, but only he knew how painful it was to have such pressure in his body. Father, where's your commander appointment platform? Luyin suddenly asked. Lu Qi was stunned, and his eyes flickered. Commander appointment platform? There's no need for that. The main thing is that I haven't found that rat yet. Otherwise, I would have crushed him to death. Luyin looked at Lu Qi. I want to see father's commander appointment platform. Lu Qi's eyelids twitched. Well, I'm tired today. Next time, I'll show it to you. Lu Yin's tone was low. It shattered. Lu Qi was shocked. How did you know? Luyin bitterly replied, it shattered to save me. Did forefather Tianyi tell you? Back in the food paradise, that power headed for you. The reason you didn't die was because of the heaven and earth furnace's pressure? Lu Qi looked at Luyin as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? I didn't even tell forefather Tianyi. Little Xian, how did you know? Luyin exhaled. Thank you. He paused and looked at Lu Qi. Father. Lu Qi stared at Luyin in a daze. His heart softened when he heard Luyin call him father. It was as if he was seeing the Lu Xiaoxian of the past, smiling brilliantly as the 7 heroes waved at him and called him to drink. How long had it been? It hadn't been long, but it felt very distant, yet it also felt very close. For a moment, Lu Qi's eyes reddened, and he hurriedly took out a flask of wine and took a swig. Luyin got up to leave. Little Xian, don't think too much. Everyone wants you to live well, Lu Qi said solemnly. Luyin swallowed. Yes, everyone wanted him to live well, but he also wanted everyone to live well. Why was such a simple wish so difficult? Sometimes, the simpler a wish was, the harder it was to realize. Luyin left the central calm sea and returned to the battlefield at the back. The Eternals had invaded in large numbers, but there weren't many powerhouses. Forefather, these Eternals seem to be the vanguard, Luyin said. Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. Their appearance is more like a distraction for Qin Kong to ambush the 100 waterways. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We can never underestimate the Eternals. Lu Tianyi nodded. Even the glorious Above Heaven's sect was destroyed. At that time, the Eternals weren't as strong as Above Heaven's sect, but they could still destroy those continents one by one and incite people like Wu Xing, Wang Miaomiao, and Gu Yizhi to rebel. The Eternals are no longer the same as before, so we naturally can't underestimate them. As he spoke, Luyin looked up. The Sovereign Realm, Senior Brother Mu Xia, and Master Shan had arrived. Thus, the Above Heaven's progenitors were spread out. Chen Lu, Lu Yun, Bai Xing, Xiao Shenji, Xia Zhen, Nong Yi, and Misty Ancestor Shi Wei defended the Six Paths Society. Lu Tianyi, Master Shan, Mu Xia, and Lu Qi guarded the Tree Protector Galaxy. Above Heaven's sect was guarded by Big Sis, Elder Chan, Lung Qing, Star-Lord, Xiao Chen, Prison Dragon, and Ancestor Turtle. It wasn't exactly impregnable, but it was close. For more than 10 days, no progenitor Realm Corpse King appeared. Lu Tianyi walked down from the array base and headed towards the new continent. He wanted to see who was leading the Eternals to the battlefield at the back. The results disappointed him, as there really weren't any progenitor Realm Corpse Kings. Not to mention the 7 sky gods, there weren't even any true divinity guard captains. Any progenitor could easily wipe out these Corpse Kings. Lu Tianyi directly destroyed the Stargate. This was the second Stargate that the Eternals had destroyed in the Tree Protector Galaxy. With the Stargate destroyed, the Eternals could no longer bring the Corpse Kings into the battlefield at the back. The 5 array bases were all mobilized, and in just a few days, all of the Eternals' Corpse Kings were eliminated. Of course, Luin had also taken action. After eliminating all the Corpse Kings that had invaded the battlefield at the back, the Eternals showed no reaction. No more powerful progenitor Realm Corpse Kings appeared with a Stargate. It had been very difficult to destroy a Stargate, and the one in the 5th mainland Starfall Sea had even attracted the Corpse God. Stargates were undoubtedly important to the Eternals, but how could this one be destroyed so easily? No one could figure it out until a piece of information reached Lu Yin's ears. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Book Friend 59285813 Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. On the back of the battlefield, below the mother tree, at the hub of the 5 array bases. Hua Bebe gulped and looked ahead nervously, not knowing what to do. Did you bring the news? Lu Yin sized up Hua Bebe. He naturally knew this person. They had crossed paths on the back of the battlefield, and there had even been some misunderstandings. Although this person was from the Cold Immortal sect, his status there was very low, similar to the role of guarding the astral beasts. The Lu family had not sent such a person to guard the 100,000 waterways. The cultivators of the 4-way scales who had not harmed the Lu family did not need to be sent away. Moreover, Hua Bebe was somewhat useful. His king hunting technique was very suitable for controlling astral beasts. Hua Bebe felt Lu Yin's supreme pressure. This pressure was not deliberately released by Lu Yin, but rather a natural result of fighting against progenitors. This pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and he could not help but want to kneel. Lu Yin asked again. Hua Bebe's voice trembled. Yes. Tell me all the details of your discovery. Lu Yin's tone was gentle, as he did not want to scare this person. This person was not very brave. Hua Bebe slowly began to speak. Hua Bebe's news was very simple. There were only 3 words: hyperspace. Hyperspace was not unfamiliar to the current primordial space, but it was different when it appeared on the back of the battlefield. In particular, it had been carved on a tree trunk in a very hidden location. This made one think of something. Someone had sent these 3 words through this war. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and listened quietly to Hua Bebe's narration. He had checked and found that these 3 words had been carved not long ago. Who had carved them? What did hyperspace have to do with this invasion? Hua Bebe quickly left. He had made a great contribution, and it was not a small one. Lu Yin would not be stingy with his rewards. After Hua Bebe left, Lu Yin found Lu Tianyi. Do humans have spies among the Eternals? Lu Tianyi pondered for a moment. I don't know, but there might be. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had guessed a long time ago that there might be spies among the Eternals. The most obvious one was Qingfen's exposure. Normally, Qingfen should not have been exposed, but he had been ordered to develop spies. He did not need to develop spies at all. Once he did, there was a possibility of him being exposed. As a result, Lu Yin had learned of Qingfen's identity through the spies. Qingfen didn't even know which of the Eternals had sent him to develop spies. Why would this person want Qingfen to do something so superfluous? It seemed to him that this person wanted Qingfen to be exposed. If the Eternals could plant spies among the humans, then the humans could also plant spies among the Eternals. He hadn't thought of it before because it was too ridiculous. The Eternals were all Corpse Kings. Once they became Corpse Kings, even the spies would betray the humans and pledge allegiance to the one true God. Now he knew that not all Eternals were Corpse Kings. Most of them were Corpse Kings, and there were also cases where they cooperated with the Outer Realms. If we're talking about humans, the first person that comes to mind is Huiwen, said Lu Tianyi. Luyin was surprised. Is Ancestor Hui really that powerful? Lu Tianyi chuckled. Haven't you seen it before? Luyin thought back to how the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals had been schemed against, how the technocracy had relied on the Sixth Mainland and the Cosmic Tree domain to cultivate mechanical ants to fight against the Eternals, and how the Hui ancestor had sealed away a humanoid sourcebox to prevent the origami from appearing. All of the Hui ancestors' actions were admirable. Those who had experienced the era of the Daosource sect respected Ancestor Hui, and Lu Tianyi's words had left the deepest impression on Luyin. That was, anyone could die, but it was impossible for Huiwen to die. This was Lu Tianyi's great confidence in Ancestor Hui, and one could imagine how much of a shock Ancestor Hui had brought to that era. Even Progenitor Chen, Symbol Progenitor, and Ku Progenitor had been suppressed by Ancestor Hui. Could Ancestor Hui have planted a spy among the Eternals? Luyin also felt that it was possible, not for any other reason but because this person was Ancestor Hui. Lu Tianyi looked at Luyin. There's definitely something wrong with hyperspace. Perhaps this is a ploy by the Eternals to sow discord between hyperspace and our primordial space, but just in case, we have to keep an eye on hyperspace. I understand. Luyin was solemn, as hyperspace's research on sequence particles had reached a critical juncture. He was more inclined to believe that there was a human spy among the Eternals who was warning them that the Eternals had their eyes on hyperspace. Even if it was a ploy to sow discord, so what? Luyin was already keeping an eye on hyperspace's research on sequence particles. Elderswa came again, and he had been ordered by hyperspace to purchase materials from the Ether sect. This time, the transaction went smoothly, and Luyin did not feel troubled at all. Not only had they purchased materials from the primordial space, but they had also purchased materials from the Void God universe. After returning to hyperspace, Elderswa handed the materials over to Wenshi. After Elderswa left, Dimensional appeared and personally inspected the materials. He only took them away after confirming that there were no problems. The materials have been handed over to Wenshi, Elderswa reported. Bai Qian was not surprised. The materials had been purchased from the primordial space, and Dimensional had asked her to come forward. However, Wenshi had been the one to accept the materials. Dimensional did not trust anyone, and he might even personally inspect the materials. At that moment, Elderswa's expression changed. My lady, Luo Shan is here again. Bai Qian frowned. Soon, Luo Shan arrived. Lord Luo, you should be in the endless battlefield, but now you've come to hyperspace several times. You're making things difficult for me, Bai Qian said coldly. Luo Shan stared at Bai Qian. Does Dimensional know that Ran is in the Ether sect? Bai Qian looked at him. Either you ask Dimensional directly, or please leave. This matter has nothing to do with me. Luo Shan stared at Bai Qian coldly. What's your relationship with Luyin? Elderswa shouted, Lord Luo, please watch your words. This is hyperspace. Luo Shan did not care about these two people. If he did not want to find Dimensional through them, these two ants would not even have the qualifications to talk to him. Even if the three sovereigns were gone, his strength was not something these two people could estimate. Ran went missing, but you took the position. Now that Ran is in the Ether sect, it's obvious that Luyin is helping you. How dare you say that you have nothing to do with him? You better tell me honestly where Dimensional is. I can help you say a few good words to get rid of Dimensional's suspicion. Otherwise, Dimensional will find out that Ran is in the Ether sect one day. At that time, you'll be the first to die, Luo Shan threatened. Bai Qian's expression did not change. Just because Ran is in the Ether sect, I should be related to this matter? Even if it's not me, there will be someone else sitting in this position. Could it be that that person is also related to this matter? I was personally acknowledged by Dimensional himself. Luo Shan looked deeply at Bai Qian. You know very well what Luyin did in the hyperspace when he disguised himself as Xianxia. You can't escape this matter. Since you don't want to tell me where Dimensional is, I will find him personally. At that time, you will die a horrible death. Elderswa said angrily, My lord, this Luo Shan is not taking the orders of the Sixth Direction Society seriously. He enters and exits the endless battlefield as he pleases. This is a great taboo. Bai Qian's eyes flickered. The Grand Empyreans are in seclusion, and the three sovereigns are in trouble. Luo Shan's heart has changed. If we provoke him further, he might betray humanity. Then what should we do? Elder Zhuo was afraid. He knew that he was not on the same level as Luo Shan. Even if Luo Shan was not Dimensional's opponent, he was not an ordinary progenitor. He was qualified to cooperate with the Shaoing divinity to scheme against Dimensional. Bai Qian informed Luyin about Luo Shan's matter. Luyin was also having a headache. This guy was like a ghost that refused to leave. He wanted to take revenge on Luyin and was constantly finding trouble for Luyin. Furthermore, Luo Shan had not only brought Luo Shan himself, but also Mr. Daheng, who had been keeping an eye on Luo Shan. This person had always wanted to obtain Luo Shan's landscape painting. After discussing with Wang Wen and Wei Rong for a while, Luyin arrived at the bottom of the Eternal Kingdom and met with Mu Jun. When Mu Jun saw Luyin, she became excited. Pathmaster Lu, I've already willingly been deified. Why haven't you let me go? Luyin approached Mu Jun. Not enough. Mu Jun was puzzled. I need you to help me lure Luo Shan out, Luyin said. Mu Jun hesitated. Although she had betrayed Luo Shan and told Luyin a lot of information about him, she did not want to lure Luo Shan out. It was not because of old friendship. Pathmaster Lu, Luo Shan is very strong, and he has concealed his strength too deeply. You do not understand this level of strength. It is a power that cannot be resisted. Are you referring to the sequence laws? Luyin asked. Mu Jun nodded. I told you that Luo Shan is a powerhouse at the sequence laws. You have never fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws, so you do not understand what kind of power he possesses. I guarantee that you cannot resist him. Luyin sighed. Who said that I haven't fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws? No, more accurately, I've killed him. Mu Jun was stunned, but then she sneered. She did not believe him at all. Had he fought with a powerhouse at the sequence laws? No, he had been slaughtered. Even if there were 100 Luyins, they would not be able to resist a powerhouse at the sequence laws who had undergone a qualitative change. Luyin did not waste time with Mu Jun. If you want your freedom, then help me lure Luo Shan out. You don't need to face him, and it is impossible for you to face him. I just need him to know where you are. Mu Jun was not stupid. In fact, she was very smart, and she knew that Luyin was trying to lure her out. No matter where she appeared, she would be targeted by Luo Shan. This allowed her to relax. If that was the case, then it would be impossible for her to face Luo Shan. Alright, I promise you. If the Eternals had their eyes on the transdimensional research, then Luyin needed to race against time. He needed to obtain the research on the sequence particles before the Eternals and destroy the research. Luyin went to the Zio realm, where the Yu family had given him 3 locations. These are the 3 places where they are most likely to be. I've already done my best. Yu Feng was exhausted. Luyin looked at the 3 locations that the Yu family had marked out. How do you determine which one it is? Yu Feng was helpless. The Yu family is unable to do that. Master Lu has to figure it out himself. These 3 places should all have a super analysis mode, and any movement will attract the attention of the maintainer. If I can cause chaos in these 3 places, how will I be able to determine which one Zijing is at? Yu Lele interjected, as long as you cause chaos in one of the 3 places, I can use the super analysis mode to analyze which place has the strictest defenses. Then, the other place will be Zijing's location. Yu Feng frowned and glanced at Yu Lele. Yu Lele looked at Luyin. Luyin looked at her. The one with the strictest defenses isn't her? Yu Lele was certain. I know the Dimensional Guardian too well. Our Yu family has studied him for countless years, and we're absolutely certain that the one with the tighter defenses is definitely not the real one. Then how can you be sure that one of these 3 places is real? There's a super analysis mode here. Luyin retorted. Yu Lele answered, because the Dimensional Guardian has to consider the unexpected. He can't possibly allow those people to study in an unguarded environment. Also, these 3 places are arranged in a triangle. Wenshi, Xianxia, and Qiu Zhan are all in the middle of these 3 places, and they can provide support at any time. This is also one of the reasons why we determined these 3 places. Luyin nodded. If you're certain, I'll give the Yu family the greatest credit. With that, he left. Yu Feng looked at Yu Lele reproachfully. You talk too much. Yu Lele's eyes flashed. It's just information. We're not working with him. Yu Feng sighed, but he did not continue to reprimand her. They had already tried to rebel against the Dimensional Guardian, but Yu Lele was still young and had her own ideas. She would not give up until she had tried. This time, she might really be able to overthrow the Dimensional Guardian. Luin was not the showing divinity, and he was much, much more powerful. A few days later, one of the 3 places given by the Yu family was attacked by people from the drifting cloud space. Although the attack did not cause too much chaos, it still attracted Xianxia's attention. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space who had attacked the drifting cloud space had all done so willingly, so they naturally did not have a good ending. However, Yu Lele was certain that one of the places was where the energy research team was located. Xianxia interrogated the cultivators who had attacked the drifting cloud space. Drifting cloud had clearly left, so why had these people still attacked? The answer he obtained was both within and outside of Xianxia's expectations. The cultivators of the drifting cloud space wanted to free the drifting cloud space by constantly attacking hyperspace. This was the reason why they took action. Many people felt that it was normal, but those who understood the drifting cloud space knew how stupid they were. When the drifting cloud space was captured, they rushed in wave after wave as if they were going to die. They did not think of attacking separately. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the drifting cloud space seemed to know how to be flexible. They knew how to resist hyperspace in this way. Xianxia reported the results to the Dimensional Guardian, who was somewhat concerned. When the drifting cloud space was mentioned, he thought of Luin. Could this be related to him? He had no way to confirm it, so he simply ordered the energy research team to move out, but Zijing refused. Zijing had just thought of something. While she had the inspiration, she quickly studied it. No one dared to disturb her. Master Wei could not forcefully take her away. Once her inspiration was disturbed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Helpless, they could only wait for Zijing to come out on her own. During this period of time, Master Vader naturally personally oversaw the energy research team. At the same time, he asked Bai Qian to find the Above Heaven sect and release the flowing cloud space. Above the Sky sect, Lu Yun had returned. He was assisting in the defense of the virtual god spacetime. At the border of the virtual god spacetime, he received a notice from the Sky sect asking him to return. Master Lu. Lu Yun greeted respectfully. Luin smiled at Lu Yun. Do you still remember what I promised you? Lu Yun was stunned. Then, he thought of something and said excitedly, could it be the drifting cloud space? Luin looked past Lu Yun and saw elders were walking over from behind. When Lu Yun saw Old Man Zhua, he immediately recognized that this person must be someone from ultra spacetime. His eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiety as he stared at Old Man Zhua. Elder Zhua said, "Congratulations, Flowing Cloud. From today onwards, Flowing Cloud space is free. Hyperspace will withdraw from Flowing Cloud space and will not interfere in Flowing Cloud space." Anything. Lu Yun trembled with excitement. Really? Elder Zhua nodded and smiled. This is Master Wei's order. For Master Lu's sake, Flowing Cloud space will be completely released. Lu Yun, you should thank Master Lu. Lu Yun turned around and bowed deeply to Luin. Lu Yun thanks Master Lu. Luin helped Lu Yun up. Since you've joined the Above the Sky sect, you're now a member of the Above the Sky sect. There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. Luin could understand Lu Yun's excitement. Just like when the Lu family had returned, Lu Yun had returned to his home. This was an unintentional event. He had never thought that the drifting cloud space's attack would cause Master Wei to be so concerned. It could only be said that Master Wei was too afraid of Luin. This also showed that Master Wei was somewhat wary of Luin. If Master Wei's reaction was so big, then would the other 2 locations move away? Luin hurriedly went to hyperspace to look for the Yu family. Yu Lele pointed out a place. Here. Luin raised a brow. This place was in the middle of the 3 locations. When he had wanted the drifting cloud space's people to attack, this was the first place he had thought of. However, he had changed his mind at the last moment. What would have happened if he had attacked this place? He felt a lingering fear. Perhaps the energy research team had already moved away. Are you sure they haven't moved in the past few days? Eulele replied, I can't be sure, but according to the operation of the hyperanalysis mode, they shouldn't have moved. An attack will alert Master Wei. Whether they move or not is not something we can control. I can only help Master Lu find this place. Luyin did not say anything else and left. Since the location had been confirmed, the next step was for Luo Shan to take action. Since she wanted to see Master Wei so much, then Luyin would let them meet. Master Wei had the ability to materialize his thoughts. It would not be easy to hide from him and have Mu Jun contact Luo Shan near the energy research team. If Luyin had not used the rune lines to confirm that there were no other forces interfering, then Luyin would have suspected that Master Wei was watching the entire hyperspace. The rune lines allowed Luyin to predict whether there was a power approaching him, but if it really was Master Wei's power, then Master Wei would be able to discover Luyin as well. He definitely could not do it near the energy research team. However, there were pros and cons to Master Wei's caution. His thoughts would definitely cover the area around the energy research team, so Luyin did not need to get too close. As long as Luo Shan knew that Mu Jun was in the hyperspace and led her in that direction, Luo Shan would definitely meet Master Wei, and his goal would be achieved. Luyin left the Zio realm and took Mu Jun out of Mount Supreme in another direction with the energy research team as the center. Contact Luo Shan. Mu Jun was surprised, this is the hyperspace. Is Luo Shan here? Contact him immediately, Luyin barked. Mu Jun did not dare to refuse and used their unique method to contact Luo Shan. Soon, the connection was established. In a corner of the hyperspace, Luo Shan suddenly stood up, Little Mu? He looked in a direction and suddenly, the connection with Mu Jun was cut off. Luo Shan took a step forward and headed in that direction. Luyin brought Mu Jun a little closer to the energy research team and then had Mu Jun contact Luo Shan. He then left the hyperspace with Mu Jun without hesitation. Not long after, Luo Shan arrived and his monarch's aura swept through the area. Why was Little Mu here? Why was she in the hyperspace? Could it be that the person who sold the information to him was real? Back then, Luyin had planned for Little Hai to implicate Mu Jun's disappearance with the Yu family and ordered Luo Jun to kill his way into the Zio realm to determine the identity of the person who sold the information. In the end, the matter ended with the intervention of outsiders. In fact, at that time, Luo Jun had cooperated with the Yu family through the Shaoing divinity and planned to rebel against Master Wei. He did not believe that the Yu family would attack Mu Jun. But now, Mu Jun had appeared in the hyperspace, which puzzled Luo Jun. He looked at the two directions where Mu Jun had disappeared and was obviously heading in the same direction. No matter what, it was a fact that Little Mu had appeared in the hyperspace. Master Wei had avoided him. Even when he told Master Wei that Lu Yun and he ran were in the Above Heaven sect, Master Wei did not respond. Now, it seemed that it was not that Bai Qian did not tell him, but that Master Wei did not care at all. Luo Jun and the others had helped the Yu family rebel against Master Wei. If Little Mu had been captured by Master Wei, then Master Wei would have already attacked the three monarchs before this. Yes, that was right. Their rebellion had failed and Master Wei had already known everything. Luo Jun's thoughts were complicated. He did not know if he was right, but it was a fact that Mu Jun was in the hyperspace. He had to find Master Wei and explain it clearly. He headed in the hyperspace. Soon, Luo Shan was restrained by a force. He looked forward and said, Master Wei, come out. In the energy research team, Master Wei's expression was ugly. Why was Luo Shan here? His consciousness descended from the starry sky and slowly turned into Master Wei. He faced Luo Shan and said, Luo Shan, why are you not staying in the endless battlefield but coming to the hyperspace? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Grand Empyreans for leaving the endless battlefield? Luo Shan narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Yun and he ran are both in the Above Heaven sect. Master Wei, you know about this, right? Master Wei raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew, but he had never asked about it. The Above Heaven sect was too powerful. Moreover, his attention was all on the research of the sequence particle. He did not care about Lu Yun and he ran at all. This is a matter of the hyperspace. It has nothing to do with you. Luo Shan's expression was gloomy. What about little Mu? Where is she? Master Wei was puzzled. What little Mu? My wife, Mu Jun. Master Wei was stunned. What does Mu Jun's whereabouts have to do with me? Luo Shan, are you crazy? Why did you come to the hyperspace to look for Mu Jun? Luo Shan's tone was cold. The Shaoing divinity roped me in to help the Yu family deal with you. This is our fault. However, before little Mu went missing, Master Wei, you have already calculated deeply and attacked little Mu. Otherwise, why would she be in the hyperspace? Master Wei angrily rebuked, Luo Shan, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would Mu Jun be in the hyperspace? Luo Shan shouted, I just received a message from little Mu. She is in the hyperspace. Master Wei, you don't have to pretend. Other than you, who can control her? It is impossible for those useless black energy users in the hyperspace. Only you can deal with little Mu. Hand little Mu over. Master Wei was so angry that he laughed. You have become stupid from staying in the endless battlefield. If you say Mu Jun is here, then she is here. Luo Shan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Anyway, I really want to kill you. Then try. Luo Shan did not intend to talk nicely. Right now, Mu Jun was definitely in the hyperspace. In the entire hyperspace, only Master Wei could deal with Mu Jun. Luo Shan had to rescue Mu Jun. The more powerhouses he had, the more likely it was for him to fight for another piece of the world. He had endured for long enough. First, he had endured the Shaoing divinity. Then, he had endured Luin. Now, he did not want to endure any more. So what if the Grand Empyrean came out of seclusion? Mu Jun was in the hyperspace. Master Wei could not escape from this matter. More importantly, Master Wei and the others had all been injured in the endless battlefield. This was a rare opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to deal with Master Wei and pull the hyperspace down. Wasn't that what Luin had done? He could do it too. Thinking of this, Luo Jun's eyes blazed. Master Wei, you forced me to do this. Master Wei felt that something was amiss. Luo Shan's attitude did not seem fake. Could Mu Jun really be in the hyperspace dimension? How could he not know? Could someone have schemed against them? Luo Shan, wait. Master Wei wanted to say something, but Luo Shan did not need to listen to him. He only wanted to destroy the hyperspace dimension while Master Wei was heavily injured and the Grand Empyreans were in seclusion. He wanted to replace Master Wei as one of the 6 direction associations. He wanted to save Mu Jun, and Mu Jun was indeed here. He was not stupid and could guess that there was a problem. However, nothing was more important than this opportunity. There was a rumble. The hyperspace dimension shook. Luo Shan immediately attacked Master Wei, revealing his shocking cultivation. The tricolor monarch aura covered the entire hyperspace dimension. Monarch realm. Master Wei angrily rebuked, Luo Shan, explain yourself before we fight. Master Wei, you captured little Mu. This is an irreconcilable grudge. In the distance, Luin also made his move. He used the enhanced bubble to disguise himself. At his heart, the planet formed by tricolor monarch aura trembled. A tricolor monarch aura similar to Luo Shan shot out and struck the hyperspace dimension. The energy research team's alarm went off. Wenshi and the others rushed towards the energy research team. Above the stars, the monarch aura blocked Master Wei's thoughts, causing the entire hyperspace dimension to change color. Wenshi raised his head and looked around in shock. This power made them tremble in fear. Be careful. The tricolor monarch aura seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed towards the two of them. It contained Lu Yin's unparalleled strength. Wenshi and Song Si would never have thought that the aftershock of Luo Shan's attack was actually Lu Yin's disguise. The tricolor monarch aura forced them back, causing them to spit out blood. Lu Yin took this opportunity to rush into the energy research team. There was actually a black energy source user inside. Not only that, but there was also the feed technique trying to disperse his energy. However, it was useless as he relied on his physical strength. Luo Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to finish off Master Wei as quickly as possible. Within the energy research team, Luin also encountered an old woman who used the black energy source. Seeing Luin, the old woman was shocked. "Who are you?" Luin did not give her a chance to speak. He struck with a palm realm battle aura with terrifying strength and shattered the old woman. He then retracted his hand and a black energy source appeared in his palm. The old woman's face was deathly pale. She didn't even have the chance to attack. This kind of progenitor who used external objects would not be able to fight back against Luin. Lu Yin's strength was comparable to that of a true God Guard captain's midplate. At the moment the old woman was defeated, Master Wei sensed it. He glanced back with an ugly expression on his face. As expected, he had fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he headed towards the energy research team. However, he had underestimated Luo Shan. Or rather, other than the Grand Empyrean, everyone in the Sixth Direction gang had underestimated Luo Shan. Luo Shan wasn't weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. It wouldn't be easy for Master Wei to escape from the battle with Luo Shan. "Luo Shan, we've been tricked. Mu Jun is in their hands. He's right there." Wei Wei had no choice but to expose the energy research team. However, Luo Shan's goal had changed. He now wanted to get rid of the Dimensional Master and destroy the Ultra Spacetime. In other words, he wanted to replace the Dimensional Master. Although it sounded absurd, he had taken down the three Monarch Spacetime in the same way. Within the energy research group, Luin broke through all the obstacles and finally found Zijing. Zijing looked at him warily. "You?" "It's me," Luin replied. Zijing was overjoyed. "Daoist Master, you're finally here." Luin arrived beside Zijing. "Let's go." "But the research here?" "I will destroy it." Zijing grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly. At that moment, an invisible force pressed down on them. "So it's you, Luin. You broke the Sixth Direction gang's rules." Luin was shocked. How did the Dimensional Master know that it was him? He suddenly looked at Zijing, who turned pale. "Daoist Master, it wasn't me." This was troublesome. The Dimensional Master knew that it was him. No matter what the outcome was, many people in the Sixth Direction gang would be wary of him. He had broken the Sixth Direction gang's basic rules. Back when the Luo Shan gang had attacked the Dimensional Master, the other people in the Sixth Direction gang were disgusted with him. The Xiaoying divinity was the same. He couldn't care less, he had to leave first. Luin wanted to leave, but the Dimensional Master wouldn't let him go so easily. A materialized thought shattered the astral dome, and the Dimensional Master appeared and waved at Luin. At that moment, Luin felt his mind turn turbid, and his movements and thoughts slowed down. The Dimensional Master then took a step forward and grabbed at Zijing. Zijing was terrified. At the critical moment, a stream of light appeared beside Luin and reversed time. 1 second. The Dimensional Master's expression changed, and his movements inexplicably stopped. He had been reversed for 1 second, and Luin took advantage of this opportunity to pull Zijing back. His thoughts had slowed down, and this was the Dimensional Master's method. This was different from the Oblivion Ruin God's forgetfulness or the Thousand Faces game's consciousness control. It was as if the Dimensional Master had turned into an old man with one foot in the grave, and the helplessness that came from his heart made it difficult for him to resist. At that moment, Luo Shan arrived. The three parallel spacetime masters faced each other. "Luin, let Zijing go." The Dimensional Master stared at Luin. Luin was afraid of the Dimensional Master, who was a powerhouse of the sequence laws. His strength was unfathomable, and the Xiaoying divinity had schemed against him before destroying one of his bodies. However, that had only been one body, and no one knew how many bodies the Dimensional Master had. Today, Luin was a man. The Dimensional Master had acted in a moment of desperation and had to be on guard against Luo Shan. Even so, he had almost been hit. "Zijing is one of my people," Luin said. The Dimensional Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You've committed a great taboo. The Sixth Direction societies are not allowed to pry into each other's secrets, and they are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of their own spacetime. You previously interfered with the reincarnation spacetime, and now you're interfering with my transcendent spacetime. What are you trying to do? Do you really think that no one in the Six Direction Society can stop you? The Lu family is not invincible. Luin stared at the Dimensional Master. This person's attitude towards him was very different from when he had met him at the tea party. What was going on? I just want to take Zijing away. Who in the Six Direction Society doesn't know that she's one of my people? I received news that you wanted to silence her, so of course I had to act. The Dimensional Master's calm expression darkened. Sophistry. He had only been focused on bringing Zijing back and hadn't thought much about it. Now that they were confronting each other, he remembered why Luin was here. How did he know this location? How did he know that Zijing had come out? Only those people knew about this. The Dimensional Master's gaze turned cold. It was Bai Qian. He ran and Lu Yun were in the above heaven sect. The Dimensional Master's attention had been focused on the sequence particles and hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, Bai Qian had long been one of Lu Yun's people. That was why Luin had taken he ran away and let Bai Qian take over. After figuring this out, the Dimensional Master looked at Luin with an even colder gaze. This person had long been plotting against the Transcendence Society. At this moment, Luin looked at Luo. Shan. May I know why Lord Luo is here? Luo Shan was wary of Luin. This person's strength wasn't high, but he was extremely shrewd. Judging from the Dimensional Master's expression, Luo Shan was at a disadvantage. Mu Jun is in the Transcendence Society. I must find her. Luin was enlightened and looked at the Dimensional Master. Senior, you really have a good plan. You dealt with Mu Jun early on. Actually, you already knew that Lord Luo and the Shaoing divinity were helping the Yu family to rebel. Capturing Mu Jun was also an attempt to destroy the power of the three sovereigns. The Dimensional Master's expression was gloomy. He had always been a strategist, but at this moment, he was somewhat impressed by Luin. Son of the Lu family, I have to say that I admire you. You captured Mu Jun and used her to lure Luo Shan here. You used Luo Shan to meet Zijing and achieve your own goals. At the same time, you instigated Luo Shan to act against you. When the Hexagon Order first came into contact with the primordial space, you schemed against the Transcendence Society and the three sovereigns. To be honest, even I have to admire your intellect, cultivation, and talent. We have all become your chess pieces. The Shaoing divinity deserved to lose to you. He underestimated you too much. Luo Shan stared at Luin. He wasn't stupid. Lu Yin's presence itself was a problem. Compared to the Dimensional Master, he was more willing to believe that Luin had captured Mu Jun. All the signs pointed to Luin being the mastermind. The moment Luin was exposed, he had expected the Dimensional Master and the others to react. But so what if they knew the truth? Benefits were always greater than anything else. Luo Shan, the three sovereigns are gone, but the Transcendence Society still exists. I support you to become the master of the Transcendence Society, Luin said solemnly. Luo Shan's eyes flashed, and there was a burning desire in the depths of his eyes. The primordial space was now incomparably powerful, and the return of the Lu family had pushed the primordial space to its peak. If the primordial space supported him, it was not impossible for him to succeed. On the contrary, if he went against Luin, he would be facing a terrifying behemoth, and he would completely lose everything in the Hexagon Order. Dimensional Master sneered. Even now, you still believe in Luin? Don't forget, Luo Shan, your three sovereigns were schemed against by him. Luin shook his head. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Dimensional Master suddenly attacked Luin. Release Zijing. Lu Yin's mind was shaken, and his thoughts became sluggish once more. This time, Lu Yin's eye of heaven clearly saw the sequence particles land on his body. These sequence particles did not cause him any harm, but they reduced his thoughts and body's reaction speed. If the Dimensional Master's sequence law was purely offensive, Luin would not be afraid. He was also someone who had endured the lightning sequence law. Although it was only a little, this sequence law was the most troublesome. The Dimensional Master's methods were definitely not limited to this sequence law. There had to be a killer move that was compatible with this sequence law. Luin raised his hand, and the bone spike shot towards the Dimensional Master. It ignored all defenses and carried boundless void god power. With a bang, the bone spike collided with the surging energy. It was the tricolored sovereign aura. Luo Shan stared at Lu Yin. "Wake up." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he looked at Luo Shan in disbelief. How could this be? He actually attacked Luo Shan? "Path Master!" Zijing exclaimed. A sharp light appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and it pierced towards his head. This was the Dimensional Master's killing intent. Not only in front of him, but in Lu Yin's perception, it was coming from all directions, and even his own mind. Even if he used flowing light reversal for 1 second, it was not enough to avoid all of the killing intent. At the critical moment, he took out the Eternal Darkness card and entered. At the same spot, Eternal Darkness escaped into the void. Dimensional Master raised his hand and pressed down. His materialized consciousness suppressed the void, causing it to explode. Eternal Darkness shot out, and Lu Yin appeared after it. He kept retreating, staring at the Dimensional Master with fear. "Your attacks have no effect on him. He can control your thoughts," Luo Shan said. Vader stared at Luo Shan. "Do you want to be tricked by him again?" Lu Yin knew that Vader was very strong and definitely not someone the Shaoing divinity could compare to, but he had not expected himself to be suppressed so thoroughly. Vader could change one's thoughts and trigger one's killing intent. This was not a power that Lu Yin could defend against. Lu Yin had used his Dai's 6 pips to continuously enter other people's bodies. That was consciousness, the human brain's perception of the outside world, and thoughts were the process of responding to that perception. If Vader wanted to control Lu Yin's consciousness, it would be impossible. However, he could change his thoughts, which was the process of responding to the outside world. This process was very short, and Lu Yin could not block it at all. If Vader also grasped the sequence laws that controlled consciousness, then Lu Yin might not be able to block him either. This was the difference between a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws and an ordinary person. Did Lu Yin have to wrap his head in the wordless heavenly book and fight him? Usually, such people did not have high defenses. Back then, the Shaoing divinity had corroded one of Vader's bodies. As long as he could block Vader's thought sequence laws, he was confident that he could cripple Vader with a single palm. Formless killing intent descended once more. Vader showed no mercy to Lu Yin, and he truly wanted to kill Lu Yin. This kind of absolute killing intent could not be hidden. The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, and numerous figures charged at Vader. Among them, Xianxia's attacks were the fiercest. His blade sliced through the void, and his divine martial chi caused Luo Shan to raise his eyebrows. They had battled before, and Luo Shan understood Xianxia very well. Although this person was not a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws, he was still considered one of the strongest. This was why Lu Yin had not killed Xianxia back then. Of course, he had also wanted to hide his strength. No matter what, Xianxia's killing intent was not weak. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to be able to touch Vader first. The Shaoing divinity had launched a sneak attack not only because of the 6 Direction Association's laws, but also because he was not confident that he could injure Vader. Vader's control over his thoughts was too strong. The Divine Seal catalog's golden light dazzled. Xianxia, Lung Qing, and the others charged at Vader, but in the end, they suddenly disappeared. Dimensional Master had instantly changed Lu Yin's thoughts, causing the God Sealing catalog to dissipate. The Lu clan used the God Investiture catalog and the General Appointment platform to control the Fifth Mainland. A single person could rule a country, and a single person could claim supremacy. This kind of power that could use the living and the dead was extremely powerful, but it also had a weakness. If the person's strength could not keep up, then no matter how many God investitures and general appointment platforms they had, it would be useless. Otherwise, the Lu clan would have been invincible long ago. The God of Forgetfulness could make the God Sealing catalog disappear by forgetting. Lord Vader could also make the God Sealing catalog disappear by thinking. He looked at Luo Shan and said, "Take care of Dimensional Master, and hyperspace will be yours. My Lu family will fully support you, and even the Grand Celestials won't be able to do anything about it. You should be aware of my relationship with the Void God Universe and the Lost Clan. My senior brother, Woodcut, is a powerhouse second only to the Wood Deity in the Wood Universe. Luo Shan sneered. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Release Mu Jun and Star Lord, and bring Chen Lu to me. I will help you deal with Master Wei, and our past grudges will vanish. Lu Yin hesitated. Lord Vader shouted, Luo Shan, you fool. He hurriedly attacked Lu Yin, and the boundless consciousness turned into a majestic abyss. It was like an inverted mountain range that covered the sky, trying to bury Lu Yin. He wanted to directly destroy Lu Yin's thoughts and turn him into an idiot. Lu Yin was shocked. This pressure terrified him. His heavenly eye saw countless sequence particles fusing into the abyss of consciousness. This was an apocalyptic power that he couldn't resist, not even with the wordless heavenly book. It was impossible for him to withstand so many sequence particles. He panicked. All right, I promise you. As long as Star-Lord is willing to go with you, I will not stop him. Release Mu Jun. Luo Shan's expression was solemn. He also looked up, ignoring Lord Vader's shout. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme, put away Zi Jing, and released Mu Jun. He had no other choice but to do this. When Mu Jun came out, the first thing he saw was the abyss of consciousness above his head. His face turned pale. What is this? Luo Shan stared coldly at Lu Yin. It was indeed him, but now wasn't the time to be calculative. Lord Vader entered the abyss of consciousness alone, wanting to turn all of them into idiots. Luo Shan, isn't it better to kill Lu Yin with me? Luo Shan wanted to kill Lu Yin even in his dreams, but if Lu Yin died, what would he gain? The primordial space was still one of the 6 direction associations, and he still had to stay in the endless battlefield. Even if he left the endless battlefield, he could only join another parallel universe. The worst outcome would be being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family. Without Lu Yin, who would support him? Who would release Star-Lord? Luo Shan wanted hyperspace. He wanted to become the master of the 6 direction association's parallel universe and not start all over again. Lord Vader, how many years has it been? It's time for you to give up your position. The tricolor sovereign's aura spread out from Luo Shan's body. Lu Yin saw Luo Shan's sequence particles moving towards the abyss of consciousness. What would it be like when 2 laws collided? Lu Yin had seen it more than once, but he had never seen such a huge collision of laws. These 2 were going all out. Even if Lu Yin supports you, what's the use? You want to steal hyperspace? Will the others agree? You don't have to worry. At worst, hyperspace will become the endless battlefield and drag the 3 monarchs out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I support you, Luo Shan. Lord Vader stopped talking, and the abyss of consciousness descended. Lu Yin saw a strange scene. Luo Shan's sequence particles kept colliding with Lord Vader's sequence particles. The moment the 2 collided, there was no huge collision, nor was there any damage to the surroundings. Instead, they just disappeared. What was going on? The sequence particles kept colliding and disappearing. Although that terrifying abyss of consciousness still covered the sky, it did not give Lu Yin the feeling that he could not resist it. Without sequence laws, consciousness was just consciousness. A progenitor's consciousness could not threaten Lu Yin. What were Luo Shan's sequence laws? He looked at Mu Jun. Mu Jun heaved a sigh of relief and did not speak when she saw Lu Yin's gaze. Luo Shan, do you really want to be enemies with me? Lord Vader shouted angrily. Luo Shan looked up. If Lord Vader was at his peak, I might not be able to deal with you. But now, the battle in the endless battlefield has reduced your sequence laws by almost half. Lord Vader, it's time for you to give up your position. The abyss of consciousness disappeared, and Lord Vader appeared. He was panting heavily as he looked at Luo Shan and Lu Yin with killing intent. I did not expect this day to come. Lu Yin did not understand. Lord Vader, it's true that you wanted to kill me just now. It's also true that you saved me at the tea party. Why? Lord Vader did not answer. Luo Shan had already attacked. He wanted to finish Lord Vader off as soon as possible as Lord Vader was already at his limit. The tricolor monarch's aura condensed and turned into an earth-shattering palm strike towards Lord Vader. Lord Vader suddenly stopped panting and raised his hand. Bang! Both palms collided and Luo Shan was sent flying. He retreated 1,000 meters and was overwhelmed with shock. Impossible. Lu Yin's expression changed as he activated his celestial eye. Lord Vader's power suddenly changed. The power of consciousness disappeared and was replaced by a power that he was extremely familiar with: space. How could Lord Vader control space? When a powerhouse reached a certain level, they could touch time and space. However, that power was not enough to become their own power. Lord Vader's palm strike had pushed Luo Shan away with space. It was an overwhelming power. Luo Shan's strength was relatively strong, but he was not a match for Lord Vader's palm strike. Moo. Jun was in disbelief. Luo Shan found it even harder to believe. He never knew that Lord Vader had such power. It was impossible. You are not Lord Vader. Luo Shan shouted. Lord Vader exhaled and looked up. His gaze had completely changed. It became playful and cruel. It was a gaze that Lu Yin was very familiar with. What was this? Everything was going smoothly. Lu family's kid, why did you have to find trouble? It was clearly my scheme, but in the end, I had to end it with my own hands. What a pity. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. He blurted out, "Which spirit god?" Luo Shan and Mu Jun were shocked. They never would have thought that one of the 6 parties, the Chrono Master, was actually the witch spirit god. How was this possible? It was too absurd. But the truth was right in front of him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. So this was the meaning of the words Chrono Master on the back of the battlefield. Someone was reminding him that the witch spirit god was Lord Vader. If the research on the sequence particles was taken away by the Eternals, it would be too troublesome for humanity. But, how was this possible? How could the witch spirit god be Lord Vader? Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that both of them had appeared at the tea party. No wonder Lord Vader was in seclusion all year round and could not even attend the Grand Emperor's tea party twice. Lord Vader's greatest concealment was that he had more than one body. If he switched to another body, his identity as the witch spirit god would not be exposed. But how could he control another body? How could the witch spirit god and Lord Vader appear at the same time? Lord Vader had the power of thought, while the witch spirit god had the 5 senses. Why didn't you come out just now? Lord Vader suddenly muttered to himself. Kiki, I needed time to set up. My thoughts were almost exhausted. You want them to destroy me? You think too much. You are still useful to me. You were the one who wanted to control me back then, but you underestimated me. How can I be controlled by you? Once you enter my body, don't even think about escaping. At most, I will leave your brain outside so that no one will notice anything unusual. I feel that the Grand Emperors are definitely suspicious of me. During the battle in the endless battlefield, the strength I displayed was different from before. At that time, your opponent was me, and no one would notice. Also, it doesn't matter anymore. The research on the sequence particles has succeeded. There is no need to stay in the 6 parties. You almost died as well. Lu Yin and Luo Shan exchanged glances as they watched Lord Vader mutter to himself. They both understood that the body belonged to the witch spirit god. Lord Vader's consciousness had entered the witch spirit god's body, but it had been trapped by the witch spirit god and could not escape. Lord Vader was a brain, and at this moment, his brain was separated from his thoughts. His brain had entered another body to prevent others from detecting the witch spirit god's existence, but his thoughts were controlled by the witch spirit god. It could be said that the witch spirit god controlled this body, and Lord Vader could only exist on the surface. Lord Vader, you actually cooperated with the witch spirit god and betrayed humanity? Luo Shan questioned. The witch spirit god laughed strangely. Is he still human? These words left Luo Shan speechless. Lord Vader was no longer human. He could be a human, a corpse king, or even an astral beast. It all depended on what he wanted to do. Lu Yin and Luo Shan did not hesitate and fled in 2 different directions at the same time. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. They had to escape first before thinking about anything else. They did not want to fight to the death with the 7 sky gods. Sorcerer Spirit God cackled as streaks of light flashed, forming a massive sourcebox array. Lu Yin and Luo Shan were both trapped within the sourcebox array. Don't even think about running away, Luo Shan. I'll give you a chance. Join the Eternals. Sorcerer Spirit God laughed strangely. Luo Shan sneered, you really think you can trap me? You underestimate me too much. Haha, this is not the beginning space or the reincarnation spacetime. Our power is not restricted at all. You should have experienced it in the boundless battlefield, the witch. Spirit God threatened. Luo Shan looked fearful. That's why I didn't want to fight you to the death. He then looked at Luin. It's a pity that I wasn't able to kill you personally. I hope that you won't betray humanity. With that said, he grabbed Mu Jun tightly. Sequence particles condensed at his fingertips as he pointed out, New world, open. Luin watched as Luo Shan opened up a world of nothingness, grabbed Mu Jun, and stepped inside before vanishing. It was rumored that Luo Shan had once walked out of the world of nothingness, which was why he was respected by Grand Empyreans. Chenle said it was fake, and countless people in the Six Direction sect also thought it was fake, but it was actually real. Luin had long since learned from Mu Jun that Luo Shan had the ability to temporarily traverse the void. This was not because of his strength, but rather because of his sequence laws. However, Mu Jun did not know exactly what Luo Shan's sequence laws were. Since he entered the world of nothingness, Luo Shan could naturally escape. Luo Shan had the ability to escape, but he didn't think that Luin could do it. The witch spirit god also didn't think that Luin could do it. Kid from the Lu clan, I'll give you a chance to join the Eternals as well. Haha. Luin sighed, goodbye. After saying that, a starry sky was released from his heart, distorting the surroundings and tearing the void apart. The place where the starry sky and the starry sky came into contact was torn apart by the world of nothingness, forming a black isolated world. Wu Lingshan stared blankly. What kind of technique was this? Rejected by the current time and space? Luin took a step forward and forcefully broke through the sourcebox array that the sorcerer spirit had set up, just like Luo Shan. The sourcebox array was based on the current spacetime continuum, but the void world could break through the current spacetime continuum. This was why Luin was so confident. One was Luo Shan, and the other was Luin. The sourcebox array that the sorcerer god had asked Master Vader to expend all of his mental energy to set up was unable to stop either of them. However, Wu Lingshan's expression did not change. Luin rushed out of the energy research team and was greeted by countless shaman spirits and spirit dolls that filled the void. He continued forward as the world of nothingness cut through the current spacetime. Nothing in the current spacetime could stop him. This was indeed the case, as the divine shaman spirit doll had not been able to stop Lu Yin's advance. He had not used his own strength to break through, but rather, he had used the world of nothingness to cut through. Unless it exceeded the current time and space and could affect the power of the world of nothingness, it was not enough to keep him here. After a period of time, the divine shaman spirit doll was still in front of him. It should have escaped by now, so why was it still here? On the other side, Luo Shan's expression was ugly. He also had a divine witch spirit in front of him. How could this be? He had clearly walked into the world of nothingness and was actually still trapped here? Mu Jun was terrified. These Wuling divine dolls made her heart turn cold. Kiki, this is the sorcerer god's labyrinth. The sourcebox array just now was just to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. This labyrinth once trapped Guizhi in the Third Mainland. The sorcerer god's words caused Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. Guizhi was a Dao Lord, so how could it trap a Dao Lord? Explode. A soft voice traveled into his ears. The space around Lu Yin suddenly compressed and exploded. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the spot where he had been standing was completely obliterated as a 1-meter radius of the world of nothingness appeared. Explode. 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 Soft sounds traveled into Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin relied on his control of space and his celestial eye to barely dodge in time. Luo Shan was in a much worse state. Although he could clearly see the space around him, he could not dodge in time. The sorcerer god's attacks contained even more sequence particles, and he was continuously injured by the explosions caused by the compression of space. His arms, legs, abdomen, and back were all covered in wounds. Explode. Another soft sound rang out. Mu Jun's head exploded, and Luo Shan was sent flying. Luo Shan. stared blankly at Mujun's death. Grief welled up in his heart, but he also felt powerless. This was the true strength of the seven sky gods. Their killing in the reincarnation spacetime had long been suppressed, and only the endless battlefield could allow them to unleash their full strength. He had unintentionally gotten involved in the battle between the triumphant celestial and the corpse god, so he knew how powerful the seven sky gods were. There were only a few people in the six-way association who could fight against the seven sky gods. He could not do it, and neither could Dimensional Master. Even Void Master might not be able to do it. The six-way association seemed powerful and had many powerhouses, but there were too few people who could stop the seven sky gods in the endless battlefield. Luin constantly dodged, and a stream of light floated around him, reversing the flow of time for him. The current feeling was similar to the tempering of spacetime during the Haprogenitor's origin tribulation. The Sorcerer God's maze made him feel as if he was inside the origin tribulation, and there was no way to escape. More and more sequence particles descended. Child of the Lu family, as long as you are willing to join the eternal race, I guarantee that you will become the eighth sky god. The true God will bestow power to help you transform, and you will no longer be a match for you among the humans. The Sorcerer God tempted. Luin exhaled heavily and waved his hand, summoning Mount Supreme. Ancestor, I've done my best. I leave the rest to you. Space violently fluctuated, and a figure walked out of Mount Supreme. Sorcerer God, we meet again. The Sorcerer God's maze trembled. Luoshan suddenly realized that space was no longer exploding, and the Sorcerer God had stopped attacking. Then, a shout rang out, Lu Tianyi? The person who walked out of Mount Supreme was naturally Lu Tianyi. Someone had already warned Luin on the other side of the battlefield that no matter what, it was impossible for him to risk his life by himself. Of course, he would bring Lu Tianyi along. He did not invite Lu Tianyi to fight Dimensional Master, and he also did not invite Lu Tianyi to escape from the Sorcerer God's sourcebox array because he wanted to see the Sorcerer God's bottom line. Ancestor Lu Yuan, Ancestor Lu Tianyi, and Big Sis had warned him many times not to underestimate the seven sky gods, and Luin remembered that. He would never underestimate the seven sky gods. If the seven sky gods could not even trap him, then it was not the seven sky gods' true strength. Now that the Sorcerer God's maze had appeared, and the Sorcerer God had continuously attacked him with space sequence particles, Luin knew that it was time. Even the Sorcerer God's maze, which could trap Guizhi, had appeared. If this was not the Sorcerer God's bottom line, then how could the human race have lasted until now? Lu Tianyi looked around. This power was used during the Jiu-He battle, but you have never used it in my primordial space. Is it because you were rejected? Sorcerer God, leave your life behind today. Lu Tianyi, do you really think you can deal with me? The Sorcerer God shouted. Space collapsed, and the Sorcerer God let out a strange laugh. Lu Tianyi sneered, the ancestor reminded me that you were heavily injured in the endless battlefield. Today is the best time to kill you. The Sorcerer God had just muttered to himself, so he knew that the Sorcerer God had fought with Dimensional Master's brain during the endless battlefield's final battle. However, the Sorcerer God had almost died in the middle of the battle, which seemed to have something to do with Ancestor Lu Yuan. The Sorcerer God let out a gloomy voice, that old bastard Lu Yuan, we should have trapped him back then. Space, explode. Tao of Tianyi, one-word incarnation. With the energy research team as the center, space began to distort in all directions before it exploded. The entire space began to crack, and countless spatial cracks spread out, bringing about disaster. The Sorcerer God's maze was torn apart by the battle between Lu Tianyi and the Sorcerer God. Luoshan took this opportunity to escape without hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the Sorcerer God or Lu Tianyi, he did not want to face these two monsters. He had no choice but to enter the Eternal Darkness card to avoid the aftermath of the battle. He had seen the true strength of the ancestor Lu Tianyi. Previously, he had only used 3 fingers to defeat Madman Lu, and now, he did not have the upper hand against the Sorcerer God. The indescribable sequence particles were boiling like an ocean, overturning the entire space. The Sorcerer God's spatial sequence particles were bombarded and constantly worn down. If I wasn't heavily injured, Lu Tianyi, you wouldn't be able to suppress me. The Sorcerer God was indignant. Lu Tianyi coldly said, the ancestor instructed me to destroy you. It's time to pay for the blood feud from the Battle of Jiuhe. He, pay? With just you? Even if Lu Yuan is here, he won't be able to stop me. Divine power surged out of the sorcerer god's body and crazily blasted towards Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's expression changed. Divine power had the power to cover everything, and even the sorcerer god could not break through it immediately. The sorcerer god turned around and appeared beside the huge device that could materialize sequence particles. He wanted to take it away, as this was the reason why he had stayed in the hyperspace. The success of the research on sequence particles could change the structure of the human race, and it could also transform the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes turned red, as he could not let the sorcerer god take the device away. Patriarch Lu Tianyi was unable to break through the divine power immediately, but he could open up a path for himself. Lu Tianyi was shocked and grabbed Lu Yin. "Little Seven, don't be rash." At that moment, the sorcerer god, who should have left, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with fear. "What happened? Are you injured? Didn't you say that no one can kill you? Run." "Shut up," the sorcerer god barked. His master had been panicking just now. The sorcerer god tore through the void. Behind him, Lu Tianyi pushed Lu Yin aside and faced the sorcerer god. The word break means return to the starting point. "I already said that you can't escape." As soon as he spoke, the sorcerer god's body cracked open, and he could not even hold on to the device. He let go and looked back at Lu Tianyi in shock. "You've actually reached this realm." The divine power in front of Lu Tianyi split apart, and he took a step forward. He looked down at the sorcerer god from above and pointed out with a finger. Just like when he had faced Madman Lu, every finger had caused Madman Lu to despair and be unable to resist. The sorcerer god's eyes were filled with madness, and his body continued to crack open. Space transformed into specks that entered his body. These were spatial sequence particles that could be seen even without using Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin had only seen the Grand Emperor use them at the Grand Emperor's tea party. The sorcerer god's body suddenly shattered, and the spatial sequence particles that entered his body continuously connected to form a sourcebox array. The sorcerer god stared at Lu Tianyi crazily. "I told you that no one can kill me. Lu Tianyi, I'll remember you. I'll leave the research on the sequence particle here for now, and I'll get it back." Then, his body suddenly vanished without warning. Lu Tianyi's finger missed, and he stared at the empty spot. The sorcerer god was gone. Lu Yin hurried over. "Ancestor." Lu Tianyi's expression was solemn. He used the laws of space to break through his body and forcefully escape. Although he escaped, he's on the verge of death. Without the help of an absolute powerhouse, he will still die. But since he escaped, he must have a backup plan. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. Lu Tianyi nodded. He had not expected the sorcerer god to have such a method, but no one had been able to injure the sorcerer god to such an extent, not even during the above heaven era. Suddenly, the void nearby distorted, and the sorcerer god reappeared. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin stared at him in shock, and he stared back at them. Why were they still here? Lu Tianyi instinctively attacked, and his finger landed on the sorcerer god's forehead. The sorcerer god's brain shattered, but his body still disappeared for a moment. At the critical moment, a ray of light flashed, and the sorcerer god's body reappeared. Lu Tianyi took this opportunity to strike the sorcerer god's nearly headless body. The sourcebox array that had been formed from the spatial sequence particles within the sorcerer god's body had been destroyed by Lu Tianyi. This was something that only Lu Tianyi could do. The sourcebox array had been destroyed, which meant that the sorcerer god could no longer escape. He now looked like he was dead. Lu Yin stared at the sorcerer god's headless body. Was he dead? This felt unreal. He was one of the 7 sky gods, and outside of the above heaven era, he had never heard of any of the 7 sky gods dying. He had only wanted to obtain the equipment for the sequence particle, but he had inadvertently killed one of them. The sorcerer god's body swayed, and bloody lines flowed out from his shattered body. They continuously reformed, forming a head covered in blood-red nerves. It stared at Lu Tianyi with a ferocious expression. "I didn't die at your hands, dimensional master. Why are you doing this?" The blood-red head's expression changed to one of mockery and smugness. "How many years has it been?" Ever since you found out about the transdimensional research on dimensional particle and attacked me? I've been waiting for this moment. You're not dimensional master? Who the hell are you? The sorcerer spirit god was filled with hatred. Lu Tianyi sighed. Long time no see, Huiwen. Hee, long time no see. Lu Tianyi, your Lu clan almost got me into trouble. Your Huiwen? That despicable and sinister person? The shaman spirit god was enraged, and the blood-red head became even more ferocious. However, his expression quickly changed to Ancestor Hui's. When it comes to despicableness, how can we compare to you Eternals? Aside from the first continent being destroyed for unknown reasons, the rest of the continents were destroyed because of your despicable methods. You either split them up or ambushed them, ultimately causing the above heaven to disappear. During the Battle of Joha, you slaughtered the entire battlefield, Louis. Tianyi is right, this blood feud should be repaid. Dream on. Even if I die, you'll die with me, the shaman spirit god roared. Ancestor Hui sneered. I died long ago, and only my consciousness remains. Since I know it's you, do you really think I'm under your control? Lu Tianyi, do it, or let that little friend do it. The shaman spirit god was indignant. Huiwen, you can't defeat us Eternals directly, so you rely on this method. You're too despicable, too despicable. With a bang, the shaman spirit god's body was completely destroyed by Lu Tianyi's lawbreak. Luin watched as the shaman spirit god's body vanished into thin air, and an indescribable sense of relief welled up within him. The 7 sky gods were not immortal. Ever since Luin had first learned about the existence of the 7 sky gods, he had been thinking about how to deal with them. However, the more he learned about them, the more he realized that the 7 sky gods were unfathomable. They seemed to have limitless strength, and every time he saw their true strength, he would realize that what he saw was not their true strength. Luin had even suspected that the 7 sky gods would die. But now, the shaman spirit god was dead. His death had reversed Lu Yin's impression of the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods could also die. Even though the shaman spirit god's death had been schemed against by Ancestor Hui, and he had been severely injured by Ancestor Lu Yuan before being killed by Ancestor Lu Tianyi in the end, and his death had taken the lives of several extremely powerful human experts, it was fine as long as he could die. Lu Tianyi exhaled. Finally, we've killed one. Yes, we've finally killed one. An ethereal voice rang out from Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin's thoughts drifted away. Lu Tianyi looked in a certain direction, where his thoughts had materialized into a translucent person. It was Ancestor Hui. He was not like Progenitor Chen, who had left behind an invincible battle record, nor was he like Ancestor Hui, who had left behind a miraculous technique. However, Ancestor Hui's influence had spread throughout human history. It was his schemes that had caused the 6th mainland to pay the price. It was him who had remained in the technocracy and fought the everlasting tribe for a breather. It was him who had set up an unlimited power source that had allowed the astral tree to defend against the everlasting tribe's invasion. And now, he had schemed against the shaman spirit god and killed 7 sky gods. Ancestor Hui was not the strongest progenitor in human history, but he was one of the progenitors with the greatest contributions. His legends and arrangements had contributed greatly to humanity. He was one of the progenitors that Luin admired the most. Luin had not expected to meet Ancestor Hui in this hyperspace. Brother Lu, your family's child is very powerful. I admire him. Ancestor Hui smiled and looked at Luin with admiration. Luin hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ancestor Hui. Junior Luin greets Ancestor Hui. Haha, smart, strong, and polite. I don't understand how the Lu family gave birth to such a child. Child, are you sure your surname is Lu? Ancestor Hui teased. Lu Tianyi shook his head. Alright, your mouth is still as cheap as ever. Tell me, what's going on? Ancestor Hui smiled. It's life. Talk more, and you'll gain something. Luin looked at Ancestor Hui curiously. This was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas ancestors Hui, the one that the Fog Ancestor had ridiculed as the most sinister and sarcastic of all. The Fog Ancestor had told Luin that Ancestor Hui had not acknowledged many people, and Ancestor Hui was one of them. Thus, many people had challenged Ancestor Hui to a duel, causing a group of people to take a detour when they saw him. Although the Fog Ancestor did not say much, she still gritted her teeth when it came to Ancestor Hui. Although she gritted her teeth, she could not help but admire him. This was Ancestor Hui. "We found Ku Jia. When he wakes up, we'll have him talk to you," Lu Tianyi said. Hui Wen's eyes widened. "You found Ku Jia? Didn't that idiot go and challenge the one true God? He's not dead yet?" "He's not dead. That's ruthless. I'm convinced." Lu Tianyi looked at Ancestor Hui. "You won't be able to maintain this mindset for much longer." Ancestor Hui was helpless. "After all, we're facing the Sorcerer God. You know how difficult it is to deal with him. I knew that hyperspace wanted to study sequence particles a long time ago. However, at that time I was chosen by the Dimensional Master and became his body. I tried my best to escape. When I reached the Ancestor Realm and was confident, I came to hyperspace again. With my intelligence and means, I dealt with the Dimensional Master. Not long after I dealt with the Dimensional Master, that fellow, witchcraft spirit god, found out through a spy that hyperspace was studying sequence particles." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So that was how it was. The Yu family had mentioned that someone had been chosen by the Dimensional Master but had escaped. So it was Ancestor Hui. Since the Sorcerer God walked right into my trap, I was more than happy to accept it. I used my consciousness to enter his body and pretend to be trapped, but on the surface, I was still the Dimensional Master. I maintained this state and steadily studied the Dimensional Master. "Kid, what's with that look?" Hui Wen suddenly looked at Luin. He coughed. "The technocracy is divided into two factions. One faction is helping the Sixth Mainland, while the other is helping the Astral Tree. The two factions are fighting against the Dimensional Master, and while it seems like they're exhausting each other, they're actually combining the resources of the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree to create mechanical ants to deal with the Eternals. If I'm not wrong, Senior, you're using hyperspace and the Eternals to research the Dimensional Master." "Ha ha ha ha, smart. I knew you were smart, kid. It wasn't in vain that I risked being exposed to save you at the tea party." "That's right, that's it. Sequence particles aren't that easy to study. Do you think you can succeed just by relying on the energy research team?" Zijing could only solve one problem, and most of the problems were solved by the Sorcerer God. He's an extremely powerful Origin Array Heavenly Master, and together with me, we complemented each other to finally complete the research on the Dimensional Master. The Sorcerer God thought that I was the Dimensional Master and could really control me, so I allowed him to control me without any qualms. I wanted to find a chance to deal with him, but who would have thought that something would happen to your Lu family? Brother Lu, your Lu family is really pitiful. You left behind a kid to stand up for you. Lu Tianyi frowned. If you have something to say, then say it. Huizu rolled his eyes. I originally planned to contact the Lu family when the research on the Dimensional Master was about to succeed and have them cooperate with me to kill the Sorcerer God. However, your Lu family was actually exiled, which made things troublesome. I didn't trust the people from the Six Paths sect, and I wasn't familiar with them either. I had no choice but to beat around the bush and fool Zijing, scaring her away and delaying the progress of the Dimensional Master's research. Is that why Zijing coincidentally appeared in the Fifth Mainland? Luin was shocked. Huizu grinned and nodded. She doesn't know it herself. I was the one who did it, controlling the Dimensional Master's appearance. The Sorcerer God thought that he could control my thoughts, and he also had to use his avatar to complete many things. He couldn't keep an eye on me all the time, which gave me a chance. Luin finally understood. He had been wondering why Zijing had been able to escape. The Dimensional Master's research on the Dimensional Master was so important, and it was already puzzling that she had been able to escape through hyperspace. So that was the reason. Does that mean that my actions have always been under your watch? Luin asked. Huizu shook his head, not entirely. Zijing came back and brought you with her. I guessed your identity and admired you for scheming against hyperspace at such a young age. It's a good thing that you're not eager for quick success. You took your time and cooperated with each other silently. If you had nothing else to do, then you would have acted. Kid, I'll say it again, you're amazing. If you want to deceive someone, then you have to truly believe that you are that person. I'm the dimensional master, and this is the facade I created for the sorcerer god. That's why I didn't hold back when I attacked you. The sorcerer god isn't stupid either, and once he realized that something was amiss, he wouldn't be able to keep him alive. For example, when you stole the black energy source while the Shaoyin deity was scheming against the dimensional master, or Zijing's whereabouts. As the dimensional master, I couldn't tell you, and I had to be on guard against you. And this time, I couldn't make the decision for your scheme against hyperspace. It was the sorcerer god who made the decision. He definitely didn't hold back when he attacked you, and it was also true that he wanted Luo Shan to kill you. Fortunately, I've been watching you for a long time and know what kind of person you are. You wouldn't be in a hurry to find Zijing, but that might not be the case if you met someone else. Even your ancestor, Lu Tianyi, I don't think he could have done better than you. However, there were some loopholes in your plan. For example, he ran away. If the real dimensional master was there, he would definitely have investigated everything about Xianxia, and he wouldn't have let the Yu family off just because of Celestial Victor. A fake dimensional master is different. Neither I nor the sorcerer god wanted to attract Celestial Victor's attention, as that would have been easily exposed. That's why the Yu family was able to survive. As long as you don't touch hyperspace's research, you can do whatever you want with it. This meant that the Yu family had teamed up with the Shaoyin deity and Luo Shan to scheme against the Hui ancestor and the sorcerer god. It was no wonder that the dimensional master had won. It would be strange if the few of them could defeat the Hui ancestor and the sorcerer god. At the tea party, I saved you and pleaded on your behalf. I took a risk, but it was also because I wanted you to come to me. My attitude towards you has been erratic. With your personality, it would be strange if you didn't come to me. If you came to me, my attitude towards you would be slightly worse. Furthermore, with Bai Qian as a spy, letting you know that the research on sequence particles has failed, as a superior, you would definitely attack Zijing and snatch the sequence particle equipment. This is something that only a person in your position would consider. It's so important that you can let go of your feelings and control them. It's so important that you can ignore the help I've given you and naturally lead to this war. You're both emotional and rational, and with your caution, it's impossible for you to come alone. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it's worth it to deal with the witch spirit god. Huizu laughed. Luyin sighed in amazement. This wasn't just a tortuous process, it was simply brain-burning. Perhaps the Hui ancestor had already thought of everything the moment the witchling god had arrived at the hyperspacetime to attack Weizhou. In order to make the sorcerer god lower his guard, he had pretended to be the dimensional master and allowed himself to be controlled by the sorcerer god. In the end, he had killed the sorcerer god. If not for the Hui ancestor, the sorcerer god would not have died. Everything that had happened seemed complicated, but the Hui ancestor had used various methods to smooth things over. This was the Hui ancestor. No wonder Patriarch Tianyi had said that the Hui ancestor would not die. If the Lu family hadn't returned and Little Seven attacked Zijing, what would you have done? Lu Tianyi asked. The Hui ancestor thought about it. I would have killed everyone in the energy research team and destroyed the equipment. Everything would have returned to zero. And this thought of mine will also vanish into thin air. He then grinned. But that would not have happened. How do you think that parallel universe with a different flow of time was destroyed? If the Lu family hadn't returned, I would have treated the little kid very well, so well that he would have been too embarrassed to attack the hyperspace. Haha. Luyin was speechless, but it made sense. If Zijing and the others had not left the parallel universe, he would not have attacked the hyperspace. If the dimensional master treated him well, he would not have attacked. The help at the tea party had already made him hesitate. Luyin was not someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. If the dimensional master treated him well, he would have used a different method to get along. Thus, everything seemed to be part of his plan, but the Hui ancestor was actually in control. This was the real plan. Luyin rubbed his head. Senior, I admire you. The Hui ancestor smiled. No one is perfect. I am very smart, and I am very confident in that. However, I am not good at fighting. Otherwise, I would not have waited for you to attack. Although you are not as smart as me, you are not bad. You do not need to develop in my direction. You have your own path, and your future is not something I can compare to. Lu Yin, the future of humanity depends on you. Lu Yin looked at the Hui ancestor in shock. He did not understand why the Hui ancestor would say such a thing. Did he really understand him? Lu Tianyi was proud. The future of humanity depends on little 7. The Hui ancestor rolled his eyes. That's enough. The Lu family is just a support. As he spoke, the Hui ancestor's body became more and more transparent. Oh right, it's best not to break the seal and revive that beast. Its bestial nature is too strong and it hates humans to the extreme. Also, after the final battle in the endless battlefield, the 7 heavenly gods went their separate ways. None of them returned to the eternal race. At least 1 or 2 of them are in the endless battlefield. Take advantage of their weakness and kill them. Little friend, I hope you can get rid of one of them. The Hui ancestor's body completely disappeared, and the Hui ancestor's consciousness dissipated into outer space. Lu Yin looked at the empty space. Although the Hui ancestor had only appeared for a short time, he had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Lu Tianyi's gaze was complicated. Huiwen was not as brilliant as Xiaxia and the others during the Daosaur sex era, but he had left behind many impressions for the future generations. The Hui ancestor's only flaw was that he liked to make sarcastic remarks regardless of the occasion. Ancestor, is the Hui ancestor dead? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianyi laughed. I said that he would not die no matter who died. Even if he died, it would be the day that humanity truly defeated the Eternals. Lu Yin nodded. Around them, the shaman spirit doll had all shattered, and the shaman god's labyrinth had completely disappeared the moment the shaman spirit god had died. Wenshi, Xianxia, Qiuzhan, and the other users of the black energy source had gathered outside and were looking over uneasily. When they saw Lu Yin, they were all stunned. They were not the only ones, Bai Qian, Elder Zhua, and the others were also there. Although this battle had been brief, it had affected the entire space-time continuum, and it had been the most intense battle in its history. Lu Yin looked around. Had Luo Shan escaped? Master Lu, why are you here? Qiuzhan was the first to ask, and his expression was ugly. They had not seen Lu Tianyi since he had already left, and it would not be easy for him to explain himself. Master Wei had released the drifting cloud space, and Qiuzhan had naturally returned to guard the area with Wenshi and the others. They understood Lu Yin very well. When he had disguised himself as Xianxia, he had been very polite to everyone. However, after the battle at the tea party, the Lu family had returned, and the above heaven sect had become extremely powerful, which had caused his attitude to change. He had acted in the reincarnation spacetime and captured the new Great Stone Sage. He was completely lawless. Now, he had appeared in the spacetime continuum, which made them feel uneasy. This was especially so when they saw the shaman spirit doll. What was going on? Lu Yin looked around. Master Wei asked me to bring Zijing back. However, the shaman spirit god suddenly appeared and ambushed Master Wei. Unfortunately, Master Wei died. Qiuzhan and the others were shocked. Impossible, Master Wei is dead? Wenshi, Xianxia, and the others were in disbelief. Master Wei was dead? Bai Qian was shocked. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? In the distance, people from the Yu family had arrived. Yu Feng and Yu Lele had also arrived. When they heard Lu Yin's words, they were shocked. They had the same thought as Bai Qian. Was it the shaman spirit god or Lu Yin who killed Master Wei? Lu Yin stepped aside. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Master Wei has already turned into ashes, but the traces of the battle are still there. You have also seen the shaman spirit doll and godly force. Qiuzhan and the others rushed towards the energy research team. The people inside were all dead, as the aftermath of the battle was impossible to survive. The leader of the energy research team, the crazy old man, was also dead. Before he died, he tried to struggle and escape. Once these crazy people achieved their goal, they became normal. He was also afraid of death and wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The shaman spirit doll, godly force, these traces could be seen at a glance. Su Wuwei, Mu Feng, and even venerated Lotus came one by one. They checked and confirmed that it was the shaman spirit god. Where is the shaman spirit god? Venerated Lotus asked. Everyone looked at Luin. Luin looked up, he's dead. Senior Vader perished together with him. Everyone was shocked. The shaman spirit god was also dead? Is the shaman spirit god really dead? Su Wuwei was excited. Luin nodded. Master Wei did not fear death for the sake of humanity. He died together with the shaman spirit god. I am ashamed. If my cultivation was higher, it would not have happened. Venerated Lotus, did Master Wei really die at the hands of the shaman spirit god? Xianxia suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Venerated Lotus's eyes flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Do you have any questions? Xianxia looked at Luin and said in a low voice, Master Wei once said that if Master Lu came, we should be careful. Venerated Lotus stared at Luin. Master Lu, what does Master Wei mean? Qiu Zhan, Wenshi, Su Wuwei, and the others looked at Luin. Could Master Wei's death be related to Luin? Luin faced everyone's gaze. Why are you looking at me? Are you suspecting that I colluded with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? His words made everyone relax. Would Luin collude with the shaman spirit god to kill Master Wei? What a joke. He was Luin, the master of the origin space with the Lu family behind him. If he really wanted to betray humanity, then what was the point of the Six Direction Society? Xianxi's face turned pale and he could not refute. He also did not know what Master Wei meant. Luin pursed his lips. Ancestor Hui was too good at pretending. In order to hide from the shaman spirit god, he did not let go of any details. Master Wei's death is my Six Direction Society's regret. I, Luin, have decided to crusade against the endless battlefield. Luin suddenly announced loudly. Venerated Lotus and the others were stunned. Crusade against the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. We cannot let Master Wei die in vain. Previously, our Lu family's ancestors fought against the only true god and the 7 sky gods. Now, it's our turn. No, the endless battlefield is finally put on hold. We cannot be rash. Venerated Lotus objected directly. Luin said coldly, Venerated Lotus means that the eternal race can decide the direction of the war at any time, but we humans cannot? Venerated Lotus frowned. That's not what I mean. I mean. That's good. If Venerated Lotus is unwilling, you cannot go. I, Luin, must avenge Master Wei and crusade against the endless battlefield. Those who are afraid of death can refuse. Luin shouted. Lu Yin's words ignited his fighting spirit. Qiu Zhan suddenly raised his head. I'll go. Wenshi took a deep breath and said, I'll go too. It's my duty to avenge my master. Xianxia clenched his fists. I'll go too. The woodcutter left. I'm going to clean my knife. Call me when you're ready to go. Su Wuwei's face twitched. He really didn't want to go to the endless battlefield, but it didn't seem too good to refuse. Call me when the time comes. Lotus Venerable 9 growled, Master Lu, if we attack the endless battlefield rashly, the Eternals might plot against us. Luin asked, are you saying that we humans are less intelligent than the Eternals? Venerable Lotus was furious. She had been choked twice, so she simply left without saying anything. Luin looked at Bai Qian, with Vader's death, someone should be in charge of hyperspace. Before Senior Vader died, he told me to tell you to make good use of what he left for you. In the future, hyperspace will be yours. Wenshi and the others looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian was able to rise to the top because of the Dimensional Master. Now that the Dimensional Master was dead, how could she still be in charge of ultra spacetime? At this point, Luin looked at Yufeng. The Yu family once rebelled against Maintainer, but he was magnanimous enough to let you off this time. In return, you must assist Bai Qian in protecting hyperspace. Yufeng understood. No matter who it was, the Yu family was going to assist Bai Qian in controlling hyperspace. No, to be more precise, they were going to assist Luin. The Yu clan will definitely follow Master Wei's instructions. Yu Feng bowed respectfully. Everyone from the Yu family saluted. Bai Qian's face was pale. Our ultra-space dimension needs time to mourn Master Vader's death. Master Lu, when are we going to launch a crusade against the boundless battlefield? Transdimensional will do its best to avenge Master Wei. Lu Yin grunted. I'll confirm the time. Not long after, everyone dispersed. The death of the maintainer had the greatest impact on Wenshi and the others, as well as the users of the white energy source. It did not affect the ordinary people in the hyperspace continuum at all. The hyperspace continuum would remain as it was, and it would not be reduced to an endless battlefield for the time being. Furthermore, the purpose of the crusade against the boundless battlefield was to find the 7 sky gods. This was a rare opportunity, and even Ancestor Hui had told Lu Yin to find the 7 sky gods. It would be best if he could eliminate another one of them. This meant that the 7 sky gods were currently at their weakest, and Lu Yin had to seize this opportunity to eliminate another one. The current 6 Directions Guild could be considered to be at its peak. With so many Ancestor Realm experts from the Above Heaven sect taking action, they could easily sweep through the boundless battlefield. As long as he didn't infiltrate the Eternals and draw out the only true god, everything would be fine. If the Sorcerer Spirit God could die, then so could the rest of the 7 gods. Bai Qian and Yu Feng stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master Lu. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal a black energy source. Wenshi, Song Si, Qiu Zhan, and Elder Zhua, here are 4 black energy sources. The sect Above Heaven has 1, and I have 1. I heard that Ultra Space has about 10 black energy sources. Where are the rest? Bai Qian looked at Yu Feng. Yu Feng said respectfully, originally, my Yu clan had 3. They were in the hands of my father, Yu Xian, myself, and Yu Ting. However, my father, Yu Xian, and Yu Ting died. One after another. Including mine, the 3 black energy sources were all taken away by Master Wei. Now, my Yu clan no longer has any black energy sources. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian shook his head. Only the Dimensional Master possesses a black energy source. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly thought of something. Where is Master Wei's place of seclusion? Bai Qian pointed the way, but Lu Yin did not go there immediately. Instead, he returned to the energy research team and looked at the huge equipment with a burning gaze. This had been developed by the Eternals and Ultra Space. It could materialize sequence particles and allow people without Heaven's Eye to see it. The Witch Spirit God was willing to stay in Ultra Space to keep an eye on it, and Ancestor Hui had sacrificed too much for it. The Eternals would definitely want this equipment, but they would not be able to get it. Lu Yin released Zijing. Zijing looked around and sighed in relief when she saw that there was no battle. Is everything all right? Lu Yin stared at the equipment and asked, can this be used? Zijing looked at the equipment. Yes, where's teacher? Then, she realized that there was no one alive in the energy research team other than her. Zijing was scared. This level of battle was too terrifying. At this time, she saw Bai Qian and Yu Feng standing in the distance. Their appearance meant that the battle was over. Then, where was Master Wei? Master Wei had clearly attacked the Tao Lord. Could it be? Tao Lord, the battle just now? Master Wei is dead. Zijing's heart raced. Was it the Tao Lord? Lu Yin looked at her. It was the Witch Spirit God who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. How could it have nothing to do with him? Zijing was not an idiot. In that situation, Master Wei's killing intent towards Lu Yin had been too obvious. Now that he was dead, and Bai Qian and the Yu family were listening to Lu Yin's orders, the Master of Ultra Space had changed. She did not dare to believe it. Master Wei was one of the 6 paths, the Master of Ultra Space. How could this be? No matter how unbelievable it was, the truth was the truth. Lu Yin did not disturb Zijing. She had entered a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time to study sequence particles, and there were many things in the outside world that she did not know. He did not have the time to explain it to Zijing, she only wanted to know the result. The result was that Ultra Space had become the Master of Ultra Space. Zijing calmed herself down and accepted this fact. She looked at Lu Yin with apprehension. Tao Lord, can I make a request? No, it's a request. Luyin looked at Zijing. Zijing looked at Luyin as well. Although she was afraid of what Luyin had done, her many years of research into sequence particles had allowed her to quickly calm down. The ambition that he ran had stirred up, and the fear of facing death at any moment had given her the courage to make a request of Luyin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I said that if you help me, I will give you what you want. He did the right thing by provoking your ambition and giving you desire. Zijing's eyes flickered, and she bowed deeply. Tao Lord, please give me a black energy source. Luyin was surprised. You want to fight? It's self-defense, Zijing said. Luyin understood. What if I say that you have a high status in both the Genesis Space and the Six Paths Association, and that you don't need to worry about your safety? Do you still want the black energy source? Zijing bowed even deeper. No answer was the best answer. Actually, she could not use the black energy source right now, but it was better than nothing. One day, she would be able to use it. Luyin smiled and casually tossed the black energy source to Zijing. Zijing caught it and was overjoyed. Thank you, Tao Lord. Study the sequence particles well for me. I want all of the progenitors to transform. If you can do it, I'll give you even more than you can imagine. Luyin stored the equipment and Zijing into Mount Supreme before walking out. This place had already been abandoned. Bai Qian and Yufeng saw Zijing, but they did not ask. Luyin followed Bai Qian's directions and found Vader's place of seclusion. He had never seen such a strange place of seclusion. It was like a combination of future technology and human witchcraft. Bodies lined up neatly in an unknown liquid. There were men and women, and it was a horrifying sight. Back then, the Yu family only knew that Vader had one body, which was the man who was corroded by the Shaoying divinity. His other body should be either He Ran or Bai Qian, but the Yu family failed. Vader had more than one body. Luyin saw the body that Master Vader had appeared in with a woman's appearance. However, no matter how deeply Vader had hidden himself, it was impossible for him to have so many bodies. These bodies looked like experiments, or rather, after Ancestor Hui defeated Vader, he did not change this place and allowed it to maintain its original appearance. The witch spirit god did not care about this at all. Luyin found 3 black energy sources here, which were equivalent to creating 3 progenitors. This trip had not been in vain. He had dealt with the 7 sky gods and conversed with Ancestor Hui. He had also gained more progenitors for the sect above the heavens and obtained the right to speak in hyperspace. From now on, hyperspace could only be considered a vassal of the sect above the heavens. Once upon a time, the sect above the heavens would be treated with respect by all races, and Luyin was slowly walking towards that height. In the sect above the heavens, a group of people surrounded the sequence particle equipment and watched curiously. There were ordinary cultivators such as Wang Fan and Wei Rong, and there were also progenitors such as Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. There were also progenitors such as Elder Chan, Leng Qing, Star-Lord, Big Sis, and even Crazy Dean Xiaochen. Zijing was still a little nervous to work under the watchful eyes of so many people. She already knew what had happened during this time, and she felt as if she had been struck by a hammer. She could not believe it. It had only been a short time, but the sect above the heavens had already dominated the Six Direction Society, and the Tao Lord did not even care about great Empyreans. The Lu family that had once called the shots had returned, and the sect above the heavens had become the parallel universe with the most progenitors in the Six Direction Society. This was no longer a matter of a little more, but rather a lot more. Including Luyin, the sect above the reincarnation spacetime had doubled in number. This was a terrifying number. The fifth mainland did not even have a single progenitor in the past. Zijing felt as if she was dreaming. Everyone, who wants to be the first to try touching the sequence particle? Luyin smiled as he sized up the crowd. Those below the progenitor realm were directly filtered out, and only progenitors were qualified to try. Unsurprisingly, Leng Qing was the first to step forward. She approved of Luyin, and it was also because of Luyin that she had been able to break through to the progenitor realm. Wherever Luyin went, he liked to bring Leng Qing with him. Leng Qing was the perfect example of a ruthless person who did not speak much. Unexpectedly, Leng Qing did not step forward to touch the laws. Tao Lord, I wish to break through the laws of the sequence by myself. If I touch it now, it will affect my path. Please allow me. Luin laughed. Of course, I won't force you. Elder Chan stepped forward. Then let me do it. Out of so many progenitors, how many can touch the laws of the sequence? I don't plan on becoming one of them. Luin smiled. It's possible for anyone. Elder Chan's path is one of righteousness. Since you've contributed to humanity, we will not treat you unfairly. He then looked at Zijing. Zijing nodded. It had been more than a month since they had returned from hyperspace, and she had finally adjusted the equipment so that she could attempt to materialize the sequence particle. She could touch it and even use it. Of course, it was like a child learning to walk. Progenitors would need to take their time to touch and use the sequence particle. Fortunately, the sect above the heavens had Big Sis, a powerhouse who had grasped the laws of the sequence. Luin had interacted with her many times, so he was not completely ignorant. The scene that had once occurred in the beyond space-time dimension appeared in the above heavens sect at this moment. The void twisted, and with a strange sound, particles appeared in the void, twisting and turning slowly. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Apart from sequence nomological powerhouses, who else had seen sequence particles? Luin was an exception, but aside from Luin, no one else could see it. At this moment, even Wang Wen and the others, who were not even emissaries, could see the supreme power of the universe. Only by grasping the sequence laws would one truly have the power to protect themselves. This was something that everyone in the universe was gradually acknowledging. Ordinary progenitors were no longer capable of protecting themselves. This is a sequence particle? It's pretty cute. Wang Wen was infatuated. Kui Luo's face twitched. I don't know if I'll ever reach the level where I can use the sequence laws in my lifetime. The possibility is not high, someone said. Kui Luo turned around and was about to curse when he saw that it was Lu Qi. His face turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Luin was surprised. Dad, why are you here? Lu Qi widened his eyes and looked ahead. Patriarch Tianyi told me that there were sequence particles to observe, so I came. Little Xian, you guys have actually developed sequence particles? It wasn't us. It was the ultra spacetime and the Eternals. Luin explained what had happened, leaving Lu Qi dumbfounded. Senior Huiwen is still alive? Luin shrugged. Probably not. Lu Qi sighed with emotion. Sure enough, as expected of Ancestor Hui. Zijing's voice sounded, which senior would like to give it a try? Let me remind you that I don't know what kind of law this is, and I haven't reached the point where I can control the law. Thus, the law that I obtain is random. If seniors aren't satisfied with this kind of law, you can use it. However, the universe's laws are endless, and there are more things that have happened in the past. If you want to obtain the law that you like, the difficulty is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elder Chan stepped forward. How do I use it? Zijing said, just touch it. The sequence particle will wrap around anything that touches it. Elder Zen was filled with amazement as he touched the sequence particle under the expectant gazes of the people around him. The sequence particle seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Elder Zen's palm, finally forming something that resembled a bracelet that clung tightly to his wrist. How do you feel? Big Sister was curious. Elder Chan said, I don't feel anything. It's like it doesn't exist. Hurry up and use it. Let's see what the rules are. Luin was curious as well, as this was an external force that belonged to a foreign object. Even Elder Chan had not been able to understand the laws the moment he came into contact with the sequence particle. He needed to figure it out on his own. In the past, the sequence particle was the symbol of a top ancestor realm expert. But now, it had become a foreign object of the celestial sect. Although this foreign object was uncontrollable, once a powerful sequence particle was obtained, it could be considered a trump card for an ancestor realm expert. Zijing was also curious as to what kind of laws Elder Chan had obtained. They had tried it out a few days before Luin had arrived in the hyperspace, and the laws that they had obtained were all strange. Some of them were so strange that they couldn't even identify them. Elder Chan began his attempts. If he wanted to confirm the rules, he naturally had to use them. Elder Zen gave it a try while Zijing rebooted the equipment and began to materialize the sequence particles again. Every activation took quite a bit of time. This period of time was just enough for Elder Zen to confirm the rules. Not long after, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he left for the main hall in the sky above. Traceless. This. Greetings, Master Lu. Traceless hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin nodded and gestured with his hand. Sit. Wu Hen sat down and said, Lord Lu, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield to track down Luo Shan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When? Just a month ago. Mr. Daheng originally wanted me to go to the endless battlefield to search for traces of Luo Shan, but I discovered that Luo Shan had gone to the hyperspace. Not long after that, Mr. Daheng went to the endless battlefield and seemed to have confirmed Luo Shan's location. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. A month ago? Coincidentally, during the battle with Witch Spirit God, Luo Shan escaped during that battle. He could only escape to the endless battlefield. Mr. Daheng also went to the endless battlefield after that. He wanted to make a move while Luo Shan was injured? Traceless did not disturb Lu Yin and waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at Traceless and smiled. This information is very useful to me. Well done. Traceless stood up. It's my honor to be able to help you. What instructions do you have for me? I'll do my best to complete them. Find a way to confirm Mr. Daheng's location. Tell me without alerting him, Lu Yin instructed. Traceless nodded. Understood. His attitude towards Lu Yin was even more respectful than before. Lu Yin had been present when Dimensional Master died, and no one knew what had happened. Everyone in the Six Direction Society was guessing, and some even said that Lu Yin had killed Dimensional Master. No matter what their guesses were, these people only dared to discuss it in private and didn't dare to question Lu Yin. This was Lu Yin's status. He had absolute authority in the Six Direction Society. Even if the Grand Empyrean wasn't in seclusion, Lu Yin would still stand at the top of the Six Direction Society. What kind of concept was it to have 10 progenitors under his command? Just thinking about it made one tremble. Lu Yin was the only one in the Six Direction Society who dared to say that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield. Before this, the Six Direction Society could only defend the endless battlefield and fight against the Eternals. Traceless was filled with admiration for Lu Yin, and as a result, he became even more obedient. On the other side, Elder Chan had figured out the law that he had obtained. Objects had to fall from a high altitude. This was the law that he had obtained. Lu Yin found it strange that such a law existed, but at the same time, he felt that it was reasonable. Objects should naturally fall from a high altitude, and falling from a low altitude to a high altitude was not called falling, but rather flying. It had nothing to do with gravity, and even if gravity was reversed, falling was falling, and flying was flying. The main point of the law was the word falling and not the principle behind it. Lu Yin had figured out the law, but the question was, how could he use it? Elder Chan was fumbling around. The next person to obtain a law was the Star Lord, and Lu Qi also gave it a try out of curiosity. He did not care if it reached the level of a sequence law. Finally, Crazy Headmaster Xiaoqin also gave it a try. He had seen through the mundane world, and his cultivation path was different from everyone else's. He was more willing to experiment with various laws and understand the mundane world of the universe. Above the Heaven Sect's back mountain, Lu Qi and Lu Yin sat across from each other. The Heavenly Sect and the Daosaur Sect were the same sect in that era, but they actually represented different things. Lu Qi looked into the distance at the giant caged Wyrm and ancestral tortoise. The Daosaur Sect is what we humans call it internally, and it symbolizes the origin of all Daos. The primogenitor created the astral source cultivation method and opened up 6 continents for humans to live on. This is the significance of the Daosaur Sect, and the Heavenly Sect is what the outside world calls it. Lu Yin blinked. Dad, is this something that you would say? Lu Qi smiled embarrassedly. It was old ancestor Channy who asked me to tell you. We originally planned to let you cultivate, but there are still some things that we should tell you. His expression was solemn. Do you know of my Lu family's direct descendant visualization method? Lu Yin asked, the 5th mainland? Lu Qi nodded. You've always been using the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method. Have you ever thought of cultivating the direct descendants' fifth mainland? Luin shrugged. Actually, I've already started cultivating it. Lucci was puzzled. Really? Luin replied, don't worry, Dad. I've really started cultivating it. The continent formed by the Fates N in his heart was the fifth mainland formed through the direct descendant visualization method. The fifth mainland had always been branded into Lu Yin's heart. The first time he had obtained the Fates N, when enlarged, was the fifth mainland. This was something that Lu Yin had gradually come to know. Since you've already started cultivating it, then there's no need to say anything more. Do you know where the Akalanatha Sky King visualization method came from? Lucci asked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Lu Buzhan came from the era of the heavenly sect, so there are some things that I know more than you. The Akalanatha Sky King visualization method is forefather Lu Yuan's mount. Lucci felt awkward. How did he know everything? He had already learned from Lu Tianyi that Lu Yin had deified quite a few progenitors. Even Xianxia had been deified, and that was an existence whose seniority surpassed Lu Qi's own. This made Lu Qi feel very awkward, and when he recalled the situation when he had been bestowed the God Emperor sword, his face turned red. What about the general appointing platform? Do you know about it? Lu Yin did not understand. General appointing platform? Isn't that our innate gift? Lu Qi relaxed, as there was finally something that this brat did not know about. His expression turned solemn. The general appointing platform is not just our Lu family's innate gift. Does the words general appointing platform remind you of anything? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. General appointing platform, general appointing platform. Appointing soldiers and generals? The corners of Lu Qi's lips curled up. On the battlefield, the Lu clan is the commander. This is the general appointment platform. Little Xian, since you want to conquer the boundless battlefield, it's time for my Lu clan to make a general appointment platform for the six-party assembly. In the era of the heavenly sect, my Lu family was known as the progenitor's commander's flag. One person led a country, and one person was sovereign. No matter how large the battlefield was, my Lu family was the commander's flag that would never fall. Continents were destroyed one after another, but the fifth mainland never fell because of my Lu family's existence. My Lu family is the progenitor's commander's flag, and also the commander's flag of humanity. The Lu family is the backbone of humanity. The commander's flag will never fall, the Lu family will never fall, and humanity will never fall. From the moment you became a Tao Lord, you are the head of my Lu family. Little Xian, let the river of time see the general appointing platform once again, and let it see the continuation of humanity's glory. Lu Yin's gaze was stern as he looked down at the heavenly sect. He shouted loudly, pass down my order. 100 days later, the heavenly sect will appoint a general to conquer the endless battlefield and counterattack the everlasting race. All grudges in the Genesis space will be put aside for now. All cultivators, await your orders. Within 100 days, no killing is allowed in the Genesis space. No. Orders suddenly came one after another, causing the entire Genesis space and the Six Direction Society to be in an uproar. When Lu Yin said that he wanted to conquer the endless battlefield, many people in the Six Direction Society thought that he would only bring a few progenitors to kill some corpse kings. Who would have thought that he was serious? The Grand Heavenly Venerables and the others were in seclusion, and so was the everlasting race's only true god. One of the 7 sky gods had already died, and the rest were all in seclusion. The heavenly sect was at its peak, and Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to expand humanity's advantage against the everlasting race. He also wanted to show the Six Direction Society how strong the heavenly sect was. There were too many evildoers in the endless battlefield. Old Monster M.O., by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, by Xianer, Luo Shan, and the 7 sky gods were all hiding in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin wanted to attempt to sweep through the entire endless battlefield and eliminate some of the threats. Of course, the endless battlefield was not just a matter for the sect above heaven's path. Lu Yin could not use the sect above heaven to fight against the everlasting race. He sent out invitations to the Six Direction Society, and anyone who wanted to participate in the endless battlefield could sign up. He also personally invited progenitors to join, including Mu Feng and Gan from the Wood Spacetime, Dan Pu and Dan Fengyi from the Lost Clan, and Su Wuwei, Su Heng, and Su Lun from the Void God Spacetime. The entire Six Direction Society was immersed in the crusade that would take place in 100 days. The progenitors that the primordial space had sent out to help defend the Six Direction Society returned one by one, and they tried to make contact with the sequence particles. Lu Yin's request for them was to surpass other powerhouses at the same level, so the sequence particles were not impossible. News of the sect above Heaven's Path's crusade quickly spread throughout the endless battlefield. Bai Wang Yuan's expression changed when he heard the news. He did not believe that Lu Yin was only doing this to avenge Master Wei. He was more willing to believe that Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to attack him. This was troublesome. If the sect above Heaven's Path really swept through the endless battlefield, he would have no choice but to return to the reincarnation spacetime. Wang Fan also thought the same. Old Monster Mo cursed angrily. He could be considered free and unfettered hiding in the endless battlefield. This place was filled with slaughter, but for a powerhouse like him, there was no problem as long as he did not provoke any monsters. It was much more comfortable than being in the Six Direction Society. This Lu family's son actually wanted to sweep through the endless battlefield? Mr. Daheng's expression turned even uglier. He had finally managed to track down Luo Shan's whereabouts, and it would not be easy to get rid of Luo Shan. He would need to plan for a period of time, but this time was obviously not enough for the crusade. For a moment, he was filled with resentment towards Lu Yin. In addition to what had happened before, he wanted nothing more than to kill this Lu family's son. A single person and a single order could change countless people. Lu Yin wanted to crusade against the endless battlefield, and that was enough to change the plans of these powerhouses. In the sect above Heaven's sect main hall, Su Wuwei had come as well. Two of you don't support the crusade against the endless battlefield? Lu Yin's gaze landed on the two of them. He didn't care about a venerated lotus cultivator, but he still had to respect Su Wuwei. The 9th grade Venerate Lotus and Su Wuwei looked at each other. Facing Lu Yin, Venerate Lotus bowed slowly. And, Lu Yin's, or rather, she had always been suppressing Lu Yin. Or rather, she had always had On's grand Empyreans. She had always had grand Empyrean heavenly Empyrean. Now that the 9th grade Venerable Lotus was being courteous to him, Lu Yin naturally wouldn't mind. To Wang Yuan? She could not accept bowing to Lu Yin, as he had not even reached the level of an extreme powerhouse. However, she had no choice. He was the master of the Genesis space and was in charge of the current human's authority. Bowing to him was understandable. No matter what, he could fight with Grand Empyrean Heavenly Empyrean, so it was not an insult to her. The war between the humans and the Eternals has been going on for countless years, but the humans have never had the upper hand. The reason is that the Eternals listen to the one true God. If the one true God wants them to die, none of the Eternals will resist. This combined power is very terrifying. There is the one true God, the 7 heavenly gods, and Qin Kong. There are existences like the true God's guards. It is unwise to fight them head-on. The above heaven in the primordial space is constantly increasing its experts, and it is glorious. Since that is the case, why don't you choose the safer path and truly bring the above heaven to its former glory? Lu Yin looked at Su Wuwei. Senior, do you think so too? Su Wuwei sighed. We have fought in the endless battlefield for many years, and we know the Eternals very well. Master Lu, I know you want to eradicate the Eternals as soon as possible and rid the humans of this enemy. However, you must not be impatient. It is not that we are afraid of death and do not dare to fight the Eternals, but now that the Heavenly Empyrean sect finally has the chance to prosper, I do not want this chance to fail. Even the Grand Empyrean did not go deep into the Eternals. So what if we can conquer the entire endless battlefield? Lu Yin pondered. The 9th grade Lotus Venerable and Su Wuwei looked at each other and continued, the foundation of the eternal tribe is unfathomable. Under the premise of not having absolute confidence, if we can reach the peak glory of the former heavenly sect, then it will be the time to have a decisive battle with the eternal tribe. There is one more point. On the boundless battlefield, the strength of the eternal tribe is completely different from that of the samsara spacetime. They are two completely different things. Even Su Wuwei did not understand what Wang Yuan said. He had wondered why the Eternal's strength was different in the reincarnation spacetime, but he did not know the specific reason. Lu Yin raised his hand to stop Wang Yuan. His expression was solemn. The crusade must be carried out. Wang Yuan's expression changed. Master Lu. Lu Yin raised his hand again, stopping the 9th grade Lotus Venerable from speaking further. You have a point, so listen to mine. Firstly, I have issued the order for the 100-day crusade to the entire origin space. The order must be carried out and cannot be changed. Secondly, this is a battle between the origin space and the endless battlefield. The other parallel universes of the Sixth Direction Guild can choose not to participate. Just guard your place as well. Thirdly, Lu Yin looked at Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei. Do you really think that I am rushing to the endless battlefield because I want to get rid of the Eternals as soon as possible? Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei were puzzled. Is that not the case? This was the thought of many people in the Sixth Direction Guild. Lu Yin had broken through to the half-ancestor realm and was brought back to the Lu family. The Grandmaster realm and the Heavenly Empyrean sect increased one after another and rose to glory. Under such circumstances, it was normal for a young man like Lu Yin to have some thoughts of wanting for quick success. Many people thought that Lu Yin was rushing to the endless battlefield in the name of avenging his master, but in reality, he was just trying to add a thick stroke to his name in history. Once he succeeded, it would be a contribution that would be remembered by the river of time and the generations of humans. This temptation was too great. Lu Yin laughed. I, Lu Yin, walked from an ordinary cultivator to where I am today. If it was what you think, I would have died many years ago. In the battle through space, the witch spirit god died. We received a piece of news. Lu Yin looked at the two. The 7 sky gods are heavily injured and scattered in the endless battlefield. Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei exclaimed, the 7 sky gods are still in the endless battlefield? Everyone thought that the 7 sky gods had returned to the Eternals like the sole true god. No one expected that the 7 sky gods were still in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The previous battle greatly injured the 7 sky gods. They are all heavily injured like the witch spirit god and are hiding in some corner of the endless battlefield. Since the witch spirit god can be killed, the other 7 sky gods can do the same. Don't the two of you want to take this opportunity to get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods? Su Wuwei was excited. Are you sure? Lu Yin said, I'm absolutely sure. Not only that, this crusade in the endless battlefield will also help us find the spies hidden in our 6-party society. It would be best if we can get rid of the 7 sky gods, but even if we can't, it will allow our 6-party society to establish a great advantage in the endless battlefield. Why not? I will not rashly enter the Eternals' territory, but we humans must take the lead in this war. If we can't sweep through the endless battlefield with so many progenitors, how can we win the war between the humans and the Eternals? Whether we win or lose, we must show our humanity's momentum no matter what. What else do the two of you have to say? Wang Yuan was helpless. She could not change Lu Yin's mind. Moreover, if they could get rid of 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods, it would play a decisive role in the war between the humans and the Eternals. The death of the witch spirit god had greatly boosted the 6-party society's morale. If 1 or 2 more died, the Eternals would be at a disadvantage. These two's arrival represented the will of many people in the 6-party society. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not need to explain. Although it was the above heaven sect's crusade against the endless battlefield, if the 6-party society did not cooperate at all, the pressure on him would be great. After Wang Yuan and Su Wuwei left, the 6-party society's opposition to the crusade against the endless battlefield had decreased significantly. During the 100 days of preparation, the above heaven sect mobilized troops, cultivators, weapons, and so on from various places. Meanwhile, cultivators from the 6-party society continued to arrive. None of the people that Lu Yin personally invited refused to join the crusade against the endless battlefield with the above heaven sect. This was the first time Lu Yin had initiated a great war since he became the above heaven sect's Dao master. This war was unprecedented in history. The number of progenitors involved, including the humans and the Eternals, might be dozens. Even in the above heaven sect's most prosperous era, such a number was rare. This was also the most important step for Luin to establish his prestige in the six-party society. His previous actions could only be said to be enough to resist the Grand Empyreans. However, this war would give him the power to lead the entire six-party society. And the beginning of this war was the appointment of generals. As time passed, familiar faces arrived at the above heaven sect one after another. Kuwei had returned with an army of giants. When he saw the above heaven sect, tears welled up in his eyes. He did not want to go to the astral beast domain anymore. It was too tough there. Kulei? On the other side of the above heaven sect's plaza, Kulei sat cross-legged calmly. There were too many people here like him. There were no less than 1 million people in the plaza. These were all cultivators that had gathered from various places. Luin had not forced them to come, they had all come voluntarily. When Kuwei saw Kulei, he ran over. Kulei frowned, stood up, and left. Kuwei blocked his path. Kulei, why are you running? The current Kulei was different from before. He was calmer and more reserved. You're back? Kuwei was pleased. How can Master summon an army of giants without me? You actually came as well. Aren't you afraid of dying in the endless battlefield? Kulei coldly replied, it's none of your business. Kuwei sneered, I thought that someone like you would only hide behind others and steal the fruits of others' labor. Why? Did the Ku family kick you out because you're too useless? Ha 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 ha. Kulei circled around him and left. After experiencing too much, people would grow. Even if some people were once arrogant, insufferably arrogant, and even if their hearts were dark, they would change with the passage of time. Kuwei had not expected Kulei to leave without retorting. Was this still the same Kulei from before? In the distance, Yo Yir, Sujiu, and the others were all gathered here. This was where the 7 courts had gathered. Even further away, 2 figures, one black and one white, were running happily. They were Eversky Island's Blackie and Xiaobai. Behind them were Haizid Shenwei and Xingwudi. In another corner of the plaza, when Sansi had returned from the Hexagon training hall. He was also going to participate in this war. Xing Kai, Ling Gong, Jiao Hao, and the former 10 arbiters had all arrived. They did not want to give up on this war. This was going to be a grand war, and they would be able to see an extraordinary battlefield. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, the 100 days were about to arrive. The various armies in the Genesis space had finished gathering. The Lucian army, the Celestial army, the Astral Beast army, and equipment from the back garden continued to appear. From time to time, powerful progenitors' auras would sweep past and enter the Ascendant sect. At the bottom of the stairway, Hiran looked down in shock. She saw a shocking scene that she had never imagined before. There were countless excited cultivators, powerhouses after powerhouses, and even half-progenitors. If she did not know that this was the Ascendant sect, she would have thought that the entire Hexagon Association had gathered here. Luin did not appear for the next 100 days. On the last few days of the 100 days, the Ascendant sect gathered a terrifying number of cultivator armies. Many figures stood on the stairway, quietly waiting for something. From top to bottom, there were progenitors, half-progenitors, envoys, and so on. Standing at the front of the stairway were Lu Tianyi and the Netherworld. Ancestor. Below them were Mu Carving, Su Wuwei, Mu Xia, Elder Chan, Xiachen, and so on. All of the progenitors retracted their auras as they waited for the last day of the 100 days to arrive. A bell rang. On the stairway, Luin walked out of the void in front of the progenitor statue. Everyone faced Luin and bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Genesis space, causing the void to swirl and form visible waves. On planet after planet, countless people watched with excitement as they paid their respects to Luin. At this moment, even Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi had to bow to Luin. They were not bowing to Luin, but to the Pathmaster. They were bowing to the person who could command the Genesis space. Luin stood at the highest point and looked down. No one looked up at him, but he could see them all. Everyone, at ease, Luin. Thank you, Pathmaster. Everyone stood up and looked up at the highest point, where they saw Luin standing there. At this moment, even he Ran was stunned. Luin was glowing, and it was as if he controlled the entire human race. Someone told me that the crusade shouldn't have started, Luin said as he looked at everyone. His words shocked many people. Su Wuwei's expression changed, and he looked at Luin. What did he want to say? Everyone fell silent as they looked at Luin. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. Some say that humans can't compare to the Eternals. The Eternals are unfathomable, and once war breaks out, humans will suffer heavy casualties. Some say that the situation in the endless battlefield has slowed down. We shouldn't take the initiative to start a war against the Eternals. Some people said that I was eager for quick success and wanted to seek fame and fortune. That's why I decided to start a crusade. There are also people who say that this battle will be the beginning of the decline of mankind. So many people are advising me to give up on the crusade. They have a point. The endless battlefield will always be dominated by the Eternals. If the Eternals want to fight, then we will fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then the war can be delayed. The Eternals control the border battlefield of the Six-Way Association. If the Eternals don't attack, then the border is peaceful. If the Eternals do attack, then the border will fight to the death. At the Grand Celestial Tea Party, the Eternals invaded. Before this, no one thought that the Eternals would invade the Tea Party because no one thought that humans would go so deep into the Eternals' territory. But they did, and they messed up humanity's greatest event. It's very interesting, isn't it? The Eternals are the ones leading the war. Everything you hear, see, and think about, the Eternals control everything. So, should we fight? Should we start this crusade? No one spoke. Everyone was silent. I don't think so, Luin said loudly. Everyone looked at him blankly. Shouldn't they? Then what was the point of them gathering here? Why fight when you know it's useless? It's just a crusade. Can it destroy the Eternals? Impossible. Can it change the human race's disadvantage against the Eternals? Also impossible. This crusade might cause many of you to die. I'm afraid of death, and everyone is afraid of death. Since that's the case, why fight? Let's wait. When the Eternals want to fight, we'll fight. When the Eternals stop, we can rest and recuperate. If the Eternals want to fight, then we'll fight. If the Eternals don't want to fight, then we won't fight. What do you think? Lu Yin's voice grew louder and louder until it reverberated in everyone's ears. His words made everyone sullen. If the Eternals wanted to fight, then they could fight. If they didn't want to fight, then they couldn't fight. How sullen was that? Is that a crusade? No, it's a fight to the death, Lu Yin roared and pointed at one person. You might die the moment you step onto the battlefield. He then pointed at another person. You might die in the next second. You'll all die. If you know you'll die, then why fight? Suddenly, huge screens of light appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. In the starry sky of the universe, countless screens of light appeared in the above heaven sect, and countless scenes appeared. Within the screens, under the dark sky, tens of thousands of cultivators charged forward, but they were easily wiped out by the corpse kings. In another screen, on a mountain peak, an old man wept blood. Below him, a young man roared, "Father, let's be father again in the next life. See you in the next life. Father, I want to be your father in the next life and help you stand at the front." Ha 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 ha, good. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain peak shattered, and pairs of scarlet eyes replaced everything. In another screen, a planet cracked open, and dozens of people huddled together. It was worth it. We lured most of the corpse kings here. The rest aren't a match for Senior Zhang and the others. They'll definitely win. It was worth it, ha 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 ha. Daughter, take good care of your mother. Lin do you regret it? Why should I? It's enough that I met you in this life. I, Hidden Sword, have slaughtered the Eternals all my life. What I regret the most is dying on the battlefield. What I regret the most is meeting you. Apart from Lin the luckiest thing that happened to me was meeting Brother Hidden Sword. We've gone through life and death together. Brothers, it's over today. The Eternals didn't kill us because they wanted to transform us into corpse kings. Can you agree? No. Then what should we do? Not even our corpses remain. Not even our corpses remain. Screen after screen, people died one after another. Impassioned words of death resounded in the above heaven sect and the primordial space. Everyone stared blankly at these scenes as corpses fell one after another. Some of them didn't even have corpses. What they saw was the corpse king's cold gazes and bloody killing methods. Those who died had parents, wives, and children, but they had died in such a spectacular manner. They had fought for humanity. They had been born as humans, and they had died as war spirits. These people's roars and maniacal laughter shocked everyone. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Look at them. They died so miserably. If the war starts, you will die as well. We're not afraid of death, someone shouted, his face flushed red. Dowlord, we're not afraid of death. Even if we die, we have no regrets. We'll fight for humanity and die for humanity. Dowlord, please grant us our wish. Master Lu, we're willing to die. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Master Lu, please start the crusade. Let's fight to the death with the Eternals. Who cares about the outcome of the war? Go to hell. We'll suffer heavy casualties. I don't believe that the Eternals have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if we die, we'll bite off a chunk of their flesh. Fight. 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 Countless people shouted fight, as they stared at Luin with fervent gazes. Countless people's determination to face death on the screen completely erupted at this moment, forming an indescribable will. Even Luin was shocked by this will. We may not win the crusade. We don't want to win. We only want to fight the Eternals, countless people shouted. Luin raised his head. We'll suffer heavy casualties. Then let's fight to the death. Won't you regret it if you wait? We'll die without regrets. Countless people roared, their voices piercing through the starry sky. At the bottom of the sky stairwell, He-Ran was shocked by this will to fight to the death. Her face turned pale. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he shouted, fine, then let's fight to the death. Regardless of victory or defeat, regardless of life or death, I, Lu Yin, will lead the humans to the endless battlefield and fight the Eternals to the death. The appointment platform appeared, and the God Investiture catalog bloomed with golden light, illuminating the entire 5th mainland. Luin bathed in the golden light and looked down at the above heaven sect. I, Luin, as the Tao Master of the above heaven sect and the Master of the primordial space, officially announce the start of the crusade in the endless battlefield. I'll appoint the Netherworld progenitor. Big Sister walked out and looked up at Luin. Here. Luin looked down at her. I appoint you as the 1st Legion commander of the crusade. Elder Chan, Xianxia, Lu Yun, and Dan Pu will assist you. Big Sister's mouth twitched. She didn't like this title. She was clearly an extremely powerful progenitor, but it was made to sound like something. This had never happened even in the above heaven sect. Back then, Gu Yizhi had treated her as a distinguished guest. How could he give her orders? There was nothing she could do. Netherworld, listen. Pick the general, wood carving. Here. I appoint you as the 2nd Legion commander of the crusade. Mu Xia, Wang Jian, Chen Lu, and Gon will assist you. Woodcutter, listen. Pick the 5 flavors of the void. Here. I appoint you as the 3rd Legion commander of the crusade. Xiaochen, Su Heng, Su Leng, and Bai Xing will assist you. Su Wuwei, listen. Lu Tianyi. Here. I appoint you to guard the primordial space and guard against the Eternal sneak attack. Lu Qi, Mountain, Star-Lord, and Ancestor Turtle will assist you. Lu Tianyi, listen. I, Luin, will be the Chief Legion commander of the crusade. I will also be the 4th Legion commander. Danjing, Lengqing, Xia Zhen, and Caged Flood Dragon will assist me. From now on, the crusade in the endless battlefield begins. The 4 legions set out. Thank you. Jackix, I'm tired of it. Shiyu 59285813QZQ4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Luin gave the order, and the guideposts who had been standing guard at the side walked out and led everyone into the endless battlefield. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield, and with the addition of the 3 monarchs, there were 63 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean and the others had destroyed several parallel universes in the previous battle. The 4 battle groups split into 4 routes and began to sweep through the endless battlefield. These routes, defensive measures, and so on had already been confirmed before the generals were selected. There was also information on how to deal with the 7 sky gods. The commanders of the 4 battle groups were all sequence law realm powerhouses, and even if they encountered the 7 sky gods, they would not have been defeated so quickly. Otherwise, Luin would not have dared to say that he could sweep through the endless battlefield. The 6 Direction Society was shaken by the celestial sex selection. A total of 25 progenitors had appeared, and the 6 Direction Society could only gather so many during the Grand Empyrean's tea party. Lu Yin's influence was evident at this moment. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerable Lotus exhaled with a complicated expression. This Luin had used a single mobilization to forcefully hand over the initiative of the crusade to everyone. Regardless of whether they won or lost this battle, even if they suffered heavy losses, he would not take any responsibility. However, his words were not without reason. Humanity should take the initiative to wage war against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean and the others had only fought for revenge, not to truly wage war. This was the true beginning of the war. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the celestial sex influence would surpass the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin's reputation would also surpass her master's, even if his cultivation was not even at the extreme realm. Once he broke through to the extreme realm, this person might even surpass her master and become the leader of humanity. Although she did not want to admit it, she was certain that the Grand Empyrean's prestige would be suppressed by this person in the shortest time possible. How could such a person appear in the universe? She found it strange that the Eternals had not spent any effort to kill this person. If she was an Eternals, she would have destroyed this person at all costs. In the endless battlefield, Limitless, Bodhi Sage welcomed 4 guests. Shui Chuanchao, Su Qing, Wang Wen, and Wei Rong. Bodhi Sage frowned as she looked at the 4. Limitless could not accept outsiders, but Luin had forcefully requested it. He had said that it was to cooperate with the crusade, so Bodhi Sage could not refuse. Bodhi Sage was not confident that she could command this battle, as there were too many powerhouses involved. 4 battle squads. Coincidentally, there are 4 of you. Did the Lu clan send you here to monitor the 4 battle squads? Bodhi Saint asked. Wei Rong smiled. We are here to learn from Senior Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint looked at Wei Rong. Put away your fake smile. She did not understand Wei Rong, but her instincts told her that this person was very sinister. Wei Rong's smile remained unchanged. Wang Wen looked at her curiously. Hey, Wendy, long time no see. Shui Chuanchao looked at the screen and said with interest, so this is distanceless. It's a good place, a place where I can command even in my dreams. Su Qing said indifferently, I'll be in charge of the 2nd battle group. Wei Rong smiled and continued, I'm in charge of the 3rd battle group. Shui Chuanchao said, I'll be in charge of the 1st battle group. Wang Wen shrugged. Then I'll be in charge of His Highness. What is your main objective? Bodhi Saint asked. The rest of the women in Limitless State curiously sized up these 4 people. No outsiders had ever entered Limitless State before. That above heaven sex Dao master really had a lot of face. Wang Wen smiled at Bodhi Sage. A spy. Bodhi Saintess nodded. She wouldn't be able to handle all 4 battle groups. Since these 4 were invited by Dao Lord Lu, they should be quite capable. I'll have to trouble you guys then. Shui Chuanchao looked at Bodhi Saint. Senior, you'll still be the commander. Bodhi Saint's eyes flashed. It's here. Someone exclaimed, and everyone looked at the screen. 4 parallel spacetimes had appeared, the celestial spider spacetime, the noble spacetime, the blue spacetime, and the tiny spirit spacetime. These were the parallel spacetimes that the 4 battle groups had entered. Ever since they had entered the endless battlefield, this war led by Luin had officially begun. The people of the Astral Tree Society were no strangers to this. Back then, they had also not been willing to take the initiative to attack the New World. It had also been Luin who had led them in expelling the Eternals from the battlefield on the other side of the endless battlefield. This was not the first time that Luin had done something like this. Only by knowing your enemy and knowing yourself would you have a chance of defeating your enemy. However, sometimes, being too cautious would also lead to a lack of courage. In the tiny spirit spacetime, Luin had come again, but this time, he was not alone. Instead, he had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Most of them were cultivators from the primordial space, and many of them belonged to the above heaven sex legions. There were also some from the Six Paths Society. Among these cultivators, those who were explorers and above traveled through the universe, while those who were not yet explorers wore armor that allowed them to travel through the universe. Their main goal was not to kill, but to search. Finding the 7 sky gods was easier said than done. Even if the 7 sky gods were present on the battlefield, if they did not appear, then no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, Zijing had developed a new weapon using the sequenced particle equipment. It could not really be considered a weapon, but rather a device that interfered with the laws. It was equivalent to a simplified version of the sequenced particle equipment, and it was called returning moment. Once it was used, any changes in the laws within a fixed area would be detected. The 7 sky gods were hidden in the endless battlefield because they had been injured in the previous battle. They were all recovering from their injuries, and it was very likely that they would touch upon the laws. Once they did, they would be discovered by returning moment, which would then be transmitted to the current battle groups. This was the only way for them to find the 7 sky gods. This method was very inefficient, and it was no different from waiting for someone to show up. However, it was the best method that Luin could come up with. The 100 days of preparation had not been in vain. The cultivators had gathered and mass-produced equipment, and returning moment was one of them. When he had learned about this device, Luin had asked Zijing if she could create a device that could interfere with the laws within the current area. This idea had enlightened Zijing, and she was certain that she could do it. However, it would take time, and it might take a long time. Once such a device was created, it would be very useful. Just imagine, if such a device was used one day, it would instantly interfere with an opponent's laws and cause a momentary obstruction. That momentary delay would be enough. This was a weapon of the sequenced laws, and it could be abbreviated as a sequenced weapon. While thinking about the sequenced weapon, Luin led the 4th battle group to descend upon the tiny spirit dimension. Elder Ling Qi, and the others from the tiny spirit dimension looked at the large group of cultivators that had appeared, and their shock was indescribable. Among these cultivators, there were existences whose strength they could not perceive, and there were also existences that Elder Ling Qi was certain to be on the same level as him. At a glance, there seemed to be an endless stream of cultivators. As Luin raised his hand and waved, the caged Wyrm roared, and Ling Qing slashed out with her sword, almost splitting the tiny spirit dimension into 2. The battlefield in the distance immediately calmed down, and the Eternal Corpse King was instantly crushed. The leading Corpse King at the level of a half-ancestor could not even fight back. When Luin had given the green light to the tiny spirit dimension, it could be said that he had completely wiped out the Eternals in this dimension. However, the Eternals would not give up and would naturally make a comeback. No parallel dimension could absolutely eliminate the Eternals, and the Rotting God dimension was no exception. Kill! Endless shouts shook the sky, and the people of the tiny spirit dimension were dumbfounded as they watched the Eternals being slaughtered everywhere. When did humans become so strong? They had been suppressed all this time. Princess Ling Qi was familiar with Luin and quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Lu, is it really you? Why are you here?" Ling Qi did not dare to approach the huge caged Wyrm and could only shout from afar. Luin suppressed the caged Wyrm and took a step forward, arriving in front of Ling Qi and smiling. "As long as the Eternals are not destroyed, I will appear." Ling Qi was full of admiration. "Mr. Lu, these people are so powerful. The elders said that some of them are extremely strong, right?" Luin smiled. "The tiny spirit dimension will soon give the green light again. Take the people of the tiny spirit dimension and go back. Leave this place to us." Ling Qi was excited and bowed deeply to Luin. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, comrades." The caged WYRM roared proudly and looked down at the starry sky. Soon, he led the fourth battle group towards the Gemini dimension. Almost at the same time, the Sky Spider dimension, the Noble dimension, and the Indigo dimension all gave the green light. This was no longer a matter of lighting up, but a competition of speed. Limitless. Bodhi Sage had never seen such a scene. She had seen several parallel dimensions giving the green light, but she had never seen it so fast and so orderly. Was this mighty heavenly might really sweeping across the entire endless battlefield? This was a record that the Six-Party Association had never seen before. This was the real event of the human race. Senior Bodhi Sage, please give the order for the Six-Party Association cultivators who do not belong to the endless battlefield but are still in the endless battlefield to join the subjugation battle group. They are not allowed to refuse for any reason. Violators will be punished as spies. Wang Wen suddenly spoke, and his voice entered Bodhi Sage's ears. Bodhi Sage was puzzled. Cultivators who do not belong to the endless battlefield? Wang Wen looked at Bodhi Sage with a smile. The endless battlefield is a millstone of life and death. Even progenitors are unwilling to come here. Any Six-Party Association cultivator who comes to the endless battlefield to fight is forced. Then, why are those who are not forced to come here? This in itself explains the problem. Letting them join the subjugation battle group will make it easier to monitor them. Bodhi Sage said, there are quite a few people from the Six-Party Association who took the initiative to join the endless battlefield. Worthy of praise. After this battle, the primordial space will reward and respect these people individually. But before the conclusion is out, anything is possible, isn't it? Wang Wen's smile remained unchanged. Bodhi Sage felt that this person might be more sinister than Wei Rong. Right, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are both in the endless battlefield. They were not forced to come here, but rather willingly. Could this order be targeted by Master Lu? Bodhi Sage's eyes flickered as he hesitated. Wang Wen frowned. Senior Bodhi Sage, are you unwilling to give the order? Bodhi Sage and Wang Wen exchanged glances. The endless battlefield forbids infighting. Wang Wen nodded. Of course. In the end, Bodhi Sage relayed the order to all the parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield. Gemini spacetime also quickly lit up, and Bodhi Sage gave the order. However, for a weaker parallel spacetime like Gemini spacetime, even if there were Six-Party Association cultivators who wanted to join, Luin would not wait. If these people could keep up with the battle groups, then they would. If they could not, then it was impossible for them to catch up. Every battle group was led by a progenitor. The explorers could also experience the speed of a progenitor and ensure that they could sweep through the endless battlefield quickly enough. The next parallel spacetime could be the Great Stone Void or the Dark Spacetime. Luin chose the Dark Spacetime. The cultivators of the Fourth Legion could not adapt to the completely dark spacetime, but they did not need to. This parallel spacetime was very small, and a few half-progenitors would be able to use it. After arriving in this spacetime, Luin wanted to find Curmudgeon Mo the most. This old thing did not distinguish between good and evil, and he could join the Eternals at any time. Luin had to ensure that such a person joined the Six Direction Association or deal with him. There was no third option. When the Above Heaven sect had been attacked, this old thing had attacked Lu Bujing and had no intention of helping. Luin was more inclined to deal with him. Luin felt that it was a pity to lose a sequence law powerhouse. The other three squadrons were sent to the more difficult parallel spacetime battlefields. The First Legion was attacked by a progenitor corpse king, but it was killed by Xianxia after only one attack. It could not even escape. The Second Legion led by Woodcut appeared in a parallel spacetime filled with astral beasts. In this parallel spacetime, the Six Direction Association was at an absolute disadvantage because the astral beasts were also on the side of the Eternals. If they wanted to light up this parallel spacetime, not only did they have to kill the Eternals, but they also had to destroy the astral beasts that were hostile to the Six Direction Association. Although it was not difficult, it was very time-consuming. The Third Legion led by Su Wuwei did not encounter any trouble, but the parallel spacetime Stargate he had just arrived at had been destroyed by the Eternals, and he needed to use it in the Six Direction Association. Limitless. Orders were sent to the Six Direction Association, and Wei Rong suddenly said, take control of the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime and send someone else to take over. Bodhi Sage had the same thoughts as Wei Rong. 2 stargates had just been destroyed in the Jade Treasure spacetime, which was not right and could not be a coincidence. The only possibility was that someone had notified the Eternals in the Jade Treasure spacetime in advance and ordered them to destroy the stargates at all costs. They might even destroy the stargates that the Third Legion would use to reach the parallel spacetime in order to delay the Third Legion. Only the people in the Jade Treasure spacetime could do such a thing. There were many people in the Jade Treasure spacetime, but this was not a problem for Wei Rong. His belief was that he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one person escape. However, this was the endless battlefield, and the commander was Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Saint only gave the order to change the people in the intelligence-gathering place of the Jade Chi spacetime. She could not wantonly slaughter, otherwise, it would cause panic in the other parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield. Some of these parallel universes were forced into one of the endless battlefields by the Hexagon Order, such as the Three Monarchs universe and the Great Stone universe. Some of them were pulled into the war by the Eternals before they came into contact with the Hexagon Order, such as the Small Spirit universe. Others cooperated with the Hexagon Order, such as the Rotten God universe. The higher ranked the spacetime, the more likely it was to cooperate with the Six Directions Association. Bodhi Sage had to consider the feelings of these parallel spacetimes. How's the Fourth Legion? Bodhi Saint looked at Wang Wen after dealing with Jade Chi spacetime. Wang Wen said, "There's no way to get any information from the dark spacetime, but it's not a problem." Dark spacetime? Bodhi Sage squinted his eyes. Back then, there was a battle that even the great elder of the lost race was concerned about. He hoped that there wouldn't be any problems. At that moment, within the dark spacetime, Lu Yin's domain continued to extend as he threw out returners one after another to examine the fluctuations of the sequence laws. When Lu Yin's domain swept towards a corner, someone whispered, "There's a reaction." Lu Yin's eyes widened, and a boundless inner world appeared outside his body. Lines fused into his arm as the immovable Heavenly King Elephant roared, "Old devil, get out here." With a palm strike, the void shattered, and an even deeper darkness appeared, extending towards that corner. At that corner, Old Devil Mo stepped out into space. "Lu family's brat, you dare to find trouble with this old man?" Lu Yin sneered, "Old thing, my above heaven sect was attacked, but you chose to help the everlasting race. To think that you were once the sect master of one of the 12 Elysium gates. I'll kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Seal catalog appeared, and a golden light illuminated the dark spacetime, illuminating the direction of Ling Qing and the others to attack Old Devil Mo. Every battle group had a powerhouse who controlled the sequence laws, and the Fourth Legion was no exception. Dan Jing, a powerhouse who was second only to the Great Elder of the Lost Race, had joined the Fourth Legion. This was the Lost Race's support for Lu Yin's crusade. Lu Yin originally wanted to establish only 3 battle groups, but with the Lost Race's support, he now had 4 battle groups. Old Devil Mo's expression was ferocious. "This old man will make you regret this." Boundless darkness spread out, and the originally dark parallel spacetime was enveloped by a layer of light that was even darker than the darkness. However, this darkness was unable to suppress the Divine Seal catalog. Ling Qing and Xiaxia attacked at the same time, and Old Devil Mo aimed his hand at the two of them, depriving them of their senses. The two suddenly stopped in space, just like Lu Yin and Dan Pu had been. They had been deprived of their senses, and they did not know where to go or what to do. If no one came to their rescue, they would forever sink into the darkness. This was Old Devil Mo's sequence laws of darkness. Under the Divine Seal catalog, figures walked out one after another. There were a total of 6 progenitors. Mu Jun had been killed by the sorcerer god, and his power had already disappeared. Even so, Lu Yin still had the power of 6 progenitors that he could borrow. Old Devil Mo was ruthless, and he took a step backwards as he aimed his hand at Ling Qing and Xiaxia. At that moment, Dan Jing appeared in front of the two and shattered the finger sword with a wave of his hand. He took several steps back and looked at Old Devil Mo in shock. What a powerful attack! Old Devil Mo raised his brows, and at that moment, Xiaxia and the others who had walked out of the Divine Seal catalog had already attacked him. Sequence laws powerhouses were very powerful, and the difference between them and ordinary progenitors was like heaven and earth. However, this did not mean that their numbers could not make up for it. Xianxia, Lingqing, and the others who had been borrowed by the Divine Seal Catalog all attacked. The Divine Martial Sword domain slashed down from above, and Lingqing's Skyblade Realm and Elder Chan's secluded path slashed down. The power of 6 progenitors pressed down from all directions, and even old Devil Mo felt the pressure. He used the reverse step and disrupted spacetime to evade. Against these progenitors who had been sealed as gods, depriving them of their senses was useless. The only thing he could do was say, profound meaning, sky of darkness. Under the sky of darkness, only he reigned supreme. The absolute darkness immediately caused the Divine Seal Catalog's light to dim. This move was enough to cause everyone to sink into oblivion. Old Devil Mo took advantage of this opportunity to charge towards Luin. He wanted to kill this brat. Old Devil Mo arrived in front of Luin with a bone-chilling gaze and a cruel smile of vengeance on his face. He grabbed out hand over Heaven's Eye. His finger approached Luin. Under the sky of darkness, unless one was a powerhouse whose sequence laws surpassed Old Devil Mo's, no one could escape. Just as the palm neared Lu Yin's head, Old Devil Mo felt an inexplicable sense of unease that caused his scalp to turn numb. The reason he had been able to survive until now, especially after experiencing the calamity that had destroyed the mainland during the era of heaven, was because he had relied on both his strength and his intuition. The moment this sense of unease appeared, Old Devil Mo hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too late. Luin opened his eyes, and power erupted from his heart, forming a starry sky that was repelled by the dark spacetime to form a circle of nothingness. This was a confrontation between 2 parallel spacetimes. The circle of nothingness separated the dark spacetime from the spacetime around Lu Yin's heart, and Old Devil Mo's palm was unable to immediately escape. It was torn apart by the power that separated the space between the circle of nothingness and Lu Yin's heart. Old Devil Mo howled and retracted his hand, but his wrist had been torn apart and fresh blood dripped down. He looked at Luin in shock. What was this? Had he been repelled by a parallel spacetime? How was this possible? This brat. Suddenly, another sense of unease appeared. Old Devil Mo abruptly turned around, but Danjing had already appeared. The card danced in the air as a powerful suction force tried to suck Old Devil Mo in. To be able to escape the great dark sky, this person was definitely a powerhouse who had comprehended laws. With Old Devil Mo's cautiousness, it was impossible for him to be pulled into the card by a powerhouse who had comprehended laws from the Lost Clan. That would be suicide. Old Devil Mo used reverse step once more, and the power to reverse spacetime made it so that even Danjing could not approach him. Brat from the Lu family, I'll definitely make you pay. You'll have to be able to escape first. Luin shouted, and Old Devil Mo's pupils shrank. His reverse step suddenly lost its effect, and a ray of light had appeared beside him at some point. This ray of light restrained Old Devil Mo's ability to reverse spacetime, and at the same time, reverse time for a second, causing Old Devil Mo to return to his original position. At the same time, Danjing's card descended and forcefully sucked Old Devil Mo in. He exhaled and stared at the card. Lingqing and Xianxia had broken free from the sensory deprivation the moment Old Devil Mo had been sucked into the card, and they both gathered around to stare at the card. This was the battle between Danjing and Old Devil Mo. Before this, Danjing had warned Luin that if he could bring a powerhouse who was on the level of the 7 sky gods into the card, then no one else should help him. He had been the one who had set up the trap within the card, and he would be more effective if he was alone. He did not believe that Danjing could kill Old Devil Mo. After all, Old Devil Mo had lived from the above heaven sex era until now, and his trump cards could not be underestimated. This was especially true since he had betrayed Wu Tian and was still alive. Very quickly, the card's surroundings began to distort. Luin barked, "Retreat." Old Devil Mo appeared in an extremely sorry state. His body was mottled with blood, and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear and anger. He glared at Luin viciously and tried to escape. Luin hurriedly took action, using reverse step and slapping down with his slipper. Old Devil Mo yelled, "Brat from the Lu family, I won't let you off." His voice gradually faded away, and Luin watched as Old Devil Mo's figure disappeared. He had used an external item to escape. A powerhouse who had comprehended laws had tried to use an external item to escape from him. No one had expected such a situation to occur. In the same dark spacetime, the situation had been completely reversed. Danjing appeared, panting heavily. He was also in a sorry state, and his body was stained with blood. He was not much better off than old Devil Mo. Sr., how are you? Luin asked worriedly. Danjing waved a hand weakly. That old thing is very powerful. I can't keep him here. Luin consoled him, he's still a powerhouse who survived. From the above heaven sex era. Senior, you've already injured him, so he shouldn't be able to come out for a while. Danjing was apprehensive. You have to be careful. Although his sequence laws aren't that powerful at the moment, this kind of law is extremely powerful. It's the same as your 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness. My lost clan only had the ability to create 3 7-star archaic cards, and we chose Light and Darkness. 2 Light and 1 Darkness. Luin understood what he meant. No matter how one looked at it, the law of darkness was extremely powerful, and they could not give Old Freak Mo any chance to catch his breath. However, Old Freak Mo had already escaped and would definitely not remain in the endless battlefield. It would be difficult to find him. Distanceless quickly received the news. The 4th battle group had given the dark spacetime a green light. Old Freak Mo, the master of the dark spacetime, had escaped with serious injuries. It was very likely that this person had joined the everlasting race. Wang Wen solemnly said, Senior Bodhi Sage, please inform the 6 Direction Society to do their best to find Old Freak Mo. This person attacked the above heaven when the everlasting race attacked us. He is extremely dangerous. Bodhi Sage looked at Wang Wen deeply. These 4 had not only come to find a spy, but also to cooperate with Master Lu's orders to the 6 Direction Society. However, Master Lu's orders to the 6 Direction Society were not unacceptable. Whether it was allowing people not from the endless battlefield to join the battle group or searching for Old Freak Mo, it would only benefit the 6 Direction Society. However, if there were too many of these orders, it would indirectly increase Master Lu's influence in the 6 Direction Society. Bodhi Sage had still underestimated Master Lu. His battlefield was not just the endless battlefield, but also the 6 Direction Society. Could she refuse? No, she could not. She was the overall commander of the endless battlefield only because of the convenience of distanceless information, and not because she could command everyone in the endless battlefield. Whether it was information or orders from the endless battlefield, as long as there were no problems, it would be difficult for her to refuse. With the Grand Empyrean in seclusion, no one could stop Master Lu. More than a month had passed since the battle in the dark spacetime, and the 4 battle groups had already given the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes. This was unprecedented. The entire 6 Direction Society was watching this crusade. Even though the crusade had failed, giving the green light to 17 parallel spacetimes was enough to shock countless people. Meanwhile, the everlasting race had lost countless corpse kings. At least a few dozen half-ancestor corpse kings had died, and no less than 5 progenitor corpse kings had been killed. Luin had also found 11 spies, some from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes, and some from the 6 Direction Society. Just as Luin wanted, all the small fries would be swept away. The endless battlefield had never been so exhilarated before. The crusade had aroused the confidence of many parallel universes in the endless battlefield. However, Luin and the rest were not happy at all, as these 17 parallel universes could only be considered ordinary. The dark spacetime continuum was more special, and without Old Freak Mo, it would not even be able to make it into the top 15. Even with Old Freak Mo, a powerhouse who could run away at any time would not be able to increase the dark spacetime continuum's ranking, unless Old Freak Mo explicitly helped the 6 Direction Society or the Eternals. In reality, the true Samsara millstone had yet to arrive. In the unsullied realm of reincarnation time and space, Bao Saint looked at the information from the boundless battlefield with a shocked expression. Although this Luin was a bit rude in reincarnation spacetime, he finally did something that was very satisfying. Many people were against the idea of a crusade against the endless battlefield, but the Bao Saint did not. Just as Luin had said, why should the Eternals decide the direction of the war? He wanted to attack the Eternals as well, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Now, the four major battle groups were sweeping across the boundless battlefield. Each battle group had 5 extreme powerhouses, and the battle group's commander was a 3-level sequence law powerhouse. Even the Eternals did not dare to challenge them lightly. This was the might that the humans should display. The Bao Saint exhaled. He also wanted to join the battle group, but the Unsullied Realm needed someone to guard it. This Luin was much more pleasing to the eye. A mournful alarm sounded throughout the Unsullied Realm. The Bao Saint's expression changed as he looked into the distance. His face turned pale. Unsullied Realm. Outside, an endless number of corpse kings surged over. Among them, there was even the aura of progenitor powerhouses. The one leading them was the captain of the True God Guard, Zhong Pan. At the same time, the border battlefield of the Wood Dimension also welcomed an endless number of Eternals corpse kings. They were also led by the captain of the True God Guard. The Lost Tribe, Ultra Spacetime, and the border were all in a state of emergency. Luin led the 4 major battle groups to sweep across the endless battlefield. Even the Eternals did not want to fight them head-on. Even if all the captains of the True God Guard were gathered, it might not be effective. So they simply gave up on the endless battlefield and attacked the Hexagon Society. The endless battlefield was a tacit agreement between the Eternals and the Hexagon Society. If one side gave up, the other side could use the endless battlefield to invade the other side's nest. Now, the Eternals did not give up voluntarily. Lu Yin's power was too strong, forcing them to give up and attack the Hexagon Society instead. The Eternals might not be able to stop Lu Yin's power, but they could make it difficult for the Hexagon Society to resist. Back in the Void Imperfection realm, Bao Saint shot out arrow after arrow, but they were all shattered by the disc. Every arrow was exchanged for a punch, as the Corpse King's emotions and desires could not affect them. The disc gave Bao Saint the same feeling as Luin, it was indestructible. Zhong Pan did not land on the Unsullied Realm. Instead, he punched through the inverted land and attacked the Bao Saint. In the distance, the Food Saint arrived. Let me. The Bao Saint heaved a sigh of relief. He was not good at dealing with ruthless people who relied on pure physical strength, but the Food Saint was good at dealing with such ruthless people. Bang! There was a loud bang as the 2 fists collided. The Food Saint was sent flying, his entire arm twisted. He saw the eyes of Zhong Pan's Crimson Eyes transformation. He directly used the Crimson Eyes transformation. The Food Saint's true form was a Tao Tai. He was powerful, but it was still insufficient compared to Zhong Pan's Crimson Eyes transformation. Zhong Pan charged at the Food Saint and punched out again. The Food Saint gritted his teeth and reverted to his Tao Tai form, roaring at the sky. The Bao Saint shot out an arrow, and the Food Saint could not hold on any longer. However, more Corpse Kings appeared in the distance. The most critical was Ultra Space. When the Eternals surged out from Ultra Space's borders, the entire Ultra Space was in a state of emergency. Luin did not care for the black energy source's power, so Qiu Zhan and Song Si's requests to join the battle were all rejected. He did not care for it, and neither did the Eternals. In the past, the users of the black energy source could fight against ordinary Corpse Kings, but when the captain of the True God Guard appeared, Ultra Space was immediately in a state of emergency. Song Si was killed in a single exchange from a True God Guard captain with long green hair named Lu Shan. No matter what attacks Song Si used, they were all like a breeze in front of him, completely harmless. Not only Song Si, but the art of gift at Ultra Space's borders had also been destroyed. Lu Shan looked at Ultra Space. If I can't win in the endless battlefield, I'll just switch to another battlefield. Even if I can't beat the Above Heaven sect, do you think I can't beat you? In the distance, Qiu Zhan and Wenshur arrived, their expressions ugly. They already knew that Song Si had died, and this news shocked them. Ultra Space was in danger. The Six Direction Association's parallel spacetime master was in seclusion, and if the sequence law's powerhouses were not present, then they would be defeated by the Eternals like a tide. Luin had already received news that Bodhi Sage had asked the 4 battle squads to reinforce the Six Direction Association. Once the Six Direction Association was completely defeated, even if they won the endless battlefield, it would be meaningless. As for inviting the parallel spacetime master, that was even more impossible. The only true god and the 7 sky gods were in seclusion to recuperate. Their Grand Empyreans, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others should also be recuperating. If they were alerted by the Eternals, then the top powerhouses would be at a disadvantage, and that would be disastrous. Lu Yin's crusade against the endless battlefield could succeed, but the price would be great. If the 4 battle squads sent people to reinforce the 6 Direction Association, then their invincible edge would lose its luster. Fortunately, the pre-celestial sect had already taken this situation into consideration before the battle. Lu Yin's 4th battle squad split up. He led some people to the 3rd battle squad's parallel spacetime, while Leng Qing led some people to the 2nd battle squad's parallel spacetime. The 4 battle squads advanced side by side, and they had already determined their routes before the battle began. They would not be too far apart, and they could reach each other at most 2 parallel spacetimes to ensure that they could support each other. Once the 6 Direction Association was in trouble, the 4th battle squad would split up, and the 4 battle squads would become 3. Each battle squad's strength would remain unchanged, and it would be enough to allocate 1 battle squad's experts to reinforce the 6 Direction Association. Danjing directly returned to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin arrived at the 3rd battle squad, and Xiao Chen, who had originally belonged to the 3rd battle squad, headed to Ultra Space to provide support. Leng Qing and Chen Lu also went along. Ultra Space was too weak, and they needed more experts to support them. Xiaozhen led people to join the 2nd battle squad, while Gong returned to the wood spacetime. The 4 battle squads merged into 3, and only the 1st battle squad remained unchanged. The 2nd battle squad's Xiaozhen replaced Chen Lu, while the 3rd battle squad's Xiao Chen was replaced by Lu Yin and Hellworm. In Ultra Space, the host of the feed technique was urgently sent to the border. Wen Shi, Old Zhua, and Qiu Zhan, the 3 black energy source users teamed up against Lu Shan, but they were still at a disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. They could only deal with the ordinary progenitor corpse kings of the true god guards by themselves. The captain was on a completely different level from ordinary progenitor corpse kings. If they were in the primordial space, the captain of the true god guards could fight against any progenitor corpse kings below the rank of law sequence powerhouse. Qiu Zhan and the others used the black energy source, and no matter what, they could not be a match for Xiaoxinji. Lu Shan waved his hand, and the flying leaves allowed Qiu Zhan and the others to narrowly avoid them. 4 of them had died to these flying leaves. The flying leaves looked soft, but they had the power to break through the black energy. Even the host of the feed technique could not erase this power. These flying leaves were driven by physical strength, and the host of the feed technique could only erase energy. If not for Master Wei, this ultra space would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Shan's long hair fluttered, and his expression was extremely cold. There was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes, and visible ripples spread out around his body, covering the surroundings. Qiu Zhan and the others were shocked. This is Warring State? What Lu Shan used was the Warring State, second only to the Mastery Realm. With the Warring State's support, even if Lu Shan did not cultivate Corpse King transformation, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. All of you can die. Lu Shan charged towards Qiu Zhan. The 3 of them released the black energy at the same time. Each of the black energy was enough to deal with an progenitor Corpse King, but it had no effect on Lu Shan. When the 3 black energies approached Lu Shan, they directly slashed past him. Up until now, they did not know how Lu Shan had made their attacks ineffective. The Warring State enveloped them, and the powerful pressure caused Qiu Zhan and the others to cough up blood. Lu Shan descended in front of Qiu Zhan. Facing the countless attacks from ultraspace and the incoming black energy, his gaze did not even waver. It was impossible for these people to hurt him. Suddenly, Lu Shan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. There, a blade slashed over, and it was extremely sharp. It was on a completely different level from the black energy. An expert has arrived. Mad Principal Xiao Chen, Leng Qing, and Chen Lu appeared at the hyperspace border. Their arrival allowed Qiu Zhan and the other 2's hearts to calm down. Although they didn't want to admit it, in a battle of the same level, black energy users were definitely at the bottom. They had relied on cheating to reach this level. A power that could be taken away at any time wasn't power at all. The primordial space was the exact opposite of the 6 Direction Society. These cultivators had experienced all sorts of calamities and tribulations, and Lu Yin's quasi-progenitor origin tribulation during the Tea Party had completely frightened the Six Direction Society. Coupled with the Primordial Space's interaction with the Six Direction Society, the Six Direction Society began to understand the Primordial Space more and more, and they began to admire it more and more. Although it seemed that samsara time and space had bestowed the 3 venerables and 9 saints with incomparable power, the origin space was an ancestor realm that had experienced calamities and tribulations to reach this level. It made one feel more at ease and was filled with infinite possibilities. Only when the origin space was born in the extremely glorious era of the Above Heavens sect could it appear in any other spacetime. Xiaoqian and the others appeared to make hyperspace feel at ease subconsciously. They didn't think much about it. They didn't know that this represented some kind of signal, a signal that the beginning space surpassed the reincarnation spacetime. The blade battle sliced through the void and slashed towards Green Mountain. The result was the same as when Xiao Zhan and the others attacked. All the blade lights were deflected, and Green Mountain stood in his original position without moving. Leng Qing frowned. What was going on? Heavenly Saber Realm. Endless sabers descended from above, covering the entire border battlefield. Lu Shan faced the huge Heavenly Saber Realm and could be killed at any time. However, the descending Heavenly Saber once again deviated above his head. The arrow was shot from afar. It came from Chen Lu and was also off course. These true God Guard captains are quite troublesome. Chen Li's expression turned ugly. Actually, he wanted to participate in the crusade in the endless battlefield. With so many progenitor powerhouses gathered there, the endless battlefield would actually be safer. But here, he had to fight to the death with the captain of the true God Guard. Lu Yin did not treat him as one of his own. The black energy wantonly bombarded. Everyone's attacks missed Green Mountain. Xiaoqian attacked with a palm strike. There was nothing there, but Green Mountain had no way to evade. Green Mountain's body trembled, and his eyes began to dim. Qiu Zhan and the others looked at the crazy principal in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. Cultivating in the secular world, this person was a monster. He had opened up a different cultivation path. In the battle above the Sky Sect, he had suppressed the captain of the True Divinity Guards right after breaking through to the Ancestor Realm. Amongst the many Ancestor Realm experts above the Sky Sect, this person was definitely ranked at the top. The crazy headmaster had seen too many experiences. He had transformed them into the mundane world and forcefully injected them into Green Mountain's memories, allowing Green Mountain to experience the path of others in the mundane world. This path was filled with pain and joy. For ordinary people, it was equivalent to experiencing the lives of others. But for Ancestor Realm experts, they were filled with determination to be able to step into the Ancestor Realm. They were obsessed with their own lives, and they had their own goals as intelligent creatures. Once the world of mortals was imposed, it would bring about a metamorphosis in one's thinking. Lu Shan, who had been confident that he could fight against so many progenitors by himself, had a change in expression at this moment. Leng Qing and the others seized this opportunity to attack. Lu Shan. A sharp cry resounded throughout the battlefield, waking Lu Shan up. Lu Shan suddenly opened his eyes. The attack that was about to descend was once again diverted. He stared at the crazy headmaster with apprehension. This old bastard was too strange. On the border battlefield between the Eternals and Ultra Spacetime, a black-robed man appeared. This person was the one who had just screamed to warn Green Mountain. Another Ancestor Realm expert. However, this time, it wasn't only this person who appeared. Behind him, numerous powerful auras descended, bringing unprecedented shock to Qiu Zhan and the others. A total of 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings had arrived. Chen Li's face paled. It was over. Destroy Ultra Spacetime. A sharp voice resounded in his ears. The black-robed man suddenly charged towards the crazy headmaster. I'll be his opponent. Behind him, the 15 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings charged in all directions. Their goal was to destroy Ultra Spacetime. Lu Shan waved his arm, and a flying leaf shot towards Leng Qing and the others. You can all die now. Leng Qing frowned and immediately notified the road signs that corresponded to the routes that the 3 major squadrons had to take. She had them head to the endless battlefield to inform Lu Yin that they could not take on this battle. Arrows flew, and in the distance, 2 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings surrounded Qianlu. Qianlu gritted his teeth and looked around. The black-robed man was facing off against the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster had used the mortal world tempering heart, but it was useless against the black-robed man. Meanwhile, Lung Qing's opponent was Lu Shan. Although Lung Qing's attacks were meaningless, Lu Shan's attacks did not pose much of a threat to Lung Qing. Xiao Zhan and the others were surrounded by Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Elder Zhua was already in imminent danger. These people who used the black energy source were already very weak, and they could only deal with 1 ancestor at most. Any more and they would be finished. Behind them, the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings used the green eye transformation, and their physical bodies continued to strengthen. The pressure on Qianlu increased, and he had no choice but to use the sequence particle. The rule that he had obtained from the sequence particle was laziness. Laziness was the nature of intelligent creatures. Regardless of whether it was humans or astral beasts, as long as they had intelligence, they would be lazy. Of course, those creatures without intelligence would also be lazy, but it was not that obvious. It seemed like human nature, but in reality, this was the rule. If it were not for the rule, then it would not have appeared. Anything that appeared in the universe, regardless of whether it was an object or a phenomenon, was a type of rule. The rules were endless. Qianlu attached the sequence particle to an arrow and shot it at the Corpse King that had used the green eye transformation. The Corpse King punched out, and the arrow shattered, but the sequence particle also hit it. Would a Corpse King be lazy? Naturally not, but if it was forcefully locked down by the rules of laziness, then it would be different. Qianlu watched as the Corpse King's green eye transformation faded. He was lazy and did not want to use it. Because of his laziness, the Corpse King actually stopped in place and did not want to move. Qianlu heaved a sigh of relief, rejoicing that he had obtained this rule. It was a very useful one. Now, he was only facing progenitor Corpse Kings from another direction. The sequence rule was a power that could change the situation of a battle. If not for the sequence rule, Qianlu might not have been able to survive being surrounded by 2 Corpse Kings. Elder Zhua was not so lucky, and he was killed by the Corpse Kings. Next was Wen Shi, who was in imminent danger. The crazy principal was restrained by the black-robed man. This person did not fear the mundane world, which made it difficult for the crazy principal to use his strength. Progenitor Corpse Kings from the Zio realm rushed over and attacked without restraint. The Yu family cried blood. Outside the staircase where Bai Qian was, a Corpse King also rushed over. Without its dimensional master, hyperspace was the weakest link of the Hexagon Association. The users of the black energy source could not stop the Eternals at all. At the border battlefield, Lu Yin arrived with a roar. He had immediately rushed over after receiving a report from hyperspace. At the same time, the 3rd Legion had also joined up with the 1st Legion. The Eternals were not stupid. When faced with a crusade, they would have all sorts of ways to deal with it. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others would not act for 100 days. Through analysis, they would be able to deal with any situation immediately. The Eternals attacking hyperspace was also within Lu Yin's expectations. As long as such a situation occurred, the 3 legions would immediately merge into 2. Qianlu was overjoyed. Lu Yin had come. Even if he came alone, his methods were enough to change the situation. The God Seal catalog's golden light sprinkled over the Hexagon Association, attracting the attention of the progenitor Corpse Kings. Lu Yin stood on Hellworm's head while Xianxia and the others rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines, instantly appearing in front of a progenitor Corpse King. He raised the slipper and slammed it down. Dodge! A sharp voice rang out. The progenitor Corpse King wanted to avoid Lu Yin's attack, but Lu Yin's speed was not something these ordinary progenitor Corpse Kings could compare to. The slipper slammed into the progenitor Corpse King's head, shattering it. Lu Yin stared at another progenitor Corpse King and stirred up spatial lines. Dodge all of you! The sharp voice shouted. But in the face of Lu Yin's control over space, these ordinary progenitor Corpse Kings could not escape. In the blink of an eye, 3 progenitor Corpse Kings were crushed. Before the Lu family had returned, Lu Ying had not had the opportunity to find a progenitor realm corpse king and kill it. At that time, he had wanted to kill a progenitor realm corpse king, but after the Lu family had returned, he had learned of the Lu family's ancestral teachings from his father, Lu Qi, that he was not allowed to kill a corpse king. In the entire Lu family, perhaps other than Madman Lu, no one else could kill a progenitor corpse king. This was the ancestral teachings passed down by ancestor Lu Yuan. Faced with the temptation of 3 progenitor corpse kings, Lu Ying resisted and stared at the black-robed man who kept screaming, "So noisy." Then, he moved towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man screamed, "You've fallen into a trap, the 3rd Legion must have been destroyed." Lu Ying appeared behind the black-robed man, "Nonsense." The slipper slammed down. The black-robed man tried to escape, but he saw a flash of light around him. In a second, Lu Yin's slipper slammed into the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man screamed as his black robe shattered, revealing his true body underneath. Lu Ying was stunned. What the hell is this? Not only him, but Ling Qing, Qiu Zhan, and the others at the border battlefield were also stunned. Even the crazy Dean, who had experienced the mortal world, was stunned. Is this a fish? No wonder his mortal world experience was useless. Letting a fish experience a human's experience was like letting a human experience a fish's experience. What kind of feelings could there be? At most, he was surprised. A fish standing upright and using its fins to walk. This was the black-robed man. This was simply a fish. Lu Ying sized up the fish. Fish could do this? The cheap fish above Shi Qi's head had already refreshed countless people's worldviews, but this fish was even stranger. My name is Yu Hua, one of the captains of the True God Guard. Master Lu, your 3rd Legion should have been destroyed by now. The so-called crusade against the endless battlefield is simply a joke. It's the starting point of your celestial sect's decline. The fish raised its head and let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. It was clearly a fish, but it showed its arrogance. Lu Ying exhaled. There were countless creatures in the universe, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Say it again. Nonsense. On the endless battlefield, the 3rd Legion was about to join up with the 1st Legion, but they were attacked by the Eternals halfway. The 4 great legions took 4 different routes to the endless battlefield. The Eternals wanted 2 legions to disappear and the 4th Legion to reinforce and destroy the 3rd Legion. This was the Eternals' goal. It was not the captain of the True God Guards who had attacked the 3rd battle group. Instead, it was Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, an inhuman, 5 ordinary progenitor realm corpse kings, and countless other corpse kings. After Lu Ying left with caged Wyrm, only Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and Bai Xing remained in the 3rd battle group. Although it seemed like a lot, they were still in danger when faced with the attack of 7 progenitors from the Eternals. In a parallel spacetime, humans and corpse kings fought, causing the starry sky to overturn. Reverend God Xiaoyin sneered, "Does the son of the Lu clan really think that the endless battlefield is a place where he can do as he pleases? Su Wuwei, if you want to blame someone, blame him. He is the one who caused your death." The scorching power of the Great Yang burned the stars. The Great Yang was the Great Yang, and the Great Yang was the Great Yang. It seemed like the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang, but in reality, the Great Yang was nourishing the Great Yang. It broke through the Yin and entered the Great Yang, and the Great Yang and the Great Yang merged. Su Wuwei's face was solemn. Facing Divine Venerable Xiaoyin's power of the sun, he could only disperse it with Tai Xian. Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, you actually cultivate the power of the sun? Everyone was deceived by you, but you should have been stripped of your power by the Grand Empyrean. Old thing, I've long found you an eyesore. Back then, you wanted to join forces with the Lu clan to trick me. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Die with unwillingness. Not only did Xiaoyin divinity use the power of the sun sequence law to fight against Su Wuwei's space sequence law, blue stripes appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the 8-star jadeite reappeared, imitating Tai Xian and using Tai Xian. And his laws and the power of the sun were much stronger than in the previous battle in the rotting god universe. Su Wuwei was shocked. How could Xiaoyin Divine Venerable use Tai Xian? The collision between Tai Jade and Tai Jade caused the void to collapse, and the power of the sun took the opportunity to burn the 5 flavors of the void. Su Wuwei coughed up blood. In the distance, the heaven-conquering staff smashed towards the round plate. The mutants were fighting against Bai Xing. This is a battle between the Eternals and the humans, as well as a battle between the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland, the outsider declared. Bai Xing raised an eyebrow. You're from the 6th mainland? That's great. It's a pity that we didn't make it in time for the decisive battle between the 5th mainland and your 6th mainland. Today, we'll make you pay the price. The mutant sneered, die. Su Heng and Su Lin faced 4 Ancestor Realm Corps kings at the same time. Another Ancestor Realm Corps king was being held back by the Demon Emperor. The current sect masters of the Above Heaven sect and the Heavenly Gate were all participating in the battle. The Demon the Arch was one of them, and he happened to be in the 3rd battle group. Even further away, Sky Jiao Lan was challenging a half-martial Ancestor-level Corps king, but her gaze was focused on the battle between Divine Venerable Xiaoyin and Su Wuwei. Was that an 8-star talent? Why was that person able to display an 8-star talent? This was something that only the Jialan clan members could use. Could that person be from the Jialan clan? Su Wuwei, die. The Xiaoyin Divine Venerable roared. The power of the sun invaded, and the Taishan domain collided. Su Wuwei's face was ghastly pale, but he let out a mocking smile. Supreme God Xiaoyin, have you forgotten that I cultivate the power of the virtual god? Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's pupils shrank. Su Wuwei took out a pot and said, this pot can cook the 5 tastes of the human world, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin, have a taste. Then, a terrifying amount of virtual god power flew towards Supreme Divinity Xiaoyin. The power of the Great Yin and Great Yang blasted out from the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's body. There was a loud boom, and ripples appeared in the void. When the people of the virtual god universe fought, they could use virtual god power to draw power that was several times or even more than 10 times their own. This was a great advantage. Even if Supreme God Xiaoyin used the power of the sun and the moon to form a sequence rule that surpassed Su Wuwei's, it was difficult for him to break through the virtual god power. At the critical moment, a figure appeared. The figure appeared behind Su Wuwei and raised his arm high. In his hand was a huge black strip, which he smashed down at Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei turned around. The intense danger made him shiver. He wanted to avoid it, but he was surrounded by the power of the sun and moon. It was difficult for him to withdraw his virtual god power to resist Supreme God Xiaoyin. Seeing that the huge black strip was about to hit Su Wuwei, a golden light suddenly illuminated the parallel space. The God Sealing Catalog appeared above Su Wuwei's head. The Eternal Clan is so strange. Lu Qi turned his back to Su Wuwei and faced the figure holding the black strip. The black strip smashed onto the God Sealing Catalog. Black and gold lights intersected, forming a huge shadow that spread across the parallel space. Su Wuwei was afraid. Be careful. It should be the captain of the True God Guards. The newcomer was Lu Qi. He had been following the 3rd battle group. The 3rd battle group was the most important of the 4 battle groups. Once the 4th battle group was disbanded, the Eternal Clan would first destroy the 3rd battle group. The 1st and 2nd battle groups would not move no matter what happened. Lu Qi's existence was enough to deal with a sequence rule powerhouse. He was not a sequence rule powerhouse, but because of his uniqueness, he had no problem holding back a sequence rule powerhouse. However, there was no sequence rule powerhouse. Instead, there was a captain of the True God Guards. Supreme God Xiaoyin's expression was ugly. If Lu Qi could appear, the other Above Heaven sect powerhouses might not. They had been prepared for this battle. What a strange and disgusting power. You must be a shroud. Lu Qi stared at the figure holding the black strip and leaped out. He waved his hand and threw out the Xidagarba needle. Wang Jian's power walked out of the God Sealing Catalog toward the mutant. The mutant was a traitor of the 6th mainland. Whether it was the enmity between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, or now that he had betrayed the 6th mainland, he was the one Lu Qi wanted to kill the most. As for Supreme God Xiaoyin, he could not kill him. Lu Qi's appearance was equivalent to 2 progenitors. Supreme God Xiaoyin had no choice but to order a retreat. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave when the 1st battle group arrived. The mutant wanted to leave, but he was entangled by Bai Xing. With Wang Jian's arrival, he could not leave. Supreme God Xiaoyin, save me, the mutant shouted. Supreme God Xiaoyin was about to attack when Su Wuwei's Taishan domain spread out and blocked them. Supreme God Xiaoyin could not fight Su Wuwei to the death for the mutant, so he could only leave. The captain of the true God guards who attacked Lu Qi also left. The mutant's expression was ferocious. Divine power appeared in his body and blasted toward Bai Xing. Bai Xing was afraid of the divine power and hurriedly retreated. The mutant wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he found that the Taishan domain had surrounded him. Within the Taishan domain, it was impossible for him to tear through the void and leave. It was even more impossible for him to find the astral door. His surroundings were already blocked by Lu Qi, Su Heng, and Su Leng. The mutant's heart sank. He did not expect this. They were the ones who had been tricked. Lu Ying dared to attack the endless battlefield, so he had been prepared. Lu Qi looked at the mutant and sneered. It's not bad to get rid of one. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pointed it at the mutant. The mutant gritted his teeth. I betrayed the Eternals. I'm willing to tell you the Eternal secrets as long as you don't kill me and let me join the above heaven. I know many secrets of the Eternals. It will definitely be useful to you. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. How sad. You betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Now that you're facing death, you want to betray the Eternals again. Who would want someone like you? The mutant clenched his fists. I just want to live. The humans can't stop the Fifth Mainland situation. Let me go this once. I'm a progenitor after all. The above heaven wants to pursue its past glory. The more progenitors, the better, right? Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other. It was rare to see such a shameless powerhouse. Su Wuwei said, surrender. We won't kill you now. The mutant's expression changed. I want Lu Yin's promise. Then you can go to hell. Bai Xing's staff smashed down. At the same time, the Xidagarba needle shot at the mutant. Su Wuwei's Taishan territory shrank, and the terrifying void god's power crashed into the mutant. The mutant was on the verge of death. He spat out blood and begged for mercy. All right, I surrender. I want to see Lu Yin. I want to talk to him. The mutant was indeed valuable. After all, he had joined the Eternals for so long. Bai Xing raised the sky-vanquishing staff and pressed it against the mutant's shoulder. The mutant's expression darkened. He had not expected this outcome. Back then, he did not think that the humans could win. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would appear and lead the Fifth Mainland to expel the Eternals? If he had known this would happen, he would never have betrayed the humans. Extreme regret caused him to cough up blood again. Bai Xing reached out to grab him. Suddenly, Su Wuwei retracted his Taishan territory and pushed Bai Xing back. Bai Xing was confused. In front of him, the mutant's divine power surged out and burned his body. He screamed in pain, and this kind of shrill scream was extremely horrifying. Indescribable pain engulfed the mutant. The mutant did not expect this. He kept twisting his body to escape the divine power. I was wrong, true God. I was wrong. I did not want to betray the Eternals. True God, please let me go. I was wrong. Everyone retreated and looked at this scene in horror. One could imagine how much pain a progenitor had to go through to make him scream like this. The mutant melted under the divine power's burning. The speed was very slow. His hair, skin, muscles, and bones melted inch by inch. However, his head was not injured. His mind was clear, and he was enduring the extreme pain of being awake. This scene made everyone shudder. Bai Xing was terrified. If Su Wuwei had not discovered it early, he would have been burned by this divine power. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The mutant screamed, rolled, and begged for mercy. His voice became hoarse. The whole process lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The mutant was melted by the divine fire. Finally, it reached his head. The burning of his head was even slower. The divine fire wanted to make him feel pain. His skin and muscles melted at a much slower speed than the burning of his body. the mutant screamed, bone boat, be careful of the bone boat. When the bone boat descends, everything will be annihilated. As these words appeared, the divine fire suddenly sped up and drowned out his voice. He could not make a sound, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. This was a fate worse than death. This was truly a fate worse than death. The people of the third battle group watched as the mutant was burned into nothingness. They felt as if cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. It was bone-chilling. This was the fate of a traitor. In hyperspace, the moment deity Xiaoyin and the others retreated, Lu Shan, Yu Hua, and the others received the news. They had wanted to scheme against the third battle group, but they had been tricked by the third battle group. It could not be called a scheme. If not for the first battle group's support, deity Xiaoyin and the others might have been able to fight the third battle group to the death. Yu Hua finally understood why Luyin did not care. After failing to eliminate the third battle group, hyperspace did not have the upper hand. They also wanted to retreat. Luyin saw through their plan and barked, "Everyone, keep an eye on the Eternals. Don't let them escape." "Do you really think you can keep us here, Tao Lord Lu?" Yu Hua stared at Luyin with a ferocious gaze. Luyin sneered, "I'd like to see how a fish like you can escape from my hands." With that, a stream of light flashed as he raised his slipper and slammed it down. Yu Hua's eyes widened. First stage, transform. Along with his voice, his appearance suddenly changed as he continued to expand. He transformed from a fish into a giant python that swept its tail towards Luyin. Luyin slammed down with his slipper, not caring if it was a fish or a python. With a crack, the python's tail was torn apart and it held in pain. At the same time, Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Luyin was shocked. "Director?" No one had expected the crazy director to suddenly be injured. The python growled, "Let's go." Luyin was about to attack when he suddenly remembered something. He opened his celestial eye and stared at the crazy director. He saw a fish scale on the crazy director's body, and if one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. The scale must have come from that fish, but there were no sequence particles. Could it be an innate gift? He remembered that the True God Guard captains had unique innate gifts. "Director, peel off the scale," Luyin shouted. The crazy director threw the scale out. At that moment, Lu Shan and Yu Hua met up. Luyin gave chase and slammed down with his slipper, but Lu Shan was right in front of him. Luyin saw a strange scene. He saw a circle and a straight line in front of him. His own attack had brushed past Lu Shan's body, but he hadn't even touched it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Hua and Lu Shan fled to the other side of the border. Luyin wanted to chase after them, but there were progenitor corpse kings chasing after him. Aside from the True God Guard captains, there were 15 progenitor corpse kings invading hyperspace. Luyin casually crushed one of the progenitor corpse kings. On the border battlefield, the Eternals retreated like a tide. Chen Le heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. Luyin could not deal with all the progenitor corpse kings by himself. His existence was more to change the situation of the battlefield. In the battle of the Eternals invading hyperspace, hyperspace had lost 4 and 2 black energy users. Their black energy source was still there, but the black energy inside had been used up. Hyperspace had the ability to create black energy sources, but he did not have that much energy to absorb. If he did, then it would not be 10, but 100. Hyperspace alone could deal with the True God Guards. This was only the loss of the border battlefield, the loss of the entire hyperspace was even greater. A progenitor realm corpse king had rampaged through hyperspace, the Zio realm had been destroyed, and Yufeng had died. What worried Luyin the most was that Bai Qian had gone missing. Without her corpse, it was unknown whether she had been killed or taken away by the ancestor realm corpse king. It was more likely that he would be killed. Since the Dimensional Master was dead, the Eternals would not care about Bai Qian. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, but he had no other choice. They had already expected that the Eternals would attack the hyperspace continuum, but they could not change their plans just because of a single hyperspace continuum. After all was said and done, the hyperspace continuum was not the primordial space. Without Dimensional Master, transdimensional space had lost the confidence to become one of the 6 direction guilds. Their greatest value now was their cultivation techniques. Luin planned to use hyperspace as a research base in his backyard. The back garden was the research department of the sect of the heavens above heaven. Things, pyrolite mines, and the energy research group now belonged to the back garden, and it was possible to move the back garden into the hyperspace. No one could object, as Luin was the one who was protecting the hyperspace continuum. With his current prestige in the Sixth Direction Guild, unless a Grand Empyrean appeared, no one would be able to point fingers at him. This battle had thoroughly awakened the hyperspace continuum. It had made them realize that the hyperspace continuum, which had lost its dimensional master, could no longer compare to the other parallel universes of the Sixth Direction Guild. Without the sect of the heavens above heaven, the hyperspace continuum would be finished. Luin was concerned about the crazy headmaster's injuries. Ever since the crazy headmaster had broken through to the ancestor realm, he had not been injured due to his unique cultivation method. He could also use the path of the red dust to fight against a true God Guard captain, which was something that people like Qianlu could not compare to. Luin would rather lose 10 Qian less than lose one crazy headmaster. It's just a slap. I'm fine, the crazy headmaster said weakly. Luin frowned. Yuhua's innate gift was definitely the type that dealt equal damage. If Yuhua had been injured, then the crazy headmaster, who had been possessed by Yuhua, would have also been injured. If Luin had used a bit more strength, he might have been able to kill the crazy headmaster. However, that might not be the case. If he could kill the crazy headmaster, then he could kill Yuhua as well. Yuhua could not possibly withstand that kind of power. I don't know how the Eternals found these true God Guard captains. Their appearances are strange, and their innate gifts are even stranger. The crazy headmaster sighed. Qianlu was apprehensive. Lord Luo said that the Sixth Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield have close to 70 parallel universes on the surface. In addition to the number of parallel universes each person controls, there might be close to 100. However, the number of parallel universes controlled by the Eternals definitely exceeds the Sixth Direction Association. Luin looked at Qianlu. Did Luo Shan say that? Qianlu nodded. What else did he say? Luin realized that Luo Shan knew quite a lot. He had become the spacetime master of the three sovereigns and was highly regarded by the Grand Empyrean. However, this person had been willing to hide his cultivation and work with the showing divinity. What exactly was he thinking? Given Luo Shan's temperament, he had acted against the primordial space when the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals and opened up a spacetime passage to the three sovereigns. This person was definitely not someone who cared about the big picture. Rather, he was someone who would definitely seek revenge. Such a person would easily betray the humans and join the Eternals, but he had not done so even now. He still hoped to return to his position as the spacetime master of the Sixth Direction Association. Before he had been scared away by the shaman spirit god, he had also told Luin not to betray the humans. What did he want? Qianlu thought about it. Lord Luo Shan said many things. What does the Pathmaster want to know? You guys stay behind and guard the hyperspace to prevent the Eternals from attacking again. I'm going to meet up with the second combat squadron. Luin did not have time to chat with Qianlu. The crusade was not a joke. Although they currently held the advantage, their true goal had not been achieved. The true goal of the crusade was not only to sweep through the endless battlefield and raise the morale of the humans, but also to find the 7 sky gods and deal with them. The 7 sky gods were truly difficult to deal with. The third combat squadron joined up with the first combat squadron, which increased the number of progenitors in the first combat squadron to 9. Luin naturally could not return to the first combat squadron. He wanted to join the second combat squadron and increase the number of progenitors in the second combat squadron to 6. The next day, Luin successfully joined up with the second combat squadron. The commander of the second combat squadron was Woodcut, but he was a man of few words. When Luin arrived, he naturally took over the second combat squadron. Now, the 4 major combat squadrons had been reduced to 2 major combat squadrons. Although their numbers had decreased, the strength of each combat squadron had increased. Over the next few months, the 2 major combat squadrons fought in the endless battlefield and lit up 5 more parallel spacetime continuums. If the green light was just for the parallel spacetime continuums, then it would be very fast. After all, there were too many powerhouses. However, their true goal was to find the 7 sky gods. Every parallel spacetime continuum could hide the 7 sky gods, which was the most time-consuming task. On this day, the second combat squadron arrived at the 3 monarch spacetime continuum. The endless battlefield's parallel spacetime continuum was connected, and it had nothing to do with distance. They were all parallel spacetime continuums, and there was no distance at all. The 3 monarch spacetime continuum joined the endless battlefield and was arranged to be in the middle, connecting to the star illuminator spacetime continuum. When the second combat squadron arrived at the 3 monarch spacetime continuum, Lu Yin immediately ordered them to be released. He was not only looking for the 7 sky gods, but also Old Monster Mo, Luo Shan, and the others. Luo Shan was most likely hiding in the 3 monarch spacetime. He knew the 3 monarch spacetime too well. Now that the war with the everlasting race was slowing down, he might be hiding in the 3 monarch spacetime. In the 3 monarch spacetime, the former Mo courtyard had long been destroyed by the everlasting race. Now, there were many corpse kings entrenched there. Old Greenskin and Xianxia came to Mo courtyard together and attacked the corpse kings. Ever since the people of the 3 monarch spacetime moved to the origin space, Old Greenskin and the other Mo courtyard half-progenitors joined the Above Heaven sect. The 2 of them followed the second combat squadron into the endless battlefield and then came to the 3 monarch spacetime. Both of them had complicated expressions. Many corpse kings were dealt with by the 2 of them, and 3 half-progenitor corpse kings appeared around them. Old Greenskin sighed. I never thought that Mo courtyard would become like this. I wonder what Lord Luo feels when he sees this scene. Xianxia's expression was relaxed. Being surrounded by 3 corpse kings of the same level in the endless battlefield was a rather desperate thing. He did not have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. However, it did not matter now. The second combat squadron was beside him, and support could be provided at any time. Don't worry about it. Mo courtyard has become history. We are now all people of the Above Heaven sect. The battle began. Not long after, Wang Jian attacked and killed the 3 half-progenitor corpse kings. Xianxia threw down the rules and activated it. His expression changed. There's a reaction. Wang Jian raised his eyebrows and immediately contacted Lu Yin in the distance. Lu Yin looked at Mo courtyard. Who was it? Mo courtyard had the Emperor's library. Other than the original people of Mo courtyard and the 3 monarchs, very few outsiders knew about it. At this moment, in the Emperor's library, Luo Shan opened his eyes. What's going on? An uneasy feeling enveloped him, as if he was being watched by someone. Suddenly, his expression changed. Above his head, the Emperor's library was split into 2. Wang Jian attacked. When the Emperor's library was shattered, the 3-colored monarch Qi surged out violently and collided with Wang Jian. Wang Jian's expression changed greatly. This 3-colored monarch Qi was hard for him to resist. It was definitely an expert. He quickly retreated. With a swoosh, the blade slashed across and cut off the 3-colored monarch Qi. It even split the starry sky apart. It brushed past Wang Jian and almost hit him. Mu Qing held the long blade in his hand and faced the Emperor's library with his eyes covered by a black cloth. Luo Shan. Luo Shan walked out of the Emperor's library and looked at the second combat squadron in bewilderment. He saw Mu Qing and Lu Yin. Why are you guys here? In the battle through time and space, Lu Tianyi attacked Wu Lingxin. He took the opportunity to escape. Because he was injured, he hid in the Emperor's library to recover. He did not know anything about the outside world. So when he saw so many progenitor realm experts in the second combat squadron, he was stunned. Lu Yin stood on the prison dragon's back and looked at Luo Shan from afar. We meet again, Luo Shan. Around the Emperor's library, Mu Xia, Wang Jian, and Xiaozhen had all arrived. Below, Old Greenskin and Xianxia stared blankly into the distance. Why was Lord Luo here? Luo Shan's tricolored monarch aura surged out, and his face darkened. Lu Yin, you brought so many people to the 3 monarch spacetime to kill me? Don't forget, although I'm no longer the master of a parallel spacetime, I'm still a member of the eternal race in the endless battlefield. If you try to kill me, especially in the endless battlefield, you'll be attacked by the entire 6 monarchs. Luin laughed. Yes, it's a crusade, but it's not me, it's... He paused for a moment. Luo Shan's pupils shrank as he recalled his understanding of Luin and what he had done in the primordial space. His face paled. What did you do? Luin was stunned. What did he do? Luo Shan was furious. Luin, you must have framed me to get the 6 monarchs' approval to come here and kill me, right? Wang Jian and the others had strange expressions and couldn't help but look at Luin. Was that so? It seemed to fit this person's style. He had unified the 5th mainland and schemed with the 4 cardinal scales. It wasn't impossible for him to do something like this. Could it be that the crusade in the endless battlefield was fake and killing Luo Shan was real? The more they understood Luin, the more they agreed with Luo Shan's words. Luin was speechless. You're thinking too much. My Above Heaven sect officially launched a crusade in the endless battlefield several months ago to avenge Master Wei. It was just a coincidence that I found you. Luo Shan was shocked. Master Wei is dead? Luin sneered and looked in another direction. How long are you going to watch? Get out here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers together, grabbing in a direction with the momentum of tearing the sky. The entire void trembled as a terrifying force swept across, shattering the starry sky. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out, avoiding Lu Yin's force and leaving in a direction. Mu Feng turned around, raised his blade, and slashed. This slash cut through the 3 monarchs' spacetime and slashed towards the figure. It carried an indescribable sharpness that made everyone's scalp tingle. The figure was shocked and similarly slashed out a slash, colliding with Mu Feng's slash. The entire starry sky was cut into 4 pieces. Although Mu Feng's slash was cut in half, the remaining force did not diminish and continued towards the figure. Because the slash was stopped for a moment, the figure dodged it, and the remaining force slash passed in front of him, leaving a black crack. Mu Feng, it's me. Mu Feng frowned, Duh? Luo Shan's eyes widened. Daheng? Luin wasn't surprised, as Wu Hen had reported that Mr. Daheng had followed Luo Shan to the endless battlefield. This was one of the reasons why Luin wanted to find Luo Shan. At this moment, Luin didn't need to care about Mr. Daheng. He wanted to obtain the landscape painting stone, and Luin also wanted to take it back from Luo Shan. He wanted to see what Mr. Daheng wanted the landscape painting stone for. In the distance, Mr. Daheng stared at the wooden carving with fear. Everyone said that he was second only to the wood god, and he also thought so. However, during the battle at the tea party, the strength that Woodcut had displayed had caught everyone's attention. Even he knew that he could not reach Woodcut's level. Furthermore, that slash just now had further confirmed Woodcut's strength. This person was only second to the wood god. Mr. Daheng, why are you in the 3 monarchs spacetime? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. So what if Daheng was a sequence law powerhouse? He did not need to care too much. Luo Shan stared at Mr. Daheng. This was also a question that he wanted to know. Why did this guy come? Mr. Daheng glanced at the second battle group with fear in his heart, but he pretended to be relaxed on the surface. I just happened to pass by. I am actually going to the star-reflecting universe. It is rumored that a kind of star-reflecting grass grows there, and it is very beautiful. Master Lu has been to the Repose Palace and knows about my situation there. Planting some star-reflecting grass is more pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But you have stayed in this spacetime for a long time. Mr. Daheng's eyes twitched, and he subconsciously looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan stared at him with cold and vigilant eyes. He had been here all this time? He had tracked him. Master Lu, you must be joking. I have just arrived, Mr. Daheng explained. Luin didn't care. It doesn't matter whether you have just arrived or not. Since you are here, don't leave. You will officially join the second battle group to participate in the crusade. Mr. Daheng quickly refused. We respect Master Lu's crusade against the Eternals, but the crusade is your above heaven sect's business. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. If you dare to leave, you will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng's face changed and sank. Master Lu, whether or not to participate in the crusade is purely a personal choice. I belong to the wood spacetime. Even if you force me to participate, I will need the consent of the wood god. It is not up to you to decide. Woodcut, you should know this as well. Other than Woodcut, he was confident that no one could stop him. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. As for Luin, if he didn't have the protection of a sequence law powerhouse, what was he? Luin found it funny. I say, you have been in the Three Monarchs spacetime for a long time, and you are still quibbling. Limitless has already sent out a notice to the entire Six Direction Society. Any cultivator who does not belong to the Endless Battlefield but appears in the Endless Battlefield is qualified to join the crusade. If they refuse, they will be punished as a traitor of humanity. This notice has been sent out for a long time. Mr. Daheng's face turned ugly. Was there such a thing? Luo Shan clenched his fist and stared at Mr. Daheng. How long has this guy been watching me? What does he want to do? Woodcut held the hilt of his sword tightly. Daheng, join the crusade. Those who disobey will be punished as a traitor of humanity. Mr. Daheng glared at Luin angrily. This person was targeting him. Luin looked at Mr. Daheng with a smile. Carefree? Eternal in a single thought? What a joke. Being carefree without taking responsibility? That was selfish. Being carefree was eternal in a single thought? That was lawlessness. Everyone hoped to be carefree, to be able to get whatever they wanted, and to have whatever they liked. But how was that possible? In order to obtain the landscape painting stone, this person had forced Chenlu to snatch it. In order to increase the number of progenitors, he had restrained Chenlu and traceless cultivation. This was not being carefree, but controlling. True carefree was to establish a peaceful life for humanity and create peace for all ages. Sitting alone in the nine heavens was not carefree, but lonely. Master Lu, the past grudges were all caused by me. Daheng apologizes to Master Lu once again. Now, I really have something important to deal with. Please let me go. Once I am done, I will definitely join the crusade in the Endless Battlefield and fight for humanity against the Eternals. It is my duty to do so. Mr. Daheng suppressed his anger and bowed slowly. Luin sighed. Do you mean that I asked you to join the crusade because of past grudges? Mr. Daheng's heart skipped a beat. Of course not. I just happened to see Master Lu, so I took this opportunity to apologize to Master Lu. It has nothing to do with joining the crusade. Then join. I don't want to talk nonsense. Luin was merciless. Mr. Daheng's face turned green and white. He had said all kinds of nice things, but this kid did not give him any face. Luin looked at Luo Shan. Do you want to join? To avenge the Three Monarchs spacetime? Luo Shan said in a low voice, the Three Monarchs spacetime is one of the Endless Battlefields. I am a member of the Endless Battlefields, so I can refuse to join. Luin nodded. Up to you. How long will it take to search all of them? Xiaxia replied, 15 days. Luin said, rest here and light the green light for the Three Monarchs spacetime. Wang Jian, Xiaxia, and Cage Wyrm went in three directions while the cultivators of the Second Legion fought in the starry sky. Mr. Daheng wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that Luin was a man of his word. Once there was a weakness, this kid might really bring many progenitors to kill him. Mushin could help him once, but he could not help him a second time. He had no choice but to join the Second Legion for the time being. With Mr. Daheng joining, the Second Legion's strength increased again. No matter what his temperament was, he could only help the Second Legion deal with the everlasting race in this endless battlefields. The Second Legion had an additional sequence law powerhouse, and its strength had increased greatly. It was a pity that it would be better if Luo Shan could join. In the ruins of Mo Courtyard, Mr. Daheng met Luin alone and still hoped that Luin would let him go. Luin naturally did not agree and called Luo Shan over. Luo Shan wanted to leave, but he refused to join the battle because he belonged to the Three Monarchs spacetime. As long as the battle was still in the Three Monarchs spacetime, he could not leave. Moreover, he also wanted to see Mr. Daheng and find out why Mr. Daheng was watching him. The three of them met in the ruins of Mo courtyard. Mr. Daheng did not want to face Luo Shan and only wanted to ask Luin to let him leave alone. Luo Shan wanted to see Mr. Daheng alone and did not want to face Luin. Luin wanted to see both of them. The three of them faced each other in the ruins of Mo courtyard. Since you are already here, just say what you want to say, Luin said. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed, Master Lu. Before he could finish, Luin interrupted him, if you still want to leave, don't mention it. Otherwise, I will be in a bad mood and directly accuse you of betraying humanity. Mr. Daheng gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He did not want to argue with Luin. This person was too overbearing. Luo Shan looked at Luin and then looked at Mr. Daheng. He did not speak. Luin looked at Luo Shan, you don't have anything to say? Luo Shan said in a deep voice, what does Master Lu want me to say? Luin laughed, after the battle with the witch spirit god, you ran away and left me there. Shouldn't you explain? Luo Shan stared at Luin, then Master Lu, please explain why Mu Jun was with you. Lu Yin's lips curved up, because at that time, we were enemies. Luo Shan's eyes turned cold. He had the same thought as Mr. Daheng. If the second battle group was not here, he would have killed Luin. They were enemies. Mu Jun died in the hands of the witch spirit god, but was it not because of Luin? If Luin had not schemed against Dimensional and exposed his identity as the witch spirit god, he would not have had to fight to the death with the witch spirit god, resulting in Mu Jun's death. Luo Shan had never thought that Mu Jun's death was related to himself. He was the one who coveted the hyperspace continuum and wanted to become the hyperspace continuum's master. Did Master Lu not tell the Sixth Direction Association about Dimensional's matter? Luo Shan asked. Luin shook his head, he is the hyperspace continuum's master after all. If I told them, the Sixth Direction Association would lose face. This battle was to avenge Dimensional's death. Regardless of the process, the result is the most important. Only those who participated in the battle knew that Dimensional was controlled by the witch spirit god. He willingly helped the witch spirit god research the sequence particles and deceived the Sixth Direction Association. Vader is dead, then what about Chrono Overlord? Luo Shan looked at Luin. Luin and Luo Shan looked at each other and laughed, don't tell me you still want to be Chrono Overlord. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something but didn't. Luin glanced at Mr. Daheng, if you have this thought, why don't you solve your own problems first? For example, why is Mr. Daheng staring at you in the Three Sovereigns universe? This is not a good thing. Luo Shan looked at Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed, I'm just passing by. Since Master Lu doesn't believe me, then forget it. Luin looked at Luo Shan. Luo Shan said slowly, I have only met Mr. Daheng a few times, and we respect each other. I believe that Mr. Daheng is not here to stare at me. I have nothing worthy of being stared at by Mr. Daheng. Is that so? In that case, let's disperse. Luin walked away. With him here, the two of them wouldn't say anything. Many things were hidden too deeply, and if they weren't stirred up, God knows when they would be exposed. If it weren't for the return of the Lu family and the sudden increase in strength of the Above Heaven sect, Luin wouldn't have stirred up this muddy water. But now, he wanted to see what was hidden under this muddy water. Luin left, and Mr. Daheng turned around to leave. Luo Shan's voice sounded in his ear, why are you staring at me? Make it clear that you and I have nothing to do with each other, and everything in the past will disappear. Mr. Daheng's tone was cold, I said, I'm not staring at you. After saying that, he was about to leave. Luo Shan suddenly attacked and pressed his palm on Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng dodged and stared at Luo Shan angrily, do you want to die? Luin has been staring at us. Luo Shan's face was gloomy, it's better than being schemed against by you. Tell me, why are you staring at me? Mr. Daheng took a deep breath and hesitated. Luo Shan shouted, don't think about leaving if you don't tell me. I'm already like this, and if nothing unexpected happens, I can't leave the endless battlefield in this life. At most, I will tell you what happened in the past and see if you can continue to stay in the wood spacetime. You can either defect to the eternal or stay in the endless battlefield like me. You can only choose one. Mr. Daheng's eyes were red. Don't force me. You were the one who suggested it. That matter has already passed, yet you're still staring at me. You're the one who's forcing me. Luo Shan let out a low roar. Even when the time and space of the three sovereigns had become a boundless battlefield, even when Mu Jun had died, he had never been like this. Mr. Daheng let out a long sigh. All right, you wish for this matter to come to an end. I also wish that you and I have never known each other and that everything in the past will disappear. If that's the case, give me the stone that Qianlu gave you. He knew that it was no longer possible to scheme against Luo Shan. That bastard Luin had already made things clear, and there was no turning back. Luo Shan was stunned. What stone? Mr. Daheng sneered, still pretending? Were you the one who asked Qianlu to join my Hall of Freedom? Luo Shan's eyes widened. Qianlu joined the Repose Palace? Ever since Qianlu gave the stone to Luo Shan, Mr. Daheng had two guesses. One was that someone helped Qianlu remove the seal and let Qianlu break the ancestral law. The other was that Qianlu was forced by Luo Shan, and Luo Shan was the mastermind. Ever since the three sovereigns had merged into the sect above heaven, Mr. Daheng had guessed that the sect above heaven was the one who had helped Qianlu. This was highly likely, but the second possibility was not impossible, especially since the stone had been given to Luo Shan. This was what Mr. Daheng was most concerned about. If Luo Shan did not know the use of the stone, then it was the first possibility. If Luo Shan knew, then it was definitely the second possibility, especially if the sect above heaven had helped Qianlu. Why would they allow Qianlu to give the stone to Luo Shan? With Luo Shan's temperament, this was impossible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second possibility was right. Luo Shan was the mastermind behind Qianlu. Qianlu joining the sect above heaven might have been Luo Shan's idea as well. Because the sect above heaven's plot against the three sovereigns could not be reversed, Luo Shan had allowed Qianlu to join the sect above heaven to find time to deal with Luin. This possibility made Mr. Daheng more and more certain. Luo Shan, you and I have known each other for too long. I know you very well. It's not that you couldn't have let Qianlu join the Repose Palace to scheme against me. It could even be said that you were the mastermind behind it. How could you not know the use of that stone? What a joke. Give me the stone, and we will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Otherwise, you will regret it, Mr. Daheng threatened. Luo Shan suddenly looked at his cosmic ring. He recalled that after Qianlu had broken through to the extreme realm, he had mysteriously given Luo Shan a stone. He had said that he had obtained it from the endless battlefield and that the corpse kings of the Eternals had fought over it. It should be something useful, but Qianlu did not know how to use it, so he had given it to Luo Shan. At that time, Luo Shan had still been on guard against the Forgotten Ruins god at the border, so he had not paid much attention to this matter and had simply accepted it. Was it that stone? Luo Shan's eyes flickered. He had been tricked. He had been tricked from the very beginning. Qianlu had already joined the sect above heaven at that time, and it was Luin, who had disguised himself as Xianxia, who had asked Qianlu to give the stone to Luo Shan in order to divert the Repose Palace's attention. Bastard, how shrewd was this Luin? Qianlu did give me a stone with a painting on it, Luo Shan said. Mr. Daheng's eyes burned as he stared at Luo Shan. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. Why should I give it to you? You hid in the Three Monarchs spacetime in order to obtain this stone. The best way to do so was to attack me when I was injured during the battle at hyperspace. It has been several months since the battle at hyperspace, and you have not made a move. The only possibility is that you were waiting for an opportunity to kill me. Mr. Daheng's tone was low. I did not intend to kill you. I only wanted the stone. Luo Shan sneered. I did not know the use of the stone, and I did not know that Qianlu had joined the Hall of Freedom. However, it is not too late to find out now. What makes you think that you can snatch the stone from me? Don't forget that I have always been above you, and you have never surpassed me. Mr. Daheng's gaze was sinister. Luo Shan, I understand you, and you understand me. I swear on the freedom that I have pursued my entire life. If you do not give it to me, there will be great trouble, and you will definitely regret it. Luo Shan's eyelids twitched. Based on his understanding of Mr. Daheng, this oath was very vicious. Mr. Daheng might not care about his cultivation, but he definitely cared about his so-called freedom. This was what he had pursued since he was young. I, Luo Shan, will not be scared. Luo Shan turned and left. Mr. Daheng's gaze was extremely gloomy as he watched Luo Shan disappear. From afar, Lu Yin saw this scene. The relationship between these two was not simple, and they must have known each other for a long time. Luo Shan did not give the stone to Mr. Daheng. Either Mr. Daheng did not mention it, or Luo Shan did not want to give it to him. Either way, because of that stone, the two of them would still be entangled. After parting ways with Mr. Daheng, Luo Shan came looking for Lu Yin. No matter the result of the battle, you have indeed let little Mu go. At that time, I have already said that the grudge between us is written off. Luo Shan went straight to the point. Lu Yin was disdainful. You. Just now, you wanted to blame Mu Jun's death on me. Why? Have you thought it through? Both of them knew that if possible, they would not hesitate to ensure that the other party was not a threat. Lu Yin's method was either to ascend to godhood or to appoint a general, while Luo Shan's method was to kill Lu Yin directly. This was a tacit understanding. Hence, there was nothing to say about Luo Shan escaping during the battle with the witch spirit god. If there was anything to say, it would have to wait until Lu Yin wanted to make a move on Luo Shan. But now, neither of them could make a move on the other. Lu Yin could not instigate the internal conflict of the Six Paths Society, and Luo Shan did not have the ability to make a move on Lu Yin. Luo Shan glanced at the ruins of Mo Courtyard. You were the one who brought Chen Lu out of the hall, right? Lu Yin did not admit it, but neither did he deny it. He wanted to see what Luo Shan had to say. Mr. Daheng is a very shrewd person who will do anything to achieve his goals. He has already confirmed that I have nothing to do with Chen Lu, so he will target you next. You were the one who asked Chen Lu to give this to me. Now, I will return it to its rightful owner. Luo Shan took out the landscape painting stone from her cosmic ring, opened her palm, and handed it to Lu Yin. When Mr. Daheng saw the ruins of Mo Courtyard, his expression turned ugly. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Daheng and then at Luo Shan. Luo Shan was disdainful. What, you don't dare to accept it? Lu Yin was curious. Why don't you just give it to Mr. Daheng? Luo Shan said, I want to see if the dignified primordial space's master Lu dares to accept this stone. Lu Yin smiled. There is only one stone. You used it to sow discord between me and the Repose Palace, not to express goodwill to me or the Repose Palace. Luo Shan, no wonder your three-sovereign spacetime has fallen to such a state. No wonder even the Shaoing divinity did not care about you back then. After he finished speaking, he took the stone under Luo Shan's gloomy gaze. He had wanted to take the stone from Luo Shan anyway, and now was the perfect time. As for Mr. Daheng, if he had the ability, he could come and snatch it. Sweeping through the endless battlefield was to lure all these thieves out. Lu Yin wanted the Six Paths Society to be transparent, to be able to see through everything, and not to hide their heads and tails. Luo Shan retracted her hand. Master Lu, let me remind you. Mr. Daheng never does things that he is not competent in. He is not my opponent, but he hid in the three-sovereign spacetime to try and snatch the stone. This is very suspicious. There is definitely someone behind him. Don't underestimate him. At this time, Mr. Daheng walked over. Luo Shan glanced at him and disappeared. Lu Yin held the stone. He already had 3 of them. One was from the Han family, one was from the Void, and one was originally given to Luo Shan by Chen Lu. Now, Luo Shan had given it to him. This Luo Shan deliberately let Mr. Daheng see the stone and gave it to him to sow discord between the Repose Palace and himself. It was not a big scheme and could be considered sinister, but he definitely had his own goals, and his goals were very clear. This person was so greedy that he wanted to seize the hyperspace. Seeing that his plan had failed, he quickly put aside his hatred for Mu Jun and the three-sovereign spacetime and stayed in the endless battlefield with peace of mind. This person was very real, just like an ordinary person in the marketplace. He had the ability to stab you, but if he did not, he would hide first. In comparison, Mr. Daheng hid much deeper. Playing with the stone, Lu Yin watched with interest as Mr. Daheng came over with a smile on his face. Mr. Daheng stared at the stone and rushed over. His tone was very polite. Master Lu. Luin held the stone and looked at it carefully. Don't talk to me about leaving again. If I hear it again, I will ask my senior to take action. Mr. Daheng forced a smile. I'm fortunate enough to participate in the endless battlefield with Master Lu. This is an opportunity that outsiders can only dream of. Naturally, I won't leave. Luin nodded, that's good. Just wait for a few days. We'll go to the next parallel universe soon. He looked at Mr. Daheng. The next few parallel universes are called inorganic spacetime. You should know about it. Mr. Daheng's expression was solemn. Inorganic spacetime is very strange. The entire parallel universe is divided into several parts separated by the void. Only two parts of the same space can fight. Once the space is separated by the void, no one can attack. The inorganic spacetime battlefield requires a chess player. I was lucky enough to play it a few times. Mr. Daheng's attitude changed drastically as he explained the inorganic spacetime in detail to Luin. Luin found that grasping the laws was very interesting. Once a powerhouse grasped a parallel universe, they could change the laws of that parallel universe as they wished. Gourd spacetime, inorganic spacetime, dark spacetime, and big stone spacetime were all like this. There were many powerhouses who grasped the laws of sequence, but most of them had died in different eras. Luin did not know what kind of laws he could grasp and what the inception space would become. During the above heaven era, the 6 continents were extremely glorious. Perhaps this was related to the primogenitor's laws. After talking for a while, Luin finally understood the inorganic spacetime. Mr. Daheng's gaze landed on the stone. Luin did not put it back into his cosmic ring. Instead, he played with it in his hand. Master Lu, what is this stone? Luin looked up at Mr. Daheng. Luo Shan said you want it? Mr. Daheng sighed and bowed deeply. Please grant my wish, Master Lu. Luin smiled. Why? Mr. Daheng looked at Luin. This stone is a road sign. The landscape painting on it is a map that points to the Mirage domain. Master Lu should have heard of it before. The secret to eternal life is hidden there. There are already a few stones in Freedom Hall. When the road signs are all gathered, I will definitely invite Master Lu to come with me. Please grant my wish. Luin looked at the stone closer. Then, how many of these stone fragments are there? Mr. Daheng shook his head. I don't know. Maybe a dozen or so. Since Luo Shan knew you wanted it, why didn't he just give it to you? This, I don't know. Maybe he misunderstood me, Mr. Daheng said. Luin smiled. It seemed like they had a tacit understanding, but this so-called tacit understanding was usually between two people of equal strength. Was Luin and Mr. Daheng of equal strength? However, Luin didn't see it that way. He wanted complete control. You really don't hate me for what happened back then? Master Lu, you must be joking. There is no enmity between us. Back then, I was the one who acted recklessly. It has nothing to do with Master Lu, so there is no need to talk about hatred. I will engrave Master Lu's lesson in my heart and will not do it again. What if I say that I don't intend to give this stone to you? Luin asked casually. Mr. Daheng's heart sank as he forced a smile. That is Master Lu's freedom. Luin put the stone away. You can rest now. Mr. Daheng's eyes flashed as he nodded. I'll take my leave. Luin looked at Mr. Daheng's back. The stone was with him, and he had made it clear that he would not give it to Mr. Daheng. Now, it was up to Mr. Daheng to decide what to do next. There was also Luo Shan. Although he had given the stone to him, it did not mean that he had completely given up on this matter. He was very clear that it was impossible for him to give the stone to Mr. Daheng. In the end, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Such as, if he were him, what he wanted to do the most now was to understand the meaning of the stone. Apart from himself and Mr. Daheng, who else might know? Luin looked up at the starry sky with a deep gaze. Half a month later, the 3 monarchs spacetime finished searching, and the second battle group headed to the next parallel spacetime. The next parallel spacetime was the star-illuminating spacetime, and the next one was the inorganic spacetime. The star-illuminating spacetime was the hometown of the Star Lord, and most of the people inside had been moved out. They were previously protected by the three monarchs spacetime, and now they are protected by the celestial sect. There were many beautiful star-illuminating grass in the star-illuminating spacetime, and it was indeed very beautiful. No wonder Mr. Daheng used collecting star-illuminating grass as an excuse. It was very simple for the star-illuminating spacetime to light up the green light, but they still had to search for the 7 gods according to the rules. Just after the second battle group left the three monarchs spacetime, Luo Shan looked at the empty starry sky, tore through the void, and left. In the ultra spacetime, Qianlu sat on the carrier of the Art of Gift, looking at the border from time to time with lingering fear. Here, he was afraid of being invaded by the eternal race at any time. If he didn't stay here and go to the endless battlefield, he was also afraid of encountering a war. Since joining the above heaven, he found that he hadn't rested much. Luin took him with him wherever he went, just like a hired thug, which made Qianlu very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the Six Directions Society, he couldn't leave the above heaven. "Where is the second battle group now?" Qianlu asked. Someone reported, "In the star-illuminating spacetime, they will go to the next inorganic spacetime in a day or 2 at most." Qianlu was afraid. Inorganic spacetime? That's not a good place, soldier against soldier, general against general. Once you encounter a very powerful corpse king of the eternal race, you won't be able to escape. Fortunately, I'm here. A few days later, the second battle group headed towards the inorganic spacetime. There was originally an Ancestor Realm powerhouse in the inorganic spacetime, known as Old Ancestor Wuji, but this Old Ancestor Wuji was not a sequence law powerhouse. He was just an Ancestor Realm powerhouse born in the inorganic spacetime. He once competed with Xianxia for a position in the Six Directions Society, but he failed. When the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, all the cultivators were separated by the void. Luin looked around at the dark void. He couldn't see the person on the other side of the void, as if he had been locked in a box. The only thing he could see was the incomparably huge old man above his head. This old man was Old Ancestor Wuji. Old Ancestor Wuji looked at Luin and slowly bowed. "Master Lu, it's been a long time." Luin looked at Old Ancestor Wuji. "The second battle group's fate is in your hands." The inorganic spacetime had its own laws. If the Eternals placed too many powerhouses here, even the 7 sky gods, then Luin would be unlucky to encounter them. No one could help him, and it all depended on the chess player. Old Ancestor Wuji solemnly replied, "Understood." The game began. On the other side, the eternal chess player was also an old man. He was not a corpse king, but a former trader of the inorganic spacetime. He was also an Ancestor Realm powerhouse. As the second battle group joined, the game began. Luin opened the void in front of him, and an envoy-level corpse king was casually killed by Luin. Throughout the inorganic spacetime, there were battles everywhere, but they were all one-on-one. Some people were unlucky enough to encounter powerful corpse kings. If this was a normal universe, then others would be able to help, but here, they could only face them alone. If they could not win, then they would die. The second battle group's advantage in other parallel universes was greatly weakened here. Just as the second battle group entered the inorganic spacetime, the next moment, an uninvited guest appeared in the hyperspace. A person whose face could not be seen clearly appeared in front of Qianlu. Under Qianli's aghast gaze, the person raised his hand and grabbed. Qianli's scalp went numb. He had no idea how this person had appeared. Seeing that this person's hand was about to land on him, Qianlu used the sequence particle, lazy. The sequence particle touched the newcomer, and the person's movements paused, not wanting to move anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianlu hurriedly fled. Enemy attack. The newcomer's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward to catch up to Qianlu. Qianlu turned around and fired an arrow, not daring to get close to the newcomer. However, the arrow was caught by the newcomer and casually swept in a direction. A black energy appeared. It was Qiu Zhan. Even further away, Lung Qing unsheathed her blade and slashed at the newcomer. The newcomer was fearless and took another step forward, descending in front of Qianlu. He pressed one hand on Qianli's shoulder and was about to take him away. At the critical moment, a blood-colored lotus bloomed on Qianli's back. It was demonic and beautiful, but it carried a fatal danger, causing the newcomer to retreat step by step. He could not care less about Chenlu and turned to leave. I'm already here, and you still want to leave? Big Sister raised her hand, and hell flowers bloomed, covering the entire starry sky and blocking all directions of the newcomer. Even the void could not be opened. The newcomer stared at Big Sister, and his body suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a dark void. Big Sister's expression changed. Void world? An expert. Chenlu was still in shock and was almost taken away. Qiao Zhan and Ling Qing arrived. What's going on? Big Sister looked at Chenlu. As expected, someone wants to attack you. Chenlu was confused. He knew Big Sister, so who in the origin space did not? This was the Netherworld ancestor from a long time ago, the sister of the current Master Lu. She was a ruthless person. Senior, how did you know that someone wants to attack me? Big Sister was not interested in answering him. She looked at Ling Qing. Be careful, that guy might appear again. Once he appears, don't hold back, just use the rules to delay him. Ling Qing nodded. Big Sister left, and Chen Li's question was not answered at all. Big Sister's appearance was naturally arranged by Luyin. With Luo Shan's character, even if he had to give up on stone, he would not give up on this matter. The only person he could understand stone was Chenlu. Chenlu was in the hyperspace and did not follow the battle group. When the second battle group entered the incorporeal spacetime and could not leave, that would be the time for Luo Shan to attack. However, he did not consider that there was still the first battle group. Chenlu could not be taken away by Luo Shan. This person was now bait, and Luyin had to figure out why Mr. Daheng wanted to find Chenlu. In the three sovereign spacetime, Luo Shan returned with an ugly expression and was panting heavily. He had been tricked. If not for that woman, he would have been in trouble. It should have been easy to capture Chenlu, but he did not expect this guy to use the rules. It must be the sequence rules of the hyperspace research. No wonder the witch spirit god hid his identity in the hyperspace for so many years. Even a little bit of these rules could sometimes change the outcome of a battle. Luo Shan clenched his fists. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to obtain the sequence rules equipment. Forget it, he could not get it even if he wanted to. This was a fight between the Eternals and the Above Heaven sect, and he could not join in. Although the identity of this attack had not been confirmed, since that woman had hidden there in advance, Luyin must have guessed it. It would not be so easy to attack Chenlu in the future. Helpless, Luo Shan decided to put this matter aside and not clash with the Above Heaven sect for the time being. He would let Mr. Daheng cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. In the incorporeal spacetime, although the second battle group had lost some people due to the rules, those people could only be considered unlucky. Most of the cultivators still had the advantage. Since the Eternals had a progenitor realm corpse king, the Eternals avoided all the progenitor realm experts of the second battle group and chose a half-step progenitor as their opponent. 2 half-martial ancestors from the second battle regiment had already died. Although Wuji Ancestor wanted to move the Ancestor Realm Corpse King to the side of the second battle regiment's Ancestor Realm powerhouse, it was very difficult to do so. Old Ancestor Wuji wanted to control the entire battle. As for the Eternal Race's Game Master, he didn't care about the loss of the Corpse Kings. He didn't even care if 5 half-ancestor Corpse Kings died. All he needed to do was keep an eye on the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. He didn't need to care about how many Corpse Kings died. In this way, he could naturally protect the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. On the third move, the Eternal Progenitor Realm Corpse Monarch faced another half-step ancestor, but this time, it was a Life Maiden. Fate Girl, Lu Bujing, Traceless, and the others had all participated in the crusade. Fate Girl had always been with the second battle group. Facing Lady Fate, the Ancestor Realm Corpse King brazenly attacked. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill this half-martial ancestor like the previous 2 times. However, Lady Fate was clearly not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. She was one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters of the Above Heavenly Gates era. She was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Realm experts. The Ancestor Realm experts that the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters challenged were not Corpse Kings with Ancestor Realm bodies like the true God Guards, but true Ancestor Realm experts. When facing this Corpse King that only had the physical strength of a martial ancestor, Fate Maiden wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was happy that she could make a contribution. Wuji Ancestor and the Eternal Race Old Man were both staring at the battle between the Ancestor Realm Corpse King and Fate Daughter. Even though there were many masters in the Second Legion, this was still the most anticipated battle. Fate was a thread, one end lived, the other died. In the face of the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's powerful physical strength, Fate Maiden was like duckweed, rising and falling with its strength. It looked like it could be killed at any time, but it could always avoid the danger, wrapping the Ancestor Realm Corpse King's arms, thighs, and even neck. Wuji Ancestor's eyes widened as he watched in amazement. This woman was clearly only a half-martial ancestor, yet the Ancestor Realm Corpse King was helpless against her, unable to hit her. This wasn't speed, but rather as if she had predicted it in advance. No, it wasn't prediction, but control. They were clearly in a space where the Ancestor Realm Corpse King could attack at will, but this woman had used some unknown method to fix the possible direction of the Corpse King's attack. She did not dodge the Corpse King's attack, but was controlling the Corpse King's attack. There were countless paths in the universe, but she only left one for the Corpse King. There was only one path. What kind of power was this? She was clearly a realm lower than the Corpse King, but she could make the Corpse King move according to her will. This battle wasn't grand nor was it intense. But, it was fought in a way that Wuji Old Ancestor found hard to comprehend. This sort of method caused a chill to run down his back, as if this woman could see through his heart. The Lady of Fate wasn't weak. In the era of the Above Heaven sect, she chased after Lu Bujing the most. She was the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates that couldn't be provoked the most. Although it seemed like Fate Daughter was being ordered around by Luyin, she was facing Luyin, someone who could fight against a sequence law powerhouse as a half-ancestor. If it had been any other half-ancestor, even Qing Ping, who was acknowledged by Mr. Mu, Fate Daughter would not have acted in such a manner. She was also an existence who had been acknowledged by fate and could cultivate the laws of fate. Where did that woman come from? The Eternal's old man was just as shocked as old ancestor Wuji. This Fate Daughter gave him a very bad feeling. If he were to go down and fight with this woman, he wasn't sure what he could do. This was the origin space? Patriarch Wuji looked across. The glory of humanity. You betrayed the incorporeal spacetime and joined the Eternals. One day, you will pay the price. The old man sneered. Only after joining the Eternals will you understand the gap between us. I have never regretted betraying humanity. Wuji, if I let you see the true strength of the Eternals, you won't even dare to stay in the endless battlefield. Wuji Old Ancestor sneered, the Eternals were once suppressed by the origin space. I believe that the second above the heavens has already arrived. So what if they come? Even if the above the heavens, who were once glorious, reappeared, they would not be a match for the current Eternals. But then again, you won't live to see that day. As his voice fell, numerous Eternal Corpse Kings appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Wuji Old Ancestor's expression changed. Master Lu, the Eternals have sent reinforcements. Luyin frowned. This was within his expectations. The incorporeal spacetime was one of the few places where the Eternals could avoid the Second Legion's progenitors. It was normal for the Eternals to send reinforcements. They had to pass through this hurdle. Take a good look at who the Eternals are, Luyin said in a low voice. Figures were separated by the incorporeal spacetime. We meet again, above the heavens. I want to compress the entire above the heavens into a flat surface. Be careful. This Luyin isn't brainless. He didn't gain an advantage in the battle through spacetime. But we've achieved our goal. As long as we avoid Woodcut and Daheng, the others don't matter. Wuji Old Ancestor paled, his eyes filled with dread. The old man across from him sneered, how is it, Wuji? Are you still confident? Ha 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 ha. Wuji Old Ancestor clenched his teeth, Master Lu, the Eternals have sent 10 extreme powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 4 of them are true God Guard captains, and the other 6 are Corpse Kings. Be careful. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was troublesome. In this game, the Eternals didn't care about the lives of the other Corpse Kings. They only needed to keep an eye on the progenitor Corpse Kings as long as they didn't run into Senior Woodcut or Mr. Daheng. Even if they ran into Luyin, it would be fine. Wuji Old Ancestor had to consider the overall situation, including the entire Second Legion. In terms of numbers, the progenitors didn't have an advantage. If not for the unique laws of the incorporeal spacetime, the Second Legion would have been able to sweep through these corpse kings. They didn't have any sequence powerhouses, but now, they were at a disadvantage in numbers. As time passed, the Second Legion would be wiped out. It seemed that he would have to use his final move. "Wuji old ancestor, tell my senior that it's time," Lu Yin said. Wuji old ancestor didn't understand Lu Yin's meaning, so he passed the message to Woodcut. Woodcut gripped his saber and slowly raised his head. Was it time? "Junior brother, look at this saber clearly. Master once said that the saber is a tyrannical weapon that can cut through everything. Everything that we see, hear, think, and think can be traced. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. If there is a connection between cause and effect, then it can be severed. I understand it as a law, but it is not a law. The current me can only reach this step. If there is a day when I can sever karma, then I can sever everything that exists in the universe. Only then will I be able to transcend. My saber, the incorporeal, is presented." A cold light flashed. It seemed small, but when it passed through the entire incorporeal spacetime, everyone was able to see a flash of brilliance. It was fleeting, but in the next moment, the many voids that had been separated smoothly broke apart. Everyone stared blankly in front of him. In all directions, the voids that had trapped them had all broken apart at a certain height, spreading to the entire incorporeal spacetime. The old man who had been fighting with the Eternals was also split in two, his blood spilling out into space. Cracks appeared in the incorporeal spacetime. Woodcut's saber had severed the laws, severing the foundation of the incorporeal spacetime. Wuji old ancestor was shocked. "Woodcut, you!" Lu Yin suddenly shouted, "Wuji old ancestor, I will find a place for you. This is the battlefield." Wuji old ancestor was stunned. The laws of the incorporeal spacetime had been broken, which meant that the entire spacetime was about to be destroyed. In order to deal with the Eternals, the Second Legion had actually destroyed the incorporeal spacetime. He hadn't expected that Lu Yin would speak of such a time. Lu Yin had no other choice. If he didn't destroy the incorporeal spacetime, how could he gain a strategic advantage? People were always more important than spacetime. Moreover, the incorporeal spacetime had a unique law that no one lived in. Living here was no different from living on a battlefield, where one could face death at any time. Ever since the incorporeal spacetime started fighting with the Eternals, everyone here had moved away. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to make up his mind to break through the spacetime. But Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw Woodcut's sword strike. His senior brother had severed the incorporeal spacetime's law, and he had personally seen Woodcut cut through the sequence particle. That terrifying sword intent gave him a feeling similar to the corpse god's sequence particle. The corpse kings of the second battle group of the Eternals that had participated in the battle of the incorporeal spacetime were almost completely annihilated by Woodcarving's blade. Only the captains of the true god guards had survived. They had used their divine power from the very beginning in order to slaughter the second battle group as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would have died. Aside from the sequence particle powerhouses, no one could survive Woodcut's strike. Yuhua, Juji, and the Thousand Faces Bureau all fled, but one of the true God Guard captains remained. It was Lu Shan. He was the only captain who hadn't been able to use his divine power in time. When Yuhua and the others jumped out of the incorporeal spacetime, his body had been split in two. The incorporeal spacetime trembled. The Second Legion hurried towards the next parallel spacetime. Wuji old ancestor's expression was ugly. Without the incorporeal spacetime, where would he go? Six Directions Society? Wouldn't he be living under someone else's roof? Although he was a progenitor and had a high status in the Six Directions Society, it was not as good as having his own spacetime. Looking back, the starry sky had collapsed, and the laws had been broken. This incorporeal spacetime could no longer be used as a battlefield. This Lu Yin was actually so ruthless. Soon, the Second Legion arrived at the next parallel spacetime, and everyone relaxed. Many people looked at Woodcut with worship and reverence in their eyes. He had severed the incorporeal spacetime with a single strike. How powerful was that? Luin looked at Wuji old ancestor. If not for that, the Second Legion would have suffered heavy losses, and this expedition to the endless battlefield would have been meaningless. Wuji old ancestor, you've been in the endless battlefield for a long time, so you should be able to see the big picture. Wuji old ancestor's expression sank. Then why did you come to the incorporeal spacetime? This question made Luin fall silent. He had indeed come to the incorporeal spacetime with this plan in mind. People stood at different heights, and the scenery they saw was different. Naturally, the choices they made were also different. Luin stood at the top of the Six Directions Society, and he could easily sacrifice a few parallel spacetimes. As long as he could heavily injure the Eternals, it would be worth it. He had just severed Wuji spacetime and exterminated 8 Ancestor Realm powerhouses. One of them was the old man who had fought against Wuji. Of the other 7, 1 was a true Divinity Guard captain and 6 were true Divinity Guard Ancestor Corpse Kings. What a glorious battle record. In Liu Yin's opinion, sacrificing a parallel spacetime was worth it. But from old ancestor Wuji's point of view, Wuji spacetime was his territory, his home. To sacrifice Wuji space in exchange for victory was something that he found hard to accept. The big picture. This was the big picture. Liu Yin had once sacrificed a great deal for the greater good, and he was very clear on this feeling. No matter how glorious his accomplishments were, no matter how much everyone in the Six Paths Association praised him, the only person he had let down was Ancestor Wuji. He did not have the qualifications to sacrifice others for his greater good. This was no different from an exalted Empyrean sacrificing the Lu family to plot against divinity Xiaoyin. At a time like this, he wished he could be as indifferent as that crazy woman, the great Empyrean. Patriarch Wuji. Wuji ancestor looked at Luin. Luin met his gaze. I can't give you back an inorganic spacetime. Wuji ancestor's eyes dimmed. That's how the universe is. Destruction is the only way to rebuild it. I heard your conversation with that traitor. Since you understand my Above the Heavens sect so well, then join us. I'll show you that the sacrifice of the inorganic spacetime isn't meaningless. If we can destroy the Eternals, then what's the point of sacrificing my primordial space? Wuji ancestor deeply sighed. His complexion recovered a bit. My apologies, Master Liu. Please allow me to consider this. Liu Yin nodded. Mu Xia came to Liu Yin's side. Are you really willing to sacrifice your primordial space? Liu Yin grinned. The premise is to sacrifice the reincarnation spacetime first. I can make some sacrifices for the sake of the overall situation, but I must gain something, and I can't make a wedding dress for others. Mu Xia laughed. This was the real Liu Yin. If there were sacrifices, there would also be gains. He did not want to take advantage of others, but he also did not want to suffer losses. This was a real person. In comparison, it seemed that his master was too illusory. Did cultivators have to transcend the mortal world? Little junior brother was not bad either. At the very least, they wouldn't let their own people suffer. Would Carving grip the hilt of his blade tightly? If only he had another chance to enter inorganic spacetime. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gather so many corpse kings, but not let them see him strike. As long as they weren't particularly lucky or overly cautious, they would definitely die under his blade. If this happened a few more times, the Eternals would run out of manpower. No matter how many ancestor-level corpse kings the true god guards had, they wouldn't be able to cut them down. At the same time, the first battle group was crazily crashing into the gourd spacetime. They did not encounter a battle like the second battle group and only destroyed the original Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings in the gourd spacetime. 10 days later, the gourd universe lit up with a green light. Then, the second battle group also lit up with a green light for a parallel universe. Distanceless and Bodhi Saint were excited. Just like that, 1/3 of the 63 parallel universes in the boundless battlefield had already lit up with the green light. It was impossible for the subjugation battle group to sweep through all the parallel universes, but as long as they could light up more than half of the parallel universes, it would bring about an absolute advantage for the 6 parties in the boundless battlefield. No matter how many Eternals Corpse Kings there were, they couldn't fill up half of the parallel universes with green lights all at once. Especially Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Since the punitive expedition entered the endless battlefield, nearly 20 Ancestor Realm Corps kings had died. The number was very exaggerated. Conservatively speaking, after this battle, the eternal race would die. There should be about 30 Ancestor Realm Corps kings going there. This was the true advantage. Even if they couldn't find the 7 sky gods in the end, this kind of result was enough to shock everyone in the 6 parties. In the next 4 months, there weren't many fierce battles. The Eternals seemed to have disappeared. Even the top 10 universes that were comparable to the Gourd universe and the Incorporeal universe didn't have a single Ancestor Realm Corps king. Many people guessed that the Eternals planned to abandon most of the parallel universes in the endless battlefield and only guard the entrance to the eternal battlefield. Bodhi Saint also thought so. Without the 7 sky gods, the Eternals would find it difficult to deal with the punitive expedition battle groups with sequence law experts. The 2 punitive expedition battle groups had an average of more than 6 Ancestor Realm powerhouses, and each battle group had 2 sequence law powerhouses. With such a concentrated and powerful force, the Eternals had to gather together to resist. As he thought about it, Bodhi Saint contacted Luin. Master Lu, the Eternals should have shrunk their defense line and concentrated in the few parallel universes around the entrance battlefield. Once you get close, you have to be careful. The Eternals don't only have the 7 sky gods. There are also hidden sequence law powerhouses like Qin and Xiaoyin. You have to be careful of the extraterrestrial powerhouses, Bodhi Saint warned. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Will the extraterrestrial powerhouses appear? Bodhi Saint's voice was low. Logically speaking, they won't. Our 6 Directions Society cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses. The eternal race also cooperates with the extraterrestrial powerhouses, but the extraterrestrial powerhouses from both sides have almost never appeared in the endless battlefield. This is the place where we and the eternal race fight. But now, the eternal race is at a disadvantage. Without the 7 sky gods, they won't be able to completely stop our 6 Directions Society. Under such circumstances, we can't rule out the possibility of the extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the eternal race appearing. Luin took a deep breath. Extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the eternal race? In the starry sky of the universe, the 2 largest powers were the eternal race and the 6 Directions Society. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Outside of the eternal race and the 6 Directions Society, parallel universes were discovered from time to time. Most of the parallel universes were ordinary and didn't have any experts, but occasionally, there would be some peerless experts born in the parallel universes. These experts were qualified to choose not to join the eternal race and the 6 Directions Society. They were collectively known as the extraterrestrial powerhouses. Yi Xing's Bai Rong, Jian Chen and Jian Qingyue's father, Lightning Lord, were all extraterrestrial powerhouses. Extraterrestrial powerhouses could come from parallel universes or from the astral wilderness. Without seeing them, no one knew where they came from. Ever since forefather Lu Yuan had reminded him that there were extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the eternal race, Luin had made a special effort to inquire about them. So far, there weren't many extraterrestrial powerhouses cooperating with the eternal race, but there were a few. They were all sequence law experts, and the appearance of 1 or 2 of them could change the tide of the battle. If the eternal race has extraterrestrial powerhouses helping us, can the 6 Directions Society invite them to join the crusade? Luin asked. Bodhi Saint was troubled. We can contact them, but they have their own plans. They might not necessarily join us. Let's try contacting them first, Luin replied. Bodhi Saint responded and hesitated for a moment. Master Lu, if it's possible, please fight your way through the endless battlefield. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This won't be easy. There are currently 63 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. Most of the parallel universes have lit up with the green light. Even the Incorporeal universe and the Gourd universe have lit up, but only the first 3 parallel universes have never lit up with the green light. That place is the true life and death millstone. The number of extremely strong experts on both sides has never decreased. If the 3 parallel universes can light up, then this crusade will come to a perfect end, Bodhi Saint replied. Luin put down the Cloud Connect stone and looked into the distance. The first 3 parallel universes? He naturally knew that before Old Freak Mo appeared, the dark spacetime would at most be close to the top 10. If Old Freak Mo was an enemy of the Six Directions Society and stayed in the dark spacetime all year round, then the dark spacetime would be one of the top 3 universes with the most intense battles in the endless battlefield. It was very likely that the top 3 universes had sequence law powerhouses, and they would definitely have more than 2 or 3 progenitors as enemies. Before the final battle between the Grand Empyreans, the 7 sky gods had appeared in the top 3 universes. One could imagine how tragic the battles were. Celestial Victor, who had never appeared before, had been guarding the entrance to the top 3 universes and fighting with the eternal race all year round. He had not even attended the tea party. The top 3 parallel universes were also the goal of this crusade. If everything went smoothly, Luin hoped to light up 2 parallel universes. Even if the 7 sky gods did not appear, the 2 battle groups and 4 sequence law powerhouses should not be a problem as long as no powerful enemies from the outside appeared. Suddenly, someone reported, "There's a reaction." Luin looked in a certain direction. Withered yellow leaves were fluttering in the air, bringing with them an aura of death. The next moment, a terrifying saber intent descended. Wood carving appeared in front of Luin and slashed forward. The 2 sabers clashed, breaking through the heavens. The aftershock swept past, causing the cultivators of the second battle group to hold their breaths. They felt as if all they could see was an unstoppable saber. Wood carving's expression was solemn as he took a step forward and slashed horizontally with his saber. In front of him, the withered yellow leaves suddenly gathered to form a long saber that slashed at wood carving. Bang! The saber collided with each other, the sound echoing in everyone's ears and causing their ears to bleed. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this the undying god? Bang bang bang. Countless sabers collided, and wood carving gripped his saber's hilt tightly. Every collision almost caused him to lose his grip. He felt his breathing become heavy, as if he was suppressing something. He felt an uncontrollable surging battle intent. Good, good, good. I haven't met an opponent like you in a long time. It feels good to be awake. Ha 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 ha. Wood carving raised his eyebrows and slashed his saber from bottom to top. Opposite him, the fallen leaves dissipated and were replaced by withered yellow hair that blotted out the sky. It wanted to cover wood carving's saber, but it was still cut off by the saber. A saber that cuts through the laws. Ha 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 ha. Wood carving suddenly retreated and pointed his saber forward. The undying god's figure appeared in front of everyone. His withered yellow hair had been cut off, making him look neither fish nor fowl. He was abnormally excited as he stared at wood carving. The depths of his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He was completely different from the usual undying god. Luin had seen the undying god in this state more than once. This was the sober undying god who was fighting with his saber. This was Wu Xing. Finally, he had found another 7 sky gods. The undying god raised his head and stared at wood carving. Your saber is not bad. Your laws are even stronger. Let's fight to the death. Ha 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 ha. Wood carving frowned. The undying god gave him a lot of pressure. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. During the tea party, the 7 sky gods had been rejected by the reincarnation spacetime. The corpse god had been difficult for wood carving to deal with, but now, the undying god had not been rejected. This was just an ordinary parallel spacetime. However, wood carving had been waiting for this battle for a long time. His saber had not made a breakthrough in a long time. Without further ado, wood carving raised his blade and slashed at undying deity. Undying deity's lips curled up, and withered yellow hair gathered on his arm before spreading out to form a withered yellow blade that slashed at wood carving. Everyone held their breaths as they witnessed the peak of sword techniques in the current universe. This was a pure showdown of saber techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded. Every saber move and every saber strike seemed ordinary, but it was filled with unimaginable power. Every saber move was as smooth as flowing water. Even if it was broken, it could be repaired with the next saber move. The seemingly casual saber move caused the stars to tremble and the spacetime to shake. Everyone's gaze was replaced by the gleam of the blade, and there was nothing else in their eyes. Luin stared at the duel closely. Wood carving's sword technique was too casual, but the more casual it was, the more it could resolve Undying Deity's attack. Undying Deity's every strike seemed ordinary, but it had already broken free from his control of the blade. He did not need the blade and could leave it at any time. Bang! 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 Sounds of collisions rang out as the undying god fought excitedly. Mu Carving's face grew heavier and heavier. 18, 19, 27, 32. It was clearly a duel between sabers, but the undying god had already struck the back of his saber 32 times. He intentionally struck the back of the saber. At first, he did not feel anything, but as the number of strikes increased, Mu Carving found that his saber was becoming more and more uncontrollable. The saber had become heavier, or lighter, he did not know. Opposite him, Undying Deity's withered yellow blade slashed horizontally, and Woodcarving raised his blade to block it. With a bang, he should have been able to block the attack, but he missed by a hair's breadth. Woodcarving's body retreated, leaving behind traces of blood on his neck. Lu Yin's expression changed. Daheng, attack. Daheng was apprehensive, but he had to attack at this moment. He was the only one present who was a sequence law powerhouse, and he could participate in the battle against Undying Deity. Woodcarving touched his neck. Your blade technique is admirable. Undying Deity waved his hand, and traces of blood fell from the withered yellow blade. I've been in charge of the martial tablet countless times, and I've seen too many weapons used to kill. Aside from those with Heaven's Eye, no one is my match. Your strikes are too casual, which proves that your control of the blade has reached the peak. However, the more you do so, the easier it is to be destroyed by your control. Hehe, I can teach you, but unfortunately, you will die here today. Woodcarving raised his head. I won't die. You can't kill me. Is that so? Why? The Undying Deity looked past the wooden carving and at Mr. Daheng. Just because of you? As he spoke, the withered yellow hair continuously extended outwards. The entire starry sky became a dark yellow color, decaying and withering. Lu Yin could clearly see with his celestial vision that the Undying God's sequence particles were spreading wildly, and he was no longer competing in sword techniques. The Undying Deity was inherited from Wu Tian. In terms of weapons, there was really no one who was a match for him. Even his senior brother had lost, but that was only in terms of saber techniques. If they wanted to surround and kill him, they had to break his rules and talent. Mr. Daheng raised his hand and the void was sliced apart. Using the law of lightness, the space in front of him was completely light. The space in front of him was compressed towards the center, forming a slashing force. The Undying Deity did not move at all. When this law passed by, it did not cause any harm to him. The withered yellow hair wrapped around Mr. Daheng and the wooden carving like an evil spirit. Mr. Daheng was afraid and used rules against rules. Wood carving stepped on the hair and approached the Undying Deity at extreme speed. He slashed down with his blade, using the sequence rule, break. The Undying Deity's body was illusory, and the wooden carving's blade passed through it without injuring it. The undead god and the wood carving crossed each other. His feet stepped in reverse, and time and space were in chaos. The withered yellow hair stuck to the wood carving's back. At that moment, a stream of light flashed past. The wood carving broke free from the hair and turned around to slash. The Undying Deity raised his hand and used his finger sword technique. With a bang, the wood carving's blade was blocked. Pfft! The Undying Deity spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body became illusory again. Lu Yin was surprised. He was not injured by his senior brother, but was originally injured. This was the result of his battle with the great heavenly venerate and patriarch Lu Yuan. He had to leave him behind today. The Undying Deity looked at Lu Yin and revealed a sinister smile. No one can break my innate gift. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The Undying Deity laughed maniacally. I'm withering, and withering is also withering. However, my withering drags people to death, while his withering revives them. How disgusting. In the primordial space, we were rejected, and I was entangled by the ancestral Mang. That was why you could do whatever you wanted. Now, do you really think that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction can break my innate gift? Lu Yin stopped. He could not hit the Undying Deity at all. The wood carving and Mr. Daheng attacked at the same time, using laws to attack the Undying Deity, but they were still dodged by the undying deity's innate gift. Since no one can break your innate gift other than the desolate ancestor, how did you get injured? Luin asked. Do you really think that your power is invincible? You're just a boy who betrayed Wu Tian. The undying deity laughed maniacally. Betrayed? That's not accurate. I'm not from the primordial space. Luin was shocked. What did you say? Undying God suddenly looked up and took a step forward, charging towards Luin. The wood carving's expression changed. Not good. Attack. Mu Xia pushed the evil Seraira away. Wang Jian and Xiaxia attacked together. Mr. Daheng saw the undying deity rushing towards Luin and also attacked. He did not want to save Luin, but he could not let the stone disappear. If the stone was taken by the undying deity, there would be no hope of getting it back in this lifetime. The undying deity appeared in front of Luin, bringing doomsday-like decay. The entire space was about to wither. Luin seemed to hear endless wails and smell the decay of death. He took a deep breath and released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, the starry sky repelled each other. The world of nothingness wrapped around the undying deity and pushed him away. Luin also attacked at the same time, using an attack that reached its limit. The undying deity's expression changed. What was this? He retreated step by step, but the world of nothingness still swept past him. Lu Yin's world of nothingness also attacked at the same time. If the undying deity used his innate gift, he would be hit by the world of nothingness and be eroded by it. If he did not use his innate gift, he was afraid that Lu Yin's world of nothingness would be fake and his body would be eroded by it. The same scene appeared again. Just like in the starry sky of trees, Lu Yin had used world of nothingness on one hand and used the slipper on the other. It was a gamble. It was a gamble to see who would win. For the undying deity, this was not a gamble. There was only one way out. Regardless of whether Lu Yin used world of nothingness or not, he had to use his innate gift. Otherwise, he would definitely be eroded by the world of nothingness. The world of nothingness swept past, and the undying deity spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body was swept past and shattered. His innate gift had been broken by world of nothingness, and his body had been injured by the world of nothingness. As he watched the undying deity spit out blood and retreat, Lu Yin's eyes widened. Ancestor, now is the time. Lu Tianyi appeared in the void. He raised his hand and shot out the Xidagarba needle. It flew out and pierced through the undying deity's body. The broken laws caused the undying deity to howl in pain. If they had only forced out the 7 sky gods, then it would have been difficult for them to keep them here. The witch spirit god had almost escaped when he was on the verge of death, so one could imagine the 7 sky gods' ability to protect themselves. Lu Yin could only use himself as bait. As long as the 7 sky gods wanted to kill him, he would use the world of nothingness in his heart to attack them. Then, he would let Ancestor Tianyi launch a sneak attack, which would give him a chance to eliminate the 7 sky gods. Sometimes, Lu Yin did not know how Luo Shan did it. The 7 sky gods would be injured by the world of nothingness, but Luo Shan could rely on it to escape. After being destroyed by Ancestor Tianyi's laws, the undying deity was severely injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Feng, Mr. Daheng, and Ancestor Tianyi attacked once again. The undying deity lowered his head, and his fervent expression suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the undying deity who only wanted to sleep, the lazy undying deity who did not want to move. Lu family's brat, are you really good at reversing steps? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Reversing steps? Time? The undying deity raised his foot and took a step forward. His body became illusory, and then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the shattered half of his body recovered to its original state. Only the illusory figure was shattered. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Ancestor Tianyi's expression changed. Not good. The undying deity turned to look at Lu Yin. I'm so sleepy. We will meet again. With that, he took another step and disappeared. Ancestor Tianyi and the others' attacks all missed. Lu Yin stared blankly as the undying deity disappeared. He was not thinking about the undying deity, but by Sinner. That scene was so familiar. He had seen it before. On the day the Lu family was exiled, illusory figures had walked out of Xianxia's body. Some had faced ancestor Chani, while others had killed the 7 heroes. Were they the same? Why were they so similar? Was this the power of reversing steps? It was clearly the power of time. Could time do this? The undying deity had escaped from the encirclement of Lu Tianyi, Mu Feng, and Mr. Da Heng. Although he had been severely injured, as long as he did not die, there would be a day when he could escape. The undying deity's escape method made everyone fall silent. The more they understood, the more horrified they were. Although Luin could use the flowing light to reverse time, in essence, he did not really control time. As the undying deity had said, was he really good at reversing steps? As for reversing steps, it was only an appearance. Ancestor, what's going on? Luin had to ask. He was very uneasy, as he had never seen such a method before. Lu Tianyi's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If I'm not wrong, he just skipped time. Luin was confused. Skipping time? Mu Feng's tone was low. Time is not unchanging. It can be searched for, reversed, and skipped. The undying deity's use of time is very terrifying. How does it compare to tracing time? Luin asked. Mu Feng's gaze turned cold. These are 2 different ways of using time. They both seem to be related to time, but tracing time negates a certain period of time, while the undying deity skipped that period of time. If you had the ability to find the period of time that he skipped, the pain that he suffered would still appear. Although Mu Feng's words were not clear, Luin understood. Tracing time directly negated a certain period of time. No matter what, that period of time did not exist. The undying deity did not negate it, but rather skipped that period of time. It was like a life that had been paused or cut off. Denying time and skipping time had the same results, but if one day he could find the time that the undying god had skipped, then he would be able to return the heavy injuries that the undying god had suffered during that period of time. When he thought of this, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Why did he feel like the ancient tracing system had been created to counter this method? The time that the undying god had skipped was just right for him to use tracing back to search for it. There was no such thing as an invincible power in the universe, and there would always be ways to counter it. The undying god had been able to escape from Lu Tianyi and the other 2 sequence law realm powerhouses, which was quite terrifying. However, if Senior Woodcut had mastered tracing back to the past, then he would not have been able to escape. He was considered lucky. Although the undying god would definitely reappear in the end, he had been seriously injured for the time being. Luin did not believe that the power of time could be casually used. Otherwise, how could he have been injured during the decisive battle in the endless battlefield? Lu Tianyi returned to the Genesis space. Although they had failed to kill the undying god, it had still inspired the entire Six Direction Society. This battle had proven that Lu Yin's judgment was correct. The 7 sky gods were indeed hiding in the endless battlefield, and they could indeed kill 1 or 2 more of them. The more they understood the 7 sky gods, the more they realized how terrifying they were. Even if 1 more died, it would be a great fortune for the human race. Limitless had publicized this battle with the intention of raising the morale of the human race, but at the same time, it had also created momentum for Luin. Luin had become the topic of discussion in the Six Direction Society, and his crusade had become the focus of everyone's attention. Filled with anticipation, the 1st and 2nd squadrons simultaneously charged towards the top 3 battlefields of the endless battlefield. These 3 parallel universes had never been given the green light, and there was no lack of sequence law realm powerhouses here. The top 3 parallel universes of the endless battlefield had another name, the 3 Hells. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Six Direction Society or the everlasting race, that place was hell. Looking at the stargate in front of him, caged Wyrm dove in. Boom. A huge explosion almost caused the cultivators of the 2nd squadron to faint. Luin was startled, and he looked up. In the distance, there were many incomparably huge people colliding with each other. Those were giants. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but an endless number of giants tied up in chains. They were clashing against each other in the starry sky, killing each other and conquering each other. Their roars and bellows shook the entire starry sky. The void was constantly twisting and cracking. It was like a rain of exploding void, spreading across the entire starry sky. Countless cultivators from the second battle group were stupefied as they stared blankly at the chains flying in the distance. Flesh and blood swept past, and a severed arm was flung out like a mountain. Blood poured down like a lake as the chains exploded and scattered towards them. The prison flood dragon widened its eyes and waved its claws to block the broken chains. It raised its head and roared. In the next moment, one by one, the giants appeared. Every giant could play with mountains like mud, and they were about the same size as the prison flood dragon. With so many giants here, the second battle group was under great pressure. Even the prison flood dragon's original state of roaring and insolence was restrained. These giants were not in the ancestor realm, but they had a killing intent that even ancestor realm experts might not have. Even if they were only emissaries and half-ancestors, when facing the prison flood dragon, their eyes were like looking at prey. Mr. Daheng's expression did not look too good. Luin had actually come to the giant's hell? Was he really planning to sweep through the endless battlefield? The second battle group was indeed powerful. They had two sequence law realm powerhouses, for ancestor realm experts, and Luin, who was stronger than an ordinary ancestor. It seemed like they could sweep through the endless battlefield, but it was different for the three hells. The green light had never been lit in the three hells, and no one knew what the Eternals would do in the three hells. Even if they were not from the Eternals, the three hells would still be difficult to penetrate. For example, the giant's hell in front of them had two leaders, and they were both monsters. At that moment, another group of people charged in. It was the giant army led by Kuwei. The giant army had followed the second battle group into the endless battlefield, but because they were too large, they could not ride the prison flood dragon. Thus, they had been following behind. Now that they had entered, they were similarly stunned. What the hell? Where did all these giants come from? Kuwei was stunned. Chen Huang was shocked. He had thought that his bloodline was the only bloodline of giants. He had never expected that there would be giants in the endless battlefield. These giants were much larger than them, and none of them were shorter than Chen Huang, who was the clan leader. They were all about 100,000 meters tall. No, they were different from them. Clan leader, these giants are different from us. Chen Ling was apprehensive. Kuwei had also noticed this. One-eyed and one with a mountain on his back. What kind of giant are they? If someone else had said this, Chen Huang would have slapped the person away. Was the word breed used to describe humans? However, he could only endure Kuwei's words. After all, Kuwei was the one who had transformed the giant bloodline. Giant is a general term. Anything with a large body can be called a giant, just like humans. Some humans have lived in the ocean for too long, and their outer appearance will change. Not all giants are of the same bloodline. Furthermore, these giants are much larger than us. To them, we're just small giants. Of course, Kuwei knew this, but he was still shocked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was the giant's hell. The giant's hell had its own unique rules. There were two types of giants living here. One had a single eye, and the other had a mountain on his back. They were similar to the giants that Lu Yin had encountered during his trial that had a mountain on their back as a defense. However, those giants were only 100 meters tall, while the giants in front of them were much larger than Chen Huang and the others. The largest one was probably similar to Progenitor Chen. However, Progenitor Chen had cultivated to his current size with the bloodline of a great giant like Chen Huang. As for the great giants in front of them, they were born larger than Progenitor Chen. They should no longer be called great giants. They were more like colossal giants. The one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were bound by the rules of the giant's hell. They were bound by chains and fought each other for countless years. No new giants had been born over the years because they could not die. Even if their bodies were torn apart, the rules would force them to reassemble themselves. To these two types of giants, the giant's hell did not impose rules on them, but rather a curse. The curse would only be removed if one of them died in an extremely short period of time. Otherwise, it would continue on forever. Anyone who wanted to come to the three hells would naturally know about this beforehand. Luin had investigated and found that the one-eyed giants and mountain-carrying giants were similar in strength. Neither could completely destroy the other in a short period of time. With the addition of the everlasting race and the six-way society, a balance had been reached. No matter which side wanted to help one of the giants destroy the other, it was impossible. This was the current state of the giants' hell. No matter how strong the giants were, the destructive power of their attacks could not be measured by their cultivation bases. They did not cultivate and only fought with their physical strength, the most primitive form of fighting. I don't know who put a curse on these two giant races, but they have been fighting for countless years without stopping, Woodcarving said in a low voice. Luin was curious. Even the six-way society doesn't know? Woodcarving shook his head. No. The everlasting race first found this parallel spacetime. When they wanted to help the mountain-carrying giants destroy the one-eyed giants, the six-way society joined in and formed a balance. With the three hells as the center, this endless battlefield gradually formed. Boom. 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 The loud noise never stopped. The Second Legion was in front of the Stargate, and it was as if they had been squeezed into a corner by the giants. Before coming here, Luin had thought about how to make this parallel spacetime green light up, but it was too difficult to destroy the everlasting race. The mountain-carrying giants obviously would not agree. They had to work together to survive in this parallel spacetime. In the distance, a giant crashed over. The hellworm raised its claws, and its huge body slammed into the claws. There was a loud bang that shook everyone's ears. The mountain range shattered. It was a giant with a mountain-carrying giant. The mountain range was torn apart by the hellworm's claws, and the hellworm casually flung the giant away. These giants could not die because of the laws of this spacetime, so they did not fear the hellworm's deterrence. However, this did not mean that they could close the gap in strength between them and the hellworm. No matter how big these giants were, the hellworm could still sweep them away. Luin was wary of the Cyclops King and the mountain-carrying giant king. These were two monsters that were similar to the zombie god. The mountain-carrying giant was flung away by the hellworm, and half of its body was bleeding. When it finally stopped, it looked up and ferociously stared at the hellworm without any fear. It charged forward and raised its arms to smash down. This scene was quite shocking. No matter how strong the mountain-carrying giant was, the pressure from its size was too great. Just as the hellworm was about to attack, Ku Wei shouted, "Master, let me do it." He then gave Chen Huang a look. The giant army could not be used as decorations, and the giants were naturally the most suitable to fight against them. Chen Huang walked out. At this moment, he was 30,000 meters tall, almost 3 times taller than when Luin had first met him. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Chen Huang's eyes widened when he saw the mountain-carrying giant pressing down on him. He roared and leaped up, raising his hand. There was a loud bang as a terrifying pressure descended, causing many in the Second Legion to hold their breaths. This was clearly not a fierce battle. They had seen progenitors kill each other before, and this was only at the emissary level. However, the visual impact was completely different. The mountain-carrying giant had the power level of an emissary, and so did Chen Huang. However, Chen Huang could also use battle force. His 9-lined battle force spread out as he grabbed the mountain-carrying giant's arm and flung it away. From a distance, it looked like a child had flung an adult away. The mountain-carrying giant was at least 50,000 meters tall. However, size was not everything. Chen Huang landed with a solemn expression. This was just one giant, and no one knew how many giants there were in the universe. Perhaps there were not many of them, but their size seemed to fill up the entire giant hell. Suddenly, a chain swept out from one direction, and its target was Chen Huang. Chen Huang was shocked, but before he could react, the hellworm had already shattered the chain with a swipe of its claws. Its claws danced about, tearing through the void as it charged towards the other mountain-carrying giant. Luin raised his head. Charge. End of chapter 29:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.